Okay, so we're back online, and my avatar is back in Second Life. You'll see my avatar on the left side of the window or screen, and my avatar is just standing there because my avatar is absolutely doing nothing interesting in Second Life. My avatar is doing something, and that is growing a virtual flower, but I wouldn't call that interesting. Is it really interesting? So you'll see the virtual flower is here on the right side. And we have the HUD. The HUD tells me how much Linden dollars I have earned or my avatar has earned. The experience, seeds, the thirst. This is important. The thirst of the plant and the progress of the plant's growth. And of course, if I want to get the 25 Linden dollars, all I have to do is click on withdraw and then some other links here. Okay, those are not important. And while my avatar is growing a virtual flower, I'm just going to continue doing what I do while I'm online, and that is just basically just browse the internet. There you go. Mostly I go to Twitter because Twitter has a lot of information and also has a lot of misinformation. The good thing about Twitter is that it has this thing called community notes, which means the community is, I guess, somewhat fact checking what is posted in X. It does not guarantee that the post is 100% true or not, but at least there is some safeguard to it. Unlike in other platforms, they just uh, they just post they just post anything, and sadly, people would just assume what was posted was real. Anyway, it's the internet. If something is posted in the internet, don't believe it immediately. Do a little bit of internet searching to verify if the story or what was posted was true or not. Let's look at what we have. So this is my current front page in YouTube. We have I've already watched this from Viva La Dirt League. They do funny skits, mostly about games, and their most popular series is the what do you call this? The Epic NPC Man. They have a lot of other series like the Playtech series or the Tech Store series. I believe the title of that series is Board. There you go, Board series. They also have well, they haven't done a PUBG skit in a while. They have a lot of funny skits in their YouTube channel. And here we have the Angry Video Game Nerd. I only like the Angry Video Game Nerd character. The the real life, forgot what his real name is. Rolf, I believe. The real life character, I kind of don't like it. It's kind of boring. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The real life character of the Angry Video Game Nerd is kind of boring. I like the Angry Video Game Nerd character more. So I only watch his videos if it's the angry video game nerd like last time. So his latest AVGN video is about a game called Glover. It was kind of funny. Although his videos has toned down a bit. Okay? It wasn't as edgy as before, as his earlier AVGN videos. Let's see if we can find the playables here. I've been looking for the playables. Oh, look at that. WWE. So, what do I do when I see WWE? This is what I do when I see WWE. I click on the three dots and then I choose don't recommend channel. Why? Because I'm not a fan of WWE. I don't like WWE, unfortunately. So this was 8 months ago, and here we have everyone knows it. Ulterior motives. Everyone knows it. Ulterior motives. The Summer of Adventure, Monkey Island to, oh my freaking goodness, look at that. It's 7 hours long. Wow. Wait. No wonder this is kind of weird. No wonder I'm not getting my, regular, my regular channels and videos because I'm in the wrong account. Okay, I'm in the wrong account. I'm going to, I guess you can say switch account. Hold on, Tiger Sharks. Okay, so I'm now in my main account. No wonder. See, it really depends on what account you are logged into. Of course, if you are not logged into your to any of your accounts, then you'll see your home page will be very different. Humiliated. What SpaceX just did with new Raptor 3. Humiliated. Why? Some ordinary gamers. Activision. Yeah. So this was 8 hours ago. Asmon falls for it. What do you mean? Let's see here.
Every YouTube channel type explained. Oh no, here we go.
Let's start with the controversial one, the React channels. React videos gain major popularity with Define Bros on their React channel. Not all reactions are created equal, with some providing unique insight into professions, crafts, or cultures, while some just steal TikToks or do you laugh, you lose with some of the professions, crafts, or cultures, while some just...
Okay, why is she doing this? And who is this? Who is this and why is she doing this? It looks juvenile. I used to do that when I was in elementary. If I want to vomit. She looks like an adult woman. Or an adult female, which means she's a woman, you know? An adult human female. Woman. I'm pretty sure she's not a kid. So why is she doing that? I'm not saying she can't do it. It's just weird seeing an adult trying to either choke herself or vomit. You often do that if you you swallowed something and you want to vomit it out. Crazy. I guess that is the type of content her viewers like to see. It's all about giving your viewers what they want. I guess her viewers want to see her choking or vomiting. Makes sense.
Steal TikToks or do You Laugh You Lose with some of the fakest laughs imaginable, while others still react to just about anything while not cleaning their room and ordering DoorDash. Asmongold, if you're watching this, I know you.
Look that. That is one of the things I like about Asman. You can insult his lifestyle and he won't get mad at you. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't find it insulting. He just makes fun of it. I played Metal Gear Rising for hours. Snow White Backlash. Weird. Genius solution. SpaceX big solution to solve NASA's new space trouble. Really? Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's watch this. It says here SpaceX, but that is not SpaceX. That is the Star Chaser or Dream Chaser. You know, it's been years and they're still chasing the dream.
None other than SpaceX. But it's not going to be the Falcon 9 rocket. So which one will it be? Falcon Heavy or the Starship? Let's find out in today's episode of Alpha Tech. All right, as we know, ULA was very eager to proceed with its second launch in September, because this is the final step before the new rocket can be certified to perform national security missions for the DoD. Meanwhile, Sierra reportedly informed ULA it had a significant risk towards making the September launch date, and that it would have to step aside so the rocket company could move ahead with its certification. In a separate statement, Sierra Space said that despite the setback, their first Dream Chaser spacecraft, named Tenacity, is still on track for its first mission before year's end. Tenacity, along with the expendable Shooting Star cargo module, completed environmental testing, a series of tests to ensure the vehicle will survive the harsh conditions of launch and orbit in early May. The spacecraft was moved to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida later that month, where they are currently undergoing final testing before launch. While the delay is a major disappointment for space enthusiasts eagerly awaiting Dream Chaser's launch, it's also a smart move by Sierra Space, as extending the testing period ensures that the efficiency and reliability of the first launch is gonna be epic. They have likely also learned some lessons from the competitor Boeing with the Starliner spacecraft, realizing they cannot allow their vehicle to have any issues in space leading to failure like Starliner. Currently, Starliner's stuck in space and no specific return date back to Earth. Another reason for the separation of Dream Chaser and Vulcan could be mistaken collaboration from the start between ULA and Sierra Space. For ULA, they should not have chosen a developing vehicle as their payload. They should have understood this and needed to act quickly to get their rocket operational. Meanwhile, development of Dream Chaser is clearly slow and can't keep up with their pace. So from Sierra Space's perspective, choosing Vulcan, an unproven rocket, was a risky move. The years of delay for Vulcan, with its first flight scheduled for January 2024, have demonstrated the risk of this decision. Both sides seem to have underestimated the complexity of syncing up their development schedules. When Vulcan's ready, the demand for its use is going to be high, while Dream Chaser might still be incomplete. Worst case scenario, Dream Chaser doesn't even launch this year. First, we have to remember that despite a busy schedule, ULA's production rate for Vulcan is not fast. On top of that, Vulcan's readiness is also tied to Blue Origin's BE-4 engine. As of now, it's July, and CERT-2 has yet to launch. so it's hard to even know when Cert 3 is going to be ready. Even the chance to launch Dream Chaser on Cert 3 is uncertain. ULA might ship that flight to a payload under the USSF's National Security Space Launch contract. Currently, Delta IV Heavy has retired, and Atlas V only has 16 missions left, all of which have been planned, mostly involving Kuiper satellite launches and Starlink.
Okay, I'm just going to buy out something. Ah, look at that. I was able to disable the mouse 4 and mouse 5 button. Now let's see if it's going to, if the mouse buttons can still be recognized by OBS. Unfortunately, no. Yeah, unfortunately, there's really nothing I can do. I have like 7 buttons on my mouse and I can't really use any of them. Crap. I'm going to take a look at advanced settings. I'm looking at the advanced settings and yeah, I don't see anything here. I'm just going to reset it back. Okay, there you go. I resetted the mouse back to its default settings and closed the application. I thought I could, assign some kind of phantom setting for the mouse 4 and 5 buttons, but I can't.
Final launches.
Okay, let's continue with this video.
For the USSF contract with a backlog of over 20 flights. On top of that, Vulcan has 2 missions, USSF 106 and 87, that need to be performed this year. The time for Phase 2 of the contract is running out, and the ULA has been selected for Phase 3. All of this just reduces the opportunity for Dream Chaser to launch on Vulcan, potentially being delayed indefinitely if any other issues arise. So
I
now,
really don't understand why they're paying more for the ULA Blue Origin rocket when which are untested when they're paying less for the SpaceX rocket
launch vehicles,
or
including,
Falcon rocket.
quite frankly,
I don't get it.
is the most frequently launched rocket of the year, with an impressive track record.
Yeah, because getting on a Falcon rocket is cheaper.
Launches within a few days and sometimes even hours, offering unparalleled flexibility. The ability to quickly turn around to meet unexpected customer demands is a significant benefit for any payload that wants to launch on schedule. Compared to other providers, SpaceX's track record is exceptional. Since the Falcon 9 flight failure back in 2015, nearly a decade of successful missions have followed. This level of reliability is a strong attraction, especially for demanding customers and critical payloads. Other launch service providers have encountered technical issues and more frequent delays, making SpaceX the reliable choice. However, as of now, Falcon 9 no longer seems suitable for Dream Chaser. With the addition of the Shooting Star module, the space plane's mass increases by 5.5 tons to Dream Chaser's 9-ton launch weight. Although still within Falcon 9's capabilities, Dream Chaser requires a powerful second stage and aerodynamic handling of its lifting body. This means Dream Chaser needs larger fairings like those designed by SpaceX for Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy is another SpaceX rocket that offers high reliability with a perfect track record, albeit with less frequent launches than Falcon 9. The robustness of Falcon Heavy for more demanding payloads provides an additional layer of assurance for partners that need those reliable launch services. If Sierra Space is not in a hurry, what they could do is wait for SpaceX's Starship to complete a couple more test flights. The world's biggest rocket, Starship, is not picky about the type of cargo it carries into space. It's really exciting to think about what's going to happen in the future. Please share your thoughts in the comments. And with that, I want to give a big shout out to Clarence, who always checks out our videos. Thank you so much for watching, brother. And everyone else, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get the latest news videos every day. All right, getting back into it. With the assistance of the Shooting Star service module, Dream Chaser can transport up to 5,500 kilograms of pressurized and unpressurized cargo to the space station, including food, water, supplies, and scientific experiments, and then come back to Earth. Dream Chaser can return critical cargo weighing up to 1.5 tons with a gentle runway landing. Compared to the cargo missions of Dragon, which average around 1,500 kilograms of pressurized cargo, and Singus, with a higher payload of 3,700 kilos, Dream Chaser is somewhat more robust. This increased capacity is due to its separate cargo module specifically designed to hold about 3,400 kilos of waste from the ISS. The waste module will be discarded during descent and then burn up in the atmosphere. On Dream Chaser itself, it's set to handle up to 1,800 kilos of work. Additionally, designed for high reusability, this vehicle helps reduce overall costs, offering quick turnaround between missions. Its ability to launch on multiple vehicles and land on various runways makes Dream Chaser a flexible choice for reliable transportation. After leaving the space station, the Dream Chaser cargo system also provides disposal services through the Shooting Star transport vehicle. After detaching from Dream Chaser, Shooting Star safely burns up in the Earth's atmosphere. The spacecraft was initially designed as a crewed spaceplane, part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, capable of carrying up to 7 astronauts to and from the space station and other low Earth orbit destinations. Dream Chaser is 30 feet or 9 meters long, about a quarter of the total length of the space shuttle, and can carry up to 7 crew members. The crewed version of Dream Chaser shares about 85% of the cargo system, limiting fundamental changes to windows, environmental control, and life support systems. Additionally, an integrated main propulsion system provides abort capabilities and major orbital maneuvers. And last but not least, the Dream Chaser spaceplane is a multi-mission vehicle capable of supporting various LEO needs. It can be customized for both domestic and international customers through vehicle configuration, launch site, destination, landing site duration, and a ton of other variables. With its unique design and capabilities, it's sure to be favored by NASA, as it'll remind us of the shuttle era. This will certainly make the space race even more exciting. With its inherent potential, it can indeed create competition with other major players like Dragon or Starliner when it becomes operational. However, outcompeting and leading the space race is very challenging, if not impossible, for Dream Chaser right now, as SpaceX's Dragon is establishing a very dominant position. With 13 crewed flights and 30 cargo flights, Dragon's milestones are enormous, and Dream Chaser could...
What the
But again,
competitors don't know is that
it's entirely possible.
the dragon that they're seeing, that is just the dragon egg.
Hopefully they'll soon resolve the current issues and devise a reasonable...
Once the dragon egg hatches, it will reveal the actual dragon,
Starliner is stuck in orbit after...
and it will blow fire
the most prominent...
to the competition.
However, unfortunately, after years of development, Dream Chaser not only has not yet flown into orbit, but also continues to delay its launch schedule since 2021. Why was Dream Chaser delayed, and how did NASA react to this? Will the space plane follow in the mistakes of Boeing's Starliner? The long-awaited debut of a winged space plane will have to wait a little bit longer. During a recent conference call with reporters...
The problem with wings is that it doesn't really work in space. It only works in the atmosphere.
CEO of Sierra Space, who usually gives the latest updates on Dream Chaser. Well, it seems like that ULA's new Vulcan rocket's in a hurry, but Dream Chaser's not keeping up with the urgency of its partner company. Dream Chaser's been scheduled to launch on the second test flight of ULA's Vulcan rocket for the past 5 years. With Vulcan's nearly perfect inaugural flight in January, and if the second flight succeeds later this year, ULA's Vulcan will be certified by the U.S. Space Force to launch the military's most sensitive national security satellites into orbit. This is also very important for ULA since their Atlas V serving the U.S. military is no longer in production, while SpaceX has almost dominated the launch market. Meanwhile, if ULA wants to regain its position, its new Vulcan rocket needs to accelerate its launch cadence in the near future. However, Sierra Space is different. They're not chasing anyone. Their motto for developing the next generations of space shuttles is slow and steady, with dozens of tests before flight. Sierra Space has a lot of work to do to prepare the Dream Chaser spacecraft for launch. Bruno seemed quite disappointed about this. Timing's everything. We waited as long as possible on Dream Chaser because we really wanted to fly. It's a very exciting mission. It must be said that ULA's Vulcan rocket's been heavily criticized as the biggest cause of delays related to Dream Chaser's first mission. However, currently, reality shows us that Dream Chaser is a slow-moving spacecraft project. I know Sierra Space still has a lot to do with the space plane to ensure its most efficient operation during the flight, but continuously slipping schedules are making me skeptical. Will Dream Chaser be able to fly by the end of this year as they promised, or will it be delayed to 2025? Let us know your predictions in the comments down below. And hey, if you like this content, please give us a like and subscribe. That keeps us motivated to pump out videos like this for you every day. Alright, so if Dream Chaser isn't launched by Vulcan, can it be launched on another rocket? Many people think that SpaceX's Falcon 9 would be a perfect choice, but in reality, that's not the case. Sierra Space's Dream Chaser is designed to be a launch vehicle agnostic. The spacecraft itself likely wouldn't require modification for different launchers, as it's the Shooting Star service module that interfaces directly with the launch vehicle. One potential issue is the fairing size of potential launch vehicles. Dream Chaser may not fit within the standard Falcon 9 fairing. While SpaceX is developing a larger fairing for Falcon Heavy, it's not currently planned for Falcon 9 and isn't reusable. Launch vehicle capability is another significant factor. Dream Chaser's too heavy for a reusable Falcon 9 launch. It requires powerful rockets like Vulcan Centaur VC-4L with 4 GEM 63XL solid rocket boosters on the Ariane 5, both of which exceed the reusable Falcon 9's capacity. NASA's requirements for the CRS-2 contract present another hurdle. The agency aims for dissimilar redundancy with multiple independent systems. This makes it unlikely that NASA would approve Dream Chaser launches on Falcon 9, as it already uses this vehicle for other missions. Looking to the future, Sierra Space has collaborated with Blue Origin on the Orbital Reef project, with renders showing Dream Chaser docked alongside Starliner. This suggests potential New Glenn launches for Dream Chaser, although the partnership has cooled recently as both companies focus on their respective projects. Several other proposed commercial space stations, both within and outside NASA's Commercial LEO Destinations program, have included Dream Chaser in their concepts, potentially opening up new opportunities. But despite its bright future, it cannot be denied that the highly anticipated space plane is being delayed. A long history of delays seems very familiar. Will it follow in the footsteps of Boeing's Starliner? To be honest, Sierra Space is confident enough to surpass Boeing's Starliner because the company is fully committed to its goals, unlike Boeing. Sierra Nevada Corporation's version of the vehicle was initially envisioned to carry up to 7 people to the ISS when it was competing under NASA's Commercial Crew Development programs. However, in 2014, the design was ultimately not chosen, primarily because of a lack of maturity. That's according to Aviation Week at the time. The space agency instead selected SpaceX's Crew Dragon and Boeing's CST-100 spacecraft, which are expected to make their first crewed flights as early as the second half of 2019. Sierra Nevada Corporation at the time was beginning to drop tests of the spacecraft prototype. The first glide, which took place at Edwards Air Force Base in California, performed well, save for a stuck landing gear at the end of the flight, which caused the test article to flip over upon landing. The company said the test was a success despite the gear landing issue, which was not the design that would be used for the space-rated version as it was taken from a military jet. Especially following the NASA non-selection, the company continued development, looking for supporters and organizations that might use the crewed version, including a European company in the United Nations. As a result, it was the selection of NASA of a cargo variant of the design called the Dream Chaser cargo system that ultimately breathed new life into the program back in Jan 2016. Talking about Boeing Starliner, although they announced in 2009 that the company was making a substantial investment in the development of Starliner, then known as CST-100, multiple sources shared that this was not the case. Instead, Boeing for a long time nickel and dimed the time engineers working on Starliner. This was also partly due to congressional underfunding of the Commercial Crew program, but also because Boeing didn't want to put skin in the game. What a difference. Moreover, during the testing of Starliner, we learned about numerous issues and errors with the space capsule, which had a very familiar design in the space industry. In contrast, Dream Chaser is slow and steady. We rarely hear about unresolved issues with the spaceplane. Its airplane-like shape also provides an advantage, giving Sierra Space a legitimate reason to take additional time to develop its spaceplane. Compared to SpaceX's Dragon and Boeing's Starliner, both capsules resemble those from the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs of the 60s. Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo crews landing in capsules in the saltwater ocean were required to wait up to several hours till a rescue ship or helicopter arrived to pull them to safety. More than half the waiting astronauts got seasick with all the unavoidable pitching and bobbing in the ocean. A capsule coming to Earth on parachutes will need to land in unpopulated and relatively flat areas of the U.S. Since the parachutes have little or no maneuvering ability, it'll be a challenge to reliably avoid hazards like ravines, power lines, cabins, livestock, and barns. This needs to be done under normally windy conditions. Crews returning from orbit in a Russian Soyuz capsule landing in remote areas of Russia have to wait sometimes hours till rescue people arrive. We've seen images on Russian TV of rescue personnel struggling to pull cosmonauts out of a Soyuz capsule laying on its side. We then see rescue people placing them on stretchers for transport to recovery facilities. Experience with capsules landing on water or land has shown either method to have been relatively crude and unfriendly to crews. Astronauts I've known would be willing to ride down on a parachute if that were the only way to get assigned to a mission. But astronauts also want to touch down on a runway if that's at all possible. Dream Chaser will perform better and have lower operating costs than either of the other two capsule systems, although those differences could be small compared with the advantage Dream Chaser would have in enabling live TV coverage of the entire approach and landing of each flight. Besides, although only a quarter of the length of the space shuttle, Dream Chaser has greater carrying capacity than other spacecraft being used in NASA's Commercial Resupply program. Equipped with an expendable cargo module, it can carry 6 tons into low Earth orbit, enough to supply astronauts on the ISS.
I still don't understand what SpaceX
pressurized conditions.
has to do with Dream Chaser.
Thanks to its modest gravity loading on re-entry and landing.
That is what I'm interested in.
Dream Chaser has become the most maneuverable new generation spaceplane. While it's taken a little while, it's still worth looking forward to.
I don't get it. I'm going to give it a dislike. I did not get it. So the title implied SpaceX has the solution. And I assume that SpaceX recommended Dream Chaser to NASA, but it was never mentioned. Nothing like that was mentioned in the entirety of the video. Okay, Mike Portnoy learns impossible Danny. They're trying to burn this game to the ground. Who? Okay, so I'm pretty sure no serious gamer or gamers read those crap story or articles posted by you know the woke infested gaming writers. They're not journalists, they're writers. They just write crap. Again, to be a journalist, you must adhere to the ethics, the journalist ethics. If you're not adhering to the journalist ethics, then you can't call yourself a journalist. You're just a writer. I can be a writer. I can at least write up to maybe a 400 word article. Wrote a 2,000 word article about Second Life that got posted or printed or featured in a gaming magazine locally. I never got a copy. They said they'll give me a copy, and I never got my payment because they wanted me to go to the office, which was like 100 kilometers away, and the traffic was like really bad. So I told them, why can't you just send me the check? And they said, we need you to sign some documents. I said, why can't you just fax me the documents and then I'll sign it, and then back in the day when fax was a thing. In the end, I never got paid. They really wanted me to go to the office. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. It took me a while because I had to boil water, uh, and that took a few minutes. So I made myself some coffee. It's 5 p.m. almost. 5 p.m. coffee. Okay, so what do we have here? Blizzard is collapsing. Really? How? Tell me. No Man's Sky keeps getting better. No Man's Sky keeps getting better. Imagine that. Let's see what's happening in, let's see here. I'm going to take a look at what's happening with my favorite MMORPG of 2018. Uh, Proud of the Avatar. Let's see. Okay, so I'm at the Shroud of the Avatar website. It's taking a while to load. So it seems that the game is still up and running. Of course, it's for free. Join us in Shroud of the Avatar. Updates, play release 128. This was posted last month, July 24. Disharmony in Cantabria. Port Harmony's Minister of the Heart has made a concerted effort to lead the city as a cohesive what city? There are no people in town. What are you saying? You're making up stories. The Minister of Coins is missing and presumed dead. How can he be missing? Who kidnapped him? There's no one in the game. There are camps of renegades in the hills above town. Who are these renegades? There's been sabotage to the city's cistern. Despite requests, Peregrine said to be the one true avatar. Peregrine said to be the one true avatar. Well, I'm going to believe that Peregrine is the one true avatar, because who else can be the one true avatar when everyone just, went away and went back home? See, the story of Shadow of the Avatar is you, basically you got transported to the world of New Britannia, and you are potentially the new avatar, together with supposedly millions of other. It's like getting isekai. No, not isekai, but more like a summoning. So if you guys are familiar with manga or manhwa tropes, we have isekai, we have rebirth, or what do you call this when you die? I can't. So when you die and then you are born in another place. Okay, something like that. And then there's summoning. It's not resurrection, it's reincarnation. There you go. We have isekai. Basically, isekai is you are reincarnated in another world. Then reincarnation is you are reincarnated. So you are in the same world, but you are reincarnated. And then we have summoning. Summoning is you are alive and then you get summoned to another world. So if this is a manga or a manhwa trope, Shroud of the Avatar is a summoning. You are from this earth and you got summoned to the world of New Britannia. There you go. But as you progress through the world of New Britannia, you realize that it's all bullshit, and then everyone went home. Although there's still maybe one or two that stayed, who wants to continue with the adventure in New Britannia. So I will believe this, that Peregrine is the one true Avatar. Who else can it be? Who else can it be? It can't be me. Maybe one day I'll play Shroud of the Avatar again, just to refresh or renew my land ownership. Subscription and website updates. Oh, wow. Okay. 900 kotos monthly, tier 1. So if you subscribe for $9 a month, you'll get 9. Okay, so if you're going to subscribe for $9 or maybe $18 a month, you know what? Better subscribe to another game instead. Or maybe if you have X, subscribe to X Premium. I think that is a much better deal. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Okay, patch notes. Oh, okay. There's a lot of things here. User interface, store information, Inky, Lua changes. World quest and changes. Okay, player owned town changes. James Isle of Hope added new island. Who are the people buying new towns or adding new towns or upgrading new towns? Why? Why are you upgrading your towns to a metropolis? Come on, explain it to me. Please. Please. Explain. I want to know why you are upgrading to a metropolis. Is your metropolis filled with people? I'm going to guarantee that there is no one in your metropolis right now. Except maybe you. It's crazy. But then again, people can do whatever with their money. So good for them. Good for them. More power, as they say. More power. But of course, to me, who is someone who is already looking from the outside, it's kind of weird. You know, it's kind of weird. I would understand it if there were like thousands of players. So obviously, a town or village or crossroads or something or a city, it will expand quickly, and there will be a need to upgrade or update to a metropolis. But in a game with a concurrent players of less than 100, I don't know. Latest news and Q&A in the 2nd July live stream. Wow. Whoa. What? This is 3 hours? 3 hours? Back in the day when they are still developing the game, you know. I would watch. I watched. Okay, I'm trying to find the correct the correct grammatical structure to what I'm going to say. That's why I keep repeating it. I'm sorry. As you know, English is not my native tongue. So how does it work? Basically, I'm basically just translating what I'm saying from my native language to English in my head. So it's like real-time translating service. Yeah, you don't have to use Google Translate for that. Maybe I should try and learn all the languages so that that would eliminate the need for using a translation service or website. So yeah, back in the day, whenever there is a live stream, I was there because I was really super interested. I wanted to see the rebirth of um a new Ultima Online game. Because as much as I like Ultima Online back in the day, it's kind of dated now. Kind of dated. So I was thinking that, well, the creator of Ultima is spearheading the development. What could go wrong? Well, everything went wrong. The problem is that they don't really listen to. They do listen to. They only listen to those who spend a lot of money in the game. But those are just very few. I think they're the ones that are left in the game. You know, those who spent a lot of money in it. They had a very big opportunity in making a very successful MMORPG and maybe resurrect the genre. Yeah, um, I tried defending. I tried defending them as much as I can, but when they started antagonizing the fans, that is when I said, nah, this is bullshit. The tech lead back then would even comment in articles, uh, um, replying with a hostile and aggressive tone. And I kind of didn't like that. Because if you compare the situation with No Man's Sky, the game launch, it was very bad. The developers said nothing. Yeah, the only thing that they said, they will make it better. That's it. They did not antagonize the fans. They did not badmouth the fans. Okay, they did not call the fans stupid or anything like that. They said, we're going to fix the game. Look at look at No Man's Sky now. It's one of the best games out there. Okay, I was like really hopeful about Starfield, and but then again, Bethesda became woke and they failed to deliver a good game. They failed to deliver a good game. So even though No Man's Sky was like older, it was still a better game than Starfield. And even to this day, they're still releasing free effing updates. Wow, I'm still waiting to get this game. I'm just waiting for a Steam sale. I do buy games in Steam, but I do it when there is a large discount. Maybe if I was like making a lot of money in the internet, but unfortunately, that is not a thing. So I'm very frugal with my purchases, with my gaming purchases. It doesn't matter if I'm pretty sure No Man's Sky is not going anywhere in the next 10 years or next 20 years, so I don't really care whether I played it late or not. It's the same with the GTA 5. In fact, I had no interest in getting GTA 5 because I've seen the story like a lot of times by watching gameplay videos in the internet. I still got GTA Online when there was a GTA 5 when there was a summer sale and the discount was really large and I was only playing the online part of the game. Never touched the story mode. And then it was I think it was last year or maybe the other year, Epic Game Store gave GTA 5 for free. Anyway, I was really very, very hopeful when with Shroud of the Avatar. I was a big fan of Richard Garriott. I'm still a fan. Okay, I'm still a fan of his work. You can't deny that. You can't deny the success and the impact of the Ultima series in the computer role-playing game genre, and the impact of Ultima Online on the MMORPG genre. Ultima Online created the genre. Yeah, sure, there are other multiplayer online games back then, and some are earlier, but the MMORPG genre, um, I think, uh, was born from Ultima Online. By the way, I never played Ultima Online back in the day. I just I just read it in if I'm not if I'm not mistaken, it's either PC Gamer or it was a gaming magazine, and I was reading through it. The world was fascinating just from how the article. It was like a few pages talking about Ultima Online, then screenshots or pictures. They had like elements like a living ecology. Although later I learned they couldn't put that in because of reasons, I think. But that was fascinating. That was very fascinating, and I was only reading it from the article. Also, back then I was in high school, and we're not wealthy. I don't have a PC. We don't have internet connection, and back then, uh, here in our country, internet connection was very very expensive. Only school universities have them, and only rich people have access to them. I got my first internet connection when I was already working as a web designer back in 2000. There you go. That was my I was able to get my first internet connection. Back then we were using dial up, and then we switched to broadband. Now I can design a website if you ask me to. My goodness. So also back then there were no courses for web development or in web design. I had to learn everything by reading books. I I bought books on HTML, books on JavaScript, even had a book about guerrilla marketing on the web. Of course, if you have a website, you need to market it. Have a book on ASP.NET, a very thick book on PHP. Although I can't remember, most of what I've learned from those books. So I guess when you grow old and you lose parts of your memory, maybe something like that. I don't know. I tend to forget things a lot. Also, you'll notice when I'm talking, sometimes when I'm talking, I would just stop because I lost my thought. I forgot what I'm going to say. It just happens. It's kind of weird. But I just ignore it and then start over. Say something different. What can I do if I forgot what I was going to say, right? Anyway, be right back. Also back then, the way I create web pages is I would write them on paper, you know, write the HTML and the scripts on paper, and then I would rent a computer. I would rent a computer and then use Notepad to, retype everything I wrote, save it as an HTML file, and then open it in a web browser like maybe Netscape. Netscape was very popular back then. I don't remember using IE. And also back then you have to deal with inconsistencies between web browsers. Your web page may look good in Netscape, but it breaks in IE. Anyway, let's see here. So this is a stream in which is 3 hours long. It's 3 hours long. Of course, they have sales. Look at that! You can buy this. This is a login reward. Maybe I should log in so I could get this. Sit and study the intricate lights now. Okay, what is this? So, you can only choose one. How cheap? How cheap? Why just choose? What? Just give everything. Okay, why not just give everything? It's like saying, make it like your way of saying thanks to all those people who are still giving this game a chance. But now you can only choose one. Yeah, sure, we like you, but we don't like you enough. Anyway, I'm going to see what this is about. And while I'm watching this, it's only 3 minutes long. While this is happening, while this is playing, I'm going to, have my coffee and some bread.
I never thought we would see the day where Samwise Gamgee becomes the center of a huge wave of backlash. But unfortunately, today we have to talk about Sean Astin, who has exposed himself as none other than a typical Hollywood celebrity who has become mentally broken, completely destroyed by TDS. And because of that, he decided to post one of the dumbest videos that we have seen a Hollywood celebrity post in a while. In fact, this video was so dumb that he just immediately got absolutely smacked with a giant wave of backlash to the point where he turned off the comments on this video. I'm surprised he hasn't even deleted this video yet. Let's go ahead and check out his video here, then we'll take a look at some of the backlash that he is currently facing for this. So, Samwise Gamgee, what the heck are you doing campaigning for Sauron? So he decided to say this: well, that does it. I'm hitting the campaign trail. Astin for Harris.
Hey everybody, good morning. Here I am in downtown Chicago at the corner of East Grand and West Grand. And I just decided that I need to get out and start campaigning for Kamala Harris for president. I got back from overseas yesterday and I was gonna head home and be with my beautiful wife and my gorgeous children. And then I remembered that I fashioned myself some sort of a leader, at least in my own mind. And the only kind of leadership that means anything anymore is leadership by example. So I'm gonna head over to Indiana, my old stomping ground, where Christine, my wife, where she's from and where I've spent so much time. And did you know that it shares a border with Michigan? Interesting. Stay tuned. Hey.
What? I don't know about you guys, but we've talked about this in another video that Sean Astin did recently as well. We've talked about this where Sean Astin doesn't feel as genuine about this, as visceral about his belief and his passion for Kamala Harris, as a lot of other celebrities do. It almost feels like he's been bought off or paid off, you know what I mean? Like, and I would not be surprised Kamala Harris got exposed as paying for influencers to make anti-Trump videos and pro-Kamala videos. I would not be surprised if Sean Astin is doing something like that here. Now, if that's the case, well, that doesn't make it any better, because then it shows that he doesn't have any integrity and he just sold his soul for money. But this is insane. And like I said, the backlash that he is facing is insane, okay? So he has 12,000 reposts on this tweet, which is not a good sign, okay? If he didn't turn off the comments, this post might have been ratio. So let's go ahead and check some of them out, because, well, it's not looking good, okay? Samwise is headed to the dead marshes to register new Democrat voters. The Romans were right about actors. Replies off. This is definitely the biggest backlash that he has faced yet. And it's not slowing down, okay? The backlash that he is facing is only getting worse and worse. He knows that he'd get absolutely destroyed in the comments. Of course, he'd turn them off. Of course, most of his fans are Lord of the Rings fans who are right-wing and Christian. He knows he'd get flamed in the replies, and that is 100% correct. So, if he truly believed in what he was doing here, if he was 100% genuine about this, why would he turn off the replies? That is just cowardly. So I have very mixed feelings about this, because I don't think that Sean Astin truly believes in what he's doing here. But in some ways, that kind of makes it worse. You know what I mean? So with that being said, let me know what you think.
Well, he is just trying to protect himself, because he knows he knows that most of media, whether it's news, entertainment, and games, are controlled by the Marxists right now. Yeah, come on. AWS. A lot of websites are hosted in AWS. And what is the A in the AWS? It's Amazon. It's a super woke company. Okay, so yeah, they controlled almost everything. One day, you'll have to do a check before you can access the internet. And if you failed that check, you won't be able to access the internet, even though you paid for it. Korean devs lead the charge against DEI and ESG slop. Okay.
Gamers are sick and tired of narratives being shoved into titles, companies nickel and diming us and releasing incomplete products, and now we're finding out that Korean devs are reporting a major burst of interest in games from their region, but also single-player console and PC games. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I've had to talk a lot more recently about Korean developers doing what Western devs aren't. Western gaming companies are extremely focused on investor dollars, and in the process of trying to update their games for modernity or creating politically correct content, they're pushing customers away. And for years, a lot of people went to Japanese developers who unfortunately are now looking at ESG dollars and initiatives going, this seems like a good way to make a few bucks, even though they're pushing away customers they already had. But Korean devs are actually who a lot of people have been turning to. Korean devs have been fighting against the swelling tide of ESG and standing their ground, and now we're seeing this report talking about games coming out of the region and also what players want. This is a GameDeveloper.com article. It says the traditionally online and free-to-play based game industry of South Korean game development may be shifting gears. According to a recent report from Wesley LeBlanc in the final issue of Game Informer, developers at multiple studios like Round 8 Studio, Shift Up, and Pearl Abyss are seeing signs that players at home and abroad are attracted to single-player experiences on PC and console. It's hilarious because over the years we have seen the mainstream try to shift away from this, say, oh, people are not looking at single player games anymore, they're failing, oh well, we want to go in a different direction like multiplayer. And of course that got us into titles like live service games that many people hate. But it seems that Korean devs are actually following trends, actually listening to what customers want, because they're now realizing that players at home and abroad are attracted to single-player, high-quality, complete experiences, which shouldn't be that much to ask, but it really is because so many companies are not focused on listening to what gamers want and actually trying to make products that are going to sell to as many people as possible. They're simply going, how do we think we can make money, not following a reliable strategy. It says LeBlanc reached out to the developers after seeing these companies releasing single-player games like Round 8 Studios' Lies of P, Shift Up Stellar Blade, published by Sony, and Pearl Abyss's upcoming Crimson Desert. These are some amazing games here. I really loved Lies of P. I thought it was fantastic. I did really enjoy Stellar Blade, but unfortunately Stellar Blade did still have quite a bit of controversy, primarily because of Sony, because they ended up censoring certain elements of the game at Sony's behest. And while Crimson Desert has not released yet, they had come out, of course, a decade ago with Black Desert Online, which Crimson Desert is set in the same universe. And Black Desert Online was a fantastic game. It still, to this day, has the best character customization system I have ever seen. And yes, it does have pay for convenience and pay to win mechanics, but the gameplay itself is really fantastic. And that's why I'm hoping Crimson Desert is really going to be an awesome experience, because it's single player, it's a one-time purchase, it's not going to have microtransactions, and it seems that Pearl Abyss really has listened to our feedback. It says, but why are all of these companies making the jump? There wasn't one clear answer, but instead a constellation of factors that seem to be driving the shift, and it all comes down to players. People are hungry for fresh experiences, people are hungry for high quality experiences, and I totally and completely agree. I am someone who is willing to take a risk when it comes to the price of a game, paying a full price, if it means that it is going to be a higher quality experience, because there are so many free-to-play games out there that have a lot of potential that are monetized so poorly, I just cannot get into them, and I know a lot of people feel the same way. But when we're looking at Korean devs, it's fantastic to see them have a burst of interest because of the great content they've been creating, and this article does not mention it, but a big factor, in my opinion, is a lot of people shifting away from the Western games industry and the narratives that are being shoved into content, the activists who are part of the mainstream, and people are looking to support our alternatives that are still really good, and Korean devs are just who people have turned to. It used to be
I wonder what happened to the challenge by Alisa Mercante. I believe Vara Dark accepted the challenge. It would have been super exciting to watch. You know, either a boxing match or an MMA match between the two. But unfortunately, the one who issued the challenge, you know, it's very typical of internet tough guys. They only talk tough, but once someone,
that are coming out with
accepts the challenge, they would, stay quiet and say that, and backtrack, and then make excuses like, "Oh, I did not mean it like that."
on them at the behest of Sony, from what we understand. And
Crazy.
games like Crimson Desert, I do think, are going to be
I could be wrong, but I did see Vara Dark Maybe I was like saying it incorrectly, but I saw Vara replied to Alisa or Alisa.
The direction that they're
Again, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. My memory is not that great.
Hi-Fi Rush developer Tango Gameworks was revived by the South Korean publisher Krafton, and Krafton probably saw the fact that there were millions of people who were upset that Tango Gameworks was shut down and Hi-Fi Rush would be no longer, so they were...
Yes, the shutdown of the studio doesn't make sense because they made a very popular and a very good game.
They follow the mainstream and what their competition is doing. If one big company does open...
There was no reason to shut them down. There was no reason.
Actively see South Korean publishers and developers going against what the Western mainstream is doing, and they're taking chances and listening to people. Hi-Fi Rush was an absolutely fan-freaking-tastic game that deserved a lot more recognition and deserved Microsoft following up on it. It deserved a sequel, but then, you know, they decided to, of course, shut down Tango, but now we have Krafton acquiring the studio, planning to continue the Hi-Fi Rush IP, and I hope that this turns out well. Honestly, I want Japanese and Western devs to do better, but they're not currently. So that means we have to look to alternatives in Korean content right now, from Korean devs, from Korean filmmakers.
Okay, let me refresh this. Oh, I got the same content. I'm still not seeing playables. Okay, so now I'm going to let's listen to Jeremy's review of Alien Romulus. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it forgettable?
The technology is so amazing, one would be forgiven for ever on the quest for the home theatrical experience, so I appreciate the sponsor of this video. This video is brought to you by the Sony Bravia Theater Bar 8 with 11 speakers and Dolby Atmos. With the Sony Bravia Theater Bar 8 sound field optimization, sound is auto-calibrated to your room's characteristics. Important in a world where no two rooms are the same. And with 360 spatial sound mapping, it creates phantom speakers, making the sound feel bigger, giving you cinema-style surround sound. A technology so amazing, one would be forgiven for calling it magic. And of course, you can always add Sony's SA-SW3 or SA-SW5 subwoofer and SA-RS3S or SA-RS5 wireless rear speakers to complete the package, creating not just a zone, but a habitat of epic audio cinema perfection. Because you know me, I need that home theatrical experience, and I know I'm not alone in that. It's a quest that all we movie lovers take on in time. The visuals, that's just half the story. You need that epic audio. So click the link below to check out the Sony Bravia Theater Bar 8. Complete that theatrical home setup. Wow, this review is going to be more difficult than I anticipated it being. There's just a lot that happens in the movie that's not shown in the trailer. I would consider them spoilers, so if this review comes across as vague, I'm just trying to do right by you. So here we go.
Don't worry about spoiling it. I have no interest in watching the movie.
Covenant comes out, then that whole Prometheus thing is just not going to be a trilogy. This is directed by Fede Alvarez, who directed the 2013 Evil Dead. Is it Fede Alvarez or Fede Alvarez? One of those gotta be right or not. So in Alien Romulus, we follow this new young crew who board this derelict space station. No one's around, everything's dark, it's dingy, it's creepy, there are holes in the ground. Why? What happened here? Well, we're about to find out. Well, they're about to find out. We already know. And you feel that love for the original Alien from the get-go. The tech all looks the same. It's all old school CRTs. That would be the tube televisions. Now, Kaylee Spaney's the lead of this film. She's the lead, she's the heart. Her and David Johnson, who plays her brother. I like the dynamic between the two. Fede Alvarez does some really interesting things with their dynamic, with their relationship, ideologies, and how to go about the situation, what's best for the situation. And David Johnson as her brother, I thought he was great. I felt he had a lot to do in the film, and I thought he stuck the landing really well. As for the crew, they're broken up into two camps here. Brash enough for you to be like, yeah, I hope you bite it, and I hope it looks amazing. Or, I'm rooting for you to get through this. but if you do bite it, I hope it looks amazing. I expected this movie to exist in a vacuum, in a bubble. I thought it was just gonna be like, yep, alien movies have happened, here's just another thing. It's other people who just ran across the situation involving facehuggers and aliens. But this movie did have moments and things where if you're an Alien fan, a fan of this universe, you're gonna catch them, you're gonna know them. And it's not Easter eggs for nostalgia bait or anything like that. It just feels like the world they're dealing with. Well, there's one thing in particular where I was like, that feels more like it. But on the other hand, I did like seeing it. And yeah, in terms of atmosphere and tone, this is definitely a film that's throwing back to the film that's patient zero in terms of inspiration for any of the sci-fi survival horror you might have enjoyed in your life. That feeling of claustrophobic dark spaces, you're in a spaceship or space station, there's no real escape. That feeling of playing Doom with no ammo, all you got is your fists, no berserk mode either. The tension, that's what this film does well. Alien Romulus is tension and anxiety in a 2-hour bottle. That comes down to the sound design too. It's really intense in here.
Why would I want to watch a movie that will give me anxiety?
Going to get a clear look.
Seriously, that sounds terrible.
Section of this movie ain't much. Less is more. That's how the original Alien did it. That's how this film does it. I appreciate it. This movie does borrow from other Alien movies, sometimes other movies in general, or pieces of entertainment, but definitely other Alien movies. There are more than a few scenarios in here where you're like, I recognize that, but it's done with a modern day twist. Example, because it was in the trailer, stuck in a room with facehuggers. They're faster, more intense, there are more of them. We saw that in Aliens. Newt and Ripley were stuck in a room with 2 facehuggers. Now these characters are stuck in a room with a bunch of facehuggers. But I gotta say, I felt the tension in Aliens, in which it was Newt and Ripley and just 2 facehuggers, more than I felt the tension in the facehugger scene in Alien Romulus. It's a bit ironic since Alien Romulus is thrown back to the less is more concept, except for facehuggers, in which there are a lot more of them and they are aggressive. Am I concentrating on the facehuggers too much? Possibly. But in terms of ratio, no more than the movie did. The facehuggers were a huge threat in this film for the first half easily. And I, while watching the movie, felt like you probably feel right now, which is I'm ready to move on from the facehuggers if anyone else is. So there is one cool segment in particular that they did with the facehuggers, which I've also seen in other things. For example, The Walking Dead. But this movie has, best I can say it, are environmental elements that they have to worry about also. I do think the film goes on a little too long, like it ends a couple times. I would have been fine with the first ending, and I was like, oh, it's still going, because we've had one, yes. What about second ending? Right, second ending. Well, okay, here we go. I mean, granted, second ending is leading to some creepy shit, just visually speaking. There's a lot more body horror in this film, too, that I didn't expect, though. You can look at Alien and be like, yeah, an alien busts out of someone's chest. That's... What else was it? In ways I can't explain, more so here. It's like for second ending, this movie wanted to go bigger. Everything feels bigger. But this film was in the pocket. It was in the Goldilocks zone when it felt smaller. I do call BS on a couple things. No spoilers, though. It's kind of cheap for me to be like, I call BS, can't talk about it. That's gotta be annoying. I apologize for that. But in terms of how all this happens, I was like, really though? In the end, there are some flaws, but all in all, I enjoyed Alien Romulus. It dragged on near the end, got a bit weird with the film's creepy atmosphere, tone, and sound design. It, in large part, did what it set out to do, which was bring Alien back to a horror film. I don't get to say this enough, so I look for opportunities to say it. Alien Romulus is worth watching and worth buying on VHS. Alright, so Alien Romulus, have you seen it? What did you think about it? What's your favorite and least favorite Alien movies? Or you can rank them if you want. Yes, include AVP if you'd like. That'd be a wild list. Alien films have had great, they've had ass. Can't wait to see what you say. Whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
Okay, that was fun. Unfortunately, Jeremy did not convince me to, pay for Alien Romulus. But he also didn't convince me to even watch Alien Romulus for free. That's kind of bad, is it? Okay. If it's just a throwback to Alien and Aliens, I've seen both movies. Still kind of remember what happened in those movies. I like the second one better than the original, the first one. So I made myself some coffee and now I drank it all, but I wanted more. Yeah, I'm kind of that is my only addiction. Coffee. I love coffee. I'm sure a lot of you out there love coffee. What is this? They stole my gun. Ah, yeah. Call of Duty stole the AK-50. Can you really steal it? I don't know. Maybe. MMORPG fans want to argue about which game is more pay to win. Let's go watch this from Kira. Kira! Hey Kira! Kira, why are you not making videos about Earth 2? Okay? Have you given up on Earth 2?
So here we go then. We are back with another
I also need to check out
discussion till you guys hear what
Callum Upton.
in the comments.
I discovered this channel like a long time ago.
General, I guess. And this is
Because of Earth 2.
it's a week old now. If Throne and Liberty is pay to win,
What's happening with Kira? Hey Kira, are you having some kind of...
why does this individual feel this way as well?
he doesn't look well.
What most people see it as, and what I
I
think,
hope he's doing well.
and where, you know, pay for win and pay for convenience and things like that sort of intersect, and which one's more nefarious for the genre and people's entertainment and things like that. So this is mainly for certain groups of people who seem to be really focused on pay to win aspects but ignore it when it appears in their favorites. At least in Throne and Liberty, even if you buy full tier 2 gear, you still have to level said gear and gems through actually playing the game. You actually have to spend time grinding to get those up. Compared to WoW, where you can just sit back and relax thanks to boosting communities delivering you easy max power gear. Guild Wars 2 is even easier though. You can just buy gold and buy them from the trade post. So, right, this is very clearly explaining what they think constitutes pay to win. And I'm not going to disagree that WoW is pay to win, because I think I've been pretty clear that you do have to call out the big industry favorites and things like that when they do what is essentially almost the same thing. You can call WoW pay to win as much as you can call any of the Eastern MMOs pay to win. The issue lies in how the pay to win impacts the game and how people interact with that game without paying, if that makes sense. So what a lot of people talk about, you know, what I've said for years now is worse than pay to win is pay for convenience, because that's just usually a straight sort of, we're going to take a feature here, we're going to take a mechanic, we're going to take a certain aspect of our game, and we're going to specifically design it to be worse so that we can then sell you a solution, and then we're going to say, oh, it's convenient for you, with the implication there being if we've made something purchasable that's convenient, The implication being that they specifically made it inconvenient in the first place. So everyone gets inconvenienced. You spend money to have a normal experience that's better than everybody else. I always think that's going to be worse than just buying gear. And I know some people might disagree with that. But the way that I see games in general is that if you are like hyper competitive in a game, then you're probably going to get the best gear anyway, right? You might be a little bit slower than some people, but if you're at the top end of skill, in a lot of games, let's use Black Desert Online, for example. It has like a large PvP fan base and things like that. You can have the best game. You can swipe hundreds of thousands of dollars and buy the best gear in BDO, but somebody else who plays 16 hours a day and is just better at the game than you, which they're always going to be because they have lots of time and you don't because you have lots of money instead, they are going to just smash you anyway because they're simply better at the game than you. And that kind of makes like buying gear and pay to win and things like that seem trivial in a sense. Because
Okay, so what if someone who has money and time, how are you going to beat that kind of player? Okay, so in his argument, you'll still be beaten by someone who,
you just
play the game more because they have more experience in playing the game. Because you just paid for the goods, the items, but since you are not experienced, you don't know the tactics, the strategies, you'll be beaten by by a free to play player who spend more time playing the game. But sure, it could be true, but if you got how are you going to win against someone who has both money and time? See, because there are a lot of people out there that is like that, there are a lot of kids out there
it impacts no
that are, you know
to pay for convenience that impacts
very well to do because of their very successful parents. Maybe they have some kind of inheritance or something. But those kinds of players do exist. Those players with both time
where it's
and money.
6 months.
Imagine that. How are you going to win against that?
Now people are kind of arguing to make their choice of playing or liking the game seem more reasonable to other people for whatever reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they just want, there's this thing with MMOs and games in general where people want the one that they play to be very popular and for everyone to agree and whatever else, because then it validates the fact that they enjoy it or whatever. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me. If you're going to enjoy it, like, who cares? And a lot of the question and argument and roundabout that you go on with pay to win in general is kind of solved by all of these games are going to be pay to win. That ship has sailed. Like, arguing about it at this point is just kind of a waste of time. Like, ooh, my game's less pay to win than yours. Who gives a fuck, right? Play what you're going to enjoy. The reason why it's a complete waste is because these things in everybody's brain is so different, and how it impacts their play style and things, that it's not really something you need to talk about other than in what ways is this pay to win, so you can inform people that if they played another game and they didn't enjoy this aspect being locked by inconvenience or paywalled or whatever, they can make an informed decision on whether or not they can enjoy it or not. Simply labeling things in 2024 as that's pay to win, like the whole game with a broad stroke, in a way to be like, oh, don't play.
Okay, I'm pausing this because I need to move to a different Lindo location. So right now I'm at the Cube Club. Okay, it's down here. I need maybe I should go to this one. Yeah, this one. Or maybe I could go to, this is a Kinky Beach Club. Feel free. Okay, so here we have the Lindo. Okay, so I just activated the group, and now I'm continuing with my what do you call this? My flower growing adventure, if you can call that an adventure. When my avatar is just standing there. Haha. 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 Okay, let's go back to Kira. Kira, my man.
Because it's pay to win, you'd basically have to play nothing other than games from 20 years ago. You can find an element of pay to win, especially if you go into like boosting of third-party services.
Anyway, guys, if you are a free-to-play player, don't listen to what Asmongold says.
He's gonna find something
That free-to-play players are effing losers.
to do so.
No, he is the loser for saying that. Okay, if you're a free-to-play player in a free-to-play game, and you're playing it to enjoy it,
Oh wow, double.
you're not a loser. Okay, just go and play. You're not a dick eater as well.
It's kind of like you're
That's why I keep saying you don't listen. You listen to you hear them out because sometimes they'll say like really stupid shit.
the other player.
Just I listen to them. I watch them for the entertainment of it.
Content that is the game to play.
When I watch them, I'm not looking for wisdom or anything or enlightenment,
Crazy,
because they themselves require a lot of enlightenment. Who would say shit like that? If you are a free-to-play player, you are a loser. You're a dick eater. Crap.
months or years without.
And that is if you're not, if you're not into pay to win, and you're playing
Boxing gacha and things.
completely free to play.
Things that limit your progression within a game like that is
Again, there are games where you can play free
if you're not
and not spend money, and if you're good, you can still be one of the best players, like Counter-Strike. I'm pretty sure Counter-Strike is not pay to win, although you can pay for items in the game.
and then obviously there's
But really, will the gun with a gold skin or a Desert Eagle with a gold skin,
buying gear and
can it really add to your skills?
that way you could
If you suck, if your aim is bad, for example, me, my aim is super bad
experience.
because my eyesight is not good and my hands are shaking. So even if I have one of those $3,000 skins,
It's just
it
like
will not make me any better.
it doesn't really make
The
it.
same with League of Legends. It's a free-to-play game. You can buy skins, but even if you buy the best skins, if you suck, you don't know how
Pay to win if you could
strategies work or how to use your skills at the right time, don't know how to position yourself, don't know how to when to use your skills. It doesn't matter if you have the most expensive skin for your hero.
it's I guess it's
You suck,
people because less people willing.
and an expensive skin will not make you better.
Not the game being pay to win. It's just people engaging in pay to win activity. But at the end of the day, other than it impacting less people, like less people doing
So basically, Asmongold saying that is him being an elitist. Yeah, he has this mentality that live streamers shouldn't be held with they should be above some kind of law, above the law, because they're influencers and popular, and they're live streamers. That is how that guy works. That is how that guy thinks.
completely dead game. So you caveat that it's better doesn't apply.
I still do watch him because, again, as I've said, his takes are
doesn't really impact me other than
fun, entertaining.
they were allowed to.
He is an entertaining guy. So he is a very good comedian, and he is very articulate.
Like all
I admire how he can express himself, and how he can make people look dumb. If you engage with him, he'll try his very best to make you look dumb and stupid. That is his skills.
They're just making it, you know, slightly.
He's very good at it. In fact, if he decides to become a politician, I think he'll do well as a politician because he's very good at bullshitting people.
Pay to win. In one of them, yeah, you can buy all the gear, but you've literally just bought your way to the game being finished. There's nothing you can do now. It's not giving you an advantage meaningfully in PvP. A lot of that's like kind of normalized and flattened now. Plus, you'll get absolutely fucking curb stomped by somebody who's good at the game that's in similar or worse gear than you. Because again, a lot of this stuff comes down to, even if everything was equal, you could have no pay to win in an MMO, right? But the guy who would play the game for 12 hours a day while you're at your day job will absolutely fucking wreck you 99 times out of 100. For 99.9% of the population, pay to win is irrelevant when it comes to other people having power, because they would probably be better than you anyway, because you're just a normal guy that goes to a job. If you're like the top 0.1% and you're like, the games that you play, you get to the upper echelon of everything in the ranked ladders and things, then you probably don't care about this anyway, because you probably put in the time and the hours to grind and your skill makes up for the little differences. But if you're just like everyday man Joe who comes home to his wife and kids and plays a couple hours on an MMO or whatever, or just the average guy in general that splits their time between a partner, all the media, you know, friends, things like that, crazy things for MMO players to understand. I'm joking. Then this shit, it seems like it matters in your brain, and you might think it really matters to you, but the chances are is that it really doesn't. What does matter is that when the game is artificially limited for you, which is the main difference between Eastern and Western MMOs usually, there's way less convenience aspects in Western games than there are Eastern games. I think this is fairly true. I know some people are really going to disagree with me on a bunch of stuff I just said, but I just think this is what makes the most sense to me after playing these games for decades and following it very closely and having this conversation over and over and over again and making this same video about pay to win in MMOs, about individual aspects of it and things like that. It's almost always a waste of time to focus in on individual games and what they're doing, especially some when the game's not even released yet. You're talking about Throne of Liberty, the game's not out. The game is a failed experiment currently in Korea. The game's like virtually on life support. I mean, let me just double check that before I commit to it, because maybe it's like had a huge resurgence. Throne and Liberty is currently the 50th, the last place most played game in Korean PC cafes, PC banks. It's behind Palworld, Lineage 2 Mobile, Sword, I don't even know what that is, Sword of Cavalleria, Maple Story World, Roblox, Land of the Wind, Genshin Impact, Odin, Valhalla Rising, Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has more players. Blade and Soul, GTA 5, like, the game isn't doing well over there. There's obviously like new launch patch coming out for our version. There's obviously chances that they westernize the game, which is the big cope people are saying now, that, you know, they've given up on the Korean devs. They've given up on Korea. They're just throwing that money away apparently and abandoning the server. And I've heard this like a million times with Eastern games that have failed over there and then came over here. There's a chance that for whatever random reason, Throne and Liberty just like attracts a Western audience that they didn't design for specifically. But what we have to remember is that it's a game that has all the hallmarks of the other games that are released in that region, and it's foundationally built from that. So they can make the combat better, they can make X, Y, and Z better, they can make progression easier and things like that. But it is built atop a foundation of what they think Korean people enjoy, which is quite different when you look at what's the most popular games over there over the entire course of history to what is the most popular games over here. So do I think it's going to like do amazingly, and is it worthwhile having this conversation focusing in on Throne of Liberty? No, but we are again in that cycle of like new games trash, it's Korean, nobody should play it, to we've got to the point now where people are arguing that actually the pay to win's not too bad, when in reality it never is the thing that should stop you playing a game, unless it's a mobile game, almost certainly. because a lot of these games, the pay to win impacts everybody so differently that there's no way to even tell like what you think is too far. As well as I've said this a million times, a game that's good enough, people will accept almost anything. Like, you could have to sign a contract for a 99 out of 100 game that's just the best game ever made, where the contract says somebody will come to your house at 4 o'clock in the morning every day and wake you up by stamping on your testicles. And if it's a 99 out of 100, most people are going to sign that contract and be like, worth. So it doesn't seem to matter. I don't think pay to win is going to kill the game. I don't think it's even something that really needs to be discussed at this point. What needs to be discussed is why is it failed so badly over there and why would it be any differently over here? And I don't even think that's that important for most people who have a disposable income, who are probably going to buy the early access of this game, play it for 1 or 2 months and then probably quit forever, which is the cycle of mediocre MMOs. It's just what people do. So that's exactly what I'll almost certainly be doing, and that's kind of where I'm at with Throwing Liberty and pay to win in general. Will the pay to win stop me playing the game? No, it would have to be really, really egregious, like convenience stuff. I don't give a fuck with how I play games, bro, whether or not some dude in Slovakia or some guy in America or whoever it's going to be has better gear than me faster. I probably never see them, and if I do, you know, easier for me to cope with my mediocre skills and say, oh, he's just a swiper, he's just pay to win, and then move on with my life. And if it's that big of a deal, you know, it is what it is. I played Black Desert Online for a long time, and that's a massively pay to win and pay for convenience game, and the game's still fun for how I play it, and it's the same for a lot of people. So yeah, I feel like I'd be repeating myself at this point. So we might as well go over a couple more comments and then move on. And by move on, I mean end the video. If we both started WoW tomorrow and I bought an instant boost to level 70 along with 2 tokens allowing me to buy some of the best crafted and BOE items, I would be raid ready while you were still in Elwyn Forest. This is true. This is inarguably true. This is how modern retail WoW works. But it doesn't really matter because the other person could be level 70 in like 3 hours from starting the game. And those like BOE items and crafted are, there's like 1 or 2 slots you can do without doing another big grind, at least if it's the same as Dragonflight, and depending on where the patch cycle is as well. And there's like 1, maybe 2 BOE items that are worth it, but you'd go into a raid and get kicked out because you'd be dog shit at your class and your spec. So it wouldn't change anything unless you're talking about like a player who plays all the time and is good at the game and knows what they're doing, and you're both that, but you both start at the same time and one buys a boost and stuff. You're saving like literally like 8 to 12 hours of playtime. That's not the same as like saving months or years or literally never being able to do something as efficiently as somebody who buys like a $35 cash up item like in BDO. They're not even the same thing remotely. So while this is objectively true, it's deceptive in the way that it doesn't play out in the same way at all. You can make a fair point that the money invested doesn't put me at an advantage against established players, yeah, but it gives me a monumental advantage over anyone else who started at a similar point to me. It wouldn't, because you'd still be dog shit. You'd probably, if you're talking new player, you'd be worse. I'll make this argument all day and people might disagree with me, but even me, as somebody who's played WoW since 2000 and like since basically the original game came out, like the week of the game release, was it 2004? My brain's fucked. I played the game for that long. Not only that, I played the game at a very high level in both PvP and PvE for over a decade. Like since the very beginning, I didn't play like a crazy amount in vanilla because I was a child. In Burning Crusade, I was in like a top 50 Europe guild. I did all the raids. I was on the game every fucking day. I've done like pre-nerf some of the hardest bosses in the game when they were like heroic before Mythic came out and things like that. I've always been, you know, at the top couple % of the game is what I'm trying to say. And even now, if I boost the class I've never played to level 70 or whatever the current boost is, and then log into it, I am a useless fucking moron on that class. Like, I actually find it considerably worse to boost and have to read a guide with a bunch of skills. I don't know what their icon is. I don't know what the skill says or what it does. And I have to read something that's telling me like, oh, to play this class efficiently and do good DPS or healing or tanking, you have to press this one, this one, this one, and you need to, you know, line all these things up and do X, Y, and Z. And I don't know what any of this stuff looks like. I don't know how the class plays. If you level a class up from 1 to 70, it's quite fast, but you get skills like one at a time every couple levels or whatever, to the point where you at least kind of know where you're at. If you take somebody who's never played WoW before, who boosts to 70, and somebody who plays from 1 to 70 and has never played WoW before, I can almost guarantee, I would bet a fucking house on it, that the guy who leveled the class is not behind the guy who boosted. I'd say that they'd be ahead because they'd know how to play the fucking game. Now that guy could spend that leveling time sat there hitting dummies or whatever else, or, you know, paying for private coaching or whatever. I'd still say for the vast majority of people, the person with the hands-on experience of leveling and getting things individually at a time and knowing how they work and things like that and setting them up on their hotbars and whatever is probably going to do better than the guy that boosted. Maybe I'm wrong. I just know that for me, I played most of the classes, at least now at this point, but in Dragonflight I did buy some character boosts and it took fucking days to figure out what was going on. And that's as somebody who's played the game for a very long time. So make of that what you will. He then goes on to say he's paying money to circumvent a grind, which is the very definition of pay to win. Yeah, it's just the grind in retail WoW is so minuscule. It's kind of hard to like take it seriously, but objectively that is true. You are paying to skip a grind, but you also are paying to skip knowing how to play the game. And the grind is literally right now. It's and I'm using the word literally a lot. It is literally a couple of hours to get to level cap. To me, whether it's buying levels or buying gear, they're both damaging to the product and wish it didn't exist. True. And this is, yeah, exactly. That's where most people are on it. It's just like getting in the weeds aside from that. It is the same, technically, and it is damaging to the product, but there's varying degrees of damaging to the product, and there's vastly varying degrees of damaging to you, the player. But that is also going to vary player to player, right? Because some people, you could show somebody a game where it says, click here to spend $5.99 and buy Bastard Sword of the Ass Smasher, and this sword one-shots everybody in the game, and they'd say, that's not pay to win. If you could earn that sword from playing the game for 10,000 hours, people would still say, oh, but you could earn it in-game. Like, it just is what it is. It's a spectrum, as with most people on the MMORPG subreddit. Yeah, dear, they write themselves. Agreed. But within a few days, I'd have caught up. Yes. You also got to look at the way WoW's designed. You cannot buy BOEs before the raid's out. Yeah. You cannot buy crafted items before crafters have leveled up those skills and gatherers have acquired the materials and put them for sale. You cannot buy a level boost for endgame until the expansion story is complete. If you're not playing at the start of an expansion, then everything you do is catching up. Yeah, it's just very, very quickly. Like, retail WoW's designed to be played in very short bursts. Like, the content is so easy to catch up on, you do it in a couple of days, other than the actual difficult content, which again, there's no buying of boosts that will make you be able to do that and do it well. You either can or you can't, and the gear just amplifies your damage numbers. You will still wipe people on normal raids, definitely on heroic raids, and with 100% certainty on mythic raids, and the same with like mythic plus dungeons at high key levels, and you'll be a useless fucking moron in PvP, regardless of what gear you buy. So if you're buying to skip gear, it's so easy to get gear in WoW, and that's kind of, again, once you've got all the gear and you've done the encounters, there's nothing left to do in the game other than like collection stuff, which you can't really buy as a you know, pay to win aspect. That it's not the same with how people play the game, but it is objectively pay to win. It just, again, things impact games and people very, very differently, and the design of WoW is definitely less like offensively pay to win, as Eastern games typically are. People who are catching up and not winning, they are already losing and just losing less. WoW is definitely designed so that if you want to be close to that winning bracket by any measure, then you raid once a week from the moment that raid launches, and play a lot of Mythic Plus every week from the moment that launches. I think that anytime there's an economy in an MMO, you have to be very careful with the definition of pay to win. Is it pay to win for me to buy a fish from my friend for 10 silver so I can use my cooking skill to make one fish jerky and increase my stats? I've arguably paid for power, but in practice it's just a part of a healthy MMO and what makes them tick. If you were buying the gold to do that, then yeah, people would say that is, you know, I'd be comfortable saying that's subjectively pay to win. But at the same time, like, how much did it impact anything? Which is why it's a bit more of a nuanced discussion than just it's pay to win, game over, you know, never play, it's the worst shit ever. I don't think we need to keep hammering this one home. I think we've gone on for 26 minutes too long. But there we have it. I have nothing to show you other than my limp penis. That guy died the other day, didn't he? Fucking ripped to a legend. This is democracy manifest. You know what I'm talking about. But I am going to say, buy Game Assault. You can go to the link in the video description. Great company. They've been really supportive of me while I'm doing the move and everything. And they've sent me loads of new flavors of waifu juice, which is what I'm going to lovingly refer to it as from now on. And you can buy that as well at the link in the video description. And I get a kickback. You get a discount.
Now remember, that is where I, got the idea of calling commission kickbacks from Kira. So, for example, in this, I'm not sure if I have any affiliate links in this one. So if I have any affiliate links in the description, and you click on that, and you purchase something, or maybe a subscription to something, I'll get a kickback. You know, I might get like 10 cents. Who knows? I don't really know how much. Because usually I just sign up for the affiliate program, get the links, and just slap them in the description somewhere. Okay, so that is how affiliate links work, or affiliate programs work. If no one buys from your links, then you won't get any kickback. It's very different from a sponsorship, because in a sponsorship you are paid. You have a contract. You are paid. For example, you must create a video with this, and then if you do that and the client is happy, then regardless of any clicks or sale, you'll get your money. In an affiliate program, nope, you won't get any money if no one buys from your link, even if they click the link like a million times. If it's not pay to click, which it doesn't exist, I don't think it exists anymore, because pay to click can be easily abused. It's usually paper action, as they call it in marketing. Paper action. That means you click the link, and then you and the clicker buys something or pay something, and then from that something, from that payment, you will get, as the affiliate will get, maybe a 10% kickback from the payment. So if no one acted or engaged with your links, you won't make anything. You won't get any kickbacks. We finally fight the Empire in Spice. Spice Girls! Insane voice actor drama. This was like yesterday. I did not watch that. I wasn't interested in the title. Black Myth, Wakang. Space junk. Yeah, we need space ghosts to clear space junk. Sometimes even if I refresh, I still get the same thing over and over and over. The end of live service. Nah, nah. Live service will not end. World of Warcraft is live service. And I don't see it ending anytime soon. It says there, this is sad. Amazon gets desperate with Rings of Power, giving away show. What? Giving away show for what? Sometimes these titles are clickbaity or clickbait. Should NASA have to pay for falling space debris? Disney and Rakita Law use vile legal arguments. Who would have thought that this man is evil? Why? How? Because they look at that. They use vile legal arguments. Well, the word vile means you are evil. It's right there. Evil. Okay, you just move one letter. You just move the letter E in front of letter V, and you get evil. So, what this means is Disney and Rakita Law use evil legal arguments. Many of these content creators that are super popular are actually evil deep inside. They are hiding their evilness, their evilness within. Outside, they are charismatic and fun and intelligent sounding and articulate people. But out inside, that is the outside. Inside, they're evil. They're PDF files. Oh my goodness. If one day a story breaks out exposing Asmongold, I wouldn't be surprised. This guy reminds me of hey, look at that, of the dock. It's the dock light. What is this? Thirsty singles near you. Who's taking America's water? Ah, okay. So his definition of thirsty is literal thirsty. Thirsty for water. Okay, this was uploaded 16 hours ago. Let's see this. This could be funny. Ryan is always funny.
So, you have a Daredevil spin-off for me?
Yes, sir, I do. And I was thinking this one takes place after that movie, and we follow Elektra Nachos.
Oh, she's my favorite nachos, other than pulled pork. But didn't she die in the first movie?
She did, but she's gonna be brought back from the dead by a guy named Stick.
So Stick helps nachos, and you're sure these are people and not inanimate objects?
Oh, they're people, all right. So Stick trains her in an ancient martial art that gives you precognition and resurrection abilities.
Oh, she can see the future.
A little bit, sometimes, when I want her to.
Sick.
But then Stick is gonna kick her out of training.
Why?
She's having too many trauma flashbacks and it's messing with the flow of the movie. She's gotta go deal with that and grow as a character.
Gotcha.
So she becomes a contract killer and starts contractually killing people.
Does she go reconnect with Matt Murdock? They were kind of in love in the last movie. I'm sure you'd like to know that she's not dead.
Well, see, she would, but, you know, Ben Affleck costs money.
Right, okay, best pretend he doesn't exist anymore.
That's what I'm thinking. So then Elektra gets hired for a really big job, but she's got to go wait at this lake house for a couple of days.
Okay.
So then we're going to give the people what they really
Ben Affleck costs money.
living by a lake for quite some time, quietly alone.
Oh, hell yeah, take in some relaxing scenery, Elektra.
And she ends up meeting these two people, Mark Miller and his daughter Abby, and they end up getting close, and she thinks Mark Miller is quite cute, so she gives him a little kiss.
From Matt Murdock to Mark Miller, should we maybe change his name to something less similar?
No, but then she finds out they're the targets of her assassination thing.
Oh, plot twist.
Oh, thank you.
Thank me for what?
For implying that there was a plot to twist up until this point. That's so nice of you.
Okay, you're welcome, I guess. So this was one of the times she could not see the future, I guess.
Correct. And so then she decides to not go through with the murder because she doesn't want to go through with the murder.
Fair enough reasoning, sure.
But then as she's leaving this island, she sees two assassins that have been hired by this evil organization, the Hand, to do the assassination job.
Oh no, she's got to go stop those guys from doing the hand job.
Don't phrase it like that, please, but yes, she does.
Very exciting.
So she heads back and kills these two assassins with their super cool psi blades.
Oh, it's gonna be tough to keep this PG-13 if she's going around killing people with blades.
Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because see, when you kill a hand assassin, they turn into big old farts, so there's no blood at all.
Bloodless farts are tight. I wish I had some of those.
You need to talk to a doctor. So then the head of the Hand tells his right-hand man to take the hand matter at hand into his own hands.
What?
He tells his son and his group of assassins to go kill Elektra and capture Abby.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So why do they want to capture Abby instead of kill her now?
Well, it turns out she's a martial arts prodigy and they want to use her as a weapon. So Elektra brings them to see Stick.
See Stick like a branch floating in the ocean?
No, they go visit that old guy Stick and he's like, I'm not protecting these people, you protect these people.
A very rude Stick.
So Elektra tells them, okay, yeah, I'm not protecting you either, so you should definitely run away and hide somewhere.
Okay.
But then they're about to be attacked, so she's got to protect them.
Oh, she changed her mind extremely fast.
Yeah, well, see, she sees some bird graffiti move, so she's like, uh-oh.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Oh, well, see, one of the assassins is named Tattoo, and he can turn his tattoos of animals into actual animals, and then also back into graffiti and whatever he needs to do.
That's pretty specific.
It is. So she takes them to this country house with her murder for hire agent guy, but guess what? There's a freaking bird watching them there too.
Freaking bird who's a tattoo sometimes and also graffiti occasionally?
Super annoying. So then they're gonna get attacked again, and this agent guy is gonna sacrifice himself to buy them some time to escape through a secret tunnel.
This is one of those secret tunnel country houses?
Of course, yeah.
So does he buy them some time?
He does not know. He shoots a hole in the door and then pokes his head through it, so they kill him pretty much immediately.
Dang it.
And then Elektra's gonna get kissed by a girl who can kill things just by being close-ish to them.
Close-ish, so she didn't need to kiss her. That was kind of gratuitous.
Yeah, well, see, the thing about that is, look, I want to see that.
Fair enough.
But then Stick and his assassins are going to show up and save them.
Oh, and he's able to make people not dead.
He is. So Elektra gets all better after that super hot, super dangerous encounter.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Wow.
And Stick implies that this has all been a test as a part of Elektra's training.
Oh, sneaky Stick.
So now Elektra is going to astral project herself, which is a thing she can do.
Oh, she can?
Yeah, and she astral projectily challenges the bad guy to a big showdown because it's time to wrap this movie up.
Right.
And she finds out that this is the guy who killed her mom. So as you can see, I've raised the stakes and made this personal.
Oh, now it's personal.
But then this guy kicks her butt, and then Abby's going to show up and help, and they escape into a hedge maze.
Those have only ever been built for chasing people around them and attempting murders.
Exactly. So then Abby gets surrounded by thousands of tattoo snakes, but Elektra kills the tattoo guy, so that takes care of that.
Are the snakes okay?
Well, no, because they weren't real snakes. They were ink snakes that then, with powers, became flesh snakes and then physical snakes that could attack. And then when the host of the ink died, there was no, you just don't think about this too much.
Done.
So then Elektra manages to kill personal stakes guy, but Kissy Death Lady kills Abby.
Oh no.
Yeah, so then Elektra kills her with the longest psi throw ever. I mean, this thing travels and travels and travels and travels through hedges and finally turns that lady into the fart she deserves to be.
Wow, but Abby is dead.
She is, but then Elektra unlocks her resurrection powers by releasing all the rage she had inside of her.
I guess that's easy to do when you've just violently killed all the people you hate.
Yeah, and so that's about it. What do you think?
Well, I'm just happy we're able to get Jennifer Garner back as Elektra, you know, and hopefully if this does well, we can do that again sooner rather than later.
Hi, this is Ryan Jordan. Please enjoy
20 years for them to get Jennifer Garner back as Elektra. Okay, let me see what Callum Apton is doing or uploading these days. Whoa! Okay, I thought the Earth 2 drama was over, but it seems that 13 days ago there was an Earth 2 update. Let's go and check this out. Earth 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. I know, I can hardly believe it myself. We are, in fact, back for another video, talking about something we haven't spoken about.
Earth 2!
More than 2 years now at this.
Oh my goodness, that long?
The metaverse, Earth 2. And you might be thinking, Callum,
We need more Earth 2.
have happened in 2 years to warrant you making another video? And the answer to that is a lot, but also not. Bear with me, it will all make sense. But there is something that makes this video very special and a rare occurrence in the Earth 2 ecosphere. And for those who don't know what Earth 2 is, if you haven't watched my videos prior to 2 years, which I wouldn't blame you, of course, let me give you a little TLDR on what Earth 2 was, what's happened, and where we are. Earth 2 is essentially a platform advertised as the metaverse, as Ready Player One and The Matrix.
Nah, the metaverse already exists and it's called Second Life. It has existed for over 20 years.
Real life, you know, Earth $1, and you owned that land in the metaverse. Except there was no 3D metaverse, and you just own it on the website as essentially an image. Slowly they added a few features to that where you could gather resources and make digital buildings to go on there for when the 3D version of it comes out, and so on and so forth. Now, Earth 2 was advertised as a crypto kind of Web3 game. However, as of 2 years ago, absolutely nothing about the project was crypto or Web3. The buildings and tiles that you buy were not NFTs, for example, and the currency that you earned, called Essence, was not a cryptocurrency, despite them saying they were going to release a cryptocurrency called Essence. Now, you know me, I'm not a fan of NFTs, I'm not a fan of crypto, so it's whatever, right? But that's all.
Again, guys, if you're looking for a metaverse that is not a scam, you don't have to look any further. Just go to secondlife.com, create a free account, download a viewer. There are even third-party viewers. Download the viewer, install it, log in, and say hello, metaverse.
Features that are advertised as coming. For example, recently one of those features were we're adding raiding. No description of what raiding was. So I had multiple people tagging me from the Earth 2 community saying, what do you think about this? I don't think anything about it at that moment in time because there's literally no information on it. I'd got one person telling me it was going to be like Rust. Don't ask me how. I don't know. Others telling me it's going to be like 20 or 40 man raiding in World of Warcraft where we're all going to be killing a boss together. And then someone else telling me that it's essentially going to be like Raid Shadow Legends, where it's like a turn-based fight that takes a couple of days to happen, like a big battle. Again, by the way, just so you know, the 2D website, and of course, it was nothing like any of those three things. Not even close. So the Earth 2 community frequently take a bucket of L's. They are holding them almost permanently at this point. And this is something I actually want to talk about. The lack of clarity and also the recent updates. Now, before we get into the rest of the video, today's video is sponsored by Into the AM. And they make these bad boys. So I've been wearing these in recent videos, and I've had them for about a month now. These t-shirts are absolutely incredible. So Into the AM, if you don't know, makes fantastic t-shirts that are incredibly comfortable, super lightweight. The printed designs on these are unlike anything I've ever had. They're not these heavy crunch.
Speaking of t-shirts, let me spam my t-shirt.
Actually, like, really good quality, stretchy, they don't rip, they go through the wash and just come out as they were. The vibrancy of the colours on these prints is something that you won't find elsewhere. I own 3 of these, and if these designs aren't the sort of designs that you would wear, have no fear. Into the AM have hundreds and hundreds of cool designs, and there will definitely be something for you. So if you're looking for something cool to wear, or just looking to replace your whole wardrobe, these are a fantastic way to do that. For 3 of their basic t-shirts, it is $52.95 for 3 of them, and if you're after the graphic t-shirts like the ones I'm wearing, you can pick up 3 of them for $61.95, which, if you ask me, is an absolute steal for the quality of these t-shirts. Check out Into the AM in the description or the pinned comment below. Let me know which designs are more your style. And once again, a massive thank you to Into the AM for sponsoring this video, you absolute legends. So, without further ado, let's get back to some metaverse madness. I posted on Twitter because I had a lot of people telling me, oh, I bet you're not going to cover their crypto release. Oh, I bet you're not going to cover this. And then when I make a tweet regarding that, after it's not gone too well, they're all angry that I've now covered it, which to me is a little bit bewildering because you either want me to cover it or you don't. You don't get to pick when I do and don't, right? You can't say, well, it hasn't gone too well, don't cover it. But then if it has gone fantastically, say, why haven't you covered it? That's just very stupid. I think we can all agree on that. Now, I had quite a few people come forward and reach out and say, hey, I'd love to talk to you. But there is one that came forward and genuinely really surprised me. And that is Shane Isaac, CEO of Earth 2. Wanted to basically answer any questions I have, and he has. So this is going to be an interesting video. So let's get into the juice, shall we? The metaverse juice. So there have been rumblings in the belly of Earth 2. There have been bowel movements. And they've not all been particularly good. And of course, whenever I appear, it's usually because something has not gone to plan. You know, things have gone awry. So the first problem that has occurred has been a pretty big problem, and it's one that a lot of people have been talking about, particularly in the Earth 2 community. This is something that, for once, they actually see as a really, really big issue, and that is because it is. It's a huge issue. And that issue is that for the last 2 months, pushing towards 3 months, essentially withdrawals from the platform have been completely froze. Users who have put money in used to be able to take it out. And to clarify this for people who, once again, haven't been here in the last 2 years, you put $1 onto their platform and it is converted into $1 Earth dollar on a $1 to $1 basis. So what you put in is what is in the platform, and that price doesn't change. It doesn't shift. It's not a speculative market. It is a one-to-one, which is currently about the only thing it's got going for it, because these were frozen and people just could not withdraw money. And as of right now, they still can't. So as I said, Shane and the Earth 2 team, well, they offered to talk to me about these problems and answer these questions. And to their credit, I have got answers out of them that the Earth 2 community haven't. This is information that a lot of it is going to be quite new to the Earth 2 community as well, which I think this might be the start of a bit of a paradigm shift here, where the people who have invested in Earth 2 are now going to get more clear and concise communications and more transparency, because this is a really big step in the right direction for the Earth 2 users. So I'm going to read these questions off as I sent them to Earth 2. And to clarify, these were sent to the Earth 2 team. Most of these were answered by Shane Isaac, the CEO of Earth 2. Question 1. Over the last 3 months, it's quite well known that withdrawals have been suspended and have caused issues for many trying to withdraw from the platform, Earth dollars to fiat. There is a lot of speculation as to why, some of them more creditable than others. Is this to do with the MiCA implementation? And if so, what part of the regulations are causing the delay? Now, for you guys at home, MiCA is a new crypto fiat kind of banking regulation. It is too much to go in depth in, and that would be an entire video in and of itself. But the TLDR is many countries and many banks are now having to abide by the MiCA regulation, which regulates input and output of crypto and fiat and exchange, and essentially this is in place to crack down on the wild west that is just crypto scams, Web3 scams. Like, all of this has been rampant. It has been absolutely rampant, and everyone is aware of this, including people who support the crypto community, that they admit there are so many scams with no recourse, no liability. You're just scammed. So, and not to mention money laundering through the use of crypto to fiat and back and forth and so on and so forth. So, these regulations have been known about for the best part of a year, to be honest, and everyone who knows that they are going to have to abide by it has had plenty of time to make adjustments in preparation for the launch of MiCA. So naturally, there were suspicions that this is why Earth 2 are no longer allowing withdrawals. And there was never really a clear-cut response from the Earth 2 team. They've addressed it in a very roundabout, willy-nilly way of, we're working on getting withdrawals back up. Just hang tight. It's not our fault, it's something else, kind of thing. But there's never really been a concise answer. Until today. So here's their answer. It has actually been less than 2 months, but you're right. The withdrawal subject is actively discussed in our community. There is definitely some truth to your hunch, and it's reassuring to know that you did research into this speculation, as the MiCA situation has certainly been discussed within our community. To answer your question, one of our key banking partners is located in Europe and is therefore subject to the numerous regulations that MiCA introduces. These regulations naturally extend to their customers, us for example. And as you know, we provide a service to our customers whereby people can buy and trade digital goods. We have also recently released an ERC20 utility token, something our player base has been actively wanting for some time. This effectively introduced a new element to our business model, which was non-existent before. And although the token is something a large number of our players really wanted, there was always the possibility its introduction may disrupt parts of the business we had built to date, such as fiat withdrawal, as there are still many discrepancies between the Web3 and fiat worlds. The ability for players to withdraw from our platform is extremely important to us, and we are dedicated to resolving the issue in any way possible. We've been actively working on a number of different contingency plans which will allow players to withdraw their funds, and we plan to provide an update in the later part of next week. One of our key goals has been to create a platform where players can trade digital items instead of only being able to buy them. And to date, Earth 2 has also processed over $22 million in withdrawals to many happy customers who have brought and traded such digital items on our platform. Okay, so many people were expecting that by this week the withdrawals will have been resolved. Clearly that is not going to be the case. There's going to be, at least from what they say, in the next week, an update on what is happening. And the fact that they have contingency plans for this tells me that withdrawals aren't just going to be straight up restored as they were. That's my interpretation of that message. So for the foreseeable future, it looks like that's going to stay as is, but I'm sure in the next week people will have more information on that and will know more about that. Now, one of my criticisms that I forgot to actually ask them in this is, I believe that if you have had to freeze withdrawals, and there's no way around that, they've had to do that because of the regulations, I believe you should have frozen deposits. I don't think that's an unreasonable request to make. It seems very disingenuous to have this problem where you're able to take people's money, but you can't give it back to them. If that is the case, I would expect a company to freeze inputs and outputs, not just one. And I know they didn't choose to do the second one. That is a byproduct of the MiCA regulation. But playing devil's advocate here, they have had a year of knowledge of MiCA. Its introduction date has been known, and companies were given quite a large amount of time to prepare for this transition. And it seems that it just wasn't prepared for, which that is a fault on Earth 2's part. And next up, you may remember something that Earth 2 released, or you may not, because it was such an insignificant, I know they hate this term, nothing burger of an update. EPLs, or what did they call it? Earth 2 property locators. Essentially, this in its current form is a name for your property. Now, normally if you buy a tile of land in Earth 2, it's named A74XBY2769 or whatever, right? Just a non-readable name. Now, many people in the Earth 2 community bought these because it allowed them to name their land. It's like a human readable name, which is understandable. Now, originally, these were advertised as exactly that, along with in the game eventually, this will act as a kind of teleport mechanism to your land. So, naturally, instead of just purchasing this with digital currency or resources in the game, which again, resources do very little to this day, you instead purchased it with real money, through some hoops with real money. And they also advertised on release that you were going to have to buy it and then pay a yearly renewal fee, almost like a domain name, to keep that name. Now, we'll come back to that bit about the renewal fee and whatnot in a second. There's been an issue with this that is kind of bizarre, that I feel is really weird that nobody on the Earth 2 kind of community side has ever mentioned this. And the reason is that they have likely never even noticed this problem, despite paying upfront for the EPL. And that problem is that they actually don't work. Now, in its current state, people are buying this as a way to have better visibility on their property, right? It's so much easier to advertise the sale of a tile to someone as, hey, do you want to buy Callum land? Rather than, do you want to buy A764B321 la-di-da, jump through a hoop, whatever. So it makes sense, right? However, since day of release, or as far as we can check on the Wayback Machine, they haven't actually worked. And I mean that in the sense of, if you click a property that is named by the system, you know, that string of letters and numbers, you can click on properties, as in like what this... Oh god, this is where it gets confusing. On the property, you can click on properties to get a drop down that shows information about that property. Fine, whatever. However, if you do that on a property that has an EPL, or at this point, you know, has a name, you can't see the properties. It just errors. It just says an error occurred. And the only difference there is one has a name that you paid for and the other doesn't. And after digging into this, like a lot further with some of my friends and some of the Earth 2 community, it turns out that unless you are logged into Earth 2, you can't view properties that you purchased a name for. Now, please do correct me if I'm wrong, but if that is the only purpose right now of an EPL, and it doesn't work, that's essentially like paying to advertise one of your eBay listings, but instead having your listing being shadow banned. And it gets even weirder the more you dig into it, because if you dig into the HTML code of the pages for properties, you actually find out that there are so many weird clauses that cause this error to occur that are easy fixes, by the way, like single line of code fixes, but they just never have been fixed. There are random checks. If the width of your screen is more than 750 pixels wide, but you are not logged into Earth 2, then it will just say an error occurred, and you'll have to refresh the page, and it will still say an error occurred. So then you have to go off the website, and then back onto the home page. And so you just can't see these properties unless you are logged into Earth 2, but there's also that weird clause about screen width. I assume that's something to do with mobile, but that doesn't work either. Now, some Earth 2 community members told me that is intended, that you must be logged in. And to that I say, okay, but why do you not need to be logged in to view a property without a name? Because that just doesn't make any sense. So, but, you know, let's take their word for that. It's intended. Why doesn't it tell you that you need to be logged in to view that? That would be the next question. And then beyond that would be, why? If someone who is not already in the Earth 2 community is looking at potentially purchasing a specific tile of land to get into this, you know, like, I don't know, the Statue of Liberty, which would be named, why would you make it that they have to already have an account before viewing it, because you've now made the onboarding experience to your already difficult to onboard product infinitely more of a barrier. If I have to sign up to a game to even look into it, I'm not doing that. And neither is any gamer, because why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Well, I asked the team this, and Shane has responded. The core purpose of the EPL, Earth 2 Property Locator, is to allow players to teleport directly to a property inside Earth 2 version 1. We understand that there are some issues with the functioning on the website, however the EPL was introduced mainly as a feature for the E2 V1 experience, where you have an avatar and enter an EPL while inside E2 V1 and teleport directly to that property. Additionally, although EPLs have an annual fee to renew them, each year we have intentionally not charged a single penny to our players who own EPLs for this renewal fee, as we believe it should only be relevant once E2 V1 is launched and the service is active. So they haven't charged a renewal fee. Cool. People have still bought these though. This just begs the question, if it's a feature that is currently totally non-functional in its current state, in the state that you released it, and if anything is only more of a hindrance to the person who purchased it, now that people know about this inability to view it while logged out of Earth 2, why release it at all? And I mean, the obvious answer here is money, right? Let's not kid ourselves. The answer is money. But it still makes no sense beyond the money argument. It's just bad practice. It is once again following the E2 trend of sell something now, introduce it later. That's a future problem. So, question mark, I don't know. And in keeping with the theme of sell something now, sort it out later, comes possibly the most baffling of launches from E2. This one was actually a meme before it happened. I didn't think this would happen, but it has. E2 is now selling skins for E2. For Earth 2, they are selling skins. Now, I don't think I need to be the one to point out the problem here, because I think the problem points itself out. That problem is that there are currently no 3D avatars because there is no 3D game. This is like purchasing condiment for a meal that you've looked at on a picture in a book. You've looked at a meal in a cookbook, and someone has tried to sell you condiment for it despite the fact the meal is not in your room. That's really bizarre to me, and it's really bizarre to, I guess, anyone looking into this, because it just doesn't make sense. It's once again, take money for something now, worry about it later. And I'm gonna be honest, I hate to be nitpicking here, but just look at the skins. They'll be on screen right now. They are the most... Buy it off the asset store or get someone to design it once, and then just hue shift everything, make it neon vomit green, make it completely pure gold, including the plastic parts of the skins and the other material parts of the skins, just make it all gold. This is the most crypto bro thing I've ever seen, the most NFT thing I've ever seen, and yeah, in case you're wondering, the launch of skins also didn't go too well. So my question was, recently multiple limited skin launches have allowed the end user to purchase more skins than are actually available. This is an issue that the team have already had to deploy a hotfix for during LAN sales. Likely not an identical fix, but the same concept. Are the limited run items still not using transactional databases despite this happening prior? And I talk about this happening prior because usually whenever Earth 2 sell land in a new country, somehow more land is sold than there actually is. We've got a duplication of people purchasing land or buying more than is actually available. And this isn't speculation before the Earth 2 community jump on me. They've admitted to that. You know it's happening, everyone else knew it happened, and they've had to rectify it after the fact. So there were 40 skins that were up for sale. And I can't remember the exact figure, I think it's like 145 or something, but either way, more skins sold than were available.
Maxim Barokas says,
this is the only use case where them actually having them as NFTs would have made any sense, because it would have stopped that during the mint process. But they are not NFTs. It's just a pinky promise that you own that thing. and no one else does. So the things that do use crypto in Earth 2 aren't going too well, and the things that aren't using crypto should have been using crypto because that problem would have been solved.
Hello!
But Earth 2 responded to this question. We are aware of this issue, and up until last weekend, there were a few cases where the skin oversold by 1 or 2 due to high demand.
So basically, Earth 2 is selling items
Discovered in game via the ecosystem
that won't exist until the 3D game is released. Okay, that is the, it's very typical. It's like Star Citizen selling concept ships, something like that.
Only option, which had only 40 skins available. The sudden high demand of players purchasing the skin within the same few seconds caused our system to process it to oversell. Our developers have reviewed this issue through the week and believe they have applied a fix that will avoid it from happening again. We will continue to monitor this closely. Now, the reason that this is problematic is because Essence, that they just mentioned, at this point in time, is now actually a cryptocurrency, and do not worry, we're going to get to that because they did release their cryptocurrency. But the problem here that they can oversell at all in a game where eventually these transactions are going to be blockchain based and irreversible from the point of Earth 2.
That's why when it comes to the metaverse,
is kind of worrying. And
just look at Second Life, okay? It's 20 years old. And the currency used in Second Life is not crypto.
Over the last year, there
has nothing to do with crypto.
Showcasing,
and you can cash it out directly.
What the game is going to be, things you
to your PayPal account. You don't have to go to a web market or a crypto market or an NFT market.
That does not represent the
Just sell your Linden dollars back to Linden Lab, and then cash it out in PayPal. Simple.
I died laughing at one of these videos, which I didn't really have any criticisms of the graphics. They were kind of like, okay, cool, whatever, I guess. They weren't great, they weren't terrible. I don't really care. But during these videos, one of the things that everybody pointed out is Earth 2 can never just show something. They have to make a statement that is factually untrue. And in this video, there were 2 cases of this that people pointed out immediately without me even having to look into it, and I noticed them too. One of them is they have obviously said that there are no loading barriers or loading zones in the Earth 2 metaverse, right? In the 3D world. There is clearly a case in this showcase where a player jumps into an elevator when going into a building and there is loading taking place, right? The elevator works as a loading screen. You are stuck in a little capsule while the outdoor unloads and the indoors loads. Because from outdoors, the indoors of the building is a picture, and from the indoors, the outdoors seems to also be a picture. So there has to be some loading taking place there for this to occur. Again, no one cares if there's a loading screen or not, or if that is what's happening. That's pretty standard in gaming. However, it's the fact that it has to be stated that that is happening while people can see that it's not, or state that it isn't happening while people can see that it is. Which brings us on to the big one. In this video, there is a part where they say that they have centimeter accurate collision in the simulation of this game, which again, I've never heard any gamer ask for. But to say it is a weird flex. But if they did it, cool, whatever, right? It's a good showcase. However, in true Earth 2 fashion, the problem here is simple. Literally, as they have it on the screen, telling you that they have millimeter or centimeter, I can't remember, accurate collision, there are marbles rolling down a hill to demonstrate this, like 20 marbles. At the same time, like 5 of those marbles straight up fall through the floor and do not collide with it. Like, they just clip through the floor. I already know the Earth 2 community are going to say, or the vocal Earth 2 community, are going to say, oh, that's so pedantic, that's so picky, why do you care? The reason people care about this and that they are pointing it out is you are saying one thing as a fact in your video while simultaneously visually disproving it at the same time. You say X while Y is happening. You could have just not said it. and no one would have cared. They might have laughed a bit, saying, wow, look at these clipping through the floor. But it's more of a clown show when you clearly haven't even watched your own video back after editing it. Because if you did, you would look at that and go, that's a really bad look for us. And then later in the video, you have a scene in the city of this kind of like Halo Pelican looking dropship moving in.
I don't care. I don't think they care about looking bad anymore. They know that they have the core audience that will buy whatever snake oil they sell.
Notably popping on trees, repeating patterns on the landscape, and mentors only doing a half rotation in their animation before snapping back to a default pose. In comparison to the showcase videos of Earth 2 around 5 months ago, there is a notable decrease in quality. Is there a reason for this? Now, those videos, like I say, the graphics weren't phenomenal, they weren't terrible, but in recent videos that were put out by the Earth 2 team and Shane himself, the quality of the graphics have gotten noticeably worse. And like I say,
maybe they are optimizing it for lower end PCs.
honestly comparable to Crisis 1. Like, it's like a jump scare how quickly they pop in. And these aren't even at a large distance from the player. And we know that because the tiles that are being sold are visible on the map. So you...
Ah, look at that. They have Second Life level textures. Okay,
and their response to
Second Life was made like 21 or 20 years ago. To have Second Life level ground textures is, I guess, an accomplishment.
than when ran on a PC with good graphics cards. Some of the other footage is also recorded on different machines with different settings, especially the output resolution, which may also be the reason you're noticing.
Yeah, I think they are trying to scale it for underpowered, because while I was like looking for games in Steam, my goodness, some of the games I've seen, their minimum system requirements for graphics is an RTX.
It may be that one of the devs just
What? Oh my goodness. There will come a time that the minimum is an RTX, which means I'll have to buy an RTX. And I hope when that time comes, the RTX, there will be a super cheap RTX video card.
Visual fidelity
or an AMD equivalent.
Really big issues, because the people that do eventually...
Maybe I should look into
most of them
the Chinese version of NVIDIA's RTX.
maxed out gaming PC.
Maybe that'll be 100 times or 10 times cheaper,
as they say. So there's going to be huge issues there if that level of quality drop is happening from a mobile GPU, or sorry, a laptop GPU to a desktop GPU, and even then, those being the highest tiers of those GPUs. And of course, next up we need to talk about one of the biggest issues that I think is really going to come back and bite Earth 2 in the ass. Like, monumentally. So, my next question to the Earth 2 team was this. Many have criticised the actions in the Earth 2 Discord from the very beginning, stemming from the very heavy-handed moderators choosing to ban users for mildly critical discussions as misinformation, despite their post being posed as a question and not a fact. However, any positive misinformation is left completely unchecked, allowing other users to see a completely false side of Earth 2. This goes for statements such as price predictions, players adamantly stating what a vague update is, and being objectively wrong. The team have allowed rumours of an Nvidia partnership to circulate for the best part of 2 years without ever addressing this. Likely because it looks good without Earth 2 having any risk when it doesn't happen. This has created an echo chamber of high-profile users stating objectively false information in the Discord to new and old users alike. Are there any plans to address this? Now, before I get onto their answer, I want to explain why this is such a harmful thing for both Earth 2 and new users that are looking at joining the platform. Essentially...
Honestly, if they launch the 3D version of Earth 2,
nobody knows what Earth 2
I would be very amazed.
Meme ever since I started covering it. Us YouTubers would ask the Earth 2 team and the Earth 2 community, what is the game? Like, just what?
There is no game.
what it is.
It'll be just like Second Life. Second Life is not a game. Second Life is it's more of a 3D social platform where you can do anything you can imagine. Yeah, if you want to be a dog, you can be a dog. You want to be a box, you can be a box. You want to be a tree, you can be a tree.
Think that it's going to be Ark Survival Evolved.
My only issue, as I've said many times, my only issue in Second Life is because they do allow a lot of things. They even allow you to have a child avatar, which I totally not agree with. That is my only issue with Second Life, and that is allowing child avatars in
the reason for
in world.
People start speculating on what the game is going to be
Because it's super creepy and it makes people sus.
It's removed. They're shunned.
Why?
From the Discord, they're muted.
Why are they having relationships with child avatars?
I'm telling you now. And this is allowed
seriously
for months at a time, or years in the case of some, speculation. While Earth 2 isn't saying, yes, that's what this is, they are confirming this in the minds of people by removing what they don't want you to think it is and allowing what they want you to think it is.
I guess Earth 2 will not have child avatars. Which is great. Hopefully they will not release child avatars.
And it's funny that they say that, because this is a road that goes both ways, right? If you don't like the speculation that YouTubers have on this game that has nothing to go off of, like, I truly believe that the team don't even know what it's going to be yet, and they're just fumbling together any idea that may catch attention from someone. But if you look at it, and you have to speculate, which you have to because no one knows what it's going to be, you have to take the good with the bad. If people think this is going to be a monumental flop because it looks like a hodgepodge of half-baked cookies all in one jar, rather than a holistic experience, which this is kind of how bad this gets. Because here's something that kind of needs to be said. What Earth 2 have shown so far is mini demos of what I wouldn't call games, but experiences inside one world, such as a shooter experience, which I'm going to show on screen, where they've showcased recently, where you just shoot orbs that float around and a point on a scoreboard just goes up. That's it. And people are like, oh, this is to target the shooter audience. Okay, cool. If someone likes shooters, they are going to go and play a holistic experience of a shooter. They're going to go play Halo Infinite. They're going to go play Call of Duty. They're going to play Apex Legends. Because there's rumors that there's also going to be an RTS in there as well. If someone wants to play an RTS, they're going to go play StarCraft. They're going to go play some other RTS, right? They're going to play a holistic experience that fulfills the need that they are looking for. There seems to be this misconception, and this is another create the problem, sell the solution type deal, which is, but you can't play all of them together. Right, okay, but no one is looking to play all of them together. I will be sat there playing RuneScape, and then one of my friends in RuneScape will be like, do you want to go play Halo? And I'll be like, yeah, let's go play Halo. We want to play a shooter, so we go and play a shooter. You don't need to bring in my Bandos Godsword from RuneScape into a shooter to have that be fun. Like, it is not a need. So if every game that they're putting in here is a half-baked, nothing source experience in comparison to what is out there offered for free, people just aren't going to play it. I'm sorry, and this isn't me speculating, this is just me saying. The modern gamers that you need to target with Earth 2, because they need the modern gamers. And this is another problem. For Earth 2 to have a sustained ecosystem, because currently the investors are all there to take money out, to take more out than they put in. For that extra amount of money to come out, somebody needs to be foregoing that money. Money needs to go in with no intention of that money coming out. And that is going to be the gamers. In their ecosystem they've proposed, that will be the gamers. Putting money in to play the game, and then the investors being able to cash out on that. Long term, I know for now there's investor money and whatever, but investors aren't going to want their money to just be pissed away or pissed up a wall. Like, it needs to make money in the long term, which needs permanent investment from gamers. But here's the problem. Gamers are not going to gravitate towards what is being shown or offered or proposed. And I think that's going to be a really big hurdle for Earth 2, because that is going to be the make or break. They need to reach a critical mass of people putting money in and not taking it out. And as it stands right now, with everything that's proposed, their inclusion of crypto has already wiped out 80% of their target audience, which is the gamers. They're gone. They've packed up shop and left. And the remaining gamers, you need to convince them that this is a game that has worth to it, value. And I'm not talking monetary. In fact, you need these gamers to not want to make money off the game. Every time I speak to the Earth 2 community about this issue, I get the same nonsense answer. When I say, why will a gamer choose this game over other games? Oh, because they can make money off it. No, it doesn't work that way. You can't have everybody making money off of this. This whole passive income nonsense does not work. It doesn't work. There is no passive income in this game. For half of the people to be making passive income, half of the people need to be paying that passive income. But anyway, let's go.
If you want to make or earn or have passive income in a metaverse, again, Second Life. Okay, Second Life. Everything in Second Life is user generated. Everything from skins, from avatar body, they are made by users. For example, there is a game, a fishing game in Second Life called Seven Seas Fishing Game. And it was last updated like, what? Over 10 years ago. Okay? It has never been updated since the last update. But the creator of the game, they're still making money off it. And that is passive income, because in the game, to enjoy the game, you'll have to buy bait. Okay? Especially if you want to join competitions or fishing tournaments, you'll have to buy bait. And this bait, the creator doesn't make the bait every time. It's already there. It's in the vendor. They coded it once, and they're making money from it. Every time someone buy the bait, they make money. That is passive income. They haven't updated the game for over a decade, and there's still a big community around it. There you go. The same with the other fishing games. The other games, especially the other games. For example, right now I'm doing Lindo, where I grow virtual flowers. The creator of this, although it's updated, I'm not sure if it's updated regularly, but it's updated, I guess, by fixing bugs or something like that. But the creator is just, after he completed the system, it's running well. Unless he wants to add new features, he can just sit down there and cash in from all the Linden dollars he's getting.
Get on to the answer from the team. We acknowledge the concerns raised regarding the moderation of the E2 Discord, and as you may be aware, we have been transitioning to a new community management.
For example, I have a donation device that I created like maybe again over a decade ago. It was selling like hotcakes back in the day. Well, it's not selling much now because there has been better donation devices created by more capable coders. I'm not a very good coder, but I was able to make this one of the earlier donation device with a graphical that shows the progress with a graphic. Anyway, so back then it was selling a lot. Now it's not selling too much, but from time to time I would get a sale. And that is passive income. I haven't updated that thing for many years, and I'm still getting sales from it. Although not a lot, maybe from time to time, but still.
Team over the last 12 months or so. And it's important to understand that during this time, there were challenges in maintaining consistent communication and moderation standards. Our new community management team is dedicated to improving transparency and ensuring that all discussions are fair and balanced. However, there may be inconsistencies in how information was managed, including the handling of critical discussion and the oversight of positive misinformation. Our team is continually working on implementing clearer guidelines for moderation to ensure that both critical and positive discussion are treated fairly. We are also committed to addressing rumours and misinformation more promptly to prevent the spread of false information. Earth 2's goal has always been to create a safe, open and honest environment where players can engage in constructive discussion and receive reliable information about Earth 2. In addition to this, we have on occasion reached out to people, even some who post videos on social media, to ensure that they are sharing the correct information. So we do ask that any information shared on social media be factually accurate, even when the intention is to talk up the project. With regards to your comment about Nvidia, we speak with a lot of people in the industry, and we felt it would be better to not say anything as opposed to hyping up the project. So you have our intentions wrong on that one. So, clearly Earth 2 are aware that this Discord echo chamber is a big problem. I mean, the harsh reality, which I find quite funny, is while these vocal Earth 2 minority are lying to boost, you know, bump up their bags and boost the project's visibility, they're actually doing harm in the long run. Because what happens is, people see what they're claiming, they will come to the project, and then the things that were promised aren't there. And that reflects badly on Earth 2. Even though Earth 2 didn't say it, they will just lose a lot of potential people from that. So, I mean, yeah. I trawl through the Earth 2 Discord on a daily basis because it is a morbid fascination of mine. The things I see said in there, it's some of the wildest stuff. Just absolutely bonkers. And it's always the same 10 culprits, right? It is the same 10 people who have kind of convinced themselves that because they are the only ones talking about Earth 2 in a positive light, that they are Earth 2. And that everything they says is kind of like the all-encompassing echo chamber. But what's happening here is, you need to look at the amount of users Earth 2 has and how many are actually vocal. Because I'm not calling them a vocal minority to throw shade their way or anything like that. It is just a fact that the vocal members of the Earth 2 community are a very, very, very small minority. They are a drop in the ocean. For every person that is vocal in the Earth 2 Discord, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people that are not. For every one that is. But I digress. Now, the last thing I want to touch on is something that I asked them about crypto. Because yes, they released a crypto recently, and I have been on Twitter talking about the fact that the crypto has been kind of falling off a cliff face. And the Earth 2 people seem to really, and I'm not talking about Earth 2 themselves, I'm talking about the Earth 2 community, seem to absolutely hate the fact that I'm talking about their crypto essence. Now, what I find funny here is they were the ones who kept saying, oh, crypto's about to launch next week, can guarantee Cal won't talk about it. Basically saying like, you know, oh, that'll shut him up. He'll have nothing negative to say about that. So then I talk about it, and they're now angry that I talk about it. And every time that I mention about the fact that the price reflects interest, right? People say, but the whole crypto market's going down. But this coin, look at this coin, that's gone down the same amount. And I'm thinking, right, okay, but we're talking about Earth 2 specifically. Like, we're talking about the fact that there are huge Earth 2 essence holders that are dumping massive amounts, or had dumped massive amounts. That shows sentiment. And I know I don't need to explain this to you guys. I'm not going to try and mansplain to you. You understand what I'm saying here. If they want to take the wins and say, oh look, Essence has gone up, they can't ignore the losses of, well, Essence has now gone down 3 times as much as it went up yesterday. You have to take the wins with the losses and look at it objectively. So I asked the team about this. Why did the team choose to release Essence during a crypto crash despite stating that they were absolutely not going to do it as it would look bad? Many claim it is to resolve the withdrawal issues for now, but it currently doesn't, as Earth dollars cannot be translated into Essence via any means. And this is another thing. A lot of people are saying, well, the withdrawal issues don't matter because they've added crypto, so you can put crypto in and out. Yes, you can do that, but the problem is you can't translate your real-world money balance that you put into Earth 2 into Essence. That money is still stuck. So this is not a solution to the problem at all. It quite literally does nothing to solve it. And Earth 2 team responded, hindsight is always 2020. If you look back at history, you will always see when something could or should have occurred. Having said that, we launched Earth 2's utility token Essence at a time we were advised to, shortly after the Bitcoin halving event. We did expect the markets to remain more calm during this period, but even taking the recent market conditions into consideration, we feel it's not doing too bad. As Shane has mentioned a number of times online, we're always expecting a transition period where players have been mining Essence for over 3 years and would sell once the token launches. There have been many also eagerly scooping up Essence as others sell it as well. We expect this transition to go on for some time longer, and hopefully the timing with our launch allows this transition to take place as we lead into possible better market conditions later this year or early next year. One final thing I'd like to point out is that the Essence token is completely player traded. So it's organic supply and demand you are seeing in the external trade of Essence, and not propped up trades we often see from other projects. We understand this can change, for good and bad, but as of today, the 12th of July 2024, even with a 24-hour drop in our token price, the following statement has been copied and pasted from CoinGecko and shows the Essence token is significantly outperforming the global crypto market. With a price increase of 22.3% in the last 7 days, Earth 2 Essence is outperforming the global cryptocurrency market, which is up 3.5%, while outperforming when compared to similar Ethereum ecosystem currencies, which are up 12.7%. Now, while at the time of recording this, that statement on CoinGecko is true, I looked at it back then, I actually forgot to get a screenshot, but yes, it did say that. The problem is, from everything I can see, CoinGecko doesn't dispute between shitcoins, rug pulls, and utility and stable coins, right? Or within the Ethereum ecosystem. The problem is Earth 2 is like here on the timeline, right? On the kind of performance line. And then you've got a slew of things behind it that are rug pull coins, shit coins, meme coins, and the problem is the statistics here are being slightly propped up by a lot of those shit coins that were never meant or never going to actually go anywhere other than down. So, I don't know. I'm a bit unclear on this because that statistic doesn't really hold any value in my eyes, but they're not wrong. I think a lot of this problem comes from all the Earth 2 YouTubers that have just put out the wildest claims that have been kind of perpetuated as fact. Earth 2 will launch at $10. It'll be no lower than $1 after the first week. And it could even possibly be around the $50 to $100 mark per coin. This is the problem because the community set themselves up to fail. They set these expectations, they drag people into the project, and then they just show a flaccid penis. And that is what has happened here. And this is why I talk about the whole Earth 2 community will be an accelerant for the death of this project. They will, because they're not doing any good by perpetuating nonsense like that. Now, in addition to all this, Earth 2 have posted an update regarding their withdrawal problems, and they said that there is going to be an update on their plans to resolve it by around the 31st of July. Now, they've not actually proposed... I don't know anything about their plans. I don't know what they aim to do to temporary fix or resolve this, but if it's not withdrawing your money one-to-one as it was, it's not going to be a satisfactory fix, because it will go against what people were told they could do when they put their money in. But that is yet to be seen, so we will be seeing what their plans on that are very shortly. But yeah, that's it. A lengthy recap of kind of what's been going on with Earth 2, updates, and I may make another video covering stuff as they apparently have a beta coming out soon, a closed alpha test of their 3D world, and I mean, hey, with this one, I'm going to let the product speak for itself. I do not have high hopes. I genuinely don't. From what I've seen, I don't have high hopes, but I think that whatever happens in this alpha, closed alpha, even though it's NDA'd, it is going to get out there. It will get out there. People will go to YouTubers, they will show them what's going on. If there's just a catastrophic amount of bugs, people will find out about that. If there are systems that make no sense, people will find out. And yeah, I'm interested to see what happens with that. But yeah, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching, and
Okay, so I'm also interested in... I don't have any money to burn for crypto based metaverses. Most of them are scams, but I'm interested in the goings on of Earth 2. I do hope they're able to, successfully launch their 3D world. Because right now, people are just buying JPEGs, much like in Star Citizen with their concept ships. They're buying JPEGs. Here, you're buying literal JPEGs because they don't have a 3D world right now. What they have is a picture of planet Earth divided into small squares, and those squares you can buy them, and that will be your property in Earth 2. Uh, from what I know, once the 3D world is released, you'll be able to build on your own land. So there you go. You can build, you can mine, you can produce, build, mine, produce, and what you build, mine, or produce, you can sell them to other suckers. Excuse me, other players so that they can use them as resources to build as well or mine or produce. So it's gonna be the cycle. That is going to be the cycle, and then if you have an excess, you can sell it to the market or cash it out because it's crypto. Well, now it's crypto from how I understand it, and you can cash it out. Okay, so anyway, if you're interested in making money in the metaverse, I just suggest you go and join Second Life. Although the learning curve is a little bit kind of steep, but once you get it, even I still don't understand many aspect of Second Life, and I've had my account for what 17 years. Although the most success I got in Second Life was way back in maybe 2007 to 2009. um I forgot which year. I think it's 2009. um I've never put in any money in Second Life, but in 2009 I was able to cash out 2000 US dollars. 2000 US dollars. Imagine that. Now, sadly, I haven't replicated that success because time has changed and everything changes. And if you're not on top of it, of the changes and what's trending, um, you'll have a hard time, continuing your success. Besides, for example, there's a lot of business and regions and lands that have they appeared and they disappeared. One day they're there, the next day they're gone. Anyway, I know if you are a content creator, if you have skills in making things that you think avatars will buy, like skins. Of course, you need good skins. There are a lot of recycled skins in Second Life because there was a time in Second Life where copy botting was really rampant. I'm not sure if it's still rampant. So you'll find a lot of recycled skins. So beware of that. Also, that is a risk that you'll have to take if you're going to build a business in Second Life because I'm not sure if copy botting has been solved. Now, for example, you made a really wonderful mesh body, It's really great. I'm not sure if there's a risk that someone might just, steal it with a copybot program. Although, again, I'm not quite sure if copybotting is still a problem in Second Life. I haven't followed that particular issue. I have no interest in copybotting. Anyway, okay, so that was Earth 2. It was nice to hear an update for F2 from Callum.
Ladies and
Okay, let's see if he has other interesting videos. How Fortune ruined an auction. The death of Cube World. What is Cube World? The death of RuneScape. The fall of a legacy. That was 4 months ago. Scars of Honor. Scam. Kickstarter. MMO. Let's see. All those, most of these are like super old. Metaverse. What is that? Metaverse. Caught using AI. Magic the Gathering. Using free assets. I don't really care if a game is using free assets. PUBG used a lot of free assets. As long as the game is fun to play, it's not a scam. It's a legitimate game with fun gameplay mechanics. I wouldn't really care if the game was built with free assets. Okay, let me watch this. Scars of Honor scam Kickstarter. What is this about? Obviously, it's about a scam Kickstarter called Scars of Honor.
ladies and gents, if you have been watching my channel over the last 2 years, which I hope you have, that might be why you're here now, the title of this video may be very confusing to you. And I understand, right? I'm going to explain this whole thing and essentially keep people up to date on what's going on with this project. Because I get emails basically every day asking me, hey, look into this project. Have you seen this Kickstarter? I think this is a scam. Have you looked into this scam? And I actually appreciate that because while you guys are doing that, well, you've probably noticed that a lot of my video ideas come from you guys tipping me off, you know, about Kickstarters or about blatant scams. And I appreciate it, it's great. However, I have seen lots of people posting about this. And of course I'm talking about Scars of Honor. Now, I understand that not everybody has watched every one of my videos and therefore don't have the context at hand. So, I'm going to lay down some context here because I feel that today, of all days, is probably the best day to clarify all of this. I get emails, Twitter DMs, Discord messages, you name it, daily, weekly, and a lot of them recently have been about Scars of Honor, saying, hey, I think this is a scam, can you look into it? And a lot of people don't know that I've already made a video on Scars of Honor. And, in fact, I kind of wanted to make this video to clarify it, specifically today, because today is the day that they have launched their Kickstarter. And due to that, there has been yet another massive influx in my inbox of, hey, is this a scam? Hey, I think I've found the next MMO scam for you. Now, if you have watched my channel for the last 2 years, you will know that I have actually been over in Bulgaria on 3 separate occasions, which is where Scars of Honor are located in Sofia. I've been over there, and I have actually been consulting with them. So I'm going to just, before I go into this video, because I feel it would be a very biased take to say I've consulted for these guys, no, it's not a scam. So I think I need to quickly just lay it all out on the table, you know, flop it out. So here's what's happening. So before I give you any opinions, and by the way, regardless of what I'm about to tell you, I'm going to be completely plain, blunt and open about this, as I'm not being paid to say anything about this game. Let's clarify that. After I first went over for a visit to just go and check out their studio when they invited me over, I realised that this is a project that's actually kind of interesting and I wanted to follow it up a bit further. Now originally, I'm going to be honest with you, because I was honest with the CEO about this, the only reason I went over in the first place is because I thought to myself, well, if it's a cool MMO, fantastic. If it's a scam, fantastic. I've got content, right? Content to make. Now, after going over there and meeting the team and looking behind the scenes, I was pleasantly surprised to find out that this wasn't 2 guys in a basement with a fake office that they photoshopped on their website, like pretty much every MMO that is claiming to be built. I turned up there to a proper block of, you know, offices in the middle of Sofia, not in someone's basement, and there was a full team of people. Obviously, since COVID, a lot of them are working remotely now, but even still, there were like 20 people in the office at that time, you know, working on an actual game. So this kind of intrigued me, and while I was over there, they were asking my opinion on things. What do you think of this dungeon that we're making? What about these boss mechanics? How do you think this skill system should work? What about these abilities? We sat down for a whole day chatting about this, and you guys have probably seen me in some photos at the Beastburst Entertainment office, and some people have, I mean, I guess why, I understand why they assume this. People have assumed that I am working for the company. I'm not. They have paid to fly me out there on numerous occasions and paid for me to consult. Basically, sit down with them, go through their plans and tell them this is a bad idea because XYZ. This is a great idea because XYZ. So with that said, that is what I had been paid for over the last 2 years, but I am not a developer for them. I am not a shareholder or anything like that, okay? So with that said, and the increased volume now of people asking me about this game, if it's a scam, I feel I can at least offer a very unique perspective into this game and this company. And to clarify, this was part of the clause when I was consulting, that I could still talk freely, openly, and candidly about this game. And obviously my thoughts around it, including what I said to them in consulting, within reason, and basically tell you guys what I do and don't like about this game. So before I go into my in-depth explanation here and my unique perspective, let's just take a look at the Kickstarter, shall we? Because, give you guys some context. If you guys want to follow along, there will be a link on screen and in the description. Full disclosure, that is a referral link. So let's jump in and look at this. So yes, they are looking for £200,000 rather, and I want to clarify this now because I can give a unique perspective, right? That amount of money is not to create the entire game, right? No MMO is being built for £200,000, we all know that, right? So this has also led to a lot of people emailing me in the last like hour or two, or messaging me saying it's definitely a scam. Here's look at the amount they're asking for. So they actually clarify this themselves in the campaign, but I also have this perspective. But I also have a unique perspective where I know this from looking from the inside out. I've seen their finances; they've been shared with me. Their kind of runway and everything, investment tables. I know all of this. So to clarify, the money that they have already had invested in this, I don't know if I can tell you the exact amount, so I'm not going to, but I'm going to tell you this. They have already had over $1 million invested in the game. Well over $1 million. They have also spent well over $1 million already on the development of the game, on the development, employment of people, all of these things, on software, hardware, you name it. They've already spent like a load of money. They've spent more than they're asking for now. So what I'm saying with that, and like I say, they mention this down in the campaign on Kickstarter as well. So let's say they raise the 200,000. It would be absurd and stupid for them to run with that money. like a lot of other companies have, because here's the thing. Their company's already like $1 million down, at least $1 million in the negative, right? Because the game's in development. This money wouldn't even pull them out of the negative, so it's not a case where it would make any sense for them to run with this money. Also, the game is going to be free to play on launch, which is really important. That they're not asking for any money from people, aside from the Kickstarter. Now you might be thinking, so why are they asking for £200,000? Is that the make or break? Is like that the big difference? No, unfortunately, investors that are investing in MMOs and big projects like this, they use Kickstarter as a metric to kind of gauge in player investment, not money-wise, but player interest, I guess, is the right wording for it. So that is why they are doing this. They've got investors already that, like I say, have put $1 million or a couple in their pockets for this. And when they come to the next round of funding, to be able to get more money and better rates on these investments from the investors, they have to prove that people are interested. And unfortunately, for an MMO that requires such a big budget, it doesn't look great doing that on Kickstarter. However, that is how it works, unfortunately. Same goes for a lot of small indie games now. They're counted as unreliable, so an unreliable or unproven investment. So yeah, the investors want more proof. I guess that makes sense, right? And getting into what this actually is. So Scars of Honor is an old school MMO, and I'm going to clarify a few things about this, because a lot of people seem to not understand what that means. A lot of people think that means we tried to make an MMO and it doesn't look great, so we're calling it old school. Which isn't the case, but I can see why it would look like that. However, like I say, I've met the team, and something that has amazed me about this, like truly amazed me about this game, the CEO is actively involved in the programming of the game and the development of it. He was a lone developer on this for a year and a half before he ended up hiring a full team with, the backing of an investor that he knew through something else. And then obviously other investors came along and also started backing this, and the team grew and grew and grew. But when you go, when I go and visit there, it feels like a second family. It genuinely does. The team is so passionate about the genre, it's kind of hard to convey. You know when you see the videos of the early days of development of World of Warcraft, like before vanilla even launched, or like the early days of old school RuneScape's development, back when it was, the RuneScape. And that kind of family atmosphere of we all love doing this thing and it doesn't feel like a job to us. That is what the atmosphere is like in that office, which is a fantastic thing to be able to see, genuinely. And the fact that the CEO is not just this shadowy man who, handles the money and, are we going to spend this much, or we need to make this much, doing the penny pinching. That's not the case here. The CEO is actively involved in development and just enjoys it, as well as, his other duties. Like this man, I don't know how he manages it, but this guy has a vision of bringing back a kind of glory days, old school MMO. And he is hardcore focused on that. And this is not to mention, there is a reason that I have a lot of faith in this game. Like, a lot of faith. And it's something that I don't see many people talk about. And I understand why nobody talks about it, because a lot of gamers just care about the game. I spoke about this recently, right? A lot of gamers just care about the finished product of the game, or looking at face value as what it is. However, as a developer, there's something that really excited me about this game. When I sat down with Venlin, the CEO, and I was talking to him about everything Scars of Honor while I was over there, he mentioned to me that their networking solution, the thing that allows hundreds of, and thousands of players to all be together on one server doing stuff and interacting, that is not a service that they are renting. They made their own. And there's a reason that this is so big. So many small MMOs shut down really, really soon after release. And that's because they hit the thing that we call the 6-month slump, right? And a lot of you will have never heard of it, but it's something that's referred to in the industry as the 6-month slump. And it's specific to MMOs, really, or any kind of large-scale multiplayer games. And that is that when you're renting the networking solution, you are paying per user, per X amount of data per month, And when your game launches to a large audience, as it quite often does, that's really cost effective. And you're paying, just as an example, you're paying 10 cents per player per month. And that's okay, as long as, you know, the whales are subsidizing that amount of money. Well, what happens when you get 6 months in and your player number has gone down to 10% of what it was? Suddenly, you're not getting those great discounts anymore on player numbers, on player data limits. You're now paying, like, let's say 30 cents per player. Suddenly, that is hurting the bottom line to the point that you can't actually afford to keep running that game. That's just how it happens. Well, Scars of Honor aren't doing that, which is super exciting. They don't have that overhead of renting this technology. They've made their own. And I don't know if I should be saying this. I don't know if they want me to say this, but I'm going to say it because hell, it gives them credit, right? And I guess you guys kind of want an update on this anyway. They actually gave me access to their networking tool, to their engine, to test it and mess about with it, like the code and everything. And it's really good. It's really good to the point that we're going to be using it for Nightmare World. That network solution that we've been looking for our game, we're actually going to be using theirs. Because it's one of them things that it's such a good networking solution that we were going to design anyway, or something very similar to that. Why would we not just use the thing that already exists? There's no point reinventing the wheel. I hope that explains to people how serious they are about this game, that they have fully designed their own technology because they know it will keep the costs down, meaning they won't hit the 6-month slump. Sure, they will still have other costs, but this is one of the major ones just removed because they own it. Something worth noting here, Scars of Honor is crossplay. Tablet, PC, mobile. And this is one of the things that actually excites me about this game. Most MMOs make a mobile version of their game, and they, you know, have separate accounts for each, or your progress doesn't carry from one to the other, or you're not playing cross-play with each other. Well, this was built from the ground up, based on that networking engine for this, meaning you can be playing on your PC. You can then go out on the train or on the bus, play it on there on your phone, and then when you get to work, just pull out a notebook or something, and you can play it on there as well. Just like I do daily with old school RuneScape, which is fantastic. That is one of the reasons I'm still stuck on old school RuneScape. The fact that I can just play it anywhere, and it doesn't have to be high-end raiding or anything like that. I mean, you'd be stupid to try high-end raiding on mobile. But do you know what? You can do the more menial tasks and skilling and crafting, all that sort of stuff. You can do that on mobile. What's not to love about that? And to clarify, I have seen the very early tests in the studio of it running on mobile, cross-play with a PC in the same room. So yes, it's a thing that exists, and that again is something that I can offer some personal experience on, which I think is, you know, it's really cool. So I said I was going to give a very unbiased kind of opinion and explanation to you guys of this game. There's a lot of things it does right, but there's one thing that I am a bit caught up on, and I've told them about this, and it's too early to see if this is going to change yet, or if this is going to stay the same. The team that started this game were heavily inspired by World of Warcraft. They are all WoW players. They love the game, and it's a passion of theirs, right? And they loved the very early days of WoW, and I understand why, and that is not something to be ashamed of. Everyone takes inspiration from somewhere, and WoW is just one of the titans of the industry, right?
Moveman19 has donated $10 and says hello.
Too much inspiration from WoW currently. I mean, I'll just show the world map for now, right? Like, to be completely honest with you, the world map is very has naming and shape similarities to World of Warcraft and the Azeroth map. Okay, and I have told them this. I've told them that they draw too much similarity to WoW, and that I kind of wish they changed that, you know? I think it loses a bit of its own identity due to that. They do, however, have lots of cool races that they're awesome. They're really unique. They've got cool classes that aren't in WoW, that aren't in any of the other older MMOs. So I like that. I think that's cool. So in terms of the races, For the good guys, they've got humans, high elves, dwarves, and the Baron. And for the big old baddies, they've got the Infernal Demon, the Undead, the Orc, and the Gromthar, which are like pig people, which is a really cool race, and the model for that was so well done. Like, fantastically done. Class breakdown. We're just going to rapid fire through these. We've got the Assassin, we've got the Druid, we've got Mage, Necromancer, Paladin, Pirate, Priest, Ranger, Warrior, Witch. And I'm going to be completely honest, Pirate is something that absolutely needed to exist in WoW for the longest time. They tried to push Hunters and Rogues towards that occasionally, but it was never a full-on Pirate. I mean, I think Rogues did have their Pirate phase at some point in WoW, but like, you know. Okay, the game systems. So this is something that I guess a lot of people care about. So this game puts a heavy focus on interaction between players and team building and making friends, right? Now, I know that this, to a lot of people, will be a turn-off, because a lot of people will immediately draw comparisons to things such as Dungeon Finder in WoW. A load of people hate Dungeon Finder, and they love the idea of gathering friends together and just going into a dungeon physically. And honestly, the experiences were genuinely better then, because they were people you knew, you relied on them, or you could rely on them, and it was good all round, right? Whereas with the Dungeon Finder, you were thrown in with random people, and because of the lack of cohesion in a team, companies like Blizzard had to start lowering the barrier of difficulty, and then the dungeons just felt sloppy and meaningless and inconsistent. So, and you know, there used to be a time in MMOs when people on servers had an actual legacy. Like, they made a name for themselves. I mean, I'm just going to say this now. There was a gnome mage in World of Warcraft when I used to play called Pint, who a lot of you now know from YouTube, probably. But back in the day, I knew Pint from being an absolutely legendary raider. Pint was dragged in to absolutely every raid, which was really cool. And when Pint wasn't raiding, she was sat on the steps of Stormwind Bank, just hanging out. And everybody knew who she was. So it's really cool. You don't have that. You don't have that in games anymore, or at least not to the extent that you used to. So I guess it really is a case of how you kind of want to interact with the world, how much thought you want to put into meeting up with friends, making friends, and kind of keeping friends in the game, I guess. It totally comes down to that. I mean, I know it's not for everyone, and that's completely understandable. Of course, they're also going to facilitate something such as if you need an item crafted but you don't have any contact in game, you can post it on the quest board for offers, you know, if it's a high price, reduce it by improving the materials that you're giving, not just for crafting, but you can hire help for gathering the materials. Like, it's a really cool concept, and I think it will see a lot of use because of the fact that the game is so heavily leaning on the friendship element and the good old days when you used to know all the people in your guild and you used to have very close contact with them and there was an actual friendship there. If it's going to be like that, and that's what I see them aiming for, I think it's going to be really fun. So, the next bit that I think is really cool is their mounts and pet system, which is going to have a breeding system built into it. I haven't seen anything of that yet as far as it goes behind the scenes. I've seen a lot of preparation for the systems to go in while I've been over there. And I've seen a lot of very cool pets that you guys haven't seen yet. And I think when they get announced and revealed, people are going to be quite excited for this. Now, this Kickstarter has too much information to go over all in one video. It is a huge Kickstarter page because these guys are being as open and transparent as they possibly can.
Okay, so let me go and check if this game has been released. It's been like many months since this video.
No smoke and mirrors, right? They've got nothing to hide, which is fantastic. It's what gives me the confidence to be able to make this video and say to you, to answer the question, the title of this video, the thumbnail and everything. Is this game a scam? Absolutely not. If it's a scam, it's the worst scam that I've ever seen because they...
Okay, so I'm looking at the website right now.
Making a scam.
It's a free-to-play MMORPG in development and you can apply as a tester.
I believe it will be completed because of how far they have already got.
Not sure, of course, to say that it will be successful. Who knows? Hopefully, if it's fun to play.
Part of my role
It's Everything boils down to one thing, and that is it fun to play?
In front of them and saying, hey, just rip into these guys. Tell them what you don't like. Tell them what you do like. Tell them what should be changed and how it should be changed. And they allowed me to pick 6 or 7 people from in the industry. Just to name a few. Josh Drive Hayes, Mr. and Mrs. Sticks from MMO Byte, the streamer Queenie, and I've also put them in touch with the streamers Nightinator and Rage Darling. And I've done this because between all of those people, they have a large variety of MMOs that they have played across many different genres. So I've introduced them to the team, to have them flown out and to have them consult with them as well, to give them many different perspectives on one thing, right? That's the best way to do this. And they've taken all that information on board, which I think really shows in their rapid development of this. Week by week, the fixes and the patches and the changes that come out are very responsive to the problems people point out. So I hope this game does incredibly well, because it is based around something that I would like to play. A lot of people say, well, why do you want to play a game that looks older? Dude, I play old school RuneScape, and I don't play it for nostalgia reasons. Sure, I had a lot of nostalgia for RuneScape, but I play it because it's genuinely a fun game, still to this day. So I'm not going to tell any one person that they should back this game. I think it would be irresponsible of me to do that. But if you do think it is something that you would enjoy following and playing as it is developing, because by the way, you can play it now, then there is an affiliate link on screen and in the description that will take you to the Kickstarter page where you can freely browse it yourself. And if you do back it, let me know. I'm always interested. I know this has been a slightly unusual video, and I wanted to make this to clarify my involvement with this project and how limited that involvement actually is, you know, as a consultant. But I also wanted to throw these guys some praise, because they absolutely deserve it. If these guys weren't doing the right thing and weren't willing to change...
Also, is this a Sweet Baby Ink game? I hope not, because that is instant death.
And I think that's an admirable thing to do when they could definitely be using many other models to milk players. Guys, as always, a massive thank you to... You know when you see the videos of the early days of old school kind of family atmosphere of we all love doing this thing and it doesn't feel like a job.
This is not very interesting.
That is what the atmosphere is like in that office, which is a fantastic thing to be.
And that is exactly the point of the stream. Did you not read the title? Did you not read the title? Absolutely nothing interesting happening. It's not a lie. I don't lie. My goodness. It's in the title. What are you complaining about? My goodness. Okay, so also this is late. I would like to thank Mohiman19 for the $10 Rumble rant. Thank you, Mohiman. I'm sorry I did not notice it. For some reason, I did not notice the text-to-speech. But the weird thing is, I noticed the I noticed Coffee Fueled Rage text-to-speech. I'm really sorry. Okay, so anyway, again, thanks to Mohiman19 for the $10 Rumble rant. Thank you. Again, Coffee Fueled Rage. That is the reason why the title is that, okay? It's absolutely nothing interesting is happening. Because this is supposed to be a second live stream. But in second live, I'm not doing anything interesting. And I'm just growing a virtual flower to earn a few Linden dollars. Okay, so while I'm doing that, I'm also doing what I often do in the internet, and that is just watch videos in YouTube. I would want to watch videos in Rumble, but unfortunately, the content creators that I usually watch are not in Rumble yet, except maybe for side scrollers. But There you go. So maybe one day the content creators that I watch will go to maybe YouTube will do something really bad that will force content creators to jump ship to another platform. But unfortunately, I don't see that happening uh, anytime soon. But who knows? Maybe in the future, the content creators I watch will start making or uploading their videos in Rumble as well, so that I won't have to go to YouTube. There you go. Anyway, thanks for the chat. Thanks to Mohiman for the $10. Thank you. Also, I need to go to another location. So we have here all the locations that has an X event. We have an X4 here, Cave of Dark Delights. So this is an adult region. Let's see if I can get in. And unfortunately, it says that the region you are attempting to enter is currently full, which means I can't get in. It's full. Let's see if I can enter Useless Addiction. Okay, I was able to get in Useless Addiction. Okay, activated the group, and now I'm growing. The growth of my virtual flower continues. So if you're curious to how it looks like this. So we have my avatar over here on the left side, somewhere in the center. And we have the Lindo HUD over here. And that is where the virtual flower is growing. You can see there's the sun, there's the cloud, and there's the plant. And it's growing. It's right now it's at 64%. There you go. And as it grows, my avatar is getting Linden dollars. Yeah. And to get that Linden dollars, I need to stay here and do absolutely nothing interesting. Ooh, okay, so I'm not sure what happened with the I'm still connected in YouTube. I thought I got disconnected. I saw a different message.
Be able to see, genuinely. And the fact that the CEO is not just this shadowy man who, you know, handles the money and, oh, are we going to spend...
Okay, anyway, I've already seen this. Let's...
That's not the case here. The CEO is acting...
Whoa, was that Josh? I think I saw Josh. Josh Stripe Hayes is like a cartoon character. Why? Because he doesn't change his clothes. He's always wearing the same clothes. If you obviously everyone has seen a cartoon or even an anime or animation. You'll notice that characters in cartoons or anime, they don't change their clothes. Yeah, sure, there are variations to their clothing depending on their transformation, but mostly they don't change they don't change clothes. Okay, although this is 9 months ago, I'm surprised I'm not subscribed to Callum. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to check this out. Why is this a scam MMO?
Ladies and gents, welcome back to another video. Today we are covering something that I found on Kickstarter around a week and a half ago. And honestly, it's been an absolute train wreck that I've been watching unfold in real time. This is, of course, the Kickstarter Kingdoms of Eroloth, an RPG survival video game. Now, of course, you're probably thinking, Kickstarter, RPG survival, Jesus Christ, not again. And you would be right to think that, because this is an utter disaster. Now, if you've been following this game on Kickstarter, you probably already know what it is, but I will say this, stay with me because there's something a bit more nefarious behind the scenes with this.
Honestly, if I could run Unity or even the Unreal Engine on my PC, I would love to learn how to make games. I tried installing Unity, but it uses all my GPU and CPU.
I have played it, and I can tell you this much:
it runs my computer super hot, which means I guess my PC is not for game development.
Every player just called player, and anytime you dropped an object.
But if I could, I would. I would love to learn how to make games.
If you released a game that you've at least tested once, that wouldn't happen. And many people have used the excuse of, oh, it's early access. Cool. And my comeback to that would be, well, surely, if the developer has launched the game on a server and play tested it with more than one person, you would have realized all of these issues within about 10 minutes. But yet, it released in an absolute just state. People were lagging all over the place on day one on servers that had about 6 people on it. And this isn't to mention that this game is claiming it's going to be hosting 2,000 people per server. Now, without them using the word MMO, this is by definition aiming to be an MMO. 2,000 players on a server is the same as RuneScape. So, yes, that is at MMO scale. This game raised $37,000. Just over there, 35.
You can't make
this is an unusual,
a decent game
not because of what they
with 37,000.
But because of how they treated their staff and what their company used to be. Because I always like to look at a project and work out what the team's motives are. Are they people who just genuinely want to make a really good game? If so, I can give them some benefit of doubt, right? I can say, sure, you made a mistake here, but I can see the intentions are good. I cannot say that about this company. Because if we go up to the top, bear in mind, this released in an absolute mess. Just no good. People are annoyed. Their Discord is on fire with angry customers. And of course, the defense is constantly, oh, it's early access, it's early access. Doesn't matter. They are charging, or were, up until the day before yesterday, the price of a full release indie game for an early access mess. Now, I'll have it up on the screen somewhere, but this game is entirely made of asset packs from the Unreal Marketplace. And I feel I need to delve deeper into this because so many people seem to get angry when I judge a company or a studio for using assets. And I think people seem to misunderstand why I judge them for that. Assets are fine. If they're there to supplement your game and fill a use case that saves you time. Let's say you need to make these low poly trees in a very specific style, and the marketplace already has them, fantastic, use them. There's no one's going to judge you for that, as long as it fits the art style. But what you find is when a game is exclusively using asset packs, there's normally one of two reasons for that. One, they never intend to make it functional, just look good for a trailer. Or two, they don't know how to make it functional, and they don't know how to program. So they will buy all these asset packs and jank them together, and yeah, believe it or not, that's what's happened with this game. And there's a lot more proof of this coming from testimonies from their employees. Or their interns, should I say. Because trust me, this rabbit hole gets deep. Now, something to note here is that this game is created by Arcadius Entertainment. And as I was saying a moment ago, I really love to look into the motives of a company. And the first thing you should do when looking at a company that has never made a game and you've never heard of, but they claim they are an expert company in making games, but then they claim they're an indie company, is to go to Wayback Machine. Because the Wayback Machine is a fantastic tool to look into what a company was doing previously. So here's Arcadius's website as it is currently. Absolute mess, and they've only got Kingdoms of Erloth on there. They've got this as their partners. From what I can tell, these are not their partners.
Mohaman19 says,
they are using
hey.
AWS.
Mohaman19 has donated $10 and says hello.
It doesn't mean that they are partnered with it, and I have no evidence of them being partnered with
this
it.
Is not
no
very
agreement
interesting.
here. And this is a stupid thing.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
So I don't know why companies do this. But are you ready for the
text-to-speech? Finally. At least I heard it this time. Again, thank you.
When we're talking about monetization and their real motives to make money, let's say you want to make money really quick. What's the one thing before creating a Kickstarter survival RPG that you would do to try and quickly milk money out of people? That's right, you go to the blockchain. You sell cryptocurrency that you've created that has no value with some random ticker that's got a pre-sale countdown that isn't actually linked to a timer, it's just a FOMO tool. Yeah, that's what you do. So let's have a look at this. This annoys me so much because this is here for everybody to see. So if you want true motives of a company, Wayback Machine their website if you've never heard of them. Because I can guarantee there's something nefarious on there from at least a year ago. And while this isn't tied to the game, let's read this out. Next generation survival and battle royale video game. We integrate traditional commercialization models to the blockchain to provide a solid and versatile proposal. That literally means nothing. Thank you for that. About the game. So here's a game that they never delivered on, but they started a pre-sale of crypto. So if you look at all these screenshots on the website, these are all just things from like the Lyra demo game with a few asset packs thrown in from Unreal Engine 5. With the implementation of a governance token and a utility token that complement traditional commercialization methods, we provide sustainability to our business model. It's all just word soup because crypto has proven to never actually help a game out and stabilize a game's economy. It just ruins the game because the game never exists. And unfortunately, that's what this is, more of the same. So now we know their motives, right? It is make money quick off something that doesn't exist, right? Now, what have we had happen here? Well, Kingdoms of Erloth had both a Indiegogo.
So if you are interested in making a play-to-earn game, just go with the what do you call this? The Entropia Universe or Second Life route. Yeah.
They didn't have a product. They had some clips of asset packs on their YouTube.
Because those two metaverses, they are play to earn, but they don't use crypto.
They've had to make an entire MMORPG from scratch. How do you think that went? Not well at all, I can tell you that much.
There is a lot of noise coming from Second Life. I'm sorry about that.
These guys even forgot to launch the servers when the countdown hit 0 for their game. It took them half an hour to remember, oh shit, yeah, we need to actually launch the servers for our online-only game. I played this on launch for an hour only. That is all I could stomach of trying to get through the bugs.
Okay, there you go. I lowered the volume.
What's going on? Now,
of Second Life. Let's see. I hope.
This company plans to...
Oh my goodness, still loud. I guess the other residents in Second Life are having a great time.
They've gone bankrupt. No. Because here's the next kicker. They didn't pay their staff. So here is a post on the Steam forums. And this is so telling of what's happened here that I don't even need to fact check that this person even worked for them. Because reading this whole thing, they did. They worked for them. Because this is textbook Kickstarter scam game. Let's have a read. This is from Matt on the Kingdoms of Erloth general discussion on Steam. I knew this game would fail, an ex-intern's experience. If anyone has any questions, ask me through Steam messages. I expect this post to be deleted, but I have a backup since I plan to post this on other sites. My story. Hi. First off, I want to tell that I used to work as an intern in this game during December 2022 and January, February and a little bit of March in 2023, before being disassociated with the project suddenly and without prior notice. I worked as a sound designer, selecting, editing, mixing and conditioning different audio files, 99% of it coming from assets. Wow, what a surprise there, to make them cohesive in volume and quality to implement into the game. I got the job through a friend of mine who already had a foot inside the company in another position more focused in design. I won't go into detail since despite me being somewhat deliberate about my identity, I don't want to throw my friend under the bus, although, in comparison, he's heavily more affected than me, but we'll get into that later. When I was contacted, I was personally interviewed by the CEO of Arcadius Entertainment, Maximilian, and didn't ask too much about my capabilities and previous experience, and practically hired me on the spot. He was also eager to point out that wages of interns were $150 monthly and would be paid retroactively, at minimum in a 1-month delay. Okay.
Wait, $150 a month? US dollars a month? What? I'm in a third world country and will need at least maybe 400 to 500 US dollars a month even survive. Yeah, if you're not making 400 to 500 US dollars a month, of course, that is just the the exchange. Okay, I kind of did the currency conversion in my head. So that was the figure that I got. So 400 to 500. If you're not making that in where I am right now, and it's a third world country, it's gonna be really hard to survive. Really hard. And that guy is getting paid 150. Seriously, where is this? Is this in China? Are they in China?
Okay, sure, I thought, since I wanted to have a foot inside the game dev industry, no matter what. Also, the contract said that I had to do full-time work, as if talking about a 9-to-5 job. The whole company dynamics, advances, meetings and development were hosted in a single place, a Discord server. Also, there is a WhatsApp group where, at least from the time I was an intern, memes were more abundant than anything else related to the development of KOE. Also, quick announcements and general info were distributed using the communities feature from WhatsApp. So this is a sign that the people operating this just have no idea what they're doing. Like, absolutely none. When you scale up to a big enough company that you are monetarily developing a game that is going to be published, you go bigger than Discord. Discord is not a organization tool. It's a fantastic hub, but it is not it's not a company tool. Sure, some companies use it successfully, but you need the underlying experience in running a team to be.
Maybe I need to increase the volume of my text-to-speech.
So, important stuff related to the inner workings of our company and team of, which consisted at the moment of around 80 people in all areas from HR to development and all in between. All those aspects were managed inside a Discord server and a WhatsApp community feed. Do I need to say anything else? Not really, but we're going to continue. Anyways, I was presented to the audio department that consisted of one other person, an audio engineer that was hired as an intern some months before me. So basically, there was no pipeline or workflow in terms of audio, or some way to track what sounds needed to be edited and implemented into the game. No way to know which folder contained the audio files to edit inside of the plastic SCM repo, and the worst offender, no way to work with the audio assets without downloading the whole 500 gigabytes Unreal project to my hard drive. Oh my god. I cannot explain to you how insane that is. Not being able to... So with source control, what normally happens is you download the project files for your department, you work on them, push them, and then somebody else implements them into the game. Now, they're saying here, this made me unable to do in-engine implementation of the audio, so someone else in my team had to do it. Since audio implementation means also testing it, loading the game assets and assuring they're working within the game engine. Something my little potato couldn't handle. And I'm going to be honest, you shouldn't, as an audio designer, you shouldn't have to download the entire game to test your one sound file as an intern. So, the pipeline was the following. Take several days or weeks, depending on internet speed, to download the whole project from the plastic SCM repo, open it, and all that it entails, and try to find the sound effects or music assets. Export them from inside the engine. Export them from inside the engine. So, the developer, or CEO, or anyone else on the team wasn't allowed to export them and then send them to this person He had to download all 500 gigabytes to get a couple of kilobytes of audio to edit and then put back in. Lord help me. And although my laptop is good enough for making music and do sound design, it's nowhere near able to handle Unreal Engine 5, less so with 500 gigabytes of Unreal Engine 5 project. And this is the problem with having 170-something asset packs just thrown higgledy-piggledy, and you guys loved that word apparently in the last video, thrown higgledy-piggledy just into a game project. So here's where it gets worse. Open it, all that entails, blah, blah, blah. Export them from inside the engine. Edit them with whatever you had. They didn't provide any tools to facilitate this work for a long time. I had to practically beg for a Reaper license. And for those of you who don't know what Reaper is basically a audio plugin for like modulation and effects and like really commonly used stuff. So like that is bare bones basic in the audio world. Reaper is something that practically everybody needs. And if you're doing something on this, on this scale, it's essential to have something like that. So not even giving the people who you're barely paying $1, $1 an hour to, the tools that they need to do the job, it blows my mind. But anyway, and then exporting it from the editing program to re-import it into the project, committing the changes to the plastic SCM repo. So yeah, as someone who runs a game dev team, this hurts my brain as to why this is expected. I mean, if you're paying someone to do this, sure, I guess, right? If you're getting paid a wage, this is kind of acceptable because it's their money you're wasting. But when you're getting paid an intern wage of $150 a month for full-time 9-to-5 work, fuck that. Anyways, not so long after, another member joined the audio department, and everything worked fine for about 3/4 of the time I worked as an intern. But then some stuff started to ick me in a bad way. First, although I accepted the initial terms of retroactive payments, I was told several times that this month you'll get your pay. Something that hasn't happened to this day. Wow, what a shocker. Second, this new guy that joined after me and the guy before me, after just 1 month of working, was paid, while I have never received anything in the 2 months I was working there. I don't hold any grudge against him, but I find the situation infuriating. And so you should. If you've been promised pay, not got it, and then some random guy that's joined has just been paid, that ain't it, chief. Lastly, the workload increased drastically during February. I was already on a low profile since the first 2 months, despite being ready for work practically 24/7. There was not too much to do. The current assets didn't have anything that could be reutilized to the project. Almost nobody asked for custom-made sounds, and pretty much everyone on the audio department was pretty chill. But on February, suddenly everything had to be redone. There was at least 100 gigabytes more of random assets that we had to search the audio. So what he's saying here is they added 100 gigabytes more of random asset packs, and they didn't know where the audio files were that needed to be changed. They just tested and went, oh, this audio needs changing. Please go find all the stuff. Which, when you've added asset packs to an Unreal project and you just tell someone to go find it, there's no file structure. Every asset pack has its own structure to its files, and they never coincide with one another or go, audio in the same place, models in the same place. It's just a mess, absolute mess, and I don't envy anyone who ever has to do that. They have to search the audio-related ones and do a multi-screen spreadsheet worth of sound several times because the people reviewing our work, that more often than not was the entire staff inside of advancements meetings in a Discord call, despite universally agreeing with our work, the changes, and only suggesting minor changes. Days later, our supervisor was telling us that everything's bad, doesn't work, doesn't follow the vision we had for the project, and has to be redone. If a project ever gets to that point where tons of work has been done, and then last minute someone goes, no, it all needs changing, get them out. Get them out of that position of power, because they don't have a vision. Their vision is just whatever my vision on the day is. So the combination of our work being accepted and then rejected, redone to suffer the same loop several times, and the fact that the CEO expected a 9-to-5 responsibility from us, well, while not being paid a single penny, while the newest guy of the audio department was paid instantly, made working at Arcades Entertainment one of the most frustrating times in years. I am so sorry that you had to go through this, genuinely. What was your name? Was it Max? Matt, I am so sorry you've had to go through this, because I have worked in companies like this, and it's horrific. Because you do get the sunk cost fallacy of, well, I've worked here for 3 months, I don't want to leave on bad terms, waiting for pay. But then you, at the same time, need to slow down and realise, I'm not getting paid, ever, so I should cut my losses now. Promptly after my 3-month intern period ended, with maybe an extra week or 2 of me working there, I was thinking, they didn't kick me off at the end of my 3rd month, maybe I'm going to be part of the team as a proper employee. Growing expectations since management was radio silence on all of those extra days, then suddenly I was kicked off the WhatsApp group, Discord, and lost access to the plastic SCM repo. Who told me I'm being laid off? The co-worker from the audio department that was there before me. Okay, I said. We gave each other our goodbyes and then tried to contact someone to see whether they were going to pay me, since they owed me $450. Something nowhere near what I should have been paid according to some people, but hey, it was money I made doing something I'm passionate about, and in my mind, I was in a position of either I accept this opportunity and have a foot inside the game dev industry, or I should F off. You've got to start somewhere, and unfortunately, these are the sort of jobs you do end up taking for that reason. So again, sorry it happened to you. The thing is, I was told that my payment was going to be done in mid-April. I waited. Nothing. Then I contacted them again. I was told that the Indiegogo and Kickstarter campaigns are being held, so wait until they got funded, and I would get my $450. I waited. Nothing. I contacted again. Pending payments are going to be done at the end of the September. I wait.
How about contacting the Labor Department and reporting the business?
To pending payments. Wait until then.
So if you have a signed contract,
It sucks massive ass to the surprise of no one, and Arcadius will probably
you can report them,
patch this giant mess of a
unless of course
RPG video game.
the laws in their country is different.
The thing is, Kickstarter is rife with these games, and it sucks. It really, really sucks, because it is hurting. There are so many people that are passionate about getting into the game dev industry, and their hopes and dreams are just shattered. Someone just whips it out and pisses all over them on their first, interaction with the industry. And it sucks. It really sucks. Hopefully this hasn't ruined it for this person, because the game industry is great. There are great places to work in the gaming industry. But it continues. Number 2, I knew this would happen. So there's a second part to this whole fiasco, and here's where I explain why I knew this would happen. Outside of my story as an ex-worker of Arcadius Entertainment, I almost graduated with a degree on video game development and design, but I had to abandon it for economic reasons and mainly mental health and a strong depression that I was fighting against in 2018, where I was practically on the middle of the career. Anyway, my passion was always music and audio, and I tried re-entering the industry from that approach. And that led me to part 1 of the post. I am also addicted to the news about the industry. The inner workings of it, management, development cycles, scope creep, etc. So I think I'm well informed about the do's and don'ts of the industry. Also thanks to the friend who recommended me for this job, and that he also worked for far more time than me, being laid off 10 months. I knew that this is how the company worked, and the several mistakes that they made up until this point in the development of Kingdoms of Aeroloth, during my short time there as an intern. And the following months led to the early access launch. Constant backtracking. Decisions not only being changed all the time, a lot of stuff is not final even when upper management and team leaders say it is final, because there's no sense of commitment to any idea, and thus devolves into development hell, where whole parts of the already done work are trashed and made from scratch. Hesitation and sustainability. I know for a fact that Kingdoms of Aeroloth had seen changes of game engine at least 3 times. Meaning breaking bugs, incompatibilities, breaking changes, sometimes even file corruptions and damaged code.
Ah, look at that. You'll see a whole bunch of gray people. Yeah, those are gray people.
I don't even know what to say to that. I can picture the hell that's taking place behind the scenes here. All because the team leaders hesitated in stay on a single...
I'm going to face the wall, okay? Because I'll make my avatar face the wall because,
gigabyte game passed through Unreal 5, 5.1.
It'll be less laggy. Nothing is loading
Project was ported in from the late
on that wall right now.
Would not surprise me. Horrible investment. A huge part of the funding from Indiegogo and Kickstarter were invested in asset packs and maybe paying salaries to the fundamental people that are the ones making Kingdoms of Aeroloth a reality. But a lot of the assets are not used, and the ones that are being used are a small selection from hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of assets. I'm telling you now, it's thousands. I can confidently say that at least 30% of the total revenue, being conservative, is down the drain in assets that are not even used as placeholders. Oh my God. This is a team that has got money for something that they didn't think they'd have to actually complete, and they are panicking to throw something together. Doesn't matter what, just something. Now, there's more things here like neglecting the market, conflict of power. But the important thing here is, with all that said, I genuinely hope this game finds success for 3 reasons. I want my $450, please. Although my friend is owed an amount close to 2,000 USD. Christ, this is going to be a lawsuit, I'm telling you now. If the rumours are to be believed that they're going to be closing down in the next couple of days and filing for bankruptcy, they are owing people a lot of money. Hey, Future Callum here, and as of today, the day of me releasing and editing this video, well, it turns out that the developers have gone completely silent. They have ditched the Discord entirely, despite still being there. There are no responses to any comments, and team members are saying that, as developers and artists, they themselves are getting absolutely...
They took the money and run away.
dead in the water, so the rumors were true.
You can't make an MMO or a game.
I want a reason to be prideful and show that.
Or what was the amount again? 37,000. Usually,
that's it.
It'll take hundreds, even millions of US dollars to make an MMO.
That have just never seen the money. It baffles me. It utterly baffles me that games are still getting away with this. I'm just going to point this out now. For me, not paying your staff is bad enough. That's awful. But the absolute icing on the cake is that they were a crypto project that never delivered on their promises before this.
And it's a crypto MMO. Big scam. Big scam.
If you have a lot more information on this, I will make a follow-up video to this because I expect this to basically rug pull within the next couple of days. But I know you guys have been after some deep dive Kickstarter scam kind of stuff, so hopefully this is something you guys have enjoyed. And if you have, please consider joining my Patreon. It helps more than you could imagine. And as always, guys, I'm going to keep track of this and.
Okay, that was interesting. Not surprising, by the way, because there's a lot of crypto, metaverse, blockchain scam out there. Again, if you're looking for a metaverse, there is an over 20-year-old metaverse, and that is Second Life. It is more of a social platform, but it's there and it's not a scam. You don't have to put your money in Second Life, okay? No money necessary. In fact, if you can find work as maybe a DJ or a host, there's a big the entertainment industry in Second Life. They're always looking for staff or talents. So if you're like me, you can't code. You can't create graphics, can't model in 3D. You can't sing, you can't do anything. You can play an instrument. You can still find work like being what other work can you do, like greeter? I'm not sure if that is a paid work. Maybe a host, A host is basically just someone who greets people who, who arrives during an event, trying to make them feel welcome. Something like that. Okay, let's watch. I'm going to watch this one. I'm interested in what's happening in outer space. Well, it's not in outer space.
After numerous setbacks, the departure date for the troubled star...
Okay, so when will the arrival happen? The movie The Arrival
is celebrating new milestones with its latest Falcon 9 mission. Additionally, there's a glimmer of hope for the Viper lunar rover, which may be salvaged following NASA's cancellation decision. Join us as we delve into these updates on today's episode of Great SpaceX. As of now, the Starliner CFT-1 mission has been docked with the ISS for over 70 days, significantly exceeding initial expectations. The pressing question of when it will conclude has recently been addressed by journalist Eric Berger. While not an official source, Berger has a track record of accurate insights, such as his early prediction of NASA delaying Crew 9 to September. According to Berger's update, NASA has tentatively scheduled Starliner's undocking from the ISS for September 6th at the latest. Specifically, the targeted date for a crewed undock is September 2nd, with an uncrewed undock slated for September 6th. This schedule suggests that Starliner must leave the ISS in early September, with the difference between crewed and uncrewed undocking potentially indicating the spacecraft's current condition. According to Berger's recent revelations, which have
SpaceX needs
Starliner spacecraft is
to build their own space station.
aligns with NASA's previously
Yeah.
extended schedule. The pressing question now is whether the two astronauts will return on Starliner. As of now, NASA has yet to reach a final decision regarding the Starliner spacecraft. The agency has decided to extend its testing and evaluation period by an additional week, with a particular focus on the spacecraft's RCS, which stands for Reaction Control Propulsion System. This extension reflects the complexity and ongoing issues with Starliner, and while the decision has been postponed, it was expected given the circumstances. The outcome concerning the return of the Starliner astronauts is anticipated to be clarified by the end of August. The tentative return dates are set for early September with two possible scenarios: a crewed undocking scheduled for September 2nd or an uncrewed undocking on September 6th. This timeline will determine whether the astronauts will return aboard Starliner or if an alternate arrangement will be required. We invite you to share your predictions in the comments below. Do you think Starliner will return with its crew on September 2nd, or will the spacecraft undock uncrewed on...
They will, Starliner will undock without crew, and the crew will return
Now, if Starliner returns
on Soyuz.
return of the astronauts despite the numerous risks involved with the spacecraft. Although Boeing and Starliner's performance has been disappointing, the priority remains the safety of the astronauts. If Starliner returns without crew, NASA had initially planned for
Or maybe they can send Dream Chaser.
space for Butch and Suni to return early next year.
I'd love to see Dream Chaser
Earlier return is necessary.
fly in space. It looks really cool.
Would then have 6 members due to the absence of pressure suits. To ensure safety, it might be better for them to return on Crew 9, even though this would disrupt the original mission plan. This scenario would alleviate previous issues with ISS congestion. The early undocking of the Starliner would create space for Crew 9 to launch in late September, followed by Crew 8's return. Consequently, the ISS would regain its normal operating capacity, demonstrating that without Starliner, operations become smoother and more manageable. The future of the Starliner spacecraft appears increasingly uncertain following its current mission.
Imagine the space station. That is a very volatile structure.
The spacecraft faces significant challenges. The Starliner 1 mission has been postponed to the latter half of 2025, leading to a compressed schedule for subsequent missions. Given its substantial $4.5 billion development cost, there are concerns that Starliner may only complete a limited number of missions, potentially just 6, under the Commercial Crew program before it is phased out or replaced. The space race is becoming more competitive, with SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft maintaining a dominant position and the upcoming launch of Sierra Nevada's Dream Chaser adding another formidable contender. These developments could further...
They have all these capsules. They don't have a lot of stations. I believe the ISS is going to retire in a few years, maybe 2030.
Be pivotal in determining its viability and...
So what happens after 2030? Are they going to use the Chinese space station?
Time, SpaceX achieved another successful launch from SLC-40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The mission deployed 2 Worldview Legion satellites designated Worldview Legion 3 and 4 for Maxar technologies. As is customary for Falcon 9 missions, the first stage landed successfully at Landing Zone 1.
This is always amazing to watch.
This landing marked the 16th successful...
Imagine that.
76 booster, underscoring Falcon 9's impressive reusability record and highlighting SpaceX's continued commitment to advancing rocket recovery technology.
And that thing is made of aluminum.
Placing the Worldview Legion satellites into Sun synchronous orbit.
At least Starship is made of steel, but Falcon,
successful deployment of the first Worldview Legion satellite.
of course, it's not the same aluminum as you know, as we know it. It's a different kind of aluminum, but it's still aluminum.
Capabilities with its high-resolution multispectral imagery. With these deployments, the latest additions to the Worldview Legion constellation are now operational. These satellites were launched into a mid-inclination orbit covering areas between 45 degrees north and 45 degrees south latitude, which includes most populated regions. This orbit allows for frequent revisits over a broader range of latitudes and complements the earlier two satellites launched on May 2nd. The Worldview Legion constellation, consisting of 6 satellites, will see the remaining 2 satellites launched by Falcon 9 later this year. This ongoing collaboration strengthens the partnership between SpaceX and Maxar Technologies. This satellite constellation will significantly enhance Earth observation capabilities. Maxar representatives noted, when all 6 Worldview Legion satellites are launched, it will triple Maxar Intelligence's capacity to collect 30-centimeter class, or 12 inches, and multispectral imagery. The full Maxar constellation of 10 electro-optical satellites will image the most rapidly changing areas on Earth as frequently as every 20 to 30 minutes from sunup to sundown. For SpaceX, this mission marks several notable achievements: the 364th Falcon 9 launch and the rocket's 10th mission since its resumption on July 27th. The pace of 10 missions in 19 days signifies a launch every 2 days. Additionally, this is the 79th Falcon 9 mission and the 80th for the Falcon rocket family this year, a major milestone towards the goal of 148 launches. With 3.5 months remaining in the year, SpaceX's end-of-year activity will be crucial in reaching this ambitious target. Next, let's discuss the Viper lunar rover, which may potentially be rescued from cancellation by NASA. Intuitive Machines, a company that collaborated with SpaceX to launch a lunar lander earlier this year, is now working to keep the Viper mission alive. The company is assembling a coalition of organizations that could assume responsibility for the NASA lunar rover mission, proposing to launch it on one of their landers. Intuitive Machines executives have indicated their intention to respond.
They should land near one of the Apollo landing sites. Yeah, because a lot of people are kind of skeptic of, you know,
the significance of the Viper mission, stating
of the Apollo landings. So if you land a rover there and take pictures of, you know,
for volatiles and entrained
of the landing site, I'm pretty sure that will silence the skeptics
of Viper in advancing our understanding of the moon's resources.
But I don't think they'll do that. The reasoning is always, we've been there before. There's no need to go back there.
In the RFI, NASA outlined that prospective partners would be responsible for final testing, additional work on the rover, delivering it to the lunar surface, and operating it once there. Companies interested in taking over the project must also complete all remaining processes with Viper before it becomes operational. Currently, the rover has finished production and is undergoing environmental testing. If Intuitive Machines successfully takes over the Viper mission, they plan to develop a lander called Nova-D to transport the rover. However, they face challenges in finding a suitable partner for this project and are dealing with financial strains due to substantial investments in the IM-2 and IM-3 missions. Despite these hurdles, supporting Intuitive Machines in this endeavor is crucial. The Viper rover was developed at significant expense, funded by taxpayers, and abandoning it now would be unfortunate. Allowing a company to take over could be a viable solution, potentially opening opportunities for SpaceX, which would likely be the launch provider for Intuitive Machines. The Falcon Heavy, originally selected for the Griffin mission, could still be used to launch Viper. In the end, with or without NASA's direct involvement, SpaceX and Intuitive Machines could continue advancing lunar exploration. Well, folks, that's about
Okay, so that was interesting. Cryptoland, the Fire Festival of Crypto. This was like 2 years ago. Not interested. They did it. No Man's Sky keeps getting better. SpaceX just redesigned Starship. Never seen it before. Pure genius. Oh my goodness. They are really good at making, clickbait titles. I wish I was as good as them. My title is basically just trying to shoo away people. Go away. Nothing interesting happening here. Because I just don't want to lie. I want to be truthful. I don't want people to go and spend a second with, well, nothing is this is not interesting. Okay, at least before they click on the video or this live stream, they know what they're getting.
We're going to summarize all the latest changes that have made the Starship better than ever before. And before we get into the main content, Starship launched in early 2023, and having conducted 3 launches since then, SpaceX has made some awesome changes and upgrades to its Starship program. One's got to ask if any other rocket company could do what SpaceX has done in just a year. I'm pretty sure no one could, not even the leading aerospace agencies of the world's superpowers with decades of experience.
How do you know? Did you know that China also has a Starship?
Better. And before we get into the main content, we also want to say thank you so much for supporting our channel these last 3 years. Right now, we got over 86,000 subscribers, and we are very close to 100K.
Wow, that is awesome.
If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the subscribe button. That way,
I have like how many? Maybe I have 40.
For free every day. Thank you so much for watching, and again, we really appreciate having you here. All right, let's continue. When it comes to Starship changes, the first thing we need to talk about is the modifications to the nose.
Okay, I guess I can give him a subscribe. Alpha Tech.
Nose cones that SpaceX has decided.
I don't think this is an AI voice. Is it an AI voice?
Changes to the nose cones in the future, but what we're discussing here is the latest hardware that SpaceX is currently manufacturing. Zoom closer to the nose.
Maybe AI voices are
used on starships
too good now that they sound like humans.
Points at the nose have also been streamlined. This is where the lifting mechanism connects to stack the nose onto the lower sections. In the current version, each ship has 6 lifting points. V2, though, only has 4. This potentially reduces attack surfaces, and the 4-point design could create more balance when lifting compared to the 6-point design. Work's progressing on these hardware components as their heat shield attachment points are gradually being completed. We'll have to wait a bit longer to fully understand all the new features on these nose cones. On top of that, both the liquid oxygen and liquid methane tanks have been redesigned by SpaceX. The new slanted design includes an integrated funnel inside. The old one essentially had a single pipe sticking to the side. So this change could be related to managing fluids both horizontally and vertically, ensuring stable fuel flows at all stages of the flight and the spacecraft changes orientation or experiences various accelerations. Moreover, this change improves efficiency compared to the previous design, while the new version allows them to use the entire volume of the manifolds instead of leaving some at the bottom as the spherical manifolds did. The conical structure connected to the nose also replaces the previous struts. Let's look at the before and after versions of SpaceX's changes. Also located at the nose cone, the flaps have undergone changes that many have heard Elon mention after the 4th launch. Elon revealed that the position of the flaps would shift towards the lee side. Previously, the flaps were positioned symmetrically at a 180-degree angle, but now they'll form an angle of about 140 degrees. This adjustment helps the flaps avoid direct impacts during re-entry. Additionally, it seems that the flaps have been moved closer to the top of the ship. This change could improve maneuverability by shifting the control center of mass forward and balancing with the rear flaps. In terms of shape, the new flaps are smaller and sharper. The upper and lower edges are longer, while the trailing edge is shorter. The effectiveness of this design might be debatable, so feel free to discuss your thoughts down there in the comments. Along with the changes to the flaps, the heat shields in this area have also been upgraded. On the nose cone, the heat shield has been extended towards the lee side. This extension provides better protection for the vehicle and acts as a backup safeguard for the shield and the fuel tanks inside. Moreover, the thickness of the flaps seem to have been reduced to about half the current flaps.
I'm pretty sure in the future, once they perfected the process, they'll have machines that will, place the heat shields. Because right now, it's being placed by hand.
Because smaller tiles are
in the future, it'll be replaced by a machine.
And it's not just the heat shields on the nose.
Look at that, look at that. Everything is made by hand.
These heat shields are twice as durable as the old ones and have an additional layer of insulation underneath. We've discussed this extensively in earlier episodes, so in this show, we're going to focus on how SpaceX has improved both the manufacturing process and the insulation of these heat shields compared to what they did before. The difference is pretty clear when comparing the new heat shield of Ship 30 to the old one, which is still present on its newer counterpart, Ship 32. The first thing that stands out is consistency. The tiles on Ship 32 are scattered, with each tile seemingly having a different shade. In contrast, the heat shield on Ship 30 is much more uniform, differing only in the application method, particularly near complex areas like welds and sensor tiles. Some of this might be due to SpaceX's engineers immediately changing the production process, as SpaceX often does with other components like their engines. Another possibility is the inconsistency in manufacturing methods. SpaceX still has plenty of experience in producing expendable heat shields, but mass-producing large reusable heat shields, well, that's going to require some initial learning. Either way, it's clear that the tiles on Ship 30 are much more consistent. Speaking of the new heat shield, Ship 30 might be the first to be equipped with this heat shield, but it's certainly not going to be the last. Of course, the change in height is something that cannot go unmentioned. The new version of Starship will be taller than the previous one. In fact, we learned about this when Elon announced two new versions, Starship V2 and V3, in April. While V2 is only 3.1 meters taller than V1, V3 has a surprising height, clearly representing an extended version. Starship V3 will stand about 150 meters tall instead of...
Imagine riding one of those things.
And 120.3 meters of Starship V1, and it may even be...
I'm still surprised that
at that size,
the ship doesn't have an escape system for crew.
With these upgrades, Starship V3 will be able to hold 4,050 tons of fuel in the booster.
I guess adding something like that will have an effect on the structure of the ship.
Improvements over Starship V1 and V2.
I don't know. I think to be on the safe side, there should be some kind of an escape system for the crew.
This would result in Starship V3 having double the payload capacity of V2, exceeding 200 tons, surpassing all current vehicles. Another feature we might notice is that the hot staging of Starship V2 and V3 differs from V1. Instead of the original vent design, the new version of Starship will now have an interface similar to the N1-style interstage of the Soviet Union, integrated into the ship. This has sparked much debate about the increased gravitational forces and how Starship will handle the...
Look at this thing on the left side. This looks amazing. Look at that. Wow, I'm surprised. Russia is not developing or researching a new type of rocket.
The very high pressures during flight. Finally, a very important improvement is SpaceX's brand new engine. SpaceX's groundbreaking design approach with a Raptor V3 engine is reshaped,
and you can literally see the improvement.
It's a comprehensive redefinition of how we think about rocket engines.
That happened from Raptor 1 to Raptor 3.
Instead of having many separate parts, SpaceX is using advanced 3D printing technology to create complex structures with built-in functionalities. This not only reduces weight, but also improves reliability by minimizing the number of potential failure points. The removal of the external heat shield is a remarkable breakthrough. Instead of relying on external protective measures, SpaceX has designed the engine to withstand extremely high temperatures on its own. This not only reduces weight, but also simplifies the
The white part is frozen.
The number of sensors is also noteworthy. While sensors are typically considered essential for monitoring engine performance, they can also be a source of failures. By designing an engine capable of self-regulation and tolerating some faults without external intervention, SpaceX is greatly enhancing the overall reliability of the system. In terms of performance, the improvement in the specific impulse of Raptor V3 is impressive. The increase from 330 to 350 seconds may not seem like much, but in the field of rocket engines, this is a significant step. It means that Starship will be able to undertake longer missions or carry more payloads with the same amount of fuel. SpaceX's design philosophy is also noteworthy for its flexibility. By building redundancy into the overall system through the use of multiple engines rather than each individual one, they can take greater risks in the design of a single engine. This allows them to push the boundaries of performance and innovation. Finally, SpaceX's approach to rapid and iterative development is changing the way the industry operates. Instead of spending years on a perfect design, they continuously improve and adjust, learning from each iteration in flight. This allows them to progress much faster than traditional methods. In addition, the new Raptor engine is breaking records in terms of performance. Although we don't yet have specific figures for the vacuum version, it's expected to have a superior specific impulse. Surprisingly, despite these significant improvements, the new engine's lighter than its predecessor. From 3,530 pounds, the weight's been cut by 170 pounds. An impressive achievement for a machine that can consume...
Raptor 4 will be a warp engine.
This weight eliminating unnecessary components and applying advanced manufacturing techniques. SpaceX has minimized the number of flanges and welds, creating a more seamless structure. This not only reduces weight, but also improves reliability by eliminating potential failure points. However, the new design also brings challenges in maintenance. Elon has admitted that in some cases...
For some reason, I feel that this is an AI voice. He kind of repeated what he said from earlier.
With 35 engines on a Super Heavy Block 2 or V2 booster, the total weight of the engine system, including related hardware, is about 60 tons.
So if you create an article using AI or ChatGPT, it tends to repeat things.
Especially in reducing the weight of the hardware and the onboard propellant supply system. These improvements illustrate SpaceX's revolutionary approach to rocket engine design, where every gram is calculated and optimized for maximum performance. That's all for today's episode. Thanks so much for watching, and see you next time.
Sure, see you next time. What is awesome for an AI-made game? What? AI-generated games, Pal World, and the race to the... What? Pal World is an AI-generated game? Wow, okay, that sounds interesting. I'm going to watch this.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to another video. If you are looking at the title and you are worried that I'm going to bash on your favorite game, Pal World, don't worry, I'm not. That's not what this video is about. However, Pal World has kind of accelerated a problem, or accentuated a problem, should I say, that a lot of people have been talking about for quite a while. But I don't think enough people have been discussing this. And this is, of course, surrounding the allegations that Pal World's developers used AI to make the game. Asmongold made a video a few days ago and it did not go down well. Well, it's not that it didn't go down well. It was clipped out of context on one of his streams and it sparked a massive debate. And I think we should look here at this clip.
Artists' opinions don't matter. It just doesn't matter, because what matters is the opinion of the people that are buying the product. Like, it doesn't, like, your opinion on it, like, just because you do it doesn't, like, nobody cares. Like, it's not relevant. It's like whenever one of these, like, you know, really well-respected and really respectable directors talks about how bad Marvel is. Shut up, old man. Shut up. I like watching the Thor movie. It was cool.
Now, something important to note here. I think the context was very much missed on this. At the end of the day, he's right. He's absolutely right. And I know a lot of people will just say that Asmongold is right on something because it's Asmongold, right? And they want Asmongold to...
Okay, so I don't always agree with Asmongold. But in that in that opinion, in his that opinion, he makes sense because when it comes to art, it's not the artist who will judge the art. It's the public, unless of course he the artist didn't showed his art to anyone. So in the end, it's the public who will judge whether the art is good or not. It's the same with games. Uh, in the minds of the game developer, um, in their minds, they made a great game. But in the end, it's the players who will decide whether the game is indeed great or not. Okay, so on that part, Asmon makes sense. It's the same with movies. It's the same with movies. The producers, the studio might think that, ooh, we made $1 billion movie. Really? Really? Okay, so in the end, it's the moviegoers, the public, will go and see the movie. They are the one who'll decide whether it'll make $1 billion or flop. Of course, if it's good, it's fun, entertaining, maybe like Spider-Man No Way Home or Deadpool 3 or Deadpool and Wolverine. Well, the public decided it's good. They had a good time watching it. They told their friends, hey, you need to go and see this movie. Ah, yeah, I'm going to see it 10 times over because that's how good it is. I want to absorb every part of the movie into my being. Okay, so it's the public who decides whether something is good or not. The people, not the creator.
React to it. The difference is, Asmongold is actually right here. What he's trying to state is not that, nobody should care about the artists. What's happening with artists and AI at the moment, where their images were used to train these AI that are now quite literally taking their jobs, that is sad. That is unfortunate, and
in the case of AI using artists, people's work to train themselves, it's basically the same with human beings. For example, when I was learning how to draw back then, for example, when I was in elementary, I love drawing Voltes 5. Yeah, I think I've drawn Voltes 5, the Voltes team, over and over and over. And obviously, I need a copy to copy from, right? There you go. It's the same as the way the AI learns art is almost the same as human beings learning art. Humans are basically copying from other works. Why do you think there are now anime style Marvel comic books? Obviously, they copied the style from anime art from Japan. And by the way, anime is not an art style. It's a cultural thing. Because there is no one anime art style. If you look at the different animes, sure, some of them are similar because they're kind of inspired by one another. But if if you go and look at the a lot of animes, there are different styles. If you look at JoJo, compare that to Pokemon, those are two different styles of anime art or manga art.
I really do feel for the art.
Also, when I was in high school, I loved drawing X-Men characters from trading cards. So in essence, I'm kind of learning the style of the artist who drew the art on the trading card. Because I'm copying them, copying, and then in time, I'm able to create my own poses for the heroes.
Artists, as does pretty much anyone in the industry, right? What he's trying to say, though, is it's real, it's true. As Asmongold would say, it's based and true. And that is that 80% of gamers, in fact, 80% is even being generous. It's probably close to 95%. 80 to 95% of gamers do not care how their game was made, who made it, if it was even made in a year or 4 years. A lot of them just don't care. Because at the end of the day, they're looking at the value proposition. Am I having fun with this game?
Yep. In the end, it's about having fun. Is the gameplay fun? Is the gameplay not too boring? Is the grind real?
Yes. Was it worth the money I paid for it? Yes. Have I got that much, have I got that amount of money's fun out of this game? And if the answer is yes, they don't care. Plain and simple. And it's not just gamers. It's absolutely not just gamers. This applies to social media, to any type of media, really. Let's take a look at books and publication. If we look at this objectively, an award-winning novelist recently submitted a novel that won an award. Wow, what a concept. But the big thing here is that they then went on to announce afterwards that the thing was entirely written with ChatGPT. So, it's kind of an issue across the board. And although people would like to think, oh, well, the 20% or, 5% that do care about this should be kicking up a fuss. That there should be a big issue being raised here. Well, here's the top and bottom of it. Because people are surprised that Adobe added generative AI to Photoshop. That just goes against everything, right? That goes against the point of it. 80% of their customers don't care for the ethics of it, right? They see a tool that can do something for them that they were otherwise not able to do. And they go, wow, that's fantastic. 80% of the workforce around the globe is manual labor. Most of those people can't program, can't do high-end art, can't do any of these things, and don't want to pay for them. What's the value proposition to those people when it comes to AI? They pay £20 a month? Wow, they're an artist. Wow, they're a programmer. Wow, they don't need to pay for online lectures anymore.
Also, when it comes to AI art, they say it will take away jobs. Sure, maybe it will take away jobs, but the one of the side effects that I'm seeing is that it will raise the value of handmade art or analog art. Obviously, something that is an art that was, for example, if you are a painter, you painted something in oil in canvas. Obviously, especially if you're good, you're great in what you do. You're a great artist. You do a painting in oil in canvas. It's really good. It will have more value than something that was maybe generated by AI, because people will put more value to your work because it's unique, it's handmade. Even if you make a copy of your art, maybe it's a scenery that you painted. Even if you make 100 scenery of 100 scenery of the same place, none of those will be the same, because handmade art, or there is a uniqueness. You can't exactly paint them the same. That's where the value will come in. And unlike with AI art, where you can make copies, like, okay, so you have one copy, you give it to this, and then they just copy it and copy it and copy. You can just easily copy it, frame it, and display it. You can't do that with handmade art. The value of handmade art will, I believe, will increase, will be elevated. People will see handmade art um, and give it more value. It's not just painting. Today we have 3D printing, okay? So obviously if a handmade sculpture will have more value than something 3D printed. Well, it will not happen now. I see it happening in the future.
Because let's be real, their tutors were
Even photography. I think there will come a time where analog photography, those, taking pictures unassisted by AI, because now you can, if you take a picture on your iPhone, it's actually there's actually an AI correcting your picture. See, analog picture will be very different because there's no change in that. And even if you take the same picture twice, it will not look exactly the same. There will be some kind of uniqueness to it. And with the age now of fakery, for example, if you have a video, it was taken digitally. There will be skepticism whether that video that you create is actually real or was just generated by AI. But if you have an analog video recorder with an actual film or tape, although you can still fake it, but the process will be a lot difficult, or there will be steps to doing that. Anyway, so people are seeing negative things, or there will be negative effects of AI, sure, but I think there will also be positive effects because of AI when it comes to the value of handmade things or handmade art. That is how I like to look at it.
Googling most of the stuff anyway before the lectures. ChatGPT's doing it for them. Now, am I saying AI is fantastic? Am I saying it's good that it's, replacing all these people's jobs? No, it's horrific. It's horrific, but what I'm saying is, I think the time for worrying about AI and the time for coming up with a plan to regulate it, that's gone. That was 3-4 years ago. That's when the time for worrying was. Because now, that's gone. Pandora's box is open. The toothpaste's out of the tube. It's not going back in. We can't undo what has been done. And I think this is the bit that is troubling a lot of people. Like, truly troubling people. If you look at it as a problem that we should have solved but didn't, you realise how bad this is. You realise how catastrophic this is for many industries. And if you don't believe me, because I know that there are a lot of middle-aged men on the internet that are still using the argument, oh, well, Midjourney can't even draw hands. Of course it's not going to taint my job. No, Rodney from Liverpool that works in a steel mill, it is not going to...
Okay, so the AI tool can't draw hands. Guess what? I can draw hands, but I find it really difficult. I can draw everything else from head, maybe not the toe, but the hands and the toes, yeah. And guess what? Even AI, they're also having difficulties drawing those parts of the body. But of course, they'll improve, and I think now, if you generate an AI image with hands, they look better. Although there are still some weirdness to it. In fact, that is how people are detecting if the picture or the image is AI because of some weirdness to it. But eventually that will be perfected.
Gonna take your job yet. But on the other hand, no pun intended, the hand argument for generative AI is one of the silliest that I've heard. Have people not been keeping up to date on this over the last 2 years? AI is very sophisticated now. When it comes to imagery, it can nail that. There's no problem. Sure, you occasionally get the odd hand that looks a little bit odd, but guess what? It took the image generator less than 2 seconds to generate that image. You can do it again, and it's probably going to get the hand right. So that argument just doesn't fly. And to further support this, look at all the companies recently that have started to get rid of like 15% of their workforce from a game studio. That's probably the art department. And from what we can tell, a lot of the people that were sacked from all of these game studios are artists. Why is that? I don't think I need to tell you why that is. I think it's abundantly clear. Because again, something people are forgetting is these generative image AIs that are available online, they're not the top end ones. They're just the most available. Everyone thinks Midjourney, or Midjourney is AI image generation. No, it's not. That's just the most prevalent and most well known. The reality of it is, these AI image generators can be run locally on your computer much quicker and without any of the guardrails that are put in place. Again, people are like, oh, how did fake nudes of Taylor Swift end up on the internet that were AI generated when none of the AI generators allow you to? You can't generate nudity. Yeah, through their site, because it's a liability to them. If you're running a locally hosted AI image generator on your PC or your server at home, what's stopping you from doing that? Literally nothing. A lot of people aren't aware of how far AI has come and what it is now doing. And in terms of gaming, this is problematic. Not in terms of Palworld. Palworld has raised this kind of debate, and it's an interesting one for me. If you really think about it, this is just the beginning of the end. I know a lot of people, and by the way, I'm not going into whether I think these allegations are right or wrong, whether they did use AI or not, because at the end of the day, my opinion on it doesn't really matter when the point stands. And the point that stands is, people don't care. People absolutely don't care. And if this is the case, that they did use AI, and this...
In fact, there will come a day where you can create movies with AI. And now you can even bring back dead actors and make them act again in movies using AI. And one day you'll be able to make an entire game from an AI prompt. That would be so exciting, right? Making an entire game by entering a prompt. You just put in what you want in the game, the environment, the graphic style. Oh my goodness. It'll just become much easier.
This game was made with AI and it's sold, what, 9-10 million copies now? People don't care. The floodgates are wide open now. I'm seeing so many people saying, oh, well, it does matter because it's against Steam's terms of service. Steam ban AI generated content for games. You can't publish a game that's got AI content in it. Oh boy, have I got news for you. They walked back on that one silently about a week ago completely. That rule is gone. You can now post AI games. And don't you think the timing of this is very funny? As I mentioned, many game studios recently have been getting rid of a lot of their workforce, mostly artists. Why are they doing that? Because the games they're working on, these, next big AAA games that are the kind of hallmark and staple of Steam's, income, they're using AI. Or they will be using AI, or it will be partly AI generated. They can't afford to blacklist every AAA game that's currently in development from their marketplace. And this is where the problem lies. Ethics end when money is involved. And this is going to happen to a lot of industries. a lot of people who are currently against AI are slowly going to realize that it's a if you can't beat them, join them kind of situation. And why is that? A lot of people are looking at AI being, used in games as a race to the top. Who can do the most, the bestest, Which isn't the case at all.
Again, when it comes to games, it's all about whether the game is fun or not. Is the gameplay good?
Replace artists. AI can probably do 80% of, it can probably do work to about 80% of the quality of a good artist. But on the other hand, it costs them nothing. Now, as a game studio, would you, A, want to keep 30 artists on full payroll, maybe even 100 artists, depending on the size of your studio, and get 100% quality work? Or would you rather not pay the millions during the development of that game to those artists, get 80% of the quality, and get it instantly? Like, click your fingers and get it instantly. Now, if you have morals and you believe in you don't believe in the ethics of AI, you would say, well, I would have the staff. Now, your competitor doesn't have morals, and they have fired all their staff, minus 1 or 2 artists to just touch up some of the AI stuff. Because, like I say, it's not perfect, right? If the 80% of the work can be done instantly, and they're doing that, you have to do it. You have to do it to catch up. Because at the end of the day, your customers do not care. It's objective. It's objectively true. Your customers, for the majority, do not care how your game was made, as long as they enjoy it and they think they got their money's worth. So it's a race to the bottom. Who can do the least amount of work, the least amount of cost, while the quality remains about the same? So realistically, we don't benefit as gamers, which is unfortunate, because AI was supposed to make everything better, right? And you're also probably now thinking, well, Cal, you've just completely invalidated your own argument, saying that it doesn't matter, right? So why are we saying that this is a debatable thing? Well, when something like this, is a race to the bottom, Steam is going to become a dumping ground of AI slop. Because here's the thing. If you have the ability to churn out a game a week, which, yes, you absolutely can with AI, you can churn out a clone of another game or a, game-like game, or a kind of, closely inspired version of a game, you can churn one of those out in a week. And it can be 80%. ChatGPT can program now. And I'm not just saying, it can write a few lines of code and copy from Stack Overflow. It can code. It can comment its code, and then it can perfect its code. You don't need to ask it to help you with something anymore. You just give it your code and say, something isn't working here. The other week, to test this out, I made a Discord game in a Discord bot in about 3 hours in an evening that has an SQL connected database that the schematics for it were generated by ChatGPT, maintained by ChatGPT, and linked to a second database for something later down the line. It can do this. So now, instead of spending all this money on hiring a programmer or all these months on learning programming, you can learn by failing forward. You can program something that is abysmal, that is poorly optimized. You can give it to ChatGPT. And by the way, I know people tried to call me out on this last time, saying that it couldn't program properly. The premium version of ChatGPT is so far ahead now, so far ahead of the free version. I really think half of you just don't understand the sophistication of ChatGPT Plus. You don't just use a generic ChatGPT, you use a custom GPT. You tell this ChatGPT model, you are this, you are doing this, this is your job, here's how I want you to do it. And it becomes that person. It becomes a programmer that is hyper-focused on Python and SQL, including the SQLite plugin for Python. It knows all of those like the back of its hand, meticulously down to every detail. And the people who are mocking AI, just for the fun of it, aren't even aware that these are things. Do you know that the current ChatGPT Premium has access to the internet? It has access through a web browser. It's not 2 years out of date or a year out of date. It is up to date to the minute. So, yes, AI is coming to take people's jobs. And I'm not doing this to fearmonger or to just scare people. It's the truth. And if you want an example, if you want proof that this is what's going to happen to Steam, look at ArtStation. ArtStation has lost all popularity because of the amount of AI-generated slop that has just been dumped on there. And people say, well, don't look at it. If you go on an ArtStation, just don't look at the AI art. It's about volume. The volume of AI art being just spat out onto ArtStation makes finding stuff you like a chore. Right? It was a human site made for human art, for humans to upload that human art, and humans to look at it. It's not that anymore. Even though they've now got a designated tag for AI art, it isn't that anymore. And that's really unfortunate. I really hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. And there is an ultimate problem that I have seen nobody discuss. Nobody at all. And this is, again, revolving around the cat's out the bag, you know, Pandora's box is open. We need to ban the training of AI on, you know, other people's data, on images that people have created. And this is going to sound weird. I don't think we should. I think we should have banned it before it was done, but now that it has been done, it will actually do more harm than good by banning it now. And hear me out. There are currently 3 companies that abused the hell out of training on other people's data before the law came in against it, right? Whether they follow that law now or not doesn't even matter. What happens when they now ban the startup AI companies from using other people's data? You know, the data that the other AI were already trained on. Well, if lawmakers and officials decide that you're no longer allowed to train on that data and they actually enforce it, there are 3 companies now that are light years ahead in AI technology than anyone will ever get to by training on, you know, legal data. And it gets worse. Because of this, officials and, you know, lawmakers and governments will have actually just handed 3 major AI companies, or I think it's probably even just 2, a monopoly on a silver platter. A monopoly that literally will not be able to be toppled because no one can train up to that degree of, well, quality. Because at the end of the day, it's everyday information that these AIs need to be trained on. Do I think it's right? No. Is it a problem that is made worse by actually trying to solve it now? Yes. I think it is. I can't give a solution to any of these problems. I genuinely can't, and I don't think anyone can anymore because I don't think there is a solution. What I see happening now is we're actually going to have to come to terms with the fact that we have let things get this far. And it's here for good now. For better or worse, it is here. And it's staying. And it's not going anywhere. And before you know it, you will be allowing companies to train on your data. You'll be allowing them anyway. Google has their own AI. The company that nobody trusts. But what do? We store all of our images on the cloud, where we basically give them full rights to look through it and do whatever the hell they want with them, except for use them for advertising. Their AI is going to be integrated into phones very, very soon. In fact, this very morning, Galaxy S24 Ultra arrived on my doorstep. It's got a full AI built into it. And do you want to know what? You're going to think, well, people aren't going to buy that. They're going to move to iPhone. No, iPhone will have one too. iPhone will have one too. Why? Because 80% of consumers, once again, don't care about the negatives of AI. My nan, if I gave her this phone, would be astonished.
From what I believe, the iPhone already has an AI because when you take a picture in iPhone,
What's it worth?
it's the picture taken is already AI adjusted.
She can scribble on a phone, and the AI turns into perfectly formatted notes in your notepad. And 80% of people are just happy that that exists. They don't care that some artist that they've never met, never heard of, is angry. That is the truth. That is the harsh, cold truth. And genuinely, this is going to sound harsh, but I think the sooner we all stop collectively crying into our milk about what AI has done to our industry or what it's done to my job, and the sooner we start to look at how to rectify and deal with what is now, you know, out in the world. We've fucking released Imhotep from his tomb. What do we do now? The sooner people start focusing on that, the better things are going to get. Ladies and gents, I really hope that this hasn't come across as a ranty video. I know it is.
Just like with everything else, people must learn to adapt. For example, when back in the early, no, before the 2000s, the way I learned how to write HTML when I was learning how to, you know, make web pages. I would write them on paper, and then I would rent a PC and rewrite them in Notepad, save them as an HTML file, and then run the file in a browser like Netscape or IE. And then years later, there was Dreamweaver. Yeah, Dreamweaver, and then Dreamweaver become just kept on improving, where you can integrate ASP and other back-end codes with just simply by clicking buttons and icons. Yeah, sure, the code is like really messy, but it works. Imagine that. So it basically almost eliminated hand coding HTML. Even back then, I would hand code HTML because it was cleaner. I find the but I'm not sure about later years. I'm not sure about the latest version of, even if Dreamweaver exists today. I wouldn't really know. I haven't been creating websites for like, well, almost a decade now. So what people should do is just adapt. Adapt. And what I was saying earlier about, you know, the value of handmade art will people will, you know, look at handmade art differently. Eventually they will put more value to it, because in a way it's unique. People like owning things that are unique. There will be negative and positive changes or effects with AI. And I also found there are already AI live streamers, AI VTubers, and they're super popular. A lot of they have fans simping for them. Imagine that. People don't care if they're watching an AI or not. What they care about is, are they entertained, basically. And guess what? The AI VTuber is entertaining them. In fact, I wish I was as entertaining as those popular AI VTubers. Sadly, sadly, I don't have you know, I'm not entertaining at all. I have like zero entertainment value. Okay, let's what is this one? This was 1 year ago. I played the worst metaverse, so you don't have to. Look at that. His hairstyle was like super different 1 year ago. Okay, this is live. Why is this live? Huh. And here we have Blizzard's Last Chance. Let's go. I'm going to watch this.
This is really funny for me to see this.
I I find Asmongold super funny. Yeah, it's like a stand-up comedian. It's very natural at it.
I find it to be so it's so fucking funny to me. It's it's so fucking funny. How many last chances are players gonna get Blizzard before they realize it's been over for the last 5 years? Let's find out.
So last week, news came out that Microsoft has moved forward with efforts to make Blizzard more prolific. The plan is to launch new games for their established IPs far more frequently than has been the case. Blizzard is notorious for taking their time ever since the early 2000s, with there being 10 years between the launches of Diablos 3 and 4, 12 years between StarCrafts 1 and 2, and it's been 22 years since we got a new Warcraft RTS. You feeling old yet? I sure am. Now compare that with their release cadence in the late 90s and early 2000s. In the 10-year span between 94 and 2004, they launched Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Diablo, StarCraft, Diablo 2, Warcraft 3, and the world.
Keep in mind that each of these games, StarCraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, I think one of the Diablo 2, all had expansion packs as well. And this is all inside of that timeline.
Of Warcraft,
the golden
that
era?
was 7 games within 10 years. In the 20 years since World of Warcraft, there have been 6 new games with StarCraft 2, Diablo 3, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and most recently Diablo 4. Now, longer development times over the past 2 decades have been a trend across the entire industry. This isn't Blizzard specific. What is Blizzard specific, though, is the fact that for a while it felt like that long wait was worth it. The company isn't quite known nowadays as the genre-defining developer they used to be, and it seems like Microsoft, after spending $72 billion in the acquisition, they're not that interested in a release cadence of 6 new games over the course of the next 20 years. Now, I don't think rushing out their mainline installments is going to be the answer.
Well, I don't think it's a
they should release World of Warcraft 2.
Into the future. Unless you're making something that's like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3, that's just like, they could release Baldur's Gate 3 10 years from now or 10 years ago. Or
I wonder if a World of Warcraft 2 title with Elden Ring gameplay, I wonder if it will be popular.
Games are trying to capitalize on
Imagine that. World of Warcraft with Elden Ring gameplay.
For a year or 2 earlier, there likely would have been far less content in the game at release, of course, right? I do think Blizzard should take their time, as much time as they need for those big games for their mainline installments. Take all the time you want.
Or maybe let's go to my favorite game, Skyrim. How about Elder Scrolls 6 with Elden Ring combat system, not just gameplay but combat system. I want them to keep the as
good of an idea as people might think.
The storytelling style of Elder Scrolls. So Elder Scrolls 6 with Elden Ring combat system, but better, okay? But better. Of course, they need to improve on that. Not just copy what Elden Ring did.
So unless they're going to be
I think it will be very successful.
In-house development studio, if they outsource their games to another person, we've already seen where that goes. Riot was doing it for the wrong reason. Oh, but I'm sure Blizzard will be the right reason.
Safe and to try new things. Well, it turns out that might be exactly what's going on. Microsoft has some big plans. According to sources speaking with Windows Central, Microsoft has recently created a new internal team made up of members throughout Activision Blizzard King. This group's entire focus is to create new games based on Blizzard's popular franchises. But these wouldn't be new big mainline games. We're not talking about StarCraft 3.
Yeah, they're talking about making new mobile games, like making something like, for example, the League of Legends Swarm mode. I think that would be a good idea.
Like, the fact that they couldn't make, like, a Warcraft 3 styled hero. Like, imagine if you could play as the different heroes from Warcraft 3, but it was a Vampire Survivors type game. Why didn't they do that? Well, it's because they're dumb. That's the reason why. And this is going to be the overall common problem that Blizzard is going to have with everything. Is that the people that are making the games over there, I don't think that they have the same level of talent or insight that the guys that were making WoW in 2004 did. Like, I mean, look, I like the people that work on WoW, but if you listen to Kevin Jordan or John Statz or some of the designers of the original classic WoW talk about the game, and then you listen to the people nowadays that are developing the game talk about the game, you know what a really great comparison is? It's the difference between Lord of the Rings and Rings of Power. That's just it. And I don't know what to do about that. World's part, yeah.
Warcraft 4. These would be smaller games in their scope, scale, budget, and ideally as well in their development time. So basically, we're talking about spin-offs for Warcraft, Diablo, and StarCraft in entirely new genres released far more frequently than once every 10 years or 10 plus years. This is a pretty exciting problem.
StarCraft Clash of Clans. I want it. Do it. You should have already done it. Should have done it 5 years ago.
Position. Now, to quote the article, sources tell me that Microsoft is keen to explore and experiment finding success out of smaller teams that are also integrated with the larger org, almost Nintendo style for seamless collaboration. Microsoft and other big publishers are increasingly concerned about the monstrously ballooning cost facing AAA game development.
Really smart insight by Microsoft. I'm glad they're thinking like this, and I think they're also making a good decision by making sure that all of the development is done in-house. That way they don't have the same problems with quality and promotion and continuity that Riot Forge did. I think this is smart of them to do.
Having studios cross-collaborate more closely is one way Microsoft is exploring reducing cost. Now, later on, he adds that this new internal Blizzard studio is entirely geared up for agility and trying to break free of the bureaucratic bloat that often comes with larger teams. And this is absolutely a truth that we see in action very often across the games industry.
I think Blizzard is probably the biggest... Like, it probably isn't, this probably actually isn't true. It's just that I'm the most familiar with Blizzard. But I don't know how many times, like, things in Blizzard are a certain way because they've always been that way. And it takes, like, 6 months to have, like, a number changed.
Huge studios moving at a snail's pace, taking weeks or months or even longer to release updates, patches, and bug fixes, while simultaneously in that same industry, we're seeing much smaller teams working on their own indie games or AA games that can release updates far more frequently. There's a lot of red tape when a development studio...
I can't imagine, like, being the Diablo 4 developers and seeing that, this is my opinion, Settlers of Calgor, excuse me, not Cowgirl. Sorry. In my opinion, I think it's adding, like, it was more of a hype and a better announcement than the Diablo 4 expansion was. Like, that's my opinion. It was, like, actually shocking to me how big of a difference it was.
Gets to be as big as Blizzard, and while that red tape is there for a reason,
and then, like, by the way, it goes even harder than that. The city that you're building in Settlers of Calgor is going to be the main city in PoE 2. Guys, it's a free game. What the fuck?
And often does tend to really slow things up
right now,
when it comes to these studios being geared up for agility, being flexible.
PoE still has 100K. I want to show you guys. That's actually a really good one. Sorry, I keep pausing, but, like, this is just, like, I really want to make sure that we get this all the way. This is a level of success. PoE is reaching new heights right now. If you look at the drop-off for this season versus the previous seasons, this season is holding players at a ratio that you can quantitatively assess is unheard of. This game has been out since 2000. I played it since 2012, but I think the official release was 2014. 10 years. And it's still peaking. What the fuck? It's disgusting. Look at these different seasons. I mean, which one was this? Crucible? I played this one. This one was so good. Yep, there you go. I played this one. You know, it is what it is, right? And so, dedication's word, yeah. So, like, it's just... And by the way, this isn't even their new game. Keep in mind, this is the old game. Yeah, this isn't even the new big game that they've been developing. It's disgusting. How can Blizzard realistically compete with that level of insight? With like the Faustus changes with the currency tabs or currency market. How can they compete with the insight of instilling orbs? I'll tell you how. They can't. I do not think that they have the talent on the team right now that can compete with that. The Diablo 4 team is pretty good, and they've done a good job improving the game. But I've actually been thinking, this is, guys, a month almost after the season for PoE has ended, or has come out. I want to go back and play it again. That shouldn't happen.
Well, it just means that the game is good.
You should play Melee. I already have this.
For example, I keep coming back to playing Skyrim and Fallout 4, and even Fallout New Vegas. I haven't even played Fallout 3.
I'm not investing 30. I'm not going to invest 76 hours into giving myself epilepsy again. Okay? Like, until they change the way it works and I can do it with a chaos build that's cheaper, I'm not going to do it. I've done it once, that's it.
And responsive and updating on a frequent basis. So the entire initiative here actually sounds and reminds me a lot of what Riot has been doing with Riot Forge, where they're releasing these smaller scale games based on their League of Legends IP. And some of these have seen some great success, like really highly rated. A lot of people really enjoy them. So it's...
Okay, now let's do a little bit of a fact check here. Now we have to go ahead and look into the actual numbers and...
Okay, so I'm going to pause this for a second because I need to move my avatar to a different location. Why? Because the X2 in that place is over. Ooh, Cave of Dark Delights. Let's go back here. Let's see if I can get in. Ooh, okay. My avatar got in. And I need to join the group again. Okay, there you go. X4 activated. So my avatar is standing there doing nothing, but well, my avatar is growing a virtual flower. So technically my avatar is doing something and earning Linden dollars while just standing there. let's go back to the video.
Check and see if this... We're going to fact check this video and see if that's actually accurate. Okay. What's some of the other ones? Is it Numu? I'm sorry, I forgot. What was the other word for it? TFT? No, not so, Nunu. Yeah. Nunu. Okay, there's another one. I'll do one more. Ruined King. This one did pretty well. This was a pretty successful release. This was not. The reality is that the Ruined King release did pretty well because it was I think the first one. And then after that, the other releases did not do well. Like, and we're not looking at the average players, right? Because it's a single player game. Like, I played Mage Seeker. It was a great game. It was a great game. But the problem is that I'll let him talk because, like, he might just end up saying the same thing that I'm going to say.
Really exciting. And I think for Blizzard in particular, as someone who's been a fan of pretty much all of their franchises for the past 20, 30 plus years, there's a lot of potential. Like, they've actually already been playing around with this idea, right? Of making these smaller scale.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's not going to cover it anymore. All right. So anyway, it's going to go better for Blizzard than it would for Riot because Blizzard has conditioned most of its player base to be used to paying money for games, whereas all of Riot's games are free to play. So when you're marketing a premium game towards a free to play audience, you're going to have a lower conversion rate. So I do think that Blizzard has a better opportunity to do it based off of how they've created their audience.
Spinoffs. Obviously, you could certainly argue that Hearthstone is exactly that. They took the Warcraft IP, they turned it into a collectible card game reminiscent of Magic the Gathering, but with
Magic the Gathering.
With a Warcraft twist. I mean, it's not exactly like Magic, right? But you get the picture.
You're right,
they
it's
took
not.
the IP and they spun it off into a smaller version of it, a smaller scale thing. There's obviously the mobile stuff as well. Bleh, you know, we're talking about Diablo Immortal, Warcraft Rumble. I don't really care at all about the mobile portion of Blizzard's IPs. But if we're talking about getting more indie slash...
I don't like this idea that mobile games shouldn't be viewed as real games. I think it's reductive. I actually really hope that we see more good mobile games that are fun. Because there's a lot of old games that we used to play as kids that basically nowadays could be mobile games, but now they're just seen as bad. I think the real problem with mobile is the fact of the monetization. It's that mobile is monetized in a way that's shitty.
AA quality PC.
Nah, most, especially when it comes to MMORPG. Mobile MMORPGs are
Plunderstorm. I think this was a great...
just autoplay games. You don't even need to do anything. You can just log in, start, and go to sleep, and wake up. Your character is like already at endgame.
Loadout of different abilities,
They also
all
did
while
this
fighting
with
in
Mob
lobbies
Remix.
of 60 players with a closing circle, pushing you all together and trying to stay alive to be the last one standing. It was a traditional battle royale, but in the world of Warcraft. But it wasn't just WoW in a battle royale area. Like, they really, in a lot of ways, made it its own thing. You weren't actually logging into WoW and like going up to an NPC and queuing in. It was its own separate game inside of the WoW client. And like I said, it was actually really, really good. I think that if they made some tweaks and some adjustments and some polishing, it could very well be spun off into its own game. In fact, I know of a few people who have zero, actually less than zero interest in World of Warcraft. They do not care. They would never play that MMO, but they played and thoroughly enjoyed Plunderstorm. That's a really good sign. And I think they're just generally around the internet, there seemed to be a positive sentiment around Plunderstorm.
Yeah, it was good. Now, is it good enough to be a standalone game? No. But it was good. It was a good attempt, and I think that what Plunderstorm represents is Blizzard trying new things. I think, obviously, the Mists of Pandaria remix event is kind of the same thing. I think that's really cool. I like it.
Storm, besides the fact that it was locked behind a monthly subscription.
Yeah.
I think if they spun off
so
Plunderstorm into its own game, probably don't call it Plunderstorm, come up with another name, but make a World of Warcraft Battle Royale as its own free-to-play thing, you could probably just print money with that. In fact, frankly, I think that should be that'd be my suggestion, that this is the first thing that this new spin-off studio works on. It seems like an easy win there. But there's a few other ideas that I would personally love
In my opinion, if they do that, I think they should make it like Warcraft 3. They should make the characters that you play like the Warcraft 3 hero units and make it a version of like Durotar or like really like popular Warcraft areas, and then really capitalize kind of on that middle ground between like nostalgia and like BR trends. I think that's what they should do. And like have the matches be a little bit longer. You can even have it be an extraction game. I feel like extraction games are becoming the new BR.
See them take a crack at. How about a Warcraft-themed survival game, huh? Blizzard did spend 7 years laying the groundwork for a shared open-world survival title. It was under a brand new IP, and, well, that was scrapped earlier this year, unfortunately, when Microsoft had a big round of layoffs.
Because it
I would
sucked.
imagine there's a possibility they could use some parts of this, rework it with Warcraft theming, and then spin it out into its own smaller-scale survival game, making use...
Good point, and I think that's what they did with Overwatch. Yeah, and Overwatch 1, like, you guys, I mean, like, look, everybody likes to shit on Overwatch 2. I think Overwatch 2 is an alright game. But man, Overwatch 1, when it came out, dude, that game was, everybody was talking about that game. That game was awesome.
Of past scrapped projects and turning them into something new is something that Blizzard has done in the past. Overwatch, most notably, was made from the remnants of Blizzard's sci-fi MMO code-named Titan. That game also, funnily enough, was canceled after roughly 7 years in development. Seems like that 7-year mark is the killer for a lot of Blizzard games that they're not going to release. And, you know, survival games are also notoriously lower budget titles. A majority of the most popular survival games out there were made by relatively small teams.
I think survival games are falling off, by the way. I think that there hasn't been enough innovation in survival games. And right now, I don't really think that I don't think anybody has like really innovated on the genre in a way that's interesting. Like the last real innovation that I think was meaningful was Pal World.
With relatively little funding, talking things like Rust, Ark, and Valheim. These are smaller scale games, smaller budget that seem to attract a massive audience. It's just a no-brainer. I've actually been waiting 30 years to chop trees as an orc and build my own base. Can you just make that happen, Blizzard?
Yeah, that's what I thought they were gonna fucking do with Warfront.
Work.
Excited.
Work.
Warcraft 2 tech tree, and it turned into be some autoplay.
Work.
Yeah,
come on, seriously. So yeah, I think a Warcraft survival game is the perfect type of thing that we could hope for from this initiative. But here's a few other ideas. We're spitballing here, just throwing darts, right? How about a StarCraft third-person action/shooter game? Just imagine Space Marine 2, but it's StarCraft, right? It's not even that far.
He's not going to talk about StarCraft Ghost, is he? Okay, I just wanted to check ahead of time. Yeah, we tried that. Yeah. Funny you should mention that.
Far of a leap, as the entire StarCraft franchise was
StarCraft
originally a
Helldivers?
spin-off of Warhammer 40k.
That would be fucking
They're right
crazy.
there. Just put the pieces together. How about like a Diablo-themed dungeon extraction game? Think about Dark and Darker Dungeonborn, but it's Diablo stuff. You got first person, you spawn in, you fight other players for loot, you extract. You could do this. How about a Vampire Survivors auto shooter battler thing? Any of their IPs could work from that. Heck, we could even see like a 2D side scroller.
So this is the main problem that I think a lot of these games have. I think this is what Blizzard has as a problem. I think Helldivers 2 has had this problem too, from what my understanding, is that the games take too long to respond to player feedback, and by the time the response is made, the players have already moved on or lost interest. So what happens at Blizzard in a lot of cases is that it's not that Blizzard doesn't change things, it's that it takes 8 months for Blizzard to change things. And people get tired after 8 weeks. And so they don't want to come back after 8 months. They've already like mentally disconnected from the game. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like I have that happen with me where like a game can be like really fun, but once I like mentally disconnect from it, I'm no longer interested in playing it. You know, like that's about it. So it's just like it's again like a too big to succeed situation where like you have studios. So like, and also I don't think this is entirely a structural issue. I think that it's the people that work at Blizzard don't have the right insight that players need. And I think this happened with Season of Discovery. Some examples of those games? Yeah. Well, like, I mean, for example, in WoW, like the corruption vendor and it being on a rotation, I can give you 50 WoW examples. Or I can give you examples like in the Mists of Pandaria remix. Like, it took them too long to calibrate the way that people are going to farm the frogs, and then how the balancing for the different rewards for the game was going to be. And like, I think that's another example of it. Helldivers 2 is probably the biggest example you can think of right now. I think also Path of Exile made this mistake with the Lake of Kalandra. They took too long to address the concerns that players had with the league, and I think that caused a lot of people to just fall off, right? They stopped paying attention to the league. And the worst thing about it is that, and I think this is something that's like, a lot of people might not really see this, but if you look at Lake of Kalandra was actually more popular than the Sanctum League, even though Sanctum is regarded by, I don't know, I'd say pretty much almost everybody that I know as way better than Lake of Kalandra. And so the problem with what happens is that once you train players into a cycle of apathy and disinterest, what ends up happening is that apathy and disinterest has a ripple effect on future products and future editions. And so, like, you can see also Sanctum built up a lot of goodwill, and you can see how this graph doesn't go down as fast as the Crucible graph does, or this one doesn't go down as fast as the Sentinel graph does, right? And then Crucible comes out, and it has a massive peak, right? One of the second highest peaks the game's ever had. And why is that? It's you're building up that goodwill. And this is something that Blizzard used to do a lot of, is they would invest in the goodwill of the community. I think the best example of that is BlizzCon. People are talking about, oh, BlizzCon loses money. Well, oh, BlizzCon loses money? Well, what about the money that's made from having everybody talking about your company and their trade show for the next 2 weeks? How do you factor in marketing for that? Like, how do you look at that? It's just like it's such small level thinking that it's very frustrating as somebody who's a fan to see such, in my opinion, like massive mistakes being made. Affliction was very fun too. Yeah, I'm sure, right? But like, you see how the ripple effect happens, and so like Dragonflight in a lot of cases was an improvement over Shadowlands and BFA, but because people had already been tired of that, a lot of people didn't have the same level of enthusiasm for it. And I think you're seeing that even more so now with The War Within. I think The War Within has had the least hype for it than any expansion I've ever seen. I think also, hey, here's another great example. Somebody brings it up in chat. I actually didn't think of this. I should have. New World. New World should have addressed the problems in beta when I fucking said they were problems. But they should have especially really addressed them whenever the game came out. And by the time that New World improved the quality of the game and they made it better, everybody had already decided that it was a dead game. Look at Lost Ark. The exact same problem happened. And so it's...
But there are also outliers, like No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, when it came out, it was like not well received, but 1 year later, they relaunched. Well, can you call that a relaunch? They released an update, and boom, everything just went uphill, I think. The same with, I believe, maybe Cyberpunk 2077. And although these are rare, but sometimes it can happen, you know. For example, if players have issues with your game, Yeah, sure. If you don't address them immediately, and yeah, they will, because there's a lot of games out there. There's a lot of freaking games out there. But if you come back with a strong update, there's still a chance that players, disillusioned players, can come back and give it a try. Although again, it's very rare, very rare. Based on the examples I know, there are only like very few of them. For example, if Shroud of the Avatar makes a big comeback, I am or releases a big update that really turns everything around in the game, like addresses every issues and problems, and really make it like a AAA level game. Who knows? Maybe people, maybe fans will come back. Fans of Ultima Online and fans of Richard Garrett might come back and play it. But then again, it's like it's a dice roll. It could be good, it could fail, or it could succeed.
Again, like people, and I've already, like with Lost Ark, they added solo raids. If like you could take a time machine and put me back in the release of Vicus, and then in 2 weeks after that, they're adding solo raids, I would be so fucking excited for that. But I have already like mentally disconnected from Lost Ark. I am no longer interested in the game, really. The was not Kadan raid. What's not Phaedrus? Fucking what's his name? Thamine. The Thamine raid looked really cool. It did, but like I know what it's gonna be. Somebody does something wrong, everybody dies. And so I just don't have the interest for it. And I think that's what's happened with a lot of games. That's what's happened with Blizzard a lot too.
Like Hollow Knight, but it's Diablo or Warcraft or something, right? Really, I think that they could just take a look at any of the popular indie or AA games and genres, and they could just create spin-offs of those using Blizzard IPs. If nothing else, I would love if that's what they just did that, and if we got some decent games out of it, that would be really cool.
It would be nice if we got good video games.
So that is all really interesting. Like I said, I think there's so much potential for cool things that this development team could work on. The Battle Royale and the survival games being the ones that are most immediately promising and appealing sounding to me. But at the same time, what's going on with Blizzard proper, right? The main development teams, what are they up to? Well, of course, all the existing stuff marches forward with them continuing support on current titles. World of Warcraft kicks off the first of a planned trilogy of expansions for retail, launching the War Within later this month. And of course, Classic WoW and Hardcore WoW and Season of Discovery are likely to continue marching forward. Diablo 4 is also getting its first big expansion with Vessel of Hatred that is coming in October. And Overwatch, StarCraft, and Hearthstone, they all still exist. Or
if inside of the Vessel of Hatred, Mephisto does not make Nerel, or whatever the fuck her name is, tear a person's heart out in the top of a temple and kick the corpse down the stairs while the blood splatters everywhere, I will be extremely disappointed. If we don't have at least one fully cinematic animated human sacrifice,
so I am told. But what else is the company up
because
to?
it's
well,
cool.
As mentioned, they did have a survival game in development for about 7 years, but that got canceled last January when Microsoft announced a big round of layoffs. One of the most heavily affected groups was the vast majority of the development team for Project Odyssey, which was the code name for their survival game. Most of them unfortunately got fired, and those who remained ended up moving on to other projects. This was a pretty big blow, especially considering from all we had heard, the game was actually shaping up nicely over the past 2 years.
Yeah, I believe it when I see it. Let me see it. I don't believe that. Oh, they just canceled the game because it was too good? Sure.
Or so, we have seen several leaked impressions from playtesters,
Nice try.
and they were all fairly positive. Also, there were a lot of ex-Blizzard employees and various people who are known for leaking info in the industry that spoke quite highly of Blizzard's in-development survival game as well. So the fact that this project seemingly
These
was
are the same people that spoke highly of Diablo 4 too.
doing all right, but then got outright canned. That is a real shame. I think there's at least some part of the reason, however small, there might be some part of the reason for this cancellation due to the fact that it was a new IP. Now, when these layoffs took place, Phil Spencer said on a few occasions that going forward, they are going to be primarily focusing on Blizzard's strengths and in particular on their existing franchises. So maybe that survival game does get reworked and repurposed.
I actually think that's like, I understand why like they want to do that, and you saw like I saw like a clip of like Vince Vaughn talking about this on like Hot Ones, where it seems like a lot of Hollywood, there's like so much of a consolidation of resources around trying to capitalize off of existing IPs rather than creating new ones. But I think really where the enthusiasm and the real spark of excitement comes from is actually from new IPs. Like Elden Ring isn't Dark Souls 4. It's Elden Ring. Like, as far as I know, like, Baldur's Gate 2 and 3, there's, like, not a lot of continuity there. Like, it's effectively the third version of the game, but it's not like you needed to play the other games in order to understand it. So I think, really, you don't need to capitalize on an IP. The First Descendant, yeah.
A new Warcraft thing. Who knows? I'll keep it on my wish list. That's not all, though, actually. Since the survival game got axed, we have caught wind of another new project in development at Blizzard. A few months ago, there were numerous job openings posted for a new, unannounced, open-world Blizzard game. That's right. Positions available for the creative, narrative, and art directors, as well as concept artists, gameplay engineers, animators, combat designers, and design directors for both missions and combat AI. That is a lot of positions, and it is very clear that the game is still in very early development. In fact, it may still very well be in pre-production. We're also not sure if this is a new or existing franchise, although again, Microsoft has made it clear that they want to focus on existing ones, so I'm just going to assume as much. But we did get a tiny bit of information from these job postings. So with the missions and combat AI, it was made clear that this game is going to have a PvE focus. In the combat design roles, they mentioned wanting monsters to be interesting, memorable, and challenging from the initial threats all the way to legendary boss encounters players will talk about for decades.
What,
Clearly,
like
they are
Dark
going to
Souls?
have some leveling, power, and or difficulty progression in this.
Maybe it's a looter shooter.
To eventually reaching legendary boss fights. The world designer will be, quote, defining and iterating on a collaborative vision for
Monster
open world
Hunter
gameplay and content.
I mean, I actually think, like, this is a opinion that I have, is that I think that the next really big MMO is going to have more in common with Monster Hunter than it does with WoW. I think that that's the future, and like also I think it's going to have more in common with like the way that I feel like this is, again, I'm not a big player, but like I've watched content about it with RuneScape. I think that the future of MMOs is going to be primarily synchronous gameplay, primarily solo gameplay, with group elements that are added in that are not felt to be mandatory inside of the game. I think that's the future of MMOs right now. Like lobby games, well, they're like, okay, so like a lobby game. Let's abstract that a little bit more. Stormwind is a lobby. That's the way I see it.
Ranging from sprawling exterior zones to tight and intense claustrophobic interiors. And then finally, the level designer will be designing and implementing captivating locations and environments, integrating gameplay mechanics, challenges, combat, and puzzles into level designs. So while it is all really vague, we at least have the understanding that there's going to be a focus on PvE combat and encounters with PvE enemies and legendary bosses. There should be some leveling and progression tied to that as well, based on how they're talking about the breadth of this thing. And it is going to be an open world game as well. Once more, though, this is likely not even close to complete. It might not even be started yet. It could be a good 5+ years before we get any sort of a reveal of what this is. So don't hold your breath, right? There is still hope yet as well for fans of the StarCraft franchise. That's right, as shortly after Microsoft's acquisition of Blizzard,
I can't wait for StarCraft fans to get a pay-to-win mobile game. I'm so excited. It's going to be great.
Spencer mentioned plans to, quote, bring back dormant franchises, which include the likes of StarCraft.
Yeah.
In an interview with Jez
You know
Corden,
what, I know what,
Spencer
everybody
said,
knows
the
it.
diversity of business models allows us to invest in different kinds of content and still have financial success with that content. We look at the back catalog from Activision and Blizzard, we get really excited about the things we can do. Now, when Jez asked him about StarCraft in particular, he said that they'd want to ensure Blizzard was part of the discussions to revive any of those franchises, and that it wouldn't necessarily...
You can see, like, by the way, remember what I've said before about how, like, the reason why why RTS is dying is because of micromanaging? Like, if you guys played StarCraft 2, watching this clip, at least for me, was a little bit painful. Because, like, you're going to want to micro, like, 2 to here, 2 to 3 to here, 1 to there, right? That's the reason why it's fucking dying. Right there.
discussions to revive any of those franchises, and that it wouldn't necessarily simply be a case of spinning up a new team to handle them. Notably, though, when Spencer took to the BlizzCon stage in 2023, he did specifically shout out StarCraft fans, and when Jez asked him about that, his response was, I want our fans and customers to know that I don't bring up games just to tease to no end. If people have watched how we have teased things in the past, there's usually some kind of a reconciliation of those hints later on. I'm not one to try to lead people on. It might not happen in the timeline that people would love, but usually when I tease, there is something there. So he's kind of like confirming without confirming that they are, at the very least, Microsoft is in at least considerations of reviving the StarCraft franchise. Otherwise,
they're going to
have brought it up.
They have
that's
to.
what you can
like,
pull
it's
from,
obvious.
Right? Whether or not that's going to happen.
Like, you think Phil Spencer's not stupid. He's not a stupid guy. The people that work at Xbox are really smart. I think they actually are genuinely smart. I fucking guarantee you Phil Spencer's played StarCraft. Of course he's going to try to do that. Obviously.
Happen in this decade? Who knows? Okay. So yeah, I mean, hey, there's clearly a fair bit going on at Blizzard right now, all things considered, from this new development team focused on smaller scale AA/indie level games for their existing IPs. Once again, I'll reiterate, I will take that Battle Royale and or Survival Warcraft themed game, please. World of Warcraft, both classic and retail, along with Diablo 4, they are continuing to get updates and will be getting expansions for the foreseeable future. While the survival game was canned, we do have this brand new announced PvE focused open world game that's ramping up development. Phil Spencer has also acknowledged interest in reviving StarCraft, as I just mentioned, and I should add that we saw job postings back in 2021 for an unannounced action/FPS game that was said to be in development for PC and consoles with online integration. We do also know they've got several mobile games in the work, if you care about that. I don't, and yes, for sure.
I do. I hope they're good. I hope they're fun. Yeah, like I don't mind mobile games as long as they're fun. Like, I view mobile games like they're arcade games. And I like arcade games. They're enjoyable. Sure.
Well, it's just common sense when it comes to games.
More unannounced things.
It should be fun. If it's not fun, then what's the point?
Or Blizzard releasing another full-blown MMO. I think what I'm actually most interested in seeing is this new, smaller, more agile dev team, what they come up with. There's just, again, so much potential for Warcraft, Diablo, and StarCraft if mapped onto so many genres. Battle Royale, Survival, Souls-like, Roguelike, Platformer even. That, like, you could just take Blizzard IPs and put them onto so many other game types and genres, and it could certainly work. And I hope that's the sort of thing that they plan to be working on. Whatever comes of it, though, I will be sure to keep you posted as we see and learn more. But that is all for today. Thank you, as always, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you next time.
Yeah. So
last week,
is this Blizzard's last chance? You know, I thought that with Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls.
I don't think so. It's not Blizzard's last chance.
14. I think that people keep eating shit.
As long as the company is standing, they'll have a lot of chances.
Blizzard has no more last chances. Yeah. This is their 14th last chance. Okay, guys?
Once the game shuts down or the company shuts down, then yeah, then you can say that was their last chance. But as long as the company is there, it's standing, they can always, make new things. They have a very popular IP. Or they can just continue making World of Warcraft or updating World of Warcraft. Okay, so we have here Helldiver news. Helldivers 2 CEO talks update. I hope this is something new. What is this? How Nazi rocket science fueled America's space race. Nah, I'm not too interested in that. Batman creator, no good villains. Ah, okay. I think he said no good female villains. Yeah. I guess the current roster of female villains or female Batman villains are not good enough. I feel bad for them because they're not good enough for the modern audience. Honestly, I think they just want to piss off their core audience. Their current male, white, and straight audience. Let's piss them off. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Because even if they sell or not, they know that the corporation that is handling them have a lot of resources. They can fail and fail over and over, and the parent company will just keep backing them up. Is Unity finished? This is kind of old. Disney to destroy Jim Henson's final masterpiece, Muppet Vision. Okay, so this was like 2 years ago. I'm not going to watch that. The Death of Dreamworld. I think Dreamworld is currently in Steam. Yeah, I did not download it because of the system requirements. Alpha 3.24 is broken, but not for long. Okay, so this is Board Gamer, one of the popular Star Citizen content creator.
Hello and welcome to some more Star Citizen. Star Citizen Alpha 3.24 is broken at time of recording. It's literally not up on the PTU. It's likely to return.
Look at that. If you watch the trailers, the way the ships
on the ship showdown
move, the way the ships land, or the way the ships are animated, they look very smooth. But if you watch an actual gameplay, oh my goodness, it looks terrible. I recently watched a gameplay of Star Citizen, and the ships were like jiggling. They were jiggling on the landing pad. There were like snappy movements. It looked terrible. But when you're looking at produced trailers or videos or snippets or features, you'll see, ooh, wow, look at that. Everything looks smooth. Everything looks great. My goodness. That's why you need to watch a gameplay.
Yes.
Only by watching an actual gameplay, you'll see the real condition
So the tractor beam
the game is at.
has had its
Sure, it looks nice, but
cargo size is under 30.
if you're aiming for immersion, a ship shaking on the ground is not very immersive.
Tractor beam. Both handheld tractor beams have had them.
Look at this landing sequence. It looks super smooth.
Loading and unloading cargo and these tractor beams for a while. And
These are all misleading, by the way. These are very misleading.
large tractor beams, ship tractor beams.
Look at how it landed. Wow.
Tractor beam, but
amazing, right? But if you've seen a gameplay,
based on feedback, we determined
it's not that smooth. The landing sequence are very snappy. The ships are like
of the warehouse inventory to only show FPS gear like the storage access.
I wouldn't call glitching. They have snappy movements.
The storage access screen shares a lot of functionality with the freight element.
But when you're watching a featurette,
item bank stuff with
those videos that were produced,
seeing that we only actually
you'd think that the game is
from there for the most part
super awesome.
Yes, look, it's FPS.
That is super immersive. But once you see an actual gameplay, why is that ship doing that? Why is the ship upside down? Why is the ship clipping to the space station? You'll see stupid crap like that, and that is the true condition of the game.
Mission rewards. We do know that they've tweaked their effort versus reward calculations. There's an interesting thing here. I would prefer them to sort of reduce inflation in the economy as much as possible and draw everything back, reduce the prices of everything, make the value of a single Alpha USC significantly higher, magnitudes higher, effectively reduce the actual rewards for things, but try and make Alpha USC effectively more valuable individually. And yeah, I want to get good rewards for doing a good amount of effort, but I don't want there to be just mass inflation in game and Alpha USC it to be millions and millions and millions for even a small ship, or tens or hundreds of thousands of Alpha USC for a little bit of FPS equipment. That's just me. I'm interested to know what other people's thoughts on the economy are, and obviously they can reduce it by magnitude in the future if they wanted to, that sort of stuff. Some ships and vehicles stuff. They removed assigned distance fields and shields from spindles and the attached cargo of the hull. So interesting to know actually how that affects the game at all. I need to see that. I need to understand that. I do not fully understand that. The patch also made further ship debris, collision physics performance improvements, and an entity count performance polish pass for Hurston was done. It fixed a load of issues as well, that patch, with completing mission objectives, the hull sea cargo transfer, hangar transition and physics breaking, ship spawning and retrieval, ASOP terminal issues, selling ore and gems at Klesher prison, mission cargo detection after a sort of server recovery that was broken. Apparently that was solved in that patch, so you didn't it didn't lose the fact that something was a mission item. Some other minor mission issues were solved. The medical rescue beacons worked without you being able to sort of exploit it and jab a med pen into a corpse to get your reward and that sort of stuff. It also fixed 11 crashes. It's also likely that one of those fixes or changes is the reason that we've had that sort of instability and those unforeseen issues. This is a case of one step forward, two steps back, very much so, but it should be a multiple steps forward situation once they re-release the PTU, hopefully later today, because they hopefully will have tracked down that problem, and then obviously all those other fixes are there and potentially a load more. I'm interested to know what you think. Did you actually get to play in that patch? I did not play in that patch. It went down before I had the opportunity to play it. I'm interested to know what people's thoughts on that and just how unstable it was. Tell us in the comments below. The Ship Showdown, that's running until the 30th of August, when we'll find out who the sort of most popular ship in the verse currently is. However, there's a free fly that's running until the 22nd of August. You can try Star Citizen for free. There's 16 ships to try. Anyone can also try all those 16 ships as well. It's not just for new players, it's for all players. You do need to click on the fly for free button on the free fly page, though, to get access to those ships. Again, I will link that down below. Now, some other bits and bobs. All 16 of those ships are on sale with some caveats. For example, the F8C, I can confirm it is purchasable, but you have to have previously found a golden ticket. If you haven't, then you can't purchase it at the moment. I don't believe that CIG are planning to allow everyone to purchase it without a golden ticket. Stay tuned, because if they do change their mind on that, I'll put a post up about it or a video up about it. The 890 Jump, a very expensive sort of most frigate-sized luxury vessel, is on sale every 8 hours until 8 a.m. UTC on the 18th of August. So if you want to try and get it, there's a load of waves of it going on sale. They do this with sort of limited hull ships. A couple of other bits and bobs. Keep in mind that the final 4 competitors, so the top 4 ships in this competition, will receive a special in-game paint and poster, and the winner will also be honoured with an in-game championship pennant commemorating their 2954 win. So, if you own those ships when the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo is going on later in November, you'll get that stuff for free for the appropriate ship that you own anyway. The ships fighting it out change each day at 4 p.m. UTC. Winner is announced on the 30th of August. Really interested to see who sort of rises to the top. I would probably expect it to be the run and gun category winner, whether that's the F8 or the Hornet Mark II. But the C1 Spirit, I think a lot of people love that ship as well. I'm interested to know what your favourite ship is. Chuck it in the comments below. If you're trying Star Citizen for the first time, I'd love to know about it as well. What's your experiences with Star Citizen at the moment? Have you been playing in 3.24? Obviously, it's broken at the moment. Did you play in that patch? Are you looking forward to it? Are you worried that everything's going to break like 3.18? Or are you more waiting for Alpha 4.0 later this year? Whatever your thoughts.
Well, I'm not really waiting for
the pearly gate.
anything. I'm interested in Star Citizen, because one of my favorite games is Freelancer, and it was designed by Chris Roberts. That's why I'm interested in this project. I want to see whether this game will ever be released.
Its privacy or accessibility. Pah, everyone knows that. You get that at a touch of a button.
Okay, so we have Red Letter Media. Oh, that was 2 weeks ago. Again, the movie is a lot of fun. Deadpool and Wolverine is a lot of fun. The story is kind of shallow. I guess you can call it shallow. But that is not what the movie is about. It's about, these 2 guys here having a good time. I enjoyed watching it. I enjoyed the cameos, enjoyed the action. Not so much the CG, especially during the masking of Wolverine. So you will see it. You will see the CG was bad, and it was so obvious. Of course, most of the movie, Wolverine, Logan doesn't wear the hood or the mask. You see the lower you'll see his face like most of the movie, and then once he put on the mask, you'll see that the skin part of the mask became plastic looking. And that is when you know it's CG, and it's glaring at you right there, taking you out of the movie. Anyway, that was just my that is a I guess you can call it a nitpick. My guess is they ran out of money. Maybe if they hadn't shot those scenes with She-Hulk and those who is the other one, Captain Marvel. Maybe they'd have more money to polish that particular part of Logan's or Wolverine's face in CG. Or maybe they should have covered his entire face, make it like a Power Ranger type of mask. That would be funny. If you have seen Power Rangers, the mask they have, the mouth is like on the mask itself. Imagine Wolverine having that kind of mask. It would look funny, and obviously the fans will not like it. Of course, Deadpool won't have any problems with being CG in some instances because his face is fully covered. So even with the advancement of technology, technology still can't simulate skin properly, I think. Who knows? Maybe it'll just be a matter of time. Scientists shocked at new Stonehenge discovery. Okay, so what new discovery have you made? Okay, I used to trust BBC. I used to trust a lot of these news networks, but yeah, not anymore after a slew of misinformations that they reported as the truth, and then later was found out they were far from the truth. Yeah, kind of lost my my interest in many of them. Okay, says here transaction might take up to 5 seconds. I'm not. I did not get anything. Where's my money? I'm not getting my money. I did not get my money. I withdrew from Lindo and I did not get my Linden dollars. What's happening here? I did not get my money. Okay, I don't like what happened. I have 50 Linden dollars in my Lindo, and then I clicked on withdraw, and it did not give me the money. Okay, the money didn't come in. Okay, so this is not normal. It's not normal. Where is my money? I'm going to try going to a different location. How about the this place here, or this place? Because I did not get my money. Okay, I'm going to try cashing out here. Okay, so if this keeps happening, I'll need to, put the cash out on stream, because it's insane that that was like 50 Linden dollars, and did not get it. Okay, so we have here, you can see I have $1 Linden now because I cashed out. I cashed out 50 Linden dollars earlier, and I did not get it. So now I have $1 Linden here. I'm going to try cashing that out. You can cash out a minimum of $1 Linden. Clicking on withdraw. Okay, now it updated. Now I got all of it. Ah, thank goodness. Anyway, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, so I thought I had to check. It must have been lag. Must have been super laggy at that location. But I got the Linden dollars. Okay, thank goodness. That was like 50 Linden dollars. Okay, let's go. Oh, look at that. YouTube. YouTube is promoting my live stream. Not the only reason why it's appearing here is because I'm logged in. Okay, what is this about? The hacker team that rigged 27 elections. It doesn't sound interesting. The Tonight Show premiere cold open. Okay, not interested. We are effed with Rings of Power Giveaway show. Let's see. This is only 5 minutes.
Ever since the debut of Lord of the Rings of Power on Amazon Prime Video, it was very clear that this thing was a total and complete disaster. As we've covered multiple times on this channel, since its release 2 years ago, since Amazon went all out with the marketing, the most expensive television series in history, something that they themselves said needed to be a massive global hit for them, a global phenomenon for it to be considered a success, it was anything but that. Despite what Amazon tried to lead people to believe after the first few episodes, the truth was it was a ratings disaster. And in fact, only 37% of the people who actually tuned in to Rings of Power Season 1 saw it through to the end. And it's not like it was a 20-episode show. It was only 8 episodes. And what did they do in response to this? They blamed fans. They attacked fans. They called you bigot. They called you racist. They called you all these things simply for people saying, this is not Tolkien's world. This is not Lord of the Rings. You've decided to push your agenda instead of actually honoring the source material. Well, in the ramp up for Season Season 2, we've seen multiple trailers, some of them getting destroyed and ratioed, just like we saw in Season 1, but it's also been a clear shift in the way they're trying to promote this. There's a lot about, hey, action, 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 and even the most recent trailer that they dropped yesterday.
It's not about action.
Although it started to catch up to the likes, it was pretty much all about total war and not so much about reminding you of how terrible some of these characters are and how much it really disregards so much of the lore of Middle-earth. But if you needed an indication of just how desperate they are to convince people that they drove away, that they said this show's not made for you, we don't need you, to try to get people back in their good graces and desperately try to make Season 2 the success that they need it to be, well, look no further than what they announced today. The Lord of the Rings of Power Season 1 to stream for free on Samsung TV and viewership push ahead of Season 2. Now, I have not seen this happen to too many television shows where they release something.
Here's the thing, I can watch this entire thing for free if I want to. You know, the R way. I'm not even going to bother. Seriously.
The most expensive series in history. That has never fucking happened before. But Lord of the Rings of Power is being forced to do this to try.
Why would I watch crap?
Back to this show.
Right?
Viewers can catch the first season of The Lord of the Rings of Power for free on Samsung TV Plus beginning today through August 28th. As part of a push by Amazon.
I may not be a good streamer, or my stream is crap, but at least I did not spend $1 billion in my streams.
The first season will be available to stream for free. Yeah, no shit. And how many people have those devices, you ask? Well, according to them, and in this big announcement, they basically estimate that over 300 million people around the world, whether it's on a phone or whether it's on a Samsung TV, are going to be able to stream this, have the opportunity to watch Lord of the Rings of Power at absolutely no cost. Now, I think internally it's been crystal clear to these people that they massively fucked up the first season. They had so much confidence going in. They brought in all these influencers to try to pretend like it was going to be awesome. They all thought it was going to go swimmingly. And the backlash would just be from a handful of people. No, the backlash was loud and it was sustained. And it has continued since the 2 years that Season 1 actually aired. Season 2, like I said, from the marketing, it definitely looks like they're going a different direction. However, we can't ignore the reality. The reality that they completely fucked up Sauron and Galadriel and so many other of these characters. And the fact that they're still going for this strange, weird, romantic vibes between Galadriel and Sauron. What the fuck are we talking about? What is this? The push to make Sauron have a Walter White type of story. They want you to sympathize with the...
Also, they're doing Sauron wrong. Sauron should be, a non-binary. A non-binary lizard. There you go. Because, if you want to be woke, you must add bestiality in it.
The first season, already a massive...
Not a humanoid lizard, but an actual lizard.
They need so many people who gave up on this to give it another chance. I'm not sure if giving away for free to Samsung users is going to do the job, but this is the next desperate push in the lead up to Rings of Power Season 2. What do you guys think about this? Let me know in the comments section below. Smash a like.
I'm not going to smash my like button because it will destroy my keyboard. First look inside Blue Origin Everyday Astro. I'm not really interested in Blue Origin for some reason. Yeah, anything Jeff Bezos, not interested. Okay, so this was 3 days ago. This is my first time seeing this. This looks interesting. Wait, wait. It's just a reaction to Mutahar. Anyway, I think I've seen the Mutahar video. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Dating for gamers and geeks. Okay, okay. I've seen this like since yesterday, so sure. I'm going to give you a view, okay? I'm going to give you a view. Let's see. Let's see what this video is about.
So the AK-50 is now in the new season of Call of Duty. Oh yeah, not kidding. Hi there, my name is Brandon Herrera, and this is my gun, the AK-50. Over the course of the last 8 years, my team and I developed the world's first and only 50 BMG AK. It was a huge engineering challenge, but after showing tons of updates throughout the entire process, on May 10th, we released a video showing off the finished version of the AK-50 V3, getting millions of views in the first few days, becoming the biggest video release we'd ever done at the time. So you might imagine my surprise then when a couple months later, my buddy hits me up and hits me with the line, "Dude, they just put the AK-50 in Call of Duty." Yep, on July 24th, they announced the new Season 5 to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which included new weekly challenges that unlock new weapons or upgrades every week. Week 2 of which being the motherfucking AK-50, or as Call of Duty calls it, the Jack Cataclysm, which, not gonna lie, it's a pretty cool name. It's listed as a 50 BMG conversion kit to an RPK, which, no. Hell, even gaming YouTube has pretty well figured that out even before I made this video. Now, before you ask, no, I am not getting any sort of royalties, nor was I asked beforehand, nor did I even know before I found out through the announcement. I'll get into that a little bit later too, but that's normally just the first thing that my audience seems to ask whenever I pointed it out on Twitter or anything like that. But yes, long story short, no, COD Daddy is not paying my bills with that sweet, sweet AAA paycheck. But I did want to take this very unique and very, very weird opportunity to review my own gun in Call of Duty, compare it to the real life version, and even actually play some with it. Because let's be honest, getting my own gun added to the game was probably one of the only ways that I was going to be playing the new Call of Duty as an adult. My heart still belongs to the classic Modern Warfare 2. Remember, no Russian. Now let's be clear about one thing up front. It is my gun. Saw a lot of people online pulling the whole, "Oh, it looks completely different, bro." Bullshit. Fuck you. That is my gun. Aside from it obviously being a 50 cal AK modeled after, you know, the only 50 cal AK in existence, look at the bulge front trunnion. I mean, the rivet pattern, the 4 rivets, that's very unique to the 50. I mean, shit, here's the exact same angle, so you make up your own mind, but I know my baby when I see it. Plus, there's only one of them on the planet to base it off of. The one that got tens of millions of views on its development, and millions of views in the first week of its launch, and it's the one that I built. So there's that. Now I will say on the Call of Duty design, there are a few changes, but we'll get into that later because I find them interesting. And also, sorry, I know it has been a while. I was speaking for Young Americans for Liberty and then came home and came down with COVID again.
Okay, so that is why they stole your gun, because you're a conservative.
Ask me how I know. The system's set up so that you don't. So if you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, you need to check out PDS Debt. PDS provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. So if you're making payments every month but you feel like your balances aren't going down, PDS might have an answer for you. Everyone with $10,000 or more of eligible...
Because, you know,
so
Activision is a woke company, and woke companies, woke people don't respect anyone conservative.
Debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. So you can head over to pdsdebt.com/BH to get your free debt assessment today. Let's face it, owing money to people sucks. And if it's something that you've struggled with, maybe check out PDS. We appreciate them for sponsoring the video. Back to the content. So let's go ahead and take a look at the gun. Right off the bat, I mean, this is definitely the AK-50 just with no front handguard and drum magazine. Now, for those of you who aren't quite gun savvy and you're confused as to why I'm calling this an AK and not, you know, an RPK conversion, it's because an RPK is an AK. Grab the trusty wall RPK. The RPK is literally just a designation of AK, just with a longer and thicker barrel. That's just so it can fill more of like a light machine gun type role. So one of the first things that you'll notice about this thing is that it's got a big ass skeletonized drum mag. So there's no real 50 cal drum mag that exists, at least yet. But this drum looks like it's based on the Foztech 20 rounder, which isn't available yet. It's still a prototype. It's going through some design tweaks and stuff like that, but they did show it off at, SHOT Show and NRAM and stuff like that. But Foztech does know that as soon as it's available, I will be busting down their walls like the fucking Kool-Aid man trying to get one. The AK-50 deserves a drum mag. Also, just kind of a funny side note, the AK-50 is already heavy as fuck, just as a thing to run around with as a semi-auto 50 BMG. It comes in weighing like slightly more than a Barrett M82. It's like the idea of like in Call of Duty running around and jumping around with it. I mean, they made the aim down sight speed and everything pretty slow, like super slow for Call of Duty for the AK-50, which makes sense because it's fucking big. But now imagine adding like 20 rounds of 50, which if my math is correct, I think is like 5 more pounds. Not to mention the big ass metal drum magazine to hold all of that ammo and to work it and feed it. It's got to be an extra 5 pounds too. So just loading the gun is like adding an additional third of the gun's weight to the bottom. Yeah, I get why it's hard to run around with. Now I am going to touch on this part really quickly too, about it being a conversion kit. So here's an RPK-74, right? This is a 50 BMG. First off, in order to even feed this, the magazine has to be about that far back. The magazine has to go about as far back on the receiver as the end of the trigger guard is. So you need to completely trash this receiver. I'm not even getting to the firing 50 cal part yet. This receiver would need to be at least twice as long. Now, as far as being able to fire 50 cal, now this is the round that this gun was built to fire. This is the one you're converting it to. That's not fucking happening, homie. It's like those pictures of the mountain and his wife. It's like, that just, good luck. So yeah, on the actual AK-50, we had to start from scratch on basically every part. The only things that we kept, we had to scale everything up. We had to scale everything up to be able to fit, a 50 BMG, because that's a huge, huge undertaking. The only parts on the AK-50 we were able to keep the same size, and they're interchangeable with the standard AK, are the fire control group, like the trigger group, and the pistol grip. We salvaged certain parts from the recoil spring assembly and whatnot too, but by and large, you have to completely start over and scale everything up just to even begin to make it work. So yeah, it's a conversion kit in the same way that if you took the tires off of a Corvette and put them onto a Honda Civic, you've now converted that into a Corvette. One of the major differences between the AK-50 and the gun in the game, though, is that their AK-50 has a stock. I understand why they did it in the game, just because, it adds something else to customize. They had different, PKM stocks and stuff you can throw on there, which, not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool. But really, this is just the devs not understanding that the bolt carrier actually has to go somewhere when the gun fires. And that distance that it has to travel leaves you basically no room for a stock. Unless you mean like just a little stubby thing or like a butt pad or something like that. Which is why the AK-50, the Barrett, the Serbu, and pretty much all semi-auto shoulder-fired 50s pretty much have that same look in the rears, because we need that distance for the bolt carrier to travel. Because while the round might have gotten bigger and the gun has gotten bigger, the shooter stays the same size, meaning that the distance between the butt of the gun and the pistol grip needs to be pretty much the same size. It's called length of pull. It needs to be consistent to actually have a good functioning weapon. Because if you added a stock to the back of a Barrett or the AK-50, you'd be all the way out here, making it basically impossible to shoulder. In classic nomenclature of the channel, where to bolt go do? But now I guess it's time for the big question. Pretty much the question everybody's been asking me since this was even announced.
Why are you gay?
Am I butthurt or am I flat?
Why are you gay?
I think it's really cool. 16-year-old me could not fathom a gun that I'm responsible for even touching a mainstream game like Call of Duty. I think that's super neat. It would have been nice if I was asked, or at least even...
That is the difference between, most conservatives and the liberal corporations. For example, this guy obviously is a conservative, most probably a Christian. He's just happy to see his gun in the game, something like that. But if this was the other way around and he stole from Call of Duty, maybe he's maybe a game mod maker, and he modded Call of Duty or something like that, or maybe created a private server or something. I can assure you, Activision is going to knock on his door to shut that thing down. I'm not lying.
Even told, I would have said yes. I mean, I don't want any money. I got my own gig going on. It's pretty sweet. But I don't even necessarily think it was a direct intentional rip, like Call of Duty proper meant to take the gun. Here's what I think could have happened. One of their artists probably had an entire folder full of reference files for things that they thought were cool or things that, you know, different guns that they wanted to draw inspiration from and different.
See, he is such a good guy that he's even making up the excuse for Call of Duty.
Different ways, and the AK-50 ended up in it. They took that as a reference file, thinking, you know, it's probably a production gun. They altered some stuff, made it fit the game, and boom, Jack Cataclysm. Not only is that a potential scenario, to be perfectly honest, knowing how a lot of this stuff works, I think that's the most likely scenario. So no, I am not out to go, you know, sue Call of Duty or anything like a lot of other people have been saying. One, because I have zero interest in it. Like I said before, I would have let them use it anyway. Two, probably because they have a good legal case that they've transformed it enough that it falls under fair use. It's not like they're producing the thing. I mean, they have it in a video game. They transformed it a little bit for artistic reasons, and now it's theirs. Or at least that's what they'll argue in the court, and like I think that's a fair legal standing. Let's face it, they have millions of dollars for lawyers on standby, and I have less than zero interest in even fucking trying that shit, even.
There you go. That's another thing. The small guy can't win. Even if you are correct. Even if you are on the right. If it's a civil case, this is obviously not a I'm not sure if this is a criminal case if you're going to sue. Most probably it's a civil case, something like copyright. You'll get trampled. Yeah. And Activision, Blizzard, they wouldn't care whether they trample on you or not. Because they're going to trample on you. They're gonna stomp you down and beat your ass up until you can no longer stand. That's the difference between you know, a person who fears God and a corporation that is you know, basically evil. Anyway, I hope this guy you know, I'm pretty sure he'll get a lot of good points for you know, what happened to him. He'll be he'll receive, like, as they say, he'll receive 100 times more.
Even if I wanted to. So no, there's not going to be any fucking legal battle between me and Call of Duty. I think it's cool to make something that people are inspired by, and I think it's neat to see that kind of grow and expand even beyond me. I think it would have been cool to be involved in the push because I think that would have been neat. I mean, it's my baby. But I also understand why big corporations like Activision or Sledgehammer or whatnot can't even begin to touch somebody like me. I hate we live in that kind of world, but it is what it is. But now the moment of truth. How good's the gun?
That is why I keep saying that, you know, conservatives, Christians are weak. Yeah, unfortunately, because they were, or we were taught, or we were raised like that. Turn the other cheek. Love your neighbor, basically. And that is the reason why, you know, basically, conservatives are, you know, getting taken advantage of. Now, there's a different group of conservatives, and those are Muslims. You don't mess with Muslims or Islam. So what's happening in the UK right now with with the LGBTQ, with the wokeness. Yeah, once the UK become an Islamic state, boom, all that thing will go away. So it will solve one problem, but it will create a new set of problems for the people of the UK.
Oh god, it's this fucking like Borderlands shit. It's like I'm in a fucking cartoon.
A question, why is the game, why does it look like that? It looks
There you go.
blurry.
Alright, this thing kind of bugs. I mean, like, I take it for granted this thing kind of fucking one-shot. Oh, wow. I feel like I take it for granted this thing... Give me a second. I feel like I take it for granted this thing can one-shot, but at the same time, like, it's a fucking 50 cal. It should be able to do that. No matter what, this thing should be able to kill you with one fucking round. Come on, fuck. God. Get some. Come on.
How do I know he's not cheating? He's getting killed so much.
I feel like I'm not locked in right now. There you go. There we go. We're getting better. Not good enough.
Hard point. Secure the target area.
I don't understand why the game looks like that. Why it's so, what do you call this? Muted. There you go. That's the word. Why it's so muted?
Give me one more. One more. There you go. That's all I wanted. I know I've done like Twitch and shit before, but like I feel like this is my first time being a streamer, which is kind of wild. You know, doing it with my own fuck.
Anyway, I'm not interested in watching a Call of Duty gameplay. I was just interested in the story about, you know, his gun getting stolen by Call of Duty. And what he said is true. Even if he wants to sue, he'll just be wasting money. But as I've said, if you turn that around, or if you flip the situation, Activision Blizzard will you know, they won't hesitate in suing you to oblivion. Okay, so this was uploaded 32 minutes. Let's go and check this out. It's What About It?
This is crazy. SpaceX resumes stacking operations for Starship's second launch tower. How long till it's done? SpaceX finishes final preparations for Flight 5's catch attempt and gives a new launch estimate. Are they really ready? The mysterious Ship 26 is moved to the Mega Bay. Will it finally be scrapped? SpaceX's Star Factory is less than a month from completion according to Musk, but is it really? SpaceX has a new crew mission launching by the end of the year, and it is going to the poles. My name is Felix, welcome to What About It? Let's dive right in. Starship updates. Starbase, Texas has quickly grown from a small patch of swampland at the south tip of Texas to the world's most advanced rocket factory and spaceport. And every good spaceport needs its launch.
Imagine the US government taking over everything. Everything Elon Musk built. It's not impossible.
It was rolled back to the launch site and once again placed on the orbital launch mount for testing. Since then, workers have been preparing for this testing, doing near constant work on the orbital launch tower. But why and what are they testing? Most of this work has focused on the chopstick catch arms, which will be used to hopefully catch the Super Heavy booster on the upcoming test flight. It'll launch, fly up to the edge of space, separate from the Starship, come back down, and be caught out of mid-air. Sounds crazy, I know. All this work should culminate in the continued testing of the catch procedures on B14.1. As of now, we've yet to see any of that testing, and it seems SpaceX isn't in too much of a hurry, seeing as they likely won't be able to launch till next month due to paperwork. But testing is likely right around the corner. But it'll take more than that. It'll take more than one tower. If you put one tower at the risk of being hit by a falling rocket booster, you better have a backup, right? Enter Tower B. When we last left Tower B, the 6th segment had just been stacked and the crane had been lowered for its final...
Honestly, I think the launch tower is very close to the production area.
On the crane, SpaceX finally
If they're going to try and land the booster, what if the booster missed and it lands on the production area? That would be effing crazy.
The 12th, we knew exactly what was coming.
I'm not wishing or hoping that happens, okay? I'm not. I'm just saying, it could.
Rolled down the road to be placed right next to Tower B. It's likely SpaceX plans to stack this segment.
If they're going to attempt it, they need to roll a 20.
As well as the 2 remaining ones.
They need to roll a 20.
Being only about half the size. SpaceX did this to allow for easier stacking, as larger, heavier pieces are much harder to stack so high up and can usually only be stacked when there is little to no wind. Imagine Jenga just with blocks that are hundreds of tons heavy. It became a problem with the first tower, as SpaceX needed to wait for the right conditions before stacking. Learning from that mistake, SpaceX decided to change the design a bit, making these top 3 segments about half the size. And as you can see, it's already been stacked. SpaceX is making quick progress here. They want to be done with stacking before Flight 5. With 7 of 9 tower segments needed to complete the second tower now at the launch site, only 2 remain. So let's take a look at...
Honestly, I think you can build buildings that way. You build the section on the ground and just stack them.
Gas company that had a well there before SpaceX came. Along with...
And then weld the stacks together.
to install most of the internals for the segments on the ground before stacking. On the first tower, SpaceX stacked largely empty segments. They fleshed them out after they were stacked, which turned out to be a huge hassle. One of the tower's pre-installed features is the pulley mechanism on the top segment, which connects to the gigantic Mechazilla arms. This pulley system guides a cable from a Drawworks motor at the tower's base up to the top and back down to attach to another pulley mounted on the arms. Drawworks motor might be a strange name to use for this motor. That's because these come straight from old oil rigs. SpaceX is using oil industry components to build these towers. These are the motors that move the drill stack up and down on a regular old oil rig. This allows for the arms to move up and down the tower so it can lift and stack the boosters and chips onto the launch pad. All of these changes have allowed SpaceX to build the tower at a much faster rate. Right now, it even seems possible SpaceX will make it happen and finish the tower's main structure before Flight 5. Fingers crossed.
Imagine seeing that in real life. That was obviously a computer render. But that happening in real life is gonna be insane.
SpaceX decided to outfit this next ship with a few cosmetic improvements. Unfortunately, on Ship 29, SpaceX decided to skip this step. Perhaps if they had written S29, its flaps would have stayed together even better. After all, we all know how much cosmetics affect the quality of a flight. Maybe some engine bay lighting as well? What do you think? Pimp my Starship? Anyways, jokes aside, workers did finally apply the Ship 30 decal to the side of the ship, and it's really good to see that this made a comeback. I, for one, love it. With test tank 14.1 still at the launch pad, it's likely to be a little bit before we see this ship roll to the pad. But SpaceX may also decide to roll the ship there earlier. It would sure make for a great photo opportunity. We'll keep a lookout for any rollout closure dates signaling the move of a Starship along Highway 4. Moving over from the Rocket Garden to Mega Bay 2, we have Ship 26. Wait, what? Wasn't Ship 26 in the Rocket Garden? Well, it was. However, on the night of the 13th, SpaceX decided to move Ship 26 from its display stand at the Rocket Garden into Mega Bay 2. And it appears this may be Ship 26's last move. But before I tell you about that, we've looked into our channel metrics and there are over 2 million monthly returning viewers who have not subscribed yet. Help us improve the channel even further by double checking that you've hit that subscribe button so you don't miss our updates. And while you're at it, give us a like and become a wise supporter. Why? Because you'll gain access to a massive amount of extra content. With it, you get access to daily new Starbase photo galleries, including all those we've posted so far.
Honestly, I really admire all these content creators that are really good at building a community. I have no idea how to do that. Maybe because I'm not really a highly sociable person in real life.
You decide what it's worth to you, you rock. You and I knew this was coming. At this point, we rocket watchers have said Ship 26 days were over multiple times and have been wrong every time. So until we actually start seeing sparks fly and lines cut, I'm not going to say anything for sure. So I've been bombarded with spam calls from random changing numbers. It turns out data brokers collected and sold my personal information, including my private phone number. So if you want to call me, maybe give them a call. This happens every time you surf the web, leaving your personal data everywhere. Luckily for all of us, we have a long-term relationship with my sponsor, Incogni. Think of Incogni as the Starship of online security, powerful, efficient, and designed for massive tasks. They contact data brokers on your behalf, requesting the removal of your personal data and handling any objections. Thanks, guys. It's fully automated. Just create an account, grant Incogni permission to work for you, and watch them clean up the mess. Doing this yourself would be like trying to colonize a new planet with a non-reusable rocket. Why would you even try that? With Incogni, you get progress reports, a 30-day money-back guarantee. Use code FELIX at the link below and get 60% off an annual plan. Protect your privacy and support What About It at the same time. Visit incogni.com/Felix to get started. But just after Ship 26 was moved to the Mega Bay, its engines were removed, showing that at least something was going on. As a recording, Ship 26 is still standing in the Mega Bay, although given what we know so far, it is unlikely to stay that way. It'll be sad to see this ship go when it finally gets scrapped, but we've known this was likely coming for a while. Ship 26 began construction all the way back in October of 2022, so by Starship standards, it's ancient, with only Ship 20 being older. The other thing is the fact that Ship 26 was built to be expendable. No flaps, no heat shield, or even a payload bay. Just a giant stainless steel tube. Its sister ship, Ship 27, was built around the same time and had an anomaly during testing before being scrapped not too long after. When these two expendable ships were built, we theorized they might be rapid test prototypes so SpaceX could launch ships quickly, so they could test Starship as fast as possible. However, ship development speeds ramped up, so these quickly built expendable ships were no longer needed. Ship 26 outperformed many of our expectations and theories as it continued to stay around long after it seemed useless. SpaceX even added reinforcements around the nose cone for some reason. Most recently, it was the first ship to be tested at Massey's static fire stand. So clearly, SpaceX had some uses for it. However, following the static fire, SpaceX may have gotten its full use out of Ship 26. And SpaceX is not known to be the sentimental type. It's highly likely that this will in fact be Ship 26's final move. But as I've said in the past, it still wouldn't surprise me if it was outfitted with lunar engines and flown to the moon instead. Ship 26 has had a wild history. Let's move over to the old high bay now, where Ship 31 continues with its heat tile work. Teams have continued to focus on the glued areas near the nose cone and weld lines. Here we can see workers grinding the surface of Ship 31's nose cone. This is done partly to clean off any remaining old adhesive and partly to scratch the surface of the stainless steel. But why would they want to scratch its nose? I mean, they scratch it to improve the surface for what's to come, tile adhesive. This works by increasing the surface area of the adhesive to make contact with. If this wasn't done, the adhesive would have a much weaker bond. If you've ever tried to glue something onto a piece of bare metal, you know how hard it can be. However, even light sanding can increase the strength of the bond by huge amounts. Each and every fine groove or scratch in the surface gives the glue something extra to hold onto. Moving down from the nose cone, we can also see that SpaceX appears to have finished the tile removal on this weld seam and is now cleaning the glue residue from down there as well. Now that these adhesive sections have been removed, workers should start moving on to the rest of the tiles. Most of this flight hardware was built quite a while ago. Ship 32, the newest flight-ready ship, completed its construction nearly a year ago, in November 2023.
I wonder how many parts are not gonna be used because they're moving so fast.
Builds the machine, the Star Factory. SpaceX has been hard at work building the world's most advanced rocket production facility.
And how many parts are recycled?
Other rocket factories
Can you recycle steel?
producing its rockets. This includes the main building of the Star Factory, the bays, and the office building. This machine has quite a few moving parts, and it isn't quite finished yet either. In typical SpaceX style, even though it's not finished, the Star Factory has already produced its first chips. For example, the first of the newly redesigned Block 2 starships, Ship 33, was produced just recently. But the Star Factory gets closer to completion every day. Musk even stated shortly before Flight 4 that it would be fully filled with equipment in 3 months. That means that theoretically all of the manufacturing equipment will be inside the main production building by early next month. The only piece still seeming to lag behind is the office building. It appeared to be at the bottom of SpaceX's priority list until they were finally able to acquire one last piece of land near the office building, which we discussed in the last episode. Looking over at the office building, we can see that SpaceX has continued its work. They've installed more and more of the glass panels that will make up the wall. We can also see the continued work on the connection between the Star Factory and the office building. Hopefully this construction will be done soon so SpaceX can begin working towards its goal of building 100 starships a year from this one facility. Musk also gave a new...
That is planet Earth invading, getting ready to invade another star system.
This would currently put it on no earlier than August 31st, which fits with the current tower stack development. But regulatory approval from the FAA still keeps the next flight on the ground for now. SpaceX is known for working on several crazy projects at the same time. Let's take a look at what else they have been tinkering with. Let's take a look at their next crewed mission, Polaris Dawn. This mission likely needs very little introduction, but for those unaware of Jared Isaacman's private missions, you're in for a treat. Polaris Dawn will be tech billionaire Jared Isaacman's second commercial mission with SpaceX. The first one, called Inspiration 4, was the first full commercial crewed space mission in history. Other than being a really cool mission, Inspiration 4 also sought to raise money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Talking about success, it raised nearly $250 million. After this mission, Isaacman clearly caught the space bug even more than before. He bought not just one more mission with SpaceX, but 3, including the first crew flight on board a Starship. Polaris Dawn is the first of these missions in the new Polaris program, but even though it is the first, that doesn't mean they are starting small. It will include the first commercial spacewalk in spaceflight history, which utilizes a brand new spacesuit developed by SpaceX for this very purpose. The mission is supposed to demonstrate the suit for the first time. Multiple scientific experiments will also be conducted during the mission to determine how the human body reacts to such an environment. This will all be done while flying farther from Earth than any previous human mission since Apollo 17, which went to the moon in 1972. The original target date for this mission was going to be in late 2022. Oh, I don't even wear a watch. However, after some delays, it was eventually pushed to late July of 2024 when it appeared they had a pretty good chance of launching. Unfortunately for the Polaris mission, the rocket they were going to ride to space, the Falcon 9, suffered an anomaly in early July. Many of us believed that due to the anomaly, SpaceX would need to postpone many of its crewed missions for a significant amount of time to give its team time to ensure the Falcon 9 was safe. However, it appears that many of us have also forgotten to consider that SpaceX is no ordinary space company, even when it comes to accident investigation. It took SpaceX just 16 days to go from accident to reflight. Since then, they have completed a total of 10 more missions to date with no further problems. So despite the accident, Polaris suffered only a tiny delay, getting pushed back a mere month. But if it got pushed back a month, doesn't that mean it's soon? Yes, and that is why I'm talking about it now. We have a date. August 26th is Polaris Dawn's new launch date.
Whoa, okay. That is right after AEW All In. So after All In, we have Polaris Dawn.
Been waiting patiently for this launch, and after
I am going to try and watch this live.
groundbreaking mission all the way to splash down subscribe if you want to see that. The SpaceX Crew Dragon team has a busy rest of the year ahead of it. With Polaris Dawn, Crew 8's return, Crew 9's launch, and Fram 2, there is much to do. Wait, what was that last one? Fram 2? What in low Earth orbit is that? Yep, another crew mission is set to launch this year, making it 3 crewed launches in just a few months. That?
Okay, I need to stop or pause for a while. Need to go to Lindo. Wow, this is insane. Look at all this X. Wow. Okay, let's go to this place. Angel Eyes, Lovin's Beach Club. And it's full. Oh, crap. Okay, this one is not full. Nice. Okay, I see a lot of great people. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Okay, my goodness, having a hard time speaking. I'm not. I'm not worried about great people. Great people is fine, okay? As long because they're not naked, okay? Between naked and great people, I prefer great people. Again, I'm in an adult region in, well, not me. That is not me. That is my avatar. My avatar is in an adult region right now. Growing a virtual flower. Yeah. Let's continue with the video with Felix.
Has to be a new record. Fram 2 is being commanded by Chun Wang, a Bitcoin entrepreneur from Malta, along with Janneke Mikkelsen, Eric Phillips, and Rabea Rogge. An interesting note about these crew members is that none of them are actually from the United States. That makes this the first fully non-American spaceflight to launch on an American capsule. On top of that, Rabea Rogge, as you might notice I'm pronouncing this differently, will be the first female German astronaut to fly to space. Similar to Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, this mission will be a full commercial and free-flying mission, therefore it will not dock at the International Space Station. This also means it'll be equipped with the cupola module seen on the Inspiration 4 mission, following the theme of polar being a...
So basically it's just a
polar mission seems fitting.
Sightseeing mission. Yeah, there you go. It's a sightseeing mission.
This is where the name of Fram 2 comes from, as the original Fram was an Arctic exploring vessel in the late 1800s, a ship. It is unlikely to be directly over the poles, as they have quite a bit of radiation from the Van Allen belts, which can clearly be seen in the Aurora Borealis. This, by the way, is the main reason why they never fly crew above the poles. However, they are likely to try to get as close as possible to perform research on this environment. This will only be a 3 to 5 day mission, but at the time the crew...
So it's not just a sightseeing mission, it's also a guinea pig mission. Yeah. Look at that. We have Logan.
It's been incredible to see all of those opportunities that SpaceX's commercially available Dragon capsule has provided. These early adopters of space...
Oh my goodness, there are people moaning in this location.
Remember to smash that like button, subscribe for more awesome content. This is what fuels the algorithm, and it does help us immensely. Check out our epic shirts in your favorite space.
Oh, look at that. Disney creates best argument for piracy in a century. Let's go check this out. Why is Luis wearing sunglasses? Is it too bright in his room?
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day.
Okay, so this is a very short video.
Titled, Disney thinks a streaming service arbitration clause removes liability for an Epcot patron's death. This is something I can't believe that I missed.
Again, it's super stupid. This is Disney being evil. This is Disney being an asshole. Someone died. Someone died, and
by Disney as well as by the restaurant.
My goodness.
Don't worry about it.
And they're trying to
specifically ignore.
They're trying to dismiss the case.
That they were told,
and the amount is not even big.
They were told, well, there's a streaming.
They could have just, you know,
agreement for the person who bought the ticket. So I guess
anyway,
you can't take us to court 4 years later when we kill your wife.
That's just stupid.
There's one piece that I missed that is just so fucking important that I can't believe I missed it. What they're saying there is that because you signed up for Disney Plus, you have agreed to forced arbitration, which means that you can't take these people to court for killing your wife. So what they're actually saying is that if you had pirated Disney Plus's content, you very likely could have gotten a settlement check by now. You could have been in court already. But because you chose to do the right thing and pay for Disney content, that is the reason that you can't hold them accountable or responsible. I've gone over many reasons for piracy being justified on this channel. Here, I was talking about the time that I paid extra to get Netflix in 4K. And there are people saying, Lois, you're an idiot. You should have looked at the requirements. Why did you think that you could use that on your computer without using the specific web browser and the specific operating system and the specific processor and the HDCP cable and the HDCP monitor that you're supposed to... Shut the fuck up, you fucking corporate bootlicking simp. Here, I literally paid extra for 4K. It says, pay extra, get 4K. It does not fucking say anywhere there. Only if you connect to this shit on a smart TV that fucking spies on you, or if you reinstall your operating system, get a different fucking monitor, get a different cable, get a different graphics card, get a different processor, and use a shitty-ass web browser. Fuck you. You have another case over here where piracy is justified, where they wind up locking certain features. Piece of shit mic stand. You have another case where they wind up... I'm going to do a review of this mic stand, because the one that I like is out of stock, so I got this one. I'm literally... I don't know if you could see this shit, but like, look at the shit that I'm trying to do to make this work. Like, look, this is fucking set. This is a fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna start doing product reviews next time, I swear. This shit was $100 fucking. And you know why I deserve it? Because I bought it because it had good reviews on Amazon. Oh my God. I deserve every fucking thing I get in this world sometimes. Here, after a customer purchases something, they locked features behind new hardware, so you'd have to get new hardware to get the features that you had before. Here, Redbox revoked your access to content that you bought and paid for. It was called a purchase. The CEO, you could read the Reddit thread here, essentially ran the company into the ground, destroyed it, paid himself while doing it, took all your content, didn't pay any of the people that he was paying to get the content from, and the person who suffers is not him, It's you, because you're the one that actually did what you were supposed to do in life. Here, you have somebody who purchased books, and because they went from one region of the world to the other, their books are no longer going to work. Unlike those paper books that are made out of tree bark that you can actually use wherever the fuck you want after you pay for them, these books that are made out of the non-tree bark, you can only use when they say it's okay to use them, where they say it's okay to use them. Over here, Sony and Discovery, they had the word purchase. The word purchase was used in what you were purchasing. However, you'd have to read to page 21 to 23 of the fucking user agreement to realize that Sony had actually redefined the word purchase to mean something other than purchase. You're purchasing a temporary revocable license that can be removed at any given time. Fuck you! And again, then there are people in the comments that will say, well, Louis, you should have read the 30-page agreement, because when they actually say purchase, what they mean is you're purchasing a temporarily revocable license that can be removed at any time. Get the fuck out of my comment section.
I don't need my children growing up in a world populated by dipshits like you.
You fucking idiot. Here you have Adobe deciding that they are going to take away your ability to activate software that you actually bought and paid for, which again, you pirated the software, it probably still work today. Here you have Reason, literally telling a customer that they're being unreasonable by asking for a refund on their perpetually licensed software that they paid full MSRP for when that software no longer works because they turned off the activation server and they refused to give him any ability to get around that DRM. And they'd be able to say, well, Lois, I have to shut down the server. Shut the fuck.
I want the one with the bigger GBs.
Oh God. I think I just had an aneurysm. I'm dying. Are you happy? Your fucking stupidity has killed me. Now my goddamn cat is homeless. I'm no longer alive. I'm dead.
I need the white one. Hello. I need one now, please. Can you waive the activation fee? Does it come with a case? I also need you to hook up my Bluetooth to it.
The comments that I get in some of these videos, they fuck me up inside. They actually do. They make me want to take these sunglasses and throw them at the wall. I actually have to wait. Point being, I'll just read the comment that I left in this fucking video. So almost everyone is unable to sue Disney because of a free trial. What the fuck? Me. Keep in mind that if he pirated Disney content instead of paying for it, not only would he have had the ability to say he owns it rather than deal with the stream-on-demand bullshit that can be taken away at any given time, but he likely would have already had a settlement check right now. When you pay for Disney content rather than pirate it, you are providing Disney the legal pretext to kill your loved ones and get away with it. I'm not quite sure Disney has thought through the implications of what they've put forth here. In my 31 years of using a computer, I have never heard better arguments for piracy than this one. This beats all of them. DRM, quality, bitrate, freedom to use the device of your choice, speed and availability, ownership. All of those arguments in favor of piracy pale in contrast to Disney's claim that paying for their content is what excuses them from responsibility for your wife's death. Think about that the next time you consider paying for Disney content. Pirates always have been and always will be treated better than paying customers. Disney's argument that he forfeited his right to his day in court is that Piccolo had the intention of paying for his content rather than pirating it. We live in a society that punishes people who do the right thing. When you are punished for following the rules, you know what to do. I like paying for things. I like paying for what I find valuable. Sometimes I pay even more than sticker price for what I find valuable. You know when I'm not going to pay you money? When you treat me shittier than I would have been if I did the wrong thing. The way that you create villains in this world is you punish people for doing the right thing. I'm not talking about some random chance thing or something that only happens very rarely. I'm talking about an instance of an action where 100 out of 100 times that the person does the right thing, they will have a shittier outcome than if they do the wrong thing. You should not punish people that wanted to pay you. Stop punishing people that want to give you money. Stop giving me a 700 kilobit per second to 3 megabit per second video file when I pay you, when I can get a 50 megabit per second to 100 megabit per second file if I pirate it. Stop using restrictive DRM that requires that I rebuild my fucking computer with a different GPU, different processor, install a different goddamn operating system, and buy another monitor so that I can watch your content when the pirated content will play for free. On anything that I want, on any device that I want. Stop doing this shit where you can just take away the content at any given point in time when that MKV file that I downloaded or that I encoded 17 years ago still works today. And give me a fucking working mic stand when I pay you for a working mic stand. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now. arbitration clause removes liability for an Epcot patron's death. This is something I can't believe that I missed until it was pointed out. I pinned the comment, but it really does deserve its own video. So the TLDR of this 30-minute long video where I'm reading through this legal case is that somebody went to Raglan Road, a restaurant within Epcot, and they were advertised both by Disney as well as by the restaurant that will cater to you if you have allergies, don't worry about it. And they did not. They specifically ignored this person's requests, and they died as a result of having something in their food that they were told explicitly would not be in their food. So they sued, and they were told, well, there's a streaming forced arbitration clause in your Disney Plus agreement for the person who bought the ticket, so I guess that means you can't take us to court 4 years later when we kill your wife. There's one piece that I missed that is just so fucking important that I can't believe I missed it. What they're saying there is that because you signed up for Disney Plus, you have agreed to forced arbitration, which means that you can't take these people to court for killing your wife. So what they're actually saying is that if you had pirated Disney Plus's content, you very likely could have gotten a settlement check by now. You could have been in court already. But because you chose to do the right thing and pay for Disney content, that is the reason that you can't hold them accountable or responsible. I've gone over many reasons for piracy being justified on this channel. Here, I was talking about the time that I paid extra to get Netflix in 4K. And there are people saying, Lois, you're an idiot. You should have looked at the requirements. Why did you think that you could use that on your computer without using the specific web browser and the specific operating system and the specific processor and the HDCP cable and the HDCP monitor that you're supposed to... Shut the fuck up, you fucking corporate bootlicking simp. Here, I literally paid extra for 4K. It says, pay extra, get 4K. It does not fucking say anywhere there. Only if you connect to this shit on a smart TV that fucking spies on you, or if you reinstall your operating system, get a different fucking monitor, get a different cable, get a different graphics card, get a different processor, and use a shitty-ass web browser.
I think the reason why Luis is wearing sunglasses is because
wind up locking.
He knows
piece of shit mic stand.
He'll get angry.
I'm gonna do a review of this mic stand because the one that I like is out of stock, so I got this one. I'm literally, I don't know if you could see this shit, but like, look at the shit that I'm trying to do to make this work. Like, look, this is fucking set. This is a fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna start doing product reviews on this channel, I swear. This is fucking set. This is a fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna start doing product reviews on this channel, I swear. This shit was $100 fucking. And you know why I deserve it? Because I bought it because it had good reviews on Amazon. Oh my god. I deserve every fucking thing I get in this world sometimes. Here, after a customer purchases something, they locked features behind new hardware, so you'd have to get new hardware to get the features that you had before. Here, Redbox revoked your access to content that you bought and paid for. It was called a purchase. The CEO, you could read the Reddit thread here, essentially ran the company into the ground, destroyed it, paid himself while doing it, took all your content, didn't pay any of the people that he was paying to get the content from, and the person who suffers is not him, it's you. Because you're the one that actually did what you were supposed to do in life. Here, you have somebody who purchased books, and because they went from one region of the world to the other, their books are no longer going to work. Unlike those paper books that are made out of tree bark that you can actually use wherever the fuck you want after you pay for them, these books that are made out of the non-tree bark, you can only use when they say it's okay to use them, where they say it's okay to use them. Over here, Sony and Discovery, they had the word purchase. The word purchase was used in what you were purchasing. However, you'd have to read to page 21 to 23 of the fucking user agreement to realize that Sony had actually redefined the word purchase to mean something other than purchase. You're purchasing a temporary revocable license that can be removed at any given time. Fuck you! And again, then there are people in the comments that will say, well, Lois, you should have read the 30-page agreement, because when they actually say purchase, what they mean is you're purchasing a temporarily revocable license that can be removed at any time. Get the fuck out of my comment section.
I don't need my children growing up in a world populated by dipshits like you.
You fucking idiot. Here you have Adobe deciding that they are going to take away your ability to activate software that you actually bought and paid for, which again, you pirated the software, it probably still work today. Here you have Reason, literally telling a customer that they're being unreasonable by asking for a refund on their perpetually licensed software that they paid full MSRP for when that software no longer works because they turned off the activation server and they refused to give him any ability to get around that DRM. And then people say, well, Lois, I have to shut down the server. Shut the fuck.
I want the one with the bigger GBs.
Oh god. I think I just had an aneurysm. I'm dying. Are you happy? Your fucking stupidity has killed me. Now my goddamn cat is homeless. I'm no longer alive. I'm dead.
I need the white one. Hello. I need one now, please. Can you waive the activation fee? Does it come with a case? I also need you to hook up my Bluetooth to it.
The comments that I get in some of these videos, they fuck me up.
Extra normal.
And throw them at the wall. I actually have to wait. Point being, I'll just read the comment that I left in this fucking video. So almost everyone is unable to sue Disney because of a free trial. What the fuck? Me. Keep in mind that if he pirated Disney content instead of paying for it, not only would he have had the ability to say he owns it rather than deal with the stream-on-demand bullshit that can be taken away at any given time, but he likely would have already had a settlement check right now. When you pay for Disney content rather than pirate it, you are providing Disney the legal pretext to kill your loved ones and get away with it. I'm not quite sure Disney has thought through the implications of what they've put forth here. In my 31 years of using a computer, I have never heard better arguments for piracy than this one. This beats all of them. DRM, quality, bitrate, freedom to use the device of your choice, speed and availability, ownership. All of those arguments in favor of piracy pale in contrast to Disney's claim that paying for their content is what excuses them from responsibility for your wife's death. Think about that the next time you consider paying for Disney content. Pirates always have been and always will be treated better than paying customers. Disney's argument that he forfeited his right to his day in court is that Piccolo had the intention of paying for his content rather than pirating it. We live in a society that punishes people who do the right thing. When you are punished for following the rules, you know what to do. I like paying for things. I like paying for what I find valuable. Sometimes I pay even more than sticker price for what I find valuable. You know when I'm not going to pay you money? When you treat me shittier than I would have been if I did the wrong thing. The way that you create villains in this world is you punish people for doing the right thing. I'm not talking about some random chance thing or something that only happens very rarely. I'm talking about an instance of an action where 100 out of 100 times that the person does the right thing, they will have a shittier outcome than if they do the wrong thing. You should not punish people that wanted to pay you. Stop punishing people that want to give you money. Stop giving me a 700 kilobit per second to 3 megabit per second video file when I pay you, when I can get a 50 megabit per second to 100 megabit per second file if I pirate it. Stop using restrictive DRM that requires that I rebuild my fucking computer with a different GPU, different processor, install a different goddamn operating system, and buy another monitor so that I can watch your content when the pirated content will play for free. On anything that I want, on any device that I want. Stop doing this shit where you can just take away the content at any given point in time when that MKV file that I downloaded or that I encoded 17 years ago still works today. And give me a fucking working mic stand when I pay you for a working mic stand. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now. This is ridiculous. My floor cleaner bottle is filled too. Fucking piece of shit.
Okay, let's see here. What do we have? What is this about? Ooh. Alleged scammer Logan Paul. Why Logan Paul's Prime is getting sued for 68 million? Why? Let me know. Okay, let's hear something new about alleged scammer Logan Paul, who is beloved by alleged villains are not loved by people. This guy has like a lot of simps. Yeah.
The legal troubles for Logan Paul's
He has a lot of simps waiting for waiting to be scammed, alleged scammed again.
At a certain point, you have to wonder what exactly is his metric for entering into these various business ventures, or even if he's actually making these decisions for himself in the first place. Anyway, this particular lawsuit is for a whopping $67.7 million in a Delaware court. I've been seeing estimates that Prime is valued at around $1 billion or somewhere close to that, so maybe this isn't something that will end up hitting the company where it hurts. However, there is a legitimate question here. Is this a sign of more trouble to come, considering the fact that sales have been dropping year over year ever since Logan Paul and KSI announced their involvement in this new venture? In my personal opinion, this just falls right into line with seemingly every single business venture touched by Logan Paul. And by that I mean someone else putting up an early and significant investment into his company is getting screwed, and in a way that just feels very, very dirty. But could this also spell disaster for Prime itself? Watch until the end and let me know what you think. Let's get into it. Okay, so starting out, what is this whole case about? Well, it was apparently filed in Delaware, and it was brought by a company called Refresco Beverages. As part of that agreement, Prime apparently promised to purchase a certain minimum number of bottles of Prime over the course of 3 years. But now that sales have declined, Prime has allegedly refused to honor that purchase commitment. In other words, suddenly, now that Prime has to do its part under the contract, they have backed out. So before I get ahead of myself, let me first take a minute to tell the story of what apparently happened here so that we're all on the same page. If you read through the complaint, which I have, it essentially tells a story of promise, hype, and Prime letting another company to make a significant investment until Prime decided to just back out of the deal. So here's what Refresco says happened. You see, Refresco apparently is an independent beverage manufacturer that produces a variety of products for a number of different brands and retailers. This includes soft drinks, fruit juices, energy drinks, sports drinks, tea, and sparkling water. Now, when Prime was working on setting up, mass operations, obviously they needed a manufacturer that was willing to make the bottles so that Prime could sell whatever junk drink they planned on selling. And Prime and Congo brands also knew that they wanted to sell Prime in a uniquely shaped and sized bottle. This is because they wanted to establish a certain trade dress for the bottle. So if you saw my recent video, ironically about the US Olympic and Paralympic Committee suing Prime over trademark infringement, you might remember that trade dress is a subset of trademarks. A company can get trademark protection for something like the shape of a bottle if it's unique enough and if it's the kind of thing that customers will start to recognize as a feature of that particular brand. For example, Coca-Cola bottles have a very unique shape, one that just about anyone worldwide will recognize. That consumer recognition is very valuable, and so it's subject to trademark protection. So now when Prime and Congo brands were basically figuring out their business strategy, part of that was to have this uniquely shaped bottle that customers would be able to recognize. And for business, that's great. The only problem with that is having such a unique bottle means that they needed to find a bottle manufacturer who could make that unique bottle. And so they found Refresco Beverages. Refresco agreed to make the bottle, but they said that doing so required that they set up and essentially exclusively reserve an entire production line in one of Refresco's bottling facilities just for Prime. This meant that the production line that they reserved for Prime needed to be refitted with new equipment. And some of the new equipment needed to be custom made to accommodate Prime's unique bottle. So this required Refresco to spend a lot of money and other resources up front in order to set this whole thing up and start producing bottles for Prime. It also took a lot of time with an entire production line that was down so that they could put all of this together and refit all of this new equipment and customize everything. And basically what that means is several things. First, you have a company that has essentially a production line that's boxed in just for one brand. They can't use this production line that they're using for Prime for any other purpose that would otherwise be very productive for Refresco's business. And they've had to expend all kinds of resources, time, money, labor, etc., that could have been expended with other drink brands instead, which would have required maybe less customization. So basically, Refresco saw this as a very heavy upfront investment for them to make. And for a manufacturing company like Refresco, that is a huge risk to take on. Because what if you spend all of this money upfront on custom fitting equipment to make a bottle for a brand new brand that ends up flopping? Big problem, right? So So how does a manufacturing company like Refresco minimize that risk? The answer to that is with contracts. Specifically, when they agree to take on a deal like this one with Prime, they require something from Prime, which can ensure that Refresco actually gets paid for all of this. And in this case, this meant that Refresco asked, and Prime and Congo Brands apparently agreed to make a minimum purchasing requirement each year for 3 years. In other words, Refresco said, hey, yeah, we'll put this whole production line together, but you have to promise us that you will buy at least 90% of 18.5 million 12-pack cases of 16.9 ounce bottles of Prime each year for the next 3 years. Essentially, Refresco was like, if you do that, then we can actually justify spending all of these resources just to accommodate manufacturing your bottles. And so Prime and Congo Brands apparently agreed to that. According to the complaint, Prime was like, hey, yeah, sure, we are seeing super fast immediate growth because we have Logan Paul and KSI, these social media celebrity co-founders, and we are certain that the sales volume that we've been seeing up until now is going to remain robust and will actually continue to grow. But Refresco said, like, okay, yeah, that's great and all, but we still need to figure out a penalty if that doesn't end up shaking out the way that you're saying it's going to shake out. So the two sides of this contract apparently agreed that if Prime didn't buy the 90% of the agreed upon volume of bottles each year for the next 3 years, Prime would have to pay a penalty to Refresco. This penalty essentially amounted to the shortfall. That's the amount between what Prime was supposed to buy from Refresco and what they were actually buying from Refresco. And according to the complaint, the agreement said that this shortfall payment had to be paid on an annual basis, but with the ability of reconciliation if Prime were able to make up for that amount during a later year. So, for example, if Prime had had a bad second year under this contract, but then the third year business went absolutely bananas, they could make up for that shortfall in that third year. And so both sides apparently signed this agreement for this bottle production on April 3rd, 2023. So this contract was supposed to extend all the way to April 2026. And at the time that the two sides signed this agreement, sales were pretty hot for Prime. There was still a lot of hype around it, starting with the social media buzz that Logan Paul and KSI were able to create in 2022. However, according to the complaint, that quickly started to fizzle out. And the complaint actually points to a few factors for this. For one thing, Refresco says that Prime's declining sales included seasonal declines in demand for sports drinks that Prime failed to predict. They also pointed to the fading of the social media hype that powered Prime's initial rise. And they also pointed to a number of class action lawsuits against Prime for, among other things, deceptively labeling and marketing Prime beverages. Now, although they don't go into any kind of detail about this last one, surely they mean one of a number of consumer class action cases that have been reported over the last year or so. There's one that alleges that Prime misrepresented to consumers how much caffeine it had in it. And then there's another one that alleges that Prime actually has toxic and possibly cancer-causing chemicals in it. So, you know, neither one is really great for a brand new sports drink. Anyway, so when we're talking about a lawsuit over a contract dispute like this one, we're looking for a moment that one side says that the other side breached the agreement. And I'm not gonna lie, as I was reading the allegations here, I was thinking, okay, so Prime must have performed under this contract for a while, and then sales started to dip, and they just started buying fewer bottles than what they said that they were gonna buy from Refresco, and so that's basically where we're at here. Not a great situation, but hey, it happens when business slows down. But then I read the part of the complaint where Refresco says that it actually didn't even get that far. Here's what they say happened. Refresco says that this entire time they were fulfilling their own promise under this agreement by working on this production line dedicated to making Prime bottles. By March 2024, Refresco says that they finished putting it together, and so they needed to do a final test run in order to launch commercial production of the product. This test was scheduled for March 27th, 2024. Now, in order for this test run to happen, they needed a number of things. For one thing, they needed the required ingredients and materials from Prime, as well as Prime employees to be there for the test run. They also said that they needed Refresco's engineers, project managers, and third-party contractors helping to put the production line together to be there. This meant that a bunch of these people had to travel to Truesdale, Missouri, the location of the facility, to be there for this test run. So, of course, more expenses paid to make this whole thing happen. And to be clear, this is basically the final step that they needed in order to actually launch the production line. And remember, this is essentially the final step that they needed in order to launch the production of these bottles. Now, Refresco says that they gave notice to everyone to be there and that they were coordinating with Prime to make this test run happen on March 27th, 2024. So, what happened with the test run? According to the complaint, Prime just said, nope, we're not going to participate. And Refresco also says that Prime then refused to submit any initial orders to begin the commercial production of their product starting in April 2024. And then Prime apparently repudiated the entire contract. In other words, Prime apparently was like, this contract isn't really valid anymore, it's not real, so therefore we're not subject to it, so you can go pound sand and go take a long walk off a short pier for all we care. Man, oh man, if that is in fact how things went down, that is some dirty business practice right there. Imagine being Refresco Beverages, and after spending all of that time, money, and labor to make this whole thing happen, you are the one that has to put in this initial incredible financial investment for this to happen. Then at the very moment that you are about to launch the production line, Prime just steps in and is like, nah, we're good. We don't want to continue with this anymore. Understandably, I think anyone would be pissed to be in Refresco's shoes here. However, keep in mind, the history that I just gave is one that comes from the complaint. And a complaint is always going to be telling the story from one side. It's only going to be one perspective, and that perspective is going to be from the plaintiff, in this case, Refresco. Now, on the one hand, it could absolutely be the case that the complaint tells the story that is full and accurate as to what actually happened leading up to this test run, and that Prime actually has no justification for backing out, and that Refresco did everything they were supposed to do under this agreement. On the other hand, though, there is always a possibility here that there is some important contextual information missing from this complaint that essentially changes the character of what happened. In other words, when Prime ultimately responds to this lawsuit, they might come back and say, actually, no, we have a good reason for backing out when we did because Refresco messed up and refused to correct something, for example. There is another part of this history outlined by Refresco in the complaint that has to do with the negotiation of the Master Supply Agreement, or the MSA for short. This basically was a second contract that the parties were in the process of negotiating over all of these months that, if it went through, could become like a new global agreement for production of Prime drinks through Refresco's like 26 facilities around North America. So this global MSA agreement could end up covering other production lines dedicated to Prime and basically expand this whole agreement. But Refresco says that Prime was frustratingly dragging their feet throughout this whole negotiation process. In June 2023, Refresco sent Prime a proposed agreement for the MSA. And Refresco says that Prime took all of 4 months to get back with feedback on this agreement. And according to Refresco, this continued on, and eventually all of the set deadlines for the two sides to come to a final agreement as to the MSA would pass. And then the two sides would set a new deadline. And then that deadline would pass. But even when these deadlines would pass, the two sides would continue to negotiate, which basically means both sides were agreeing to continue working towards coming to an agreement. In other words, neither side would say, well, the deadline for the MSA has passed, it's come and gone, so that's it, we're walking away from this part. Months go by, and Refresco says that all the way until basically March 2024, they're trying to negotiate this bigger contract. But as I said, this complaint was written from Refresco's perspective, so it could totally be that Prime comes back and says, well, actually it was Refresco who was dragging their feet, and we were doing all that we could to come to an agreement as quickly as possible. And that detail could potentially make a difference in the overall landscape as to who is breaching this whole contract here. But otherwise, if there's no missing context here, and Prime just turned around to Refresco, who had just spent tons and tons of resources on their end, and Prime just says, yeah, no thanks, then, like I said before, that's super dirty. And not to mention, that would be an unjustified breach of the contract and would entitle Refresco to compensation for everything they spent on this project. This is because of some very basic contract law principles. When you have an agreement between two parties where one side has to make a significant upfront investment of time, labor, or money, or all of the above, like in this case, then there are a number of ways that the other side gets immediately locked into this agreement. First, the terms of the contract itself might say that the agreement is binding right away. And in this case, Refresco says that their contract says exactly that. But even if it didn't, there are other basic contract law principles that protect the more vulnerable side to the agreement, to the side that took on the risk of performing under the contract first without payment from the other side. They get protection under contract law because courts will say, once you have one side that is starting to perform work under this agreement to their own detriment, meaning spending their own time, labor, and money, and the other side to this agreement knows that they're starting to perform work and they know that they're spending their own money and resources, and they don't say anything otherwise to tell them to not continue to work, that other side is on the hook to pay for their side of the deal. Now, there is always a way that this can get a little bit murky, like for example, where the more vulnerable side that starts to perform the work, then there's like some kind of an interruption, either because the other side tells them to stop or because there's a problem and maybe there's some other reason that they stop their work under the contract. Even in those kinds of cases where the more vulnerable side to the agreement has put in honest work under the terms of the contract, and maybe they haven't finished their work, but they've started their work, generally speaking, they're going to be entitled to some kind of compensation for the work that they actually put in. And again, assuming that the evidence backs up the claims in the complaint. We have evidence here that Refresco set up this dedicated line at their own expense and that they didn't use it for anything other than to prepare to launch Prime production. And what's more, Refresco also points to the email communication.
So I got a gesture and I have
test run. And
no idea what it's about.
2024, Prime's tone and conduct suddenly changed, and they were being all of a sudden super cryptic and non-committal about things. Refresco says that they suspect that this change was probably because Prime realized that their slowdown in sales wasn't just seasonal. There was a bigger problem at hand for Prime sales.
Okay, so that was interesting. But it's not related to anything gaming. I was just interested in knowing what the lawsuit was about. It's basically, it had something to do with, I don't know, Prime contracting a company to make bottles for Prime and Prime not honoring the, or Prime breaching the contract or something like that. Okay, so what is this? Casual Rage, Star Wars new skeleton crew, Ahsoka? Is it Ahsoka or Ahsoka? Console exclusivity. Yeah, I'm with Mark in this one. Yeah. Okay, let's check out this voice actor drama thing.
So we have a crazy situation going on back on Genshin Twitter / Hoyoverse Twitter, where some voice actors all mad and raging at people online. But first, some additional context to all of this. Hopefully you've been keeping up with my videos covering the disastrous Genshin boycott over the last month or so, where we covered how performative the entire thing's been, and what a failure it's been too. Something that some people on Twitter got extremely mad at me about, trying to insult me and send death threats and all that typical boring stuff. But it's a
death threats.
Actually, myself and the people who agreed with me have been right the entire time. So as more and more people on Genshin Twitter admit that the boycott...
People are just stupid. The boycott was stupid as well. So you're boycotting the game, but you're still playing it? Seriously? That's not how a boycott works.
Basically making like a few...
If you're boycotting something, you don't patronage it. You don't play it. You don't use it. You don't even look at it.
Meanwhile, they expect people on Hoyoverse Twitter to do all of the actual heavy lifting. You could say those specific VAs and content creators use the whole boycott for social media clout and treated everyone else like a tool. It's pretty messed up, but thankfully a lot of Hoyo Twitter is starting to realize this. Anyways, as mentioned, as more and more people are jumping off ship from the boycott, now some of these voice actors are conveniently making a few tweets about it.
The boycott is stupid.
Situation.
It is stupid.
Courtney Lynn, who says, "Oof, jumping back on Twitter to say your voices matter, and I'm so proud of our community for using theirs. Retweet, email, speak up. Our community is strong." To which normal degen behavior says, "So proud of my community. My community is so powerful and brave for getting rid of you. It's wonderful to let all voices be heard, but not yours. What a wonderful community. My community loves my community." And love is love, and community is community, and we love our community. So yeah, it sounds kind of crazy. I think he's memeing around a little bit there, you know, but it does include a screenshot with the highlighted area reading, changed the English voice actors for agents Lucy and Sukaku and replaced the corresponding voice lines. So according to videogames.si, Lin was voicing those two Hoyoverse characters, and she was then replaced by the company. They don't specify why, but it's important to note that it doesn't look like she willingly stepped down. From the way this is being handled, it looks like Hoyoverse did let her go. They also go on to write how Lin hasn't said anything about being cut from the Hoyoverse games, and they say that it's unlikely to do with the recent SAG-AFTRA gaming strike, as the dubs are being handled by Sound Cadence Studios and Rocket Sound, both of which are not struck. So it's rather unclear what exactly occurred here. But if she willingly stepped down, it seems likely that she would have also made a statement about doing so. However, once again, there's been no such thing. So now, going back to the set of tweets with Courtney Lin in Normal Degen, he got a response from another voice actor, Valeria Rodriguez, and she's the one who's going all rage mode as mentioned at the start of this video, leaving this response to him that's so exceptional and lame that I'm going to have TTS repeat it so that I don't have to. So please bear with the voice, it's only going to go on for a few seconds.
You're a frickin' loser who is going to die alone, and I would bet $1,000 that you are incredibly depressed and hate yourself. Get therapy or rot alone in your bedroom but leave nice people out of it, nerd. That or have the balls to say the shit in person, not behind a profile pic.
Now people are responding to Valeria's freakout. For example, Haru47 saying ENVAs be like, why does nobody like us? And then proceed to say stuff like this. Jethro saying, wow, modern VAs are fragile and unprofessional. They also don't sound that great, but that's an entirely different issue. Jekko saying, weird how all the best adverts for replacing English voice actors with AI comes from English voice actors themselves. Normal Degen Behavior also responding, saying, if I ever fly off on toxic rants like this, you have full permission to get me fired from Mihoyo, and also replace my voice with someone less unhinged. Just for anyone who might be confused out there, I don't think he's actually a Mihoyo voice actor. I think he's memeing around once again. However, please correct me if I'm wrong about that. He'd get a response that reads, they get real defensive when their select group of untouchables finally face the consequences of their actions. The nerve and delusion is crazy. With Normal Degen then responding, saying, I was just being memey and over the top too. You know, like a joke. These are the same people who celebrated 40 times harder and sincerely when Vic was blacklisted. Well, as the backlash to Valeria would proliferate more and more, it looks like she would then go on her Twitter account and attempt to get her followers to join in. As for Courtney Lin, this is all inadvertently making her look better, because despite some of the responses that she was getting to her seemingly performative activism, at least she hasn't gone full rage mode, full aggro, something that Valeria isn't able to say. The situation actually gets worse though, because Valeria would make a tweet later on, accusing all of her critics of just being racist trolls. Obviously, criticizing performative activism doesn't make anyone racist. And as a matter of fact, similar to what we discussed in the beginning of this video, a lot of the Hoyoverse boycott...
The woke mind virus has rotten their brain, and all they can say is, you're racist, you're sexist, you're They have no argument, my goodness. They have no actual defense.
Rile up her own followers as her own sort of personal army. In closing, here's Normal Degen's final statement on this entire thing. Dear Diary, today I made an English Genshin Impact voice actor mad by memeing around. Hundreds of simps are now calling middle school baby rage powerful and talking that talk, making the contrast between the two posts even more apparent. I'm very proud of this. Can't wait for AI. On a final note regarding Courtney Lin, as we already went over, the evidence that outlets have posted seemed to indicate that she was let go. But if by any chance she actually stepped down from her roles to support the Hoyoverse boycott, then I'll give her full credit for not being performative and for really taking action. If that's the case, hopefully she'll make a statement clarifying such. And I'll leave it there. As always, thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this coverage, consider liking and subscribing. Appreciate ya. Have a great day, and I'll see you.
Humiliation, SpaceX new Raptor. Amazon claims Rob Shield channel. What? Rob Shield channel? What does Ring of Power Shield channel? Can we create new elements? I don't know. I'm not a chemist. I'm not a scientist. Whoa, this thing is live. Okay, let's go watch side scrollers. Maybe I should watch it in Rumble. Let's go, Rumble!
What is going on, everybody? Happy Friday to you. Hello, hello. I'm Stuttering Craig. My, oh my. Are we going to end the week strong? It's Finish Strong Friday here on Side Scrollers, as my good papa would always tell me as a young lad. Finish strong, Craig. Well, here we are, ready to go. Gonna finish strong here on this Friday. Blabs, how are you? Are you ready to finish strong?
Yeah, actually, I woke up this morning. I was like, "Ugh, Friday, I did it." But I just want to shout out, good job, Craig, and his little mixer for not fucking up the intro. The music's still playing, and it's not drowning you out.
Love that. Let's go. That's
18 months, and we got it.
It's 18 months and 1 day. We have
We finally did it.
successfully figured out the audio version of our podcast, which is great. Congratulations. Woohoo! You know, we probably should have talked to one of our guests about this, because every time he's on, he sounds so crisp, so clear. We have two wonderful friends today.
Two tisms.
And I bet they're both going like, which one of us sounds so crisp?
Okay, so just doing a refresh because I logged in.
No, you sound great. How's it going, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I'm glad you're gonna hang out with us today, man. We got so much to talk about. It's gonna be a good one. You got anything exciting going on?
Yeah, I made a new Arby and the Chief about Luigi's Mansion 2. I'm premiering that today at noon Pacific time, and I haven't been uploading anything for a while, but I've been working my ass off, and it's been really difficult, like after moving and everything to a new place. And but now I feel like I'm finally in a comfortable routine, and I can start feeling creative again and getting shit done. So
start feeling creative. The creativity's flowing through John, which is great.
It is.
Well, glad you're with us today, buddy. It's going to be a great one today, and we will absolutely be pushing to the new Arby and the Chief episode once we're done here. So
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course, you guys can find links to that.
Okay, so it's a little bit off center because there is a portion on the side. Okay, I'm not going to move it. I'm just going to keep it that way.
Damn.
Not 10, okay, 12.
Right. All right, also joining us today, in addition to John, we got our boy Roddy. He's a Transformer lover, mother sucker.
Cowabunga, my fellow normal men.
That's right.
Okay, so there you go. Now it's a little bit. It doesn't look good.
Up and down, we got a new movie coming out next month, right? That Transformers 1 that a bunch of people are going to see the premieres for. I'm currently working on my next Transformers retrospective, which is episode 100 for me. So special, in fact, that I actually got the voice actor for the character is going to be doing a little clip segment at the tail end of my video, which is going to be kind of cool. So it's going to be really, really fun. And on top of that, yeah, just got a bunch of toys that I got to open up and actually review. So,
oh drat, the life of you, God, Roddy.
The quality is kind of blurry. I think I'm going to change the quality.
Man, check them out.
Look at that.
Wow, it's Bumblebee.
You're talking about, doesn't it have like Chris Hemsworth in it or something like that?
Yeah, Chris Hemsworth is doing a young Optimus Prime. They're going to be doing their own version of the origin of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Like, instead of making it where going by the older stories, they're going with a new idea that they were friends before the war. And
Best friends like Fox and the Hound. That's funny.
or like Xavier and Magneto, or whatever. Right. But
Fox and the Hound.
So do we know what caused the best friend, the BFF split to where
the rift?
Like
probably.
Okay, so right now I'm watching Side Scrollers live in Rumble. So there you go. If you're watching this in YouTube, go to Rumble.
We got a great show, guys. I'm glad everybody's hanging out with us today, Roddy.
Anyway, as I keep saying, if all the content creators that I watch are in Rumble, there would be no need for me to watch in YouTube. But unfortunately, well,
found out that obviously Roddy and John were going to be on the show today. You can
almost none of them are in Rumble.
Side Scroller Pod over on X. If you haven't followed us over there, make sure you guys do it over there as we continue to grow a little bit more every day. We also have an Instagram account, I believe, don't we, Blabs?
We do, so follow some memes and clips for the show. Otherwise, John's gonna get his little chief to go and beat you all up.
That's
right.
Yeah.
All right.
I talked to him about it. He's ready.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he's ready to go. After
Now-
this YouTube video later, he's like, all right, taking him out one by one.
I are going to kick your ass or whatever.
Yeah, he's like, spell Togaf backwards, and that's probably what he's gonna be saying.
Blabs, I got good news for you.
What?
Today is the last day I will ever bring up kick.com/side.
I'll be right back. Going to make myself some coffee. Be right back.
Followers over on Kick. And if it stays right there, I will never mention it again. Now, we will continue to stream over there. But if it goes up or down, that is when I will mention it again. So if you want it to be mentioned again, then you follow. If not, keep it right here. We got a perfect number right here. So thank you, Kick at kick.com/sidescrollers. And we're done. Don't forget, you can also listen to the show over on Apple Podcast and Spotify, which is wonderful. And of course, I'm going to encourage you guys to head over to sidescrollerspodcast.com. That is our home base from here on out. We are making the move over there. Going to be doing more exclusive stuff. Labs and I are going to be recording a bunch of stuff early next week and bringing you guys exclusive stuff that we're not going to put over on YouTube or anywhere else. It's going to be just on sidescrollerspodcast.com. And I would like to remind everybody, since once again, we are 18 months and 1 day old today, we have a nice little sale. If you like to support us, right? We have you can use promo code NORMAL and get literally half off membership over at sidescrollerspodcast.com. We passed 69 members yesterday, which was wonderful. Which, hey, like if I can say 69 14 more times in the show, I will. But
nice.
Head over there and nice. That's right. And head over there and become a member. We'd really appreciate it. It's great. It's a great way to support. And I plan on doing a lot more like exclusive stuff, including some live streams and live events over there as well. So head on over there and check it out. But if you are new to us over here on YouTube, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Join the 91,000 just normal men looking for common sense in the video game and entertainment space. Let's do our best to get to 1,000 likes. Currently sitting at 321. So scroll your little mouse over there, hit that thumbs up button, and let's continue to grow every single day. Let's do our best to get to 25 memberships today. I think I can, and we will. All right, let's get on it. Am I clipping still, Blabs?
Yes, but also you're gonna have to keep on mentioning Kick because we're at 672 followers now.
Nice.
All right. Motherfuckers. All right. You guys, you support way too good, guys. It's ridiculous. Speaking of support, David came in right off the bat, says reject diversity, return to monkey. All right. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Unintelligent Design says Rodimus Primal. Long time no see. It's Liam. Hey. And Clemson says John is greater than Mazza. Well established. Apparently everybody is greater than Maz, which is great. All right, well look, we got a lot going on today. I'm glad everybody's joined us, and let's get into it. Blabs, please fill us in on today in video game history.
Okay, good luck everybody. August 16th, we have High Seas Havoc releasing back in 1993.
What the fuck are we doing?
Why? What's wrong with that? I did my bestest. Shut up. Anyway, Dark Watch was released back in 2005, and then we have Sonic Gems Collection also releasing back in 2005. Yay!
Okay.
There was no console birthday today. I'm sorry.
No, those are very few and far between along the way. So look.
Did anyone understand what he just said?
Did I clip or something?
No, it just didn't make any sense.
I said the consoles are very few and far between along the way.
Oh, that's what you were referring to. You said it. So I'm like, what, the video games that I picked out? I don't know.
No.
Gotta be specific, boy.
All right. Don't boy me.
You guys, look, no. Okay, here's the thing. When John showed up, you two both started going, oh, hey man, how's it going, man? All of a sudden. But if I go and say boy, Craig's like, whoa, you can't sit with us. So like, I want to be a boy too, okay?
Blabs, do you need a pickle?
Hold on, Roddy, real quick. Blabs, please put the time code down on that, and so that can go on our brand new intro very soon. I want a boy. I want to be a boy too. There we
I
are.
want to be a real boy like Pinocchio. Okay.
All right, Chris. All right, here we go.
My name is not Chris Tyson. I
Ugh.
don't harass kids.
It's the other way around. Sorry, my fault. I will
Kids
tell you.
harass me.
I'll tell you this, Blabs. You did miss some real bangers today, here on the 16th of August, including Jennifer Capriati tennis for the Sega Genesis, ECW Anarchy Rules for the PlayStation, and let's see what else we have today in the world. Oh, Lizzie McGuire 3 Homecoming Havoc for the GBA. So
I'm sorry, you wanted to pick Lizzie McGuire.
no, I'm
Over
just
Sonic?
kidding.
I was
No,
gonna
Blabs.
say, like-
This is all. No.
You know, I've never even seen Lizzie McGuire before. I'm just putting that out there.
You're
But
a
I
girl.
said that once on Twitter. Ryan told me to go fuck myself. It was weird.
Ryan Kennel?
He told me to go fuck
Ryan Kennel of all things? Like, hey,
Yeah. I remember that specifically because I was like, all right. But yeah, I've never seen Lizzie McGuire. Because I didn't have Disney back when I was a kid. I
Uh-huh.
didn't have cable, so I missed
Yep.
that. Then when I finally did, it was like Hannah Montana. Anyway, it was fine.
well, thanks for your bravery and sharing that with us, Blabs. Appreciate that. John, you ever seen Lizzie McGuire?
No, I thought it was a Nickelodeon show. Yeah, I never watched it.
My Lizzie McGuire knowledge isn't a whole lot, so I think it's Disney, I believe. Roddy, do you have any? Can you confirm or deny Lizzie McGuire being Disney or not?
It is.
I don't remember. It's been a long. There were an awful lot of casualties that day.
Man. All right, look, so we got a lot to talk about today. We're going to be flying through the news. We're glad you guys have joined us here on this wonderful Friday. We're going to finish strong into the weekend here. It's a lot of great things to talk about, so let's get into it. It's time for my favorite segment, your favorite segment, everybody in the world's favorite segment. It's time for Hard News.
Hard News.
All right. So we've been. What's that? I'm sorry. Right? Was that Roddy?
Giggity.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
You like those... That's pretty good, John. That's not bad. pretty.
I can do some impressions.
Pretty good Quagmire. What's your best? What's your best there, John? What's your best impression you got?
Oh shit! Don't ask me that. I'm not good at coming up with stuff on the fly, but
Okay.
sometimes.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. This certainly did not. There was a lot of research that was put into this. This was not thought up on the fly, as we've been talking a lot about interesting food over the past week. We've had a number of different food combinations. We talked about the infamous mayo and coffee combination based off the mayo fragrance. What else did we have this week, Blabs?
What did we have?
Did you see the sheer terror in her face when I asked her that?
Because also I was muted for a second, so I was like, let me try this button, and it worked. But Dr. Pep, no, Coca-Cola and Oreos. There you go.
The chat knows. Look at Sean. The pretzel perfume, Blabs.
That's not a food though. Crossover.
A pretzel is in fact food.
Yeah, but it's a perfume. It's not like a food with a food. It's a food with rubbing alcohol.
All right. Well, look. We're great, Blabs. Good job. All right. We do have another crossover, gentlemen. Another crossover that was announced yesterday. And this time we are combining two of the most sugary substances in the world. We are talking the combination, friends, of donuts and Dr. Pepper. So there we are. First off, John.
Wait. How about the donut? Is that Dunkin' Donuts?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to say it sounds fucking gross.
It's not Dunkin' Donuts. It's Krispy Kreme.
Not appealing to me.
Because
Roddy, your thoughts on
I believe the CEO of Rumble said that Dunkin' Donuts was hates.
Fun fact.
Dunkin' Donut hates Rumble.
When we first started dating.
So 90s. So early.
Basically, Dunkin' Donuts hates conservative. In our country, Dunkin' Donuts is very popular,
Like everywhere,
and
I more see Dunkin' Donuts than anything.
our country is a conservative country because it's a Catholic, mostly a Christian country, so it's mostly conservative.
Well,
So what Dunkin' Donuts is saying is that
and this is gonna if you
they hate our people.
Blabs, you have Dr. Pepper, surely.
They hate
I have. It's
our
actually
people.
owned on a
That
video
is crazy.
Dr. Pepper, and it's
I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure.
absolutely
You
vile.
know,
I have to say, Krispy Kremes are.
the folks here don't know anything about what Dunkin' Donut
Once upon a time,
declared or said.
commercialized, industrialized it. They're just cardboard. Yay!
So
I'd rather go to Timmy's.
Because if you're going to, think about it,
So Dr. Pepper is, for those who have had it,
our country is, or my country where I'm in, is mostly conservative.
best described as like a
So Dunkin' Donuts,
and when you
hate, and they are here. Yeah, sure, they are providing jobs, but it doesn't change the fact that they Dunkin' Donuts hate us. The only reason, I guess, the only reason they're here is because they're selling. They're selling donuts, and they're quite popular.
cream.
I wonder if but then again, people are stupid. Even if they say it in their face, we hate you. You are what, Christian? You're conservative. We hate you. Guess what? They will still buy the donuts. People are stupid.
No, Dr. Pepper is like the king of the king of drinks down here.
Wow.
And Diet Dr. Pepper in particular, man. Diet Dr. Pepper is god tier down here. But with that said, I wanted to use this opportunity to transition to other fast foods or other junk foods that have been released over the last little bit, over the last 20, 30 years that have been discontinued. Now, I found this thread on X, and I wanted to go through these with you guys to see if you tried any of these. And chat, obviously, you guys are the fifth chair today, so I want to hear y'all's thoughts on every single one of these as we go along. But this is a thread of nostalgic food and drink that have been discontinued. So I wanted to go down this list with you guys, and you tell me if you've had any one of these things, okay? And obviously, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Now, some of these, by the way, were discontinued before Blabs was even born, so that'll be always fun. So, all right, are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
First one. Do you guys remember Doritos 3D?
Yeah.
Yep, I remember that.
Are those like pizza shaped things? Like what?
So
Hot
they weren't chips. They were like puffed up, almost like bugles, right? Except a closed version of the bugle, and it was popped up, and inside the middle was like air. These are, I don't know. Yeah. I thought these were pretty okay. I remember getting these back in the day. And the fact you can get a super grab bag for 99 cents, and now that bag is like $7 says a lot, but whatever.
They tasted fine. It's just cringe marketing. Like 3D chips, they're coming right at you. It's like,
whoa. Yes, it was very late 90s, early 2000s. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
All you needed was a guy in a backwards hat going radical. Like they could have put me on from Screw Attack on the chip bag, and it would have been great, right?
I kind of want to try those. Those look cool.
Well, you can't because they've been gone for 20 years, Blabs. I'm sorry.
I know. I need to get into my time machine.
Yes, we're gonna hop you back in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got Doritos 3Ds. Next, we have classic OG Dunkaroos. Yeah, man.
I've seen those before. I think I've tried the icing.
Yeah, it's pure sugar. And now I think these are actually the new Dunkaroos, because I think the old Dunkaroos actually had, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think they were like little kangaroo cookies that you could.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. There was like little roos.
Because it was a kangaroo was the mascot for it,
Mm-hmm.
and
right. Yeah. And now they just have little.
So it includes the dip.
I'm pretty sure these actually still exist, but the classic Dunkaroos don't. So, so little whatever. Next on our list.
Looks unsafe to eat.
Do you guys ever have these back in the day?
Yep.
Not from Planters, no.
it's just basically cheese balls done by Planters. It's the same thing you'd get everywhere.
All right, next one hit me in the nostalgia really hard. Shark bites.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now. There was
Ended up
nothing
being a
more
lunch
exciting,
bag, right?
What's
Or
that?
you
What's that?
traded for something else.
Well, listen, there was nothing more exciting than going to school and having some sort of shaped fruit snack, whether it was a shark or a plane or something along those lines, or like a video game character. I'm just saying, like, these were awesome. I love these little things, these little shark bites back in the day. John, you probably, I don't know, you probably never had these before, have you?
No, well, I don't think I've had them, but I remember seeing it like on the shelves.
That's right. John knows. John over in the chat says the hammerheads were the best. That's right. That's right.
No,
I was
I
always
want
a
to put some
hammerhead.
hammerheads in my Zoo Tycoon. It's fine. But I've never seen these in my life. I just want to point that out.
Next up, Butterfinger BBs.
Yep.
You got these little
The Simpsons
tiny little.
were still part of the advertisement for Butterfinger at the time when they actually introduced the Butterfinger BBs, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, man, Bart Simpson was huge, and you can see the Simpsons on the packaging here with Bart and Lisa and Maggie and Homer. Yeah, this
Are
is a
these
big
like
part.
similar to like Reese's Pieces but Butterfinger?
Pretty much, yeah. Like
yeah.
Whopper size.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know,
like a
with
That's
Butterfinger,
actually kind of cool. They should have never discontinued that.
which tastes better than Whoppers because
yeah,
Whoppers are so bad for your teeth.
Dude, I love.
No one better lay a finger on my Butterfinger.
Butterfinger
Butterfinger
BBs.
BBs.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. The Whopper itself, I think, is actually good, but only like once a year. You can have the Whopper like
What's with all the junk food?
snack wrap. Okay, that's fine. Fruitopia. Do you guys remember Fruitopia?
They were trying.
They're having a nostalgia moment with junk food.
Okay, all right.
Snap
Obviously
was
the
huge.
Altoids.
Oh, Altoids. Wait, they made.
Oh, they're
I
gone.
have no idea what. I'm not familiar with any of this junk foods.
Okay. These were the Altoids specifically were your safe.
Altoids for your hemorrhoids.
When you're taking a girl out on Friday night.
There you go. That is a marketing slogan.
My girlfriend, when we first started dating, she had Dr. Pepper lipstick, sour Altoids.
Having a sour day? Get Altoids for your hemorrhoids.
Roddy, are you the guy that in addition
In 4 different colors.
spray also helps save you as well?
No. My brother used Axe body spray though. That stuff smelled horrible.
Oh, that's
Pro
funny
tip:
stuff.
don't buy Axe body spray. Sorry.
No, man, bad stuff. All right, Squeeze-Its. This is like a fruit.
Why would you use a body spray? Just take a bath, use soap. Take a bath.
With this coupon, right?
Make sure you use soap, okay?
That's pretty good stuff.
That's it. And then some deodorant if you really must.
You guys recall?
Body spray.
Crispy M&Ms.
Kind of. Pretty much M&M Whoppers.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I don't remember these.
Going back to the Butterfinger BBs, and there must have been a big strive in the market, or big hole in the market for Whopper style products, because they were both discontinued around the same time. Let's continue on. We got Heinz, yes, the gross different colored ketchup, the green ketchup. We talked about that on the show before.
I love the Shrek bottles though. That is so cool.
But I guarantee you would not put green ketchup on anything.
Ew, no.
No. Ugh.
Okay, we've never had a green ketchup.
Not gonna
What?
ketchup
No,
out.
glass bottles.
Never.
How is that fun?
Because
Whacking it like.
I've seen one,
Fuck out.
but we've never bought one. Because
Do you know the
we grew up on red ketchup.
like the glass bottle?
So green ketchup, when I first saw it, it was weird.
No.
So on the glass bottle itself, let me see if I can find it. Yes, here it is right here. So on the glass bottle itself, if you're having trouble getting the ketchup on, when you bend it, there's a 57 right here. See that?
Mhm.
And you actually you actually dap it on your hand, right? If you have the ketchup bottle, right? Let me see if I can here. So if you have a ketchup bottle and you tap it like that,
yeah, and it's
on the
supposed to work.
57, that's how the ketchup comes out. So there you go.
John's like, I'm about to go buy a glass bottle and test this out. He's gonna have Arby do it actually real soon.
This is all true.
Arby versus ketchup.
This is why they've made the squeeze bottles now, you know?
Yeah. You just go.
For Neanderthals, we can't use glass.
Man. Okay, this is the one that really. Okay, this is the one that really hit me, and I saw this that it was discontinued in 1995, and I was like, "What the hell?" Roddy, maybe you remember this. PB crisps.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
Yep.
I saw this. They were discontinued like 30 years ago, and I remember everything about these. Like literally, like the taste, the flavor, the packaging. These were the shit to me. I love these things, man. And chat, let me know if you ever had PB crisps, because these things were awesome. And then obviously we talked about the Wendy's Super Buffet, and I don't remember
Remember Sizzler?
Juice. Oh yeah, of course Sizzler. Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
So either way, Yermo knows. That's right. They did rule, man. This is just the best. But anyways, little trip down memory lane right there for everybody.
Super chat.
Matthew came in and says, "You put your finger in it, and then it comes out fast. Ladies understand."
Gross.
Relax, Matthew. Just relax. Ridiculous. Zach came in and says just seeing these things makes me feel old, and I'm only 35. Sorry, Zach. Matthew's been a member for 8 months, and RL Dog says Jack's Link says Dr. Pepper flavored beef sticks. I saw that in an ad today. Gross. Ugh. Lord Botha came in and says, "Y'all trying to eat Dr. Pepper's cream? Nasty." Hey, just relax. Relax with that.
Yeah, Surge.
The singing Tig says, "So it's a deep that won't be memed." Mika says, "Where is Surge?" Yes, Surge, of course. Brilliant back in the day. And then finally, oh, you're right. You Blabs you're right, Blabs. We'll keep going to that in a second. Says absolutely ready. Says Dr. Pepper is bad for kids. Somebody else is bad
Okay.
as well. And Ben then says mayo and peas pizza topping. Go. That's a non-starter for me.
What the fuck?
There you go, Blabs. Let them know. Unacceptable.
No.
Thoughts on peas on pizza, John?
No, I don't approve. I wouldn't.
No.
Hard disagree.
As would any normal man. That's right. Squatch Hammer came in with the 10. Says you need wood to be a boy, Blabs. Lucky for you, I have plenty to spare. Oh, you need wood to be a boy, Blabs. Lucky for you, I have plenty. Okay, thank you, Squatch Hammer. Don't make it
I
weird.
bet it's really small.
Speedy Cake. Speedy Cake came into the 10. Says, "Hey, Craig, I just saw a movie trailer you might get a laugh out of. I posted it in the movies tab on the Discord. Also, you still doing the chip challenge? If so, why not Wheel of Fortunate with the spinning arrow and have some fun?" Speedy Cake, I like how you're thinking. No, I'm not doing that. That was a July thing, but we could bring it back on special occasions. I think that'd be fun. Thank you, Speedy Cake. Appreciate that. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to some more quick hits here. This is a meme that got passed around, and I got to be honest, it's funny as shit. So we're gonna watch it. We all know the ongoings with Mr. Tyson, Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast, and the insanity associated with that, the allegations of.
Oh, okay. So
everything associated with that, and Mr. Beast.
I guess
that have been going on. And
the issue is still happening. It hasn't stopped.
Messages a couple days ago, I think yesterday, from
Mr. Beast is the gift that keeps on giving.
They friend, how's that? They friend, and pretty much confirming there's a lot of things that came out. Like Mr. Beast is kind of freaking out. They don't want Chris Tyson talking about this stuff and blah 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 blah. But we saw this meme, and it's funny as shit. This is from Kongman over on X, and apparently Chris recently did a video where they took a lie detector test. And by the way, can we just start by like looking at how, like, honestly, the shoulder, the frame of the shoulder, like looks like a fucking linebacker. I'm just gonna throw this out there. But let's go and check out this video and see how this went. This obviously, yeah, we'll see how this goes.
I just want to double check. Do you actually like kids?
Yes, I love it.
That is true.
See? How many times are you gonna ask that?
Do you watch them?
Yes, true. Sorry.
Would you date someone your age?
Why would I do that? No. True. Hello.
Okay, so there we go. Just a
Is that
little
AI generated or spliced?
Oh my goodness. Do you love kids? Yes. Of course, back then it was it had a different context. But now the context has changed.
This is the way that Chris Tyson thinks how he should sound as a woman, right? When you listen to this, just how it sounds so like Valley Girl, you know, like a 1989 movie character here along the way. It's just it's honestly it's very insulting for women. At least I don't know, Blabs, you as a woman, you'd probably be able to speak better than me.
Oh, are you seeing my gender now? That's
Yeah, sorry,
I'm a
my
boy,
fault.
actually, Pinocchio. But I don't know. I feel like since this is particularly all like AI altered, I would rather actually hear him pretend to be a she and actually see how he talks.
What? What? It's AI? Oh my goodness.
I just think it's funny. I'm not offended by this.
Well, no, of course.
That was insane. That was
There
good.
you go. That's just.
That was good.
Why would I do that?
They're minors for me. It's like, Christ.
All right. Speaking of,
But even still, if it was legit,
there's a video that was getting passed around. How often does this happen to you, John? Where
if that was said back then, it had a different context
they just start laughing at it and
compared to
something along those lines.
what happened or what transpired now. The context has changed.
I feel like a few times a year I'll see something like this crop up, and whenever it does, I get a huge spike in like subscribers and views. I mean, well, a big spike, you know, for my standards, and it's just like it confirms what I already thought. Like, I think I have a lot of fans out there from the Machinima days who think I'm fucking dead after Machinima fell through, and it's like. Rip John Graham, he will be missed. It's like, I'm not dead, motherfuckers. I'm still making shit. I still got my YouTube channel. I want to make stuff. Just because I'm not working for Machinima anymore. Like,
right. Machinima's been dead for a decade. It's like, yeah. It's the same way. There's a lot of people who are like, who are G1s from back in the old Screw Attack days. And like they'll, you know, I kind of disappeared from the internet for the better part of like, I don't know, 6-7 years. You know, I was still doing stuff, but it wasn't nearly as it wasn't meant to be nearly as out there. And so I see people who kind of pop in. They're like, "Oh my gosh, like, wow, it's great to see you, and you're not fucking insane." Right? That's like the number one thing that I hear. Oh, it's so great to see somebody who's not fucking insane in the video game space that I grew up watching. But you were not tagged in this video, but it did kind of pop off over here. Let's go check out this clip here. This is it says most of y'all are too young to remember this era. So let's go ahead and check out this little clip.
Okay, who was the fucking retard in our team that kept carrying the flag the wrong way? This John T.J. Graham guy?
You got something to say to me? Ouch.
Yeah, you suck.
I am better than you at least, douchebag.
You had -3 kills and 41 deaths.
Your mom had -3 kills in bed last night.
Shut up! That was the worst comeback I've ever heard.
Not as bad as your face.
That's it. You want to sell this man to man? Give me your address, you little shit.
Sure. Do you have a pen and paper? I'm in your mom's house. I'll be waiting.
You motherfucker! I'm gonna kick your fucking ass, you
So there you go.
So he's wearing the Halo 3 Special Edition helmet.
Oh man.
And yeah.
That takes
a
me
while
back.
ago. That was from Master Chief Sucks at Halo 3. That was my first video to machinima.com.
Wow. Oh, that's great stuff. And you know, obviously your tweet, your quote tweet of that, you know, juvenile toxic. Whoever made this should be ashamed.
Yeah. And I wasn't tagged because everyone thinks I'm dead. And
That's right.
I took a comedic opportunity, like, because you know, I posted that, and just watching the reactions has been quite funny. I think most people are like, I know who made that, and they get the joke. But some people are like, fuck you, calling me slurs, like that I won't repeat here.
Are you
Like,
serious?
What you can't you wouldn't handle a Halo 3 or a Modern Warfare 2 lobby,
They're
you
saying
fucking
that
pussy.
to you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because they don't
It's
they don't
you.
know, because I didn't make it clear that I actually made the clip. So I've just been enjoying some of the people shitting on me, and then like it's double enjoyable when they realize, like, I wrote a paragraph and I deleted it when I realized who you were. I read your bio, like. And it's funny, like, some people come to my defense too. It's like, leave him alone. Don't you know who it is? Like, read before you post. It's so funny.
That's great.
What I love about the humor of that clip is that it takes me back not only to like Halo days, but also like, you know, local multiplayer playing GoldenEye or at the arcade and putting your quarter up and like, you know, you're playing Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, or Killer Instinct in the arcade, and someone's like, yo, you beat me with that. You hit the fatality on me. Let's take this outside. Let's take this. Just like the same trash talking that we would get, you know. And nowadays they're like, it's so insensitive to do that. It's like, come on.
Right? Shit talking, which is now illegal.
Listen,
In
we
the
have
UK, they'll arrest you apparently, right? And they want to extradite us if we you know, for smack talk.
So we have some breaking news exclusive to side scrollers, right?
Oh.
This man is alive. The end.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I
I thought it was a real breaking news.
I was here the whole time.
What a revelation.
We've actually had a couple big breaking news stories this week. Number one, that John is alive, and the other one that Ivan Reitman is dead.
Been dead
Yes,
2
yes,
years.
for 2 years. That's good. Well, we're glad you're still with us, John.
You
this
guys
leads-
didn't know Ivan was dead?
Yeah, he didn't know.
So a little background on that. We were talking about the new Ghostbusters Netflix series that's coming along the way, and Ivan Reitman's son is going to be attached to it. And we were talking to Vera Dark about it, and I was like, well, you know, you can have Ivan Reitman's son, and he'll be able to bounce ideas off his dad. And then like Vera just like, well, Ivan Reitman's dead. So it was like this one. It's become a thing on the channel where we now know that breaking news: Ivan Reitman has indeed died in 2022. So that's right. This leads to a larger conversation though about the state of gaming and the state of specifically online gaming. And this has been an ongoing conversation about like kind of not just like the pussification of like America, but just like gaming as a whole and society as a whole, right? We're so concerned about feelings along the way, right? Yeah. And you know, Keemstar actually had an interesting tweet which I thought we could talk about, and he has his thoughts on how to save future Xbox consoles, and it actually has a direct correlation to the clip that we just showed from back in the day with RB and the Chief. And his tweet goes as follows. Number one, you include a headset and mic with every console like the Xbox 360s did. Force the mic to be automatically on for all players with the option to mute, just like the old 360. Don't automatically mute toxic players if they receive too many reports or mute from other players. Use proximity mics like they did in Halo. He said, back in the day, we didn't just play for the game. We played because we were playing against real people, and we knew they were real because they were talking. Xbox and game developers spent the last decade trying to create safe places on console gaming and have destroyed the experience to the point that online games servers feel empty. They must put life back into the experience. It's the only way forward. John, I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it started before the 360 on the original Xbox. The 360, if you buy the console, it came with a headset. With the original Xbox, you bought the console on its own, and you bought a separate Xbox Live package that had the headset and a pack that you just slap into the controller. It had a one big button on it. It had an LED light that was red for off, green for on. Very easy to just plug in and use. And it's like if you had Xbox Live, you had the headset, absolutely. So everybody was using it. It's very easy to use. And a lot of time you would join lobbies and everybody would be chatting and it was fun. You felt like sort of immersed in a room full of people. But now, like, I agree with what Keemstar is saying, where you join a lobby and it feels dead. I mean, it's almost like you might as well be playing with a bunch of bots running around. And there's no sense of community engagement. There might be one person who has their mic connected at some point during the day when you're playing, and it's just like he has no incentive to talk because there's no one else. And a lot of people are on like private chat groups, you know, like private chat or Discord or some private like voice server anyway. So that also adds to the problem of people not communicating in the game that they're in. And proxy chat should be a thing that comes back. Like, to be clear, when Keem says proxy mics, he's referring to proxy chat, where when you are in the radius of another player, you will hear what they're saying into their mic, and if you're far enough away, you'll stop hearing them. So, yeah, I agree with his points here. It should make a comeback. Gaming lobbies and games need to feel alive again.
You muted, Craig.
Yeah, I'm just talking to myself. Roddy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good idea because, you know, this is what I was saying before. Like, this harkens all the way back to the days of arcade and local multiplayer, you know, and the idea behind the headset was to make you feel like you were playing with other people. Even if they couldn't be over at your house, you can now play with other people. And now we're trying to make it safe.
I played Counter-Strike 1
Nobody is really enjoying it
in LAN cafes.
It's not enjoyable.
And
People are they're not playing the games the same way that they would before. So
we were never toxic.
Like all the games, they started off with that.
Yeah, we were never toxic.
Content is not rated by the ESRB.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just like, go on there, but like, fuck, whatever you hear on there, it's nothing to do with us, okay? Have fun.
I tell you this much. Some of the stuff you'd hear on there is just the same trash talking that you would hear playing local multiplayer or arcades. It's no different. So what people don't understand is that's gaming culture. That's when you're playing games, you're just smack talking, like, you know, it's like not what your mom said last night. You know, like, come on, like that's classic, you know.
Right. You know, going back to what Hell just super chatted. And by the way, just a quick note, we're going to be pulling super chats up like on the bottom of the screen. If they're like, you know, if they're 10 and over, we'll definitely stop down and read them. But we will be pulling them up. We want to make sure they get acknowledged like while we're going along the way, so you'll see them on the bottom of the screen, but we may not necessarily read them every single time. So just want to give you guys a heads up on that. But Hell did point out, says with how aggressive moderation is now and the penalties that ripple through your account beyond the game, you'd have to be crazy to chat in game. And I think, you know, it goes back to like the moderation that's been put in place has almost stifled you know, the ability for people to talk. And I think there's a lot of truth in that, what Hell said. And it's almost sad, like they put a muzzle on people's ability to like add to the experience. And I remember the first time, I vividly remember the first time I saw Xbox Live game chat. And specifically when it came to Street Fighter 2. Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition was like an Xbox 360 or Xbox downloadable game. And I was like, I can't believe this is a reality. Like the fact that you could be playing Street Fighter against somebody in Ohio and tell them how bad they sucked.
Except
right? Like
controller sucked. To play Street Fighter on, don't get me started on that controller.
But at the same time, the idea that I just had the ability to be like, hey, you suck so bad, right? And if you, that's just how people talk. That's how gamers talk in general. I have a very hard time believing that society has changed so much in the last 10 years that people are so soft that they don't shit talk to each other, right? Or that gamers have gotten so soft that they don't want to shit talk to each other. And tell me I'm wrong, because when you watch Evo or you watch any sort of competitive environment, guess what happens? They're shit talking, right? That's what happens on a day-to-day basis, on a match basis. You want to it's human nature to want to let somebody know how bad they suck. or how much better you are than somebody else while you play, because pride is a thing, you know.
Right, it's a highly competitive environment, and you're constantly getting dopamine spikes or deprivation in brain chemicals because you lose, and you know you take offense to it, and you want to vent frustration. But no, like to what you were saying before, this is a multifaceted problem. It's not just.
It's kind of weird that there are times the video
like you were saying,
will turn black.
Policy of these, like,
it's weird.
And you know, the moderation guidelines, and also the fact that everybody's streaming their gameplay. So many people are on Twitch. People don't want to be clipped on somebody's fucking stream or let's play, you know, and then go viral because they said something out of line. It's just like, who wants to even take the chance? Like, so I'll just shut up and not say anything.
Okay, hold on. Is this true? Blabs, can you do a little digging on this? Do they allow trash talk at Evo? Have they banned trash talk at Evo? And if that's the case, what the fuck? Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, if they ban trash talk. I mean, that's like honestly insulting. See if you can do a little digging. Was
unleashed.
That's unreal. Like,
a lot of people do like. Sorry, just one more thing. Like, people do like trash talk. I mean, how many fucking Rocky movies or, you know, fighting movies have there been where you're waiting for the scene where the two fighters are at a press conference, right? And one of them says something spicy, and then they fucking get up from their chairs like, hey, you want to go? You want to go? And then the referee has to go, hey, boys, settle it in the ring, okay? Like, everybody's waiting for that scene in the movie to come up. So, like, the concept of shit talking, like, it's not foreign to people. People enjoy it.
Still happens with WWE and MMA, you know, like they still trash talk when they do their weigh-ins, you know, like they're still trying to get at each other's throats because they really want to get the crowd excited about two people getting ready to fight each other, you know.
Well, I mean, yes, this is a considerably more physical thing than playing a fighting game, right? Or playing Call of Duty, right? But at the end of the day, the result is still the same. The story is still the same. The idea that one person is going to top the other person along the way. And that's the same with video games. There is a result. There is a finishing result that says, hey, John is better than Roddy in Halo 2 or whatever it is. Halo 5, Street Fighter 6, whatever it is. And there's a resolution to the whole thing. And that's what we're missing. But
I'll beat you down in Street Fighter Alpha 3, though.
I suck at Street Fighter, man. Yeah.
But it's an interesting conversation. Will Xbox ever do some of these suggestions? Absolutely not. There's zero chance that they open up a microphone. You know, you see the settings that they have now where everything is it's all built around making sure that no naughty words get through. You know, so there's no way they're going to open up a live mic initially like the Xbox 360 had. It's man, that's
and it's also a community policing problem. You know, because people will go viral for reporting someone else. It's like, look what this guy said on my stream. Can you believe this? They're incentivized to do that. They'll get likes and subscribers. So, like, you got to be careful. Sometimes it's not even about whatever the company says, whatever the publisher is saying you can't or can't say.
Normal Man came in and says, wasn't one of the biggest YouTube channels, Epic Rap Battles in history, entirely trash talking? Correct.
There you go.
Right. You are correct. That was the entire idea of dissing somebody. It was done creatively, but yeah. Laz, what'd you find about Evo?
So here is from the official website. Let me just zoom this in for you guys since it's pretty
Please.
small. There we go. It says actions that will lead to a player receiving a warning include excessive trash talking personally directed at other players. But then if you continue down, it says actions that will lead a player being removed from the events include repeat of actions following a warning. So yes, excessive trash talking will get you removed.
So if you make somebody feel bad in the video
Feelings
game,
matter.
right, you can get removed from Evo. So that's
Mm-hmm.
that's good. That's ridiculous. And once again, who decides what's excessive?
Exactly.
Yeah, right. I can't stand it when there's some point in the guidelines where it's like, don't cause stress or like hurt somebody's self-esteem. What the fuck does that even mean?
Right.
Like nobody's allowed to feel any sort of pain or shame ever anymore. Like how are you supposed to grow? You know?
Well, no, we're gonna carry everybody around like babies. We're gonna carry everybody around and make sure and put them over our shoulder and make sure they're good, make sure they're okay, and they put them in a little bubble. So anytime something bad happens, you see it's okay, baby. And you know who the mama's gonna be?
Stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
That's right, Roddy. and you know who's going to be the big mama of all this? It's going to be the government and Microsoft deciding it'll be okay, video gamers. It'll be all right. Fucking pathetic. Speaking of
a pen,
the power of what?
The power of a pen.
I was going to say the power of one, the power of two, the
Don't
power
get me
of many.
started.
Hey, speaking of babies, real quick, I just want to take a second. Our boy Adam Krigler is supposed to be having their child here really, really soon. So just wanted to say happy birthday to new baby and congratulations.
Right on. I was on last time he was on, so we were celebrating it. That's right.
Yep. Baby's coming soon. So Adam, hey man, looking forward to hearing all the stories and everything. And congratulations when baby comes, whether it's today, tomorrow, or the next couple days. So, anyways, congratulations to Adam.
That's nice. Good for him.
Yeah, life's about to get better, baby. Life's about to get better. Hey, thanks so much for that Nest track. Appreciate that. It's awesome. If you guys got gifted membership, make sure you guys say a thank you. Consider paying it forward. One last thing before we move on from that conversation, and that is, once again, John has a new video coming out today. It's Arby and the Chiefs play Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, which is, as you can see, you lied to me, John. It's 12 minutes and 59 seconds.
Oh my God, you're right.
Oh my God, you so full of lies, John. How could you do this?
Shame.
Ridiculous.
Everyone throw rocks at John.
So that'll be premiering in a couple hours. You can find the link to that in the description below. So
You know, I never finished Luigi's Mansion. I think I have the second one. I don't know what happened. I think I encountered like a glitch because I couldn't go past and I couldn't open any doors, and I was just there for like an hour, and my chat couldn't figure it out either. So I eventually just rage quit, and I never went back to it. And this was over a year ago now.
The first Luigi's Mansion on GameCube is brilliant. Like, it's
Great
one of the
game.
best. I think it's one of the best horror games ever made. Really, I mean, the way it cartoonifies ghost hunting, and the way that Nintendo makes it mechanically sound in terms of gameplay, it's just there's nothing else like it. It's really good.
It's like Ghostbusters with Luigi.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Thank you very much, Flickerbox. Appreciate that. And that's exactly where we're at. Really appreciate your support, man. All right, let's go and move on to a interesting story, which has a direct tie to video games, as one of the biggest franchises in video games is the Madden franchise. American football. It's a simulation game. Obviously, everybody knows Madden. It's been around for 30 years. And the idea behind John Madden Football originally was that it was going to be the like the most authentic version of NFL football, or football as a whole, because prior to Madden, like, there was no 11 players on screen. It was like 8 or 7 or 5. And John Madden Football became this thing to where most people actually just knew the game Madden, and they didn't actually know that Madden was a very famous broadcaster, a Hall of Fame. I think he was in the Hall of Fame as broadcasting. I think he was a football player as well, and of course he was a Hall of Fame coach as well. So he was like a master of all things football. But most people know the Madden name from the game itself. So with that said, to our story here, they're doing a biopic of John Madden, and the actor who's playing this is odd to say the least, but I gotta be honest, I'm kind of intrigued by this because it's starring Nick Cage, who's set to play John Madden in the new biopic. Obviously, Nick Cage is the coolest motherfucker on earth. John, I would love to hear your thoughts. Do you know anything a whole lot about John Madden?
No, not John Madden in particular, but Nicolas Cage has an incredible amount of range, and he's been killing it lately, but picking his projects. And you know, he had a string of movies that weren't that great. Like, there's a while where he wasn't picking good projects, but lately he really has been, and he gives it 100%. Like, he's a really talented dude, and he has surprised me in the past in, you know, some roles that I didn't think he would excel in, and I think he might actually be able to do this well.
So, for reference, we know what Nick Cage looks like here, and this is obviously a Photoshop version of his head on a Madden, a very famous picture of Madden winning the championship with the Raiders back in the day. But for reference, this is what John Madden looks like, or looked like before he died. So, you know,
that was later in life. So, what did he look like when he was younger?
That's true. Well, he didn't look like,
because everybody remembers what he looked like there.
Right. Well, he didn't look like Nick Cage.
That's it. I want to take his face off.
This is a really good question from Ian. Is Nick still broke? Maybe that's why he's taking the role and everything, because that guy is broke.
I got to be honest. Like, you know, Nick Cage is a phenomenal actor. Phenomenal actor. And John, you're right, man. The range on him. Like, if I saw John Travolta was playing Madden, I'd be like, all right. But when I see Nick Cage is playing Madden, I think, all right. But I think he can do it. You know, like, I really think Nick Cage could pull this off because it's Nick fucking Cage, man. So I don't know. Interesting choice. Roddy, you got any thoughts on Nick Cage playing John Madden?
I don't know how he's gonna pull that off. I mean, granted, he was trying to do Superman of all things, you know, and but I mean, Nick Cage will try to do anything really. So if he could play a I don't know. That's where why the face off reference came in there.
Right, I like it.
Just doesn't look like him.
That period of time where he was about.
That is a weird choice.
I like Nick Cage, but
yeah, I like Nicolas Cage as well. But for Madden, well, it doesn't really matter.
Real quick, this is...
as long as the movie or the story is good.
John, you saw Alien Romulus. Is that correct?
Yeah, I saw it last night.
Was it a scary movie?
It had scary parts. I mean, I've seen a lot of horror movies, so like nothing really scares me anymore these days. Like I never like jump in my chair or anything like that. But I can appreciate good horror still when it's done well. And this had some parts. I was like, oh, that's a bit creepy, especially at the end. I'm not going to spoil anything, but it was all right.
All right.
I didn't think it was great, but I didn't think it was bad. It was just like, you know, that was okay.
Okay. Well, obviously, the new movie is out, and it has, you know, I've seen people praise it. I've seen people do the complete opposite, panic. But one movie, obviously, is the original, and everybody loved the original Alien, right? Alien was top tier, and obviously spawned the franchise Aliens 2 later on. I saw this video on X floating around from 1979 when the original Alien was released. And it's a reporter who was asking their parents about taking their kids to see Alien in 1979. So let's take a look and see how they responded to this. First and foremost, look at this little kid. He's like 7 years old.
I love videos like this. This is great.
It's like you can see the look on his poor kid's face.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right. It was awesome.
That is true.
So let's go and see. And this is definitely a small town, by the way. that they're at. But this is just a brilliant conversation, and we will stop and start as we see fit. So here we go.
Did you know that this was an R-rated movie when you brought him?
Yes, we did.
Are you sorry you brought him?
Yeah.
Should have seen it. It's something that you need to know that things like that could happen in life.
What was he saying?
Xenomorph, son.
That's
right. Required viewing.
It's so good, man.
Game
So
over,
good.
man. Game over.
Let's go and continue.
In life. That could be a true story.
That could be a truth. I just want to dissect what this guy's. She says, "Are you sad that you took your child to see aliens?" And he responds with this most insane statement ever.
Brought your son along to see Alien?
No, ma'am. I think you should have seen it. It's something that you need to know that things like that could happen in life. That could be a true story.
He's talking like it's like Blav's working on the farm over here. Like, look, are you sad you had to take your son out to go slaughter the cow? He's like, no, that's all right. That's just the things that happen in life. You got to make sure that they know.
The chest burster scene.
It's
like,
time these kids grow up.
It's a natural part of life. You're on the Nostromo and you're getting hunted down by xenomorphs.
Just absolutely brilliant. Here you go. Jeremy's like, I don't understand. I don't even understand what's so funny. I don't even get it.
You know, Alien was service announcement.
That's right.
My daddy fought the xenomorphs before me, and my granddaddy before him.
And Norm's right, man. He said this guy is definitely was in Vietnam. I've seen some shit.
Yeah.
Seen that shit, man. It's crazy. Let's see what else the other parents say.
Based on science. We never know what's going on the outside of the world.
Did the movie scare you at all? Yes, ma'am, it did.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's so good. Yes, ma'am, it did. And by the way, great manners here. Yeah.
We take him to see a lot of horror pictures and things like because we like horror movies. We're horror buffs, I guess.
Would you recommend to your little friends who are your age to go?
Okay. Would he, who just saw the movie, recommend his friends go see this movie?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say yes.
John?
Oh yeah.
Roddy?
No.
Okay, here we go. Let's see this kid's response. By the way, this kid's what, like 10?
Yeah,
Maybe?
he looks like a baby Ron Howard. It's kind of funny.
All right, so 10-year-old in 1979.
You recommend to your little friends who are your age to go see it? No, I wouldn't.
Oh, you're right.
He peed his pants in there.
Because it was scary.
He had to been scared shitless the entire time. If he's like, nope.
I've seen the movie when I was like
it's just, you never know
in elementary.
And
I don't remember if I got scared or
kid going to the
not.
great movie ride, and they had the whole alien scene.
Maybe I did. Maybe I did get scared.
There, like, can you imagine actually being there and having like the monster come at you? So,
yeah, dude, the great movie ride, by the way. Like, man, that scene in particular, that was scary. That was scary stuff. Rest in peace, great movie ride. I rode that the day before it closed. I made a specific trip to Disney, and when they closed that, man, a piece of like that's where things ended for me, man. Was when the great movie ride closed. It's rough.
Yeah.
Damn.
That whole park. Really?
Yeah. It's a damn shame. Ian came in with the $50, $50, 50 euro monies.
Surprise booba.
That's right. With the 50.
John says he's never afraid of things and he doesn't jump scares. So I thought I'd jump scare him with tits. You're welcome.
The man's greatest fear is the last film he saw. Let's go, Ian. Hey, thank you so much for your support. Appreciate that. And there are some boobies for you. Congratulations. really just want to take a step back and just listen to that guy's answer one more time because it's so good. It's so good. Just about just the idea that hey, this guy straight up had the tinfoil hat on in 1979. This guy was a trendsetter back in the day. He was straight up red pill. Here we go.
Are you sorry, sir, that you brought your son along to see Alien?
No, ma'am. I think you should have seen it. It's something that he needs to know that things like that could happen in life. That could be a true story, based on science. We never know what's going on the outside of the world.
That man has seen things.
Right. By the way,
I mean, he's not wrong. I know what he's getting at. It's like you teach your kid a story or show your kid a story about facing your fears and venturing into the unknown. Because who knows? Maybe there could be a team that goes into space, and maybe there is some fucked up alien out there that we haven't discovered.
His son actually grew up to be an astronaut, and he's the one stranded in outer space by Boeing right now.
I mean, the kid's 10, right? So right. I mean, like my kids are 8 and 5, gonna be 6. So like, I've been not letting them see certain things or watch movies with certain words in them, and I mean, I have on my channel my reaction to Transformers the movie 1986, and that has the S-bomb in it. So I actually muted that part just to so that they didn't hear.
Wait, what's the S-bomb? Shit.
Yep.
You can't say shit.
Yeah. Hey, smaller kids.
No, I was genuinely serious. I wanted to make sure the word shit was the S-bomb you were talking about.
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
By the way,
what are we gonna do? OS, what are we gonna do now?
I thought it was some slur I didn't know about. I was like, what's that? I want to learn.
Hey, by the way, I just want to point out, like, when you watch, just paying attention to his body language as we're gonna watch this one last time. Watch his eyes when he says this, like, because he's talking like, he gives you like one of those like.
Yeah, I've seen these things.
Right. Just like watch it real quick. It makes it that much more funny.
Know that things could happen in life. That could be a true story.
Did you see it? Like he kind of opens his eyes a little bit more, like right there. He's like, "Hey, listen, this shit's happening, man."
Listen, those xenomorphs, they're fucking out there. You better watch out.
He's seen them, I'm sure.
Man, I wish we could find this guy, or his son, catch up with this. It's like this guy's probably unfortunately gone, right? If this was in 1979, he's probably passed on to the next realm. But I'll tell you what, his son though may still be around, and I would love to be like, yo, did your dad really like maybe what did your dad see? Did he leave behind like a memoir or something along those lines? That's good stuff. Great
That's
stuff.
nice though. If you think about it, his son can go on YouTube and find a little clip of him and his dad like stuck in time. That's cool.
Yeah, it is fun. Hey, check this out. Rotten Tanuki came in, says, "Yo, Craig, excited to share that Day One Patch Kids got a table at this year's Tampa Bay Comic-Con. If only fans are on the East Coast, if any fans are on the East Coast next weekend, come say hi. Tagged you with some samples." Hey, thanks, Rotten Tanuki. Cool. Appreciate that. Day One Patch Kids is pretty fun stuff. Always sending me DMs with stories and stuff. Really appreciate that. That is outstanding. Norm came in and says, "I once fought an alien hunter, man. Some might call it a predator even. Anyways, kids need to be prepared for stuff like xenomorphs." Thank you, Normal, man. You know what's going on.
So is this what Platoon and Apocalypse Now and Full Metal Jacket were all about?
Right.
The xenomorphs.
Damn xenomorphs. Ozma came in and says, "I knew it." He says, "I knew it. I just looked it up. That interview was at Ridgela Theater in Fort Worth, Texas, about a mile from where I'm currently sitting." Wow, Ozma, look at that research. We could have this guy, like hypothetically, if we found this guy, I could literally do a face-to-face interview with this guy.
That would be hilarious.
I mean, I'm in North Texas. Fort Worth is not that far away. I would make the trek. Ozma, you want to do a little more research and find out who this kid is? See if you can. Let's see, 1979. Let's say the kid's 10 years old, so born in 69. So he's in his mid-50s at this point, right?
Probably.
Oh man, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. Dude, we can find that random kid. I bet we could find the where that news story originally came from, and specifically where this guy came from. This guy's awesome.
He's still around.
I kind of want to turn this face into an emote on the channel just for like conspiracy theories. So, like whenever something pops up, we
Be
just
real. Aliens. Aliens.
Oh, that guy's great. All right. Speaking of movies, I saw this today and I was like, wow, this is kind of a cool story. Did you guys like where does Batman 89 with Michael Keaton rank in your Batman your Batman history? Where does that rank for you guys? Is that guy high or low on the list? Batman 89, the movie.
Great
It's not
movie.
really, yeah, I do like it, but it's not really high for me personally. Like I liked Returns better than the first
Really?
one.
You like Batman Returns better than Batman 89?
I did, yeah.
You're the
I don't know,
one.
something about the production design, Danny DeVito, like I don't know, it just appeals to me more.
I watched 89 recent. I'm sorry, I watched actually both of them recently. I watched Returns. I did not like Returns as a kid at all, but I watched it recently and thought it was much better than I remembered. And DeVito's very good in that film. He's very good. Yeah. But what's interesting about this is I saw this and I was like, wow, there is an official sequel to Batman 89, which I thought was, I guess, Batman Returns, but no, I guess it's not the case. But Tim Burton's 1989 Batman movie is getting an official sequel in the form of a novel written by John Jackson Miller. It's now available for pre-order, and you can pick it up for $28 or whatever. Set to release October 15th with the Amazon pre-order price guarantee. Blah, 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 right there. The official description of the sequel movie reads, "The Joker is dead but not forgotten. Gotham City is saved, but it's still not safe. By night, its new symbol of hope, Batman, continues to fight to protect the innocent and powerless. By day, his alter ego, Bruce Wayne, wonders whether there may someday be a future beyond skulking the city's rooftops of the cavernous halls of his stately manor, alongside alongside Alfred. Yes. But even after his death, the Crown Prince of Crime's imprint can be seen in more than just the pavement. Remnants of the Joker's gang are leading wannabes fascinated by a bizarre mystique on a campaign of arson that threatens the city, even as it serves greedy opportunists, including millionaire Max Schreck, yes, and survivors of exposure of the Joker's chemical weapon. Oh yeah, that's right. Smilex continue to crowd Gotham City's main hospital. That's it. That's kind of an interesting premise right there. The idea of like continuing on. I don't know. That's pretty cool. I like the idea of that. And I'm guessing this would take place between Batman 1 and Batman Returns.
Yeah.
When you guys, if you guys were to read this, would you be reading it as Michael Keaton playing Bruce Wayne?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. Blaz, did you see Batman 89?
No.
Well.
Oh.
Listen, all right, listen, I'm going to try to save myself here. I've seen the original Superman, seen those. I have not seen Batman. I have not really seen a whole lot of DC except for, like, Superman. That's it. Of the older stuff.
Yeah. Maybe that'd be a good thing to watch. I don't know, over on sidescrollerspodcast.com. I'm just saying that'd be a fun movie.
I'd rather watch Batman than freaking Schwarzenegger any day, so that's fine.
Okay, maybe we can make that happen. And it sounds good.
That would be a good
isn't
gateway,
Right,
If
I
you've
agree.
seen the original Superman, have you seen Superman 2?
Probably. I saw them when I was a kid, so they kind of all blurred together. I can't remember.
You'd see the
Four of
Richard
them,
Donner.
I think, right?
Sorry?
I think there's
4 of them.
4 or 5, maybe 5.
Richard Donner also directed The Goonies, if you've never seen that.
Of course, I've seen the Goonies. Everyone's seen the Goonies. I've seen that like 1,000 times. That was like one of the things I replayed on VHS as a kid over and over and over
But
again.
Batman started a whole thing with the 90s being more darker and stuff like that, because it was 89, but it ushered into the 90s with Batman Returns, and then the Batman animated series was spawned from those two movies. And my kids are actually watching that as well. They had Batman the Ride at Six Flags Great Adventure, which I worked at, and they had the bat suit there. It was kind of cool, the whole cape and cowl, and had Alfred saying that they had to get you to safety because you stumbled into the Bat Cave, so you need to ride this roller coaster, kind of thing. It was really good theming at the time. And
I mean, I'm not against watching Batman. It's just nothing. I just somehow never watched it. Like my parents weren't a really big fan of Batman. They always preferred Superman. Like they loved the '90s Superman show too. They just seemed more Superman instead of Batman. So.
And circling back to Transformers, Kenner had the license to Batman toys, and they were the ones when they were acquired by Hasbro to do Transformers Beast Wars. And so the first version of Optimus Primal was a bat, and his robot mode was made after a bat after Batman. So, yeah,
nice. Well, you know, one of the things that's probably most iconic about the 1989 Batman film was the actual the Batmobile itself. The design of the Batmobile, very, very iconic. Just as a quick recap, this is what it looked like here for those who don't know. Very, very cool, very sleek, not very functional at all in real life, but it sure did look cool, man. And this I think for a lot of people was like the Batmobile. With that said, to tie it back into the Batman '89 sequel, there's actually a crossover I don't think anybody saw coming. On the way, and that is the crossover between Batman and Crocs, of all things. Crocs, the footwear. It's a Batman '89 Batmobile inspired Croc, which
Jack Skevin
is,
once
gotta be
says,
honest,
"Hey, what's good?"
Kinda into the idea. Check it out.
Jack
Looks pretty
Skevin
fucking
once
cool, not
says,
gonna lie.
"Are you new
those
to
actually
streaming?"
do look kind of cool.
I can see Craig wearing those. He's like, I got Crocs.
Those are killer Crocs. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Three of us got that joke. Three of us got that joke.
Did well, number one, have you guys ever worn Crocs? I've been guilty.
I've tried them out. I've never owned them.
No, but they are a thing here in Florida, apparently. So, like, a lot of people will wear them because they're, you know, they're airy and they're comfortable. You know, I'm still a sneakers kind of guy, so.
Right. The Crocs are coming back in style in a major way. And Blabs has said they've never really got out of style, but like I see kids all the time wearing Crocs and Crocs and socks. Like, what are we doing? Crocs and socks?
I wear socks and
in the middle of
sandals.
summer.
Yeah.
In Texas and Florida heat, right?
I have Jesus sandals, like Birkenstocks, and I wear socks sometimes.
I'm wearing sandals right now.
Jack Skevin once says,
flip-flop.
"Well, I am a visual artist. I can make you a cool logo banner and panels like a fully custom for you."
Flip-flop.
What's it? Yep. What's a sandal?
Jack
What's the
Skevin
difference?
once says,
Well, it's a flip-flop.
"Add me on Discord so I can show you my work." Jack
Sandals
Skevin
like
4.
all open, basically, technically speaking, to open. Like, you don't have to wear socks with them, but you can.
This
That
is
is a flip-flop.
That's a
Yes.
flip-flop.
Are you? Maybe you're not gay then. You don't know. You don't wear shoes. So.
This is a sandal. This has been a sandal my entire
It is
life.
a sandal, but that.
That is not a sandal, Craig. That is a flip flop.
What? Hold on. I don't. Hold on. You're breaking my worldview here. I don't. Hold on. That's a flip flop.
That is a flip-flop. Ask John.
John?
Yeah, I mean, I am unclear on the difference between a flip-flop and a sandal myself, but I do agree. I would call that okay, yeah. I would call that a flip-flop, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
It's a specific type of sandal. It's a flip-flop.
I don't understand this. Hold on. We need to stop down the entire show. Look, I searched sandal. This is what pops up. You seem like the sandal has this behind it right here?
Sandals would cover the back of your heel in order to keep it on, but a flip-flop doesn't have the back, so when you're walking, it flops. That's why it's called a flip-flop.
Yeah, I just
What the
want to
hell
point
are you
out
talking
a
about?
flip-flop sandal. There are different types of sandals in the world. I don't know how else to explain this to you, Craig. You are wearing a variant of a sandal. Let's put it that way. You are in the MCU now, okay?
Oh, I just Googled flip-flop, and guess what popped up? My shoe! Fuck! What is this nonsense?
And that was
Now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
You must accept the terrible truth, Craig.
Yep. Craig's
I've
wearing a
been lied to.
thong.
I'm kind of surprised that
No, I would not.
he doesn't know the difference between a sandals and a flip-flops.
That's fine, but technically speaking, in like the United Kingdom and Australia and all those type of like countries, they are actually called thongs, which is really
Labs.
funny.
Well,
So
good for them.
Craig is
They're
wearing a
not
thong
American.
That's right.
on his foot.
Well, listen. If anybody from wherever, crazy land, like, if you don't have free speech, I can't listen to you. Okay, I'm just saying. I can't deal with this nonsense. If there's no free speech in your country, I can't deal with you. Okay.
America.
That's
All
right.
right? America.
Let them know. Norm came in, says sandals are strap, flip flops are slip-ons like slippers. I don't even know what's going on right now. This is just thanks, Norm.
Sandals have a variety of shoes and footwear included into it.
I don't even know what a chancla is. What is that? In the hands of mothers. What are you talking about, Grey Ghost? I don't even understand. Thank you for that.
I understood that reference.
That it is used for spanking.
I mean, I've smacked a few people with shoes. That's fine, but it's always been a sandal and not a flip-flop.
So in most third world countries, it's used for spanking.
My pronouns are now he, they.
I thought it'd be flip and flop.
That's right, flip and flop. There we go. All right, let us move on to today's lead story, friends, as I can compose myself from my flip-flop disaster. Okay, so there's reviews for the game Black Myth Wukong have been released. This game is a couple days out. Have you guys heard about this game, first and foremost, Black Myth Wukong?
Heard about it, yeah.
Yeah? Just as a quick reference, this is the game that we're talking about. This is the review from IGN. Along the way, you're going to notice this game is filled with monkey men running around, and it's you follow a singular monkey man running around and beating the hell in this. Yeah, it's like kind of Dark Soulsy. That's kind of it's a Souls-like. I think that's the descriptor of it. In this fictional, like, I don't know, Asian-inspired world, I guess. And it has been getting some banger reviews. I mean, people have been all about this. Look at that guy right there. That's some freaky ass geeky stuff right there. But the reviews to this have been really, really strong along the way. And you can see the reviews here from all across the board. You see gamers, I don't even know what some of these outlets are, but you see hundreds, perfect scores, 95, 93. 85, like really high scores across the way. Black Myth Wukong currently has an 82 over on Metacritic right now, so it's done very, very well, except for one outlet.
Oh boy.
Which Screen Rant gave it a 3 out of 5. Which, hey, their experience may differ from everybody, right? And that's fine. Just because something's popular doesn't mean that you have to necessarily agree with everybody else. I get it. I hold no grudge when it comes to that stuff. But Screen Rant's review was put out. They gave it a 3 out of 5, as I said. And some real quick hits about this as we switch over and take a look at it. Their review, they have a quick TLDR along the way. Here's their review. A 3 out of 5. And you can see some of the pros. Combat is fluid and fun. Cinematography can be breathtaking at times. That's pretty
okay. It's a good
nice
game. Great.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
Create great diversity in items and mechanics. So very good stuff, right? All things that you want from video games. This is some nice stuff here. But let's check out the negatives that they have here. Cons. Game performance is unpolished. Okay, that's fine. I guess everyone can kind of take their own thing. Lacking in inclusivity.
That is super stupid. It's a fantasy game, and most of the characters in the game are like mystical, fictional. That is just a crap excuse for a cons or a negative. It has a freaking Monkey King as the protagonist. How diverse do you want? And there's even a human pig Okay, if it does follow the journey to the West story, it will it will have the human pig character. I forgot what his name is. So the a negative is it's lacking inclusivity and diversity. Again, it has the Monkey King, which is a literal monkey, as a protagonist. How inclusive do you still want it to be? I'm pretty sure because it doesn't have any, can't even say if I want to say it. Just stupid.
And okay, lacking in inclusivity and diversity, and gameplay becomes repetitive over time. Just kind of squeezing that one in right there. Lacking in inclusivity and diversity. And here is their statement on this. It says, while my analysis and review of Black Myth Wukong remained focused on gameplay, it's important to mention the controversy surrounded the game's studio and its reports of misogyny and sexism.
There is nothing like that. It was just one report which is unsubstantiated. There were no proof.
The controversies, the quote-unquote controversies surrounding it. It has nothing to do.
You know what? That is just stupid.
With the gameplay along the way. They continue, says, playing as a female gamer allowed me to notice issues surrounding inclusion and representation.
The main character is called the Monkey King.
While characters are clearly fictitious and fantastical creatures, there was no female or feminine NPCs, enemies, or bosses present. The only exception, if you call it, quote, female, is a boss named Mother of Stones in Chapter 2, which is nothing more than a still glowing rock with no abilities being guarded by other enemies. So that's where we're at with this. Now, there's actually points in this review where this reviewer said that they would have given it a 3.5, but because there wasn't enough inclusivity and diversity, they actually knocked.
What does DEI has to do with a game being fun to play? That is just stupid. No, it's stupid.
Well, I'm curious about the world that it's depicting. Like, if I watched Wonder Woman and complained that there weren't enough men in like the woman Amazonian tribe, like that would be fucking stupid, right? But like nobody complains about diversity.
Exactly.
Right? But if it's all men, all of a sudden that's a problem.
It's the same with Wakanda or Black Panther.
So little female NPCs, you'd think there'd be a.
Are we going to complain that Wakanda is not inclusive and diverse?
Yeah, well, you're right, and
because it's stupid. No one complains because it's stupid.
I don't know. Ultimately, it's the designer's choice, right? Does she like going back to what she said here? The idea of like there's no feminine NPCs, enemies, or bosses, right? So here's the thing: if they allow me to play counterpoint to this, if only the enemies and bosses are female, then you have men beating up women as the bosses and enemies.
Yeah.
I can actually do you one more. How do they know what's feminine? How do they know what a woman is?
Right. Please define that for me. Here,
Exactly.
there, screenwriter.
It's just a giant circle.
Yes.
I saw a lot of body type 1, but no body type 2. It's weird.
There wasn't enough body type 2 in the game.
These people only just complain because they think diversity and all these stupid inclusion words means like people of color or women. So when for some reason that's not included, they're like, this isn't diverse, when obviously diversity originally meant diversity of thought, but these people don't have a brain, so oh well, I guess.
So here we are. We have just more stuff here at the end. It says, with the potential to have one of the best Souls-like games and portraying a beloved cultural gem of a novel, Black Myth Wukong missed any opportunities and has inherent issues that must be addressed and fixed to be considered a serious contender. All souls like this. Should this be the case, I'd bump it up to a 3.5. So yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where like everybody likes this game, but there's always one. And I nearly put that in the title today. There's always one who complains about something. And I went in, and you know what's funny about this is I looked at this earlier, and the person who did the review of this, initially it had the reviewer's name associated with this review. But when you scroll down now, it just has Screen Rant Team associated with that. They have removed the author's name.
Cowards. Cowards.
I did see it earlier, and I pulled it up and I closed the stinking window. But I'll tell you this, she's got them pronouns in those bio. I'll tell you that right now. So, yeah, you know, and I think that goes back to when you see when you say I in a review, and you use that as an identifier. I did this, I said this, or I experienced this, and you change and you just present it as the Screen Rant Team presented that review. There's an issue there. When you say I want to know who you are, so I can know your experiences along the way, to know more about you, because I think it says more about the reviewer than in general. Yes, there we go. Yep, here we go. It actually says in the bottom, it says the author's name has been removed for their safety.
Safety from what?
Safety. No. Okay, that's
Safety from what?
digging on Screen Rant this morning, just out of curiosity, because the most controversial game that came out was Hogwarts Legacy last year. They put at the very bottom of Screen Rant, the whole J.K. Rowling is a known transphobe. We here identify with trans rights. Trans rights are valid. Here's a bunch of helplines for trans safety. So that's ironic, considering, you know, for the editor's safety. Then they go and tie it back in with trans lives and all that. That's ironic. So yeah, Screen Rant has no validity for me or whatsoever. I pretend they don't exist.
You know, when I see something like this, the author's name has been removed for their safety, right? That is such a cop out. Like what they're saying is when they say safety, and this goes back to the conversation point of you know, the Xbox stuff, right? Talking online. If you're gonna put out a statement or a review about something, if you're going to say it in general, like, you need to be able to be criticized. You are criticizing this game, right? But now you're asking to not receive that same criticism based off of your criticism of that game or that media. That's bullshit. And the biggest
they're not journalists. They're just writers. They are not journalists, because again, the ethics of a journalist, it must be truthful, objective, and honest and fair.
And people will judge the review on the reviewer, you know, in addition to reviewing, you know, believing whether or not the game is good or not. They'll take that person's input, whether or not they are worthy to actually be able to give that style of review. I mean, you take a look at, you know, other YouTube channels out there that are, and people clamor on about them, but, you know, this is the same thing here. Screen Rant has...
They're just writers. They're not journalists.
Screen Rant and their team and the person who actually wrote the review about whether or not the review is a good review or not. Come on.
They're not even reviewers.
Like this, you should be able to stand by your words. Not just put it out there and then anonymize it, and then people are like, who the fuck wrote this? And then the actual author's like,
Yeah.
Like, it's silly.
And they're the same people who will criticize the YouTubers that are reviewing the games or movies while they'll hide themselves. Come on.
And the term Screen Rant Team is so silly. Because, like, the whole point of a review team is that, you know, they're roughly on the same page when it comes to media, whatever they're reviewing, but all their opinions will differ slightly. Otherwise, why have a team? Why not just have one guy writing reviews? You know? So, like, and somebody writes a certain article, you want to know who it is and look at their past reviews. Because like if you like somebody's reviews, that doesn't mean like you always agree with their review on something.
Yep.
But if they're consistent, there's value in that.
Yep.
It's like, okay, well this guy doesn't like this game, but I did, and now he doesn't like this other game. I might like it, but I appreciate his input. Like sometimes it's really valuable to know exactly who wrote it.
And if they are, you know, genuine with their reviews, even
The reason why they removed the author's name is because it's a bullshit review.
on a movie, like, you know, two reviewers who are usually consistent, they'll give a review. One may like the movie, one may hate the movie. It just means that, like, why did this person hate the movie and why did this person like it? There's just, you can see the good, the bad, and the ugly out of it. But you know, whereas this is like it's easily dismissible.
Yeah.
You know, at the bottom of their review, they do have the note here. It says, the studio behind Black Myth Wukong Game Science has previously been accused of fostering a toxic environment for its workers. In 2023, allegations include sexualized comments against women, misogyny, fat phobia, and more. More details can be found here. Now, I went to the article right here as you guys were talking about this, and this is from the beacon of video game journalism.
God. Here we go.
And you can see here, this is actually really funny. It says the courtesy, this is actually originally from an IGN, but it's rewritten for the gamer. Listen to some of this. This is great. It says IGN also verifies. Oh, here we go. In the report, multiple instances of Game Science employees make highly sexualized and sexist comments are shared. IGN verifies reports of job recruitment posters for Game Science bragging about friends with benefits perks in the workplace, and another poster allegedly reading, "Fatties should fuck off."
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Sorry, it's awesome. It's so funny. It's so funny. You should, John, if you can find a way to include that in your next video, that'd be really great. It says, while it has already been widely reported that the developer of Black Myth Wukong openly expressed that he doesn't want women playing his games, the report finds the source for this. It stems from a Weibo post from the game's lead artist Yang Hui, written in 2013. Okay, in 2000, so they're taking something from 2013, in which he suggests that women and men cannot enjoy the same games. The G spot for male and female games are fundamentally different, reads the post translated by IGN. This is not determined by the gaming environment, but by biological conditions. So that's seen as sexist? The idea that what he's saying is not the actual G spots. He's saying like the enjoyment for men and women in video games is different.
Yeah.
Like, tell me something that's not just fundamentally more pure than that, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't see a whole lot of men out there without pronouns in their bio just going out and playing Farmville. You know?
My wife loves Animal Crossing.
Right.
You know?
He's not wrong. He's not.
I don't have a pronoun, but I did enjoy playing Farmville when it first came out in Facebook a very long time ago.
So wow, there we go. Congratulations, Screen Rant, for giving the lowest score, dragging the overall score down to a little bit lower than what it would have been. So congratulations. Any closing thoughts on that? Blabs, you got anything on that?
The world sucks.
All right, thanks, Blabs.
But I just want to pull this one up real fast. This super chat from Jason. It says, did you see the new FTC rule prohibiting paying for positive reviews, also prohibiting threats over negative reviews? And it turns out that's, yeah, correct. Interesting.
What does that mean? Like the idea that a game company can't pay somebody to give it a positive review?
Yeah, that's not allowed. Yeah, it's not allowed, but it's also not allowed for threats over negative reviews. So that's interesting, because if you do a quick search from the Federal Trade Commission 2 days ago,
wow,
buying positive or negative reviews, that's huge.
You know what company that hurts?
Second Wind.
The corporate rat. Think about who I'm talking about.
Disney?
Because they pay for
it hurts all of them. Warner Brothers, everybody. So that's interesting.
Because they penalize for like if you give a negative review, they won't allow you to get an early review copies and all that. Disney is big on that. So, yeah.
Well, these are you mentioned
Chinese are based.
Yeah, they are absolutely.
My brother-in-law is Taiwanese. He's pretty based. I'll give you that.
Samara Abedin is the reviewer.
Pull that up real quick one more time. I got it. I think I had them pulled up. And isn't it amazing? Like the internet is undefeated, right? If people really want to find the reviewer, you will find the reviewer. And I thought, yes, this person was the senior gaming guides writer over at that outlet right there. And in their LinkedIn promo, or in their LinkedIn bio, absolutely, her senior gaming journalist at Screen Rant. So
not a journalist.
Congratulations. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's just do a real quick hit here on what you just mentioned there, Blabs, about the FTC thing, because this actually does tie into a story from yesterday. Have you guys been following this stuff with Second Wind Group? Have you guys been following this story at all about their
Nick Calandra?
Nick Calandra and everything that was going on with that? Have you guys been following the ebbs and flows of this?
I saw a little bit of the stuff around it, and I saw your interview with the guy that came on.
So, just a quick TLDR of this, right? About a month ago, or several weeks ago, a couple people quit the company, right? One of those guys released a video yesterday, and he threw out some pretty big accusations, pretty much saying, describing what Blabs just described, the whole FTC coming in and saying you can't, get bonuses or perks or pay for positive reviews and stuff. That's exactly what Nick Calandra was doing and has done at previous stops. And it really, it confirmed a lot of the thoughts about what the original Gamergate was started for. The idea of like, hey, we need a better journalist in the video game space because there's corruption along the way. And then it was shifted, the narrative was shifted by the exact same journalist you're talking about, turned into this like, well, they're harassing women type of thing, right? So anyways, these allegations came out yesterday, and Second Wind actually responded to this. And just a quick TLDR of this is that pretty much none of the things they were accused of were actually addressed in pretty much any of their statements. Because what they did was they had all the people that were still in Second Wind kind of respond to it. But specifically Nick Calandra, who's the boss over there, who's like the head boss, at least is the paid second most, went in and he didn't respond at all. So it was one of those where it's like, you release a statement, but you don't address anything, kind of like the Mr. Beast statement and the Chris Tyson statement, to where everything's like totally vague, but obviously you're hardcore going to be like, that's a great statement. They really addressed everything. But, he pretty much just said, nothing to see here. Let's move on along the way. But it has been interesting to see kind of the response to this with Second Wind Group as a whole, as their Patreon has just absolutely taken a nosedive. This is a group that was generating $52,000 at launch. And in the last, I'll just kind of show you the response to this. This has been the response here, as they have dropped, looks like 500 paid members in the last 2 days, and over $2,000 worth of support. So you can expect this to continue to drop off, as the response has not been very, very strong along the way. So, but it just goes back to video game journalism. Am I right? We just continue to see.
In your review.
What's that?
Have integrity in your review.
Right. Yes.
If you think something is good, say it's good. If you think it sucks, say it sucks. Period.
And don't hide behind the team aspect of things. Well, we did this as a team for your safety. What a joke. All right. Just wanted a quick follow-up. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? I just kind of wanted to do a quick TLDR on that.
I mean, I have a general distrust of groups and companies and corporations. Like, Because then, like, as soon as a group of people or organization forms, accountability is lost, and people like pass the buck, and then, you know, if you have a CEO who's sort of distanced from everything, they find excuses to give themselves more money. And I'm not saying that an organization or a company can't function well, but I'm just always skeptical. You know, it could always go sour easily.
Is this experience from Machinima?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Where did the
famously poorly managed, yeah, and then just sold at the end.
Say, where did the evil company touch you, John?
Are they in the room with you right now?
That's right.
It touched me right in the content.
They always do, man. They always do. Roddy, you got anything on that before we close out on that?
Like I said, you know, if you're going to do a review, it should be, you know, real opinions, not paid for opinions. You know, let your yes be yes and no be no.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and close out the video game side of things, and It is Friday, as always, so I always like to get on the bus and make a trip to Clown
The short
World.
bus.
The very short bus in which Blab is riding.
I'm the driver.
That's right. Blab, let's go to Clown World.
Clown. Clown.
All right, it's Friday at 12:30, so let's go and get into it. It is Clown World here. As look, we don't really do politics a whole lot on the channel. Some people are like, you guys do politics all the time. No, we do. We talk about the impact that these stupid people have on what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, and there's a big difference between the two. But I do think it's important to talk about this as one of our presidential campaigns, campaigntees or potential candidates.
Campaign her.
Yes, true. Thank you. Is looking for people to work for she/her. I'm sorry, and they have a number of different options for their pronouns that you can put up. Now, why is this worth talking about? Of course, I would expect this from this side of the aisle. But what's interesting about here is some of the pronouns that are included, which I've never heard these pronouns before. So, you know, obviously he, him, and she, her, they, them. Those are the standards. Then we have the Z, them, and Z, her, not H-E-R, but H.
More stupidity.
And then we have.
Exactly, that's what these are.
Who are deciding these things?
Is this like Canadian?
Seriously, who are deciding these things?
Yeah, no, anyway, go on.
And then we have, this is amazing, the her.
Stupid.
Her pronouns. Where it's literally the same word. But it goes even further, because then there's the
it just sounds like you're getting punched in the gut. Like, this one made me laugh so hard when I read this more. It's like, it reminds me of Haley Welsh, actually, the Huck Tour girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, move on.
And this indicates that a person wants to emphasize their humanity over their gender, and fair, which denotes that a person is fluid.
That's Snow White's pronouns, because she's fairest of them all.
Oh, good point, Blabs. Is fluid between genders and not masculine genders.
So, honestly, if this,
so there we go.
If those things become real in the United States,
what?
They can only blame themselves.
It'd be so funny if it wasn't so sad. It's so sad.
It's not sad. It's stupid.
Mentally broken.
Oh, that guy over there has the pen. Oh, you mean her? Yeah, her. He has her the pen. Like, what the hell kind of English is this? Like, Z has the pen over there. Zim has the pen over there. Z Zeiser has the pen over. Like, where are we? Shakespeare's rolling in his grave, going, "Oh, just kill me now."
I'm gonna say this right now. Like, I will never tell anybody how they should vote, but whichever candidate, I don't care if they're on the ballot or not, which brings back insane asylums, I'm voting for them. I don't care who it is. Whenever we bring back insane asylums and the nut house, I will vote for whoever that is. I could care less. As long as we can put these wackos in a loony bin, I'm good.
When it comes to Kamala Harris, the idea that pronouns are the priority is so fucking ridiculous. Like, how about some policy proposals? How about doing a single fucking
Not
interview that
pronouns
isn't
first.
softball bullshit? Like, this is the concern, okay?
That's right. Hey, I want to make sure
I
you're
like
once
the
again,
bus meme of Kamala Harris where she goes outside, she's like, my bus! And then she starts cackling, my bus! And there's nobody else there but her and the bus.
The bus goes here, the bus goes there, the bus goes everywhere.
All right. Well, there is a place that buses go, and that is schools. And many people have been pulling their kids out of schools, as especially in California in particular, as California is just straight up. I mean, it's literally it's just a totally different world. And we're gonna hone in on a place called Davis, California. Now, Davis, California, if you were to look on the map, is definitely, it's actually in Northern California, right outside of Sacramento. It is to the west of Sacramento, which I think the further west you get in the United States.
They voted for it.
Right. But Davis, California, has now, there's such a confusion of things, specifically of what a woman is in California, that they straight up removed girls from the locker room, and they have replaced them with all gender locker rooms at the high school gymnasium. Yet the boys' locker room remains the same. So
Davis County, California, promotes girls getting raped in the bathroom.
Yes.
I mean, they're putting high
Okay.
for sure.
Kids, girls are getting raped, and
Girls getting raped.
and it's not, and no one is outraged. The parents are not outraged. Come on.
The
And then
idea
all
that the
genders?
boys' room
Yeah, okay.
is preserved
Yep.
is so
That's what they're
fucking
promoting.
ridiculous. Boys can have their own private space, but girls can't have their own private bathroom space. It's insane.
So progressive.
So if parents are okay with this, then they can blame themselves.
This is a parent actually emailed them regarding a lesson on gender.
Again.
This is back from 20.
If the parents are okay with it, with those kinds of policies,
Extremely upsetting as
and something happens,
infinite. I think it's very bigoted of
they can only blame themselves.
but
They can't cry.
obviously gender queer and bigender and trigender. These are things now
Because they let it happen.
quad gender. Obviously non-binary, third gender categories, two-spirit people. So that's where we're at in society, at least in California, which is
I'm offended my gender is not included. I made this one up before we went live and Craig approved it. I am 10 spirit. I have 10 personalities in here. 10 spirit.
good for you, Blabs. It's good.
They're excluding me. I'm upset. I'm offended.
You should be offended. You should probably sue. Just saying. There's a
I'm the
Razorback
lawyer.
says New York recognized 53 genders in 2016. Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That is true.
People are nuts. Absolutely
Maybe they
nuts.
got 10 spirit in there.
And the people of New York
Hey,
agreed with it.
Times Square anymore without worrying about your wallet getting pickpocketed.
Or getting stabbed or, whatever.
That's right. Speaking of loony bins, hey, there was this whole thing about several months ago. We saw the Disneyland employee who was working at the Bippity Boppity Boutique, which is designed for little girl makeovers. The idea of doing the hair and makeup to make your daughter into a little princess. This is something that I've done at the Disney World. Not me personally, but my daughters both did the Bippity Boppity Boutique, and you go in and it's fun, and they, do your hair and do your makeup, and they put sparkles and pixie dust on you, and it's so cute and fun. And it's all, a bunch of it's supposed to be the fairy godmother's little worker bees or whatever that are helping you out there, and they're all women in dresses, except recently in California where we saw this happen. But this has now apparently made its way over to Florida, as now this is thanks to thatparkplace.com, as families continue to fume as dress-wearing dudes at Disney World and Disneyland do little girls' hair and makeup. Which, if you were to walk up, I'll tell you what, Roddy, if you were to walk up with your kiddo to go to the Bitty Boppity Boutique, and some dude with some rocking a mullet and a mustache who has pronouns of she, her, decided.
Well, parents are letting them.
Would you bounce in that situation?
My kids are not.
Parents are letting them.
There you go.
Yeah, we've made it a point that we're going to Universal.
If you're a parent
Busch Gardens,
and you have some common sense and you want to protect your kids, you don't bring them to Disney World or Disneyland or wherever. Maybe go to, if you really want to. I'm not sure about the ones in Tokyo and in Hong Kong.
And by the way,
but still, no, don't bring your family to anywhere Disney.
He literally got a mustache. He's like, okay, what are we doing here? But he's so beautiful along the way, and brave. I do want to point out. So good on that guy, I guess.
Maybe he's a fey fur.
That's right. We found him. We found the fey fur along the way. Anyways, so there we go. I'm tired. It's Friday. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Clown. Clown.
We could do Clown World literally every single day. Like we cut so much from Clown World every week. Like it's nuts. And,
I'm actually adding stuff. Like, so we have documents, chat, just so you guys know how we run. Every single day is a new document, and like for Friday's document, I'm always adding stuff into it on a Mondays.
I just gave you a palate cleanser in the private chat.
Oh, let's see what we got.
We can't share that. Maybe we can. Craig, can I share
spicy?
that?
You know
sharing
what?
some spicy memes.
Let's see what we got here. I got it, Blabs. I got it.
Oh, I already had it. Look at that. It's already there.
Yeah, but I want to make it nice and big. All right, here we go.
You're already big. Don't be mean to her.
I'm just talking. I'm just, hey, go ahead, Blabs. Go. Oh, okay, I'll get it. Here we go.
Just close it as he's telling me. Fine.
I got it.
Oh shit, man.
What is that?
Sydney Sweeney.
That's Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah.
All right. Nice. I mean, what?
What's that?
So here's Sydney Sweeney, even closer for everybody. Just as a nice little palate cleanser. Maybe this is what we need to do when we do Clown World. Is we need to have a weekly palate cleanser. That's how we keep people involved in what we got going on. So congratulations. There we go, you normal men. There's Sydney Sweeney to finish up your week.
Who's that?
I just
What's that, Blabs?
I just wrote in the document Sydney assets. So that was nice.
Sydney assets.
Good assets. Good assets.
We do need to have a weekly palate cleanser for sure. I think that's good. Hey, Taker came in with 5. Says, speaking of Halo, I was the worst player in my small circle of friends. When playing an online match, I got put on the other team over chat, and we heard, that's probably the worst player. And I just laughed. Also, first online match in Reach, 0 kill, 20 deaths. Jeez, Taker, you suck. Yermo came into the 5, says, I thought it was about fulfilling the kids' fantasies, not the employees. Yes, exactly. Correct, Yermo. Appreciate that. Talking about the Disney World mustache men over here. Let's finish up with these super chats. Normal Man came in and says, who would win, Craig or the difference between tank tops and t-shirts? Shut up, Normal Man. Stop that. ADDF Toxic says, We used to refer to flip-flops as thongs in Canada too. Growing up, I thought "Thong Song" by Cisco was made about was about a type of sandal.
I
Let's
never
go.
heard of that. As a Canadian, I've never heard the term thongs.
That's fun.
Well, I mean, to describe shoes.
No, Norm came in with the 10. Says paid reviews banned. Disney Xbox most affected. Thanks, Norm. Appreciate that. All right, go with Labs.
Okay, so these I messed up. Benjathan says is legit topping somewhere. I think Sweden. Javi says, Craig, speak normal. What the F is a they friend? Are they them?
Yes.
Beady Cake says, also speaking of old products, remember Bubble O' Bill bubblegum ice cream? No.
I do remember bubblegum ice cream. Yes, I do. Yeah.
Mr. Beast infection? Transformers are the demons for the small hat tribes.
If you're referring to something else, okay, fine, but not the robots. Leave the robots alone.
Raging Wolf says,
Robots
can we get a
don't
reaction
belong.
from the classic It's a Wonderful Life, episode 1? That short series of videos are so nostalgic. John, glad you're alive. By the way, it's Jon for John. Just saying. But thanks, Raging Wolf.
So I'm glad I'm alive too. It's a
You
relief.
sure? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Did you check your pulse? Check it. Mr. Big says, not surprised that EVO doesn't allow trash talk anymore. The FGC will do anything for that esports money. Even get rid of what made it fun. Taker says, I need to know if that man saw AVP Requiem. Jimbo says, Jake Weddle did an interview a few months ago talking about the isolation challenge and sounded completely different on the Shaky Experience podcast.
Yeah, I did see that. That was a Mr. Beast thing right there. I don't. This Jake Waddle guy, something doesn't sit right with this guy about me. Just throwing it out there.
Too many Jakes are at Mr. Beast. Master Gawa says, hashtag bring back bullying. It made gaming great, and Hollywood was making better movies under Weinstein. Feelings on getting women, we've gone soft. He kept those bitches in line, apparently. Benjamin says, we call them slippers here, blabs, not thongs. Depends on where you live. Master Gawa says, we still have astronauts currently stuck in space an extra 2 months because Boeing quality is scarier than xenomorphs, but at least Boeing is diverse.
Most important thing.
Soon as also says, this is why I don't trust journal reviews and Game Awards. If only there's an...
They're not journals. They're not journalists. Just call them writers.
I'm just saying, if you guys want to head on over and become voting members at the Real Game Awards, head on over there and check it out. I'm just saying, it's we got some big announcements coming up very, very soon.
Caleb, I think. It's funny how the ideology goes so far in a direction it flips back to pre-17th century situations. Greetings, new people. Hello. Mo says, behind on the stream, you guys are messing with my vocabulary. My dad used to call flip-flop thongs, and I call flip-flop sandals. I mean, they're all sandals, though. And Javi says, when will side scrolls admit they are fake news, and John is indeed generated artificial intelligence? Blabs, you, ma'am, are fake news. Oops.
Well, excuse me, princess.
I assure you, I am not a robot. Sorry, go ahead.
And then he's like, does not compute. Absolutely Rudy says, John looks like Hopper from Stranger Things. A little bit. And Master Gala says, Hollywood shapes identities. Disney is the heart of where all these new genders come from, which is why Elon is sponsoring Gina's lawsuit to wreck 'em. And then Chica says, I kid you not, there's a non-binary transformer in Transformers Earthspark. Yes. And over on locals, Robonox sent I think a gif of what looks like Boogie eating mayonnaise. That's disgusting. Thank you for the $1. Spoon Ninja says no one's mentioned Conan. And he sends a picture of Conan. Thank you. Spoon Ninja also says no Conan. And then Robo says it just sounds like a bunch of white people trying to tell Chinese people how to make a game based on their own culture. How racist! And we are caught up on that.
You need to see Conan.
Well, I'll tell you what, these are wonderful things. Why I think that we may be doing some reactions to potentially over on Side Scrolls podcast.
If you get her in at least Batman, like the first 1989 Batman, come on, like, you know.
Yes.
I can understand not wanting to see an Arnold movie, you know.
And female.
It's not your thing.
I don't understand that. I want to see all Arnold.
I love Arnold movies. Arnold movies are the bomb. Commando, Total Recall. Then you get Stallone movies. You get Rocky, Rambo. You get Demolition Man. Come on, you know.
Oh my goodness. I All right, well, over on Rumble.
Yeah, it starts with
guys.
West Batman.
Over on
Sometimes you
Rumble.
can't just get rid of a bomb.
Folsom Lockdown says, thoughts on Nicolas Cage playing John Madden in the upcoming biopic movie? Yeah, we mentioned that for sure. Folsom, thank you very much. Random Nobody says, I made a Dr. Pepper glaze for when I get to cook the ham for Christmas. That's right, man. Dr. Pepper is used for all sorts of glazes, and it's delicious. Dude says, online PvP died when skill-based matchmaking and private parties were put in. Just feels like I'm playing with a bunch of bots nowadays. Thanks, dude.
Yep.
Mighty Megatron says, it's been a while, Craig. How many police officers does it take to change? Okay, we're doing a joke here. All right. How many police officers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They just beat the room for being black. Thanks.
Wow.
All right, Mighty Megatron. Thanks for that. See your joke about cultural stuff.
Wow.
Mighty Megatron says chuckla is what Hispanics adults beat their kids with. It's what you have on your feet, Craig. Oh, okay, thank you, Mighty Megatron. Appreciate that. And Shane says, Craig can't read and didn't know what flip-flops were. I'm genuinely asking myself how Craig has made it this far in life. Props to you, Craig. That's right. I am an inspiration, Shane. I appreciate that. That's literally my role here, is to inspire everybody on a day-to-day basis. All right. Hey, guys, I want to remind you guys, and it would be huge if you guys would take advantage of this right now. Head over to sidescrollerspodcast.com. If you guys enjoy the show, if this has become a part of your daily routine, we want to produce more content for you guys, more exclusive stuff, do special live events over there. We have our membership over there at 50% off right now. It's 50% off. Use promo code NORMAL. Head over to sidescrollerspodcast.com. If you see any value on the show, this is a great place to support it. Right now, we have 71 members over there. I would love to get to 75 by the weekend's over. We're going to keep that promo code up through the weekend. So head on over there, use promo code NORMAL. I would love to get to 75 members. That'd be outstanding. So thank you guys very much for your support. With that said, I want to encourage everybody to go check out Roddy's channel and obviously John's channel, because John, you have coming up here in just about less than an hour. Premiere of a new video. Once again, tell everybody about it.
New RB and the Chief about Luigi's Mansion 2. The toys just chill and play the game and bicker, and there's a little surprise at the end. So, yeah, John Graham on YouTube.
All right, nice. And Roddy, fill everybody in about what you do.
I talk a lot about Transformers, obviously robots in disguise. I do retrospectives and such. I just recently did a video talking about the fact that the next Megatron toy for Studio Series 86 will not be a gun, will actually be a tank, which is getting some fans upset. But I am doing my big episode 100 as a retrospective for a particular character. It's going to be a very special one, so you can stay tuned for that very shortly. And as soon as I can finish editing it, I've just been working on it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Go ahead, Blabs.
I lost that. Damn it. Oh, here it is. God. Okay. Chica says, chill, man. Almost Mr. Freeze was pretty cool.
Hey, thanks.
Bye,
Thanks so
Rodness.
much.
Nice to meet
gone.
you.
Nice.
You
Nice
offended
to
him.
meet you.
Oh, I thought he was offended, but he's like, nah.
Oh, don't point that at the screen because YouTube's going to think that's
I
real.
know. Gun Megatron.
Whoa. Just relax. All right. All right, guys. Hey, listen, we're off for the weekend. We'll see you guys back at it again on Monday. Looking forward to seeing you guys then. Once again, spread the word, tell a friend. Do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button if you wouldn't mind. We're 60 away from 1,000. That's our goal every single episode. Appreciate you guys popping in and allowing us.
Okay, so that was side scrollers. Surprised I was able to catch it live this time. That was like 2 hours long. Okay, let's see what happened here with Helldivers from Endymion.
Hey everyone, it's Endymion. And we got quite a bit to go over today in this video. From Helldivers dev team panicking as everything goes foobar, RuneScape of all games coming into the limelight over pissing off their community.
By the way, the review, the rating of old school RuneScape is dropping. It was like very, very positive
Helldivers 2 was the biggest game
or overwhelmingly positive. Now it's mixed.
and brought people together to mow down bugs and robots alike.
When I checked, I couldn't review the game even though I played it. Well, I was playing it. I was playing using the RuneLite client. So with RuneLite client, it basically kind of upgrade the graphics of old school RuneScape.
As a cautionary tale in future game development courses as how to not support your game, because if anyone out there does post-launch support like Arrowhead is doing right now, you're going to kill your game before it can even run. The annoying part is that none of this needed to happen, and recently a major order was given to stop the robots from reaching Super Earth. But players were so fed up with Arrowhead, they decided to allow the bots to win, claiming it was their way of letting Arrowhead know that they were done with their mismanagement of the game's systems and future. Things have gotten so bad for Helldivers, their game director had to openly address the entire community from Park Place. Helldivers 2 game director addresses players after massive backlash and protest to weapon nerfs and escalation of freedom update. The game's director is named Mikhail Eriksson, and they addressed the community via Arrowhead's blog. They said, and I quote, "I want to directly address the feedback you've raised about the escalation of freedom update. We spent the last week listening to feedback reflecting about the path ahead for Helldivers 2 and how we want to continue developing the game. In short, we didn't hit our target with the latest update. Some things we just didn't get right and other more fundamental inconsistencies in our approach to game balance and game direction. All of that is on us, and we are going to own that, as many of you have pointed out, and we agree what matters most now is action, not talk. Changes include continue to re-examine our approach to balance. Our intention is that balance should be fun, not balanced for the sake of balance. Update how the fire damage mechanic works to tweak how the flamethrower serves as a close range support weapon. A quick straight revert won't work as it would break other things. Rework gameplay to prevent excessive ragdolling, rethink our design approach to primary weapons, and create a plan for making combat more engaging, reprioritize bug fixes so that the more immediate gameplay impacting bugs are prioritized. Improve game performance, frame rate is a focus, and rework chargers. Exploring creation of an opt-in beta test environment to improve our testing processes, and we consider this a high priority. Post regular player surveys to gather more insights and feedback from the community, improve our process for patch release notes, providing more context and reasoning behind changes, more blog posts and streams where we expand on these topics for those interested. We also want to thank you for your patience. We're grateful that so many of you provided constructive feedback and suggestions on the latest update, end quote. So it's obvious that Arrowhead is quickly realizing that they can't just do whatever they want anymore and get away with it, because people are objectively pissed off at the changes that they've done to this game. You can find plenty of annoyed players all over forums and social media. One, for example, said this: "Words cannot express how disappointed and angry I feel right now. More nerfs, really? What is the reason for more effing nerfs to guns that we were 100% okay with and had fun with them? What in the Liberty's F is going on at Arrowhead? At this, I am starting to believe that entire balancing team wants a silently killing this game and any fun from playing it. It's a blatant sabotage that needs to be addressed ASAP. It's goddamn ridiculous. This is despicable, disgusting behavior from Arrowhead's balancing team to continue with all those BS changes that make no sense whatsoever after so much time and so many outrages from the community. They've been informed thousands of times to change their ways and start balancing this game towards being more fun and not punishing. Rant over, am I full of crap or something? Because I refuse to believe that these people can be so incompetent into understanding that we do not want or need more nerfs. And I could keep reading you comments like this, but you get the point. People are mad at this game and the devs behind it. And I just want to show you how badly things can go and how fast things can change. So here is what Shams Georgiani, a dev at Arrowhead, said on August 6th. Some are going buff everything, others are saying other things. It's too easy. Most are in-game just playing. Every new big update requires a bit of playtime before we know which direction to fine-tune things. Appreciate the patience. Notice the player count they had via Steam there. So on August 6th, Helldivers had 52,000 players playing it at once. Where is that number now? Well, as of the recording of this video, it is August 15th. So let's go look at that now. Currently, it has an online peak of 34,000 players, but there's actually only around 24, almost 25,000 players playing right now. So in 9 days, they lost around 50% of their entire Steam player base since Shams said that about balancing the game. This is key, fellas. This is how fast things can go from bad to worse. This means currently, like I said, this could change depending on when you're watching this, but Helldivers on Steam a mere 6 months ago after release, they have only about 5% of the player base that they had at launch, give or take. That is abysmally bad for a live service game of this kind where its entire existence is based on the community and its engagement. Some games, of course, can add bots to mask the fact that they don't have enough players in game, but in Helldivers' case, the way the game plays is so reactive and squad dependent that the idea of an AI Helldiver companion might actually be worse if Arrowhead were to implement such an idea to make up for the lack of actual real players that they keep bleeding. Because you could be fighting one single horde of bugs and then your AI Helldiver buddy could just throw a nuke on it, which is a waste. Well, you know who wouldn't do that? A real-life player. Well, a smart one anyways, I guess. But it's hard to keep these people when you insist on crapping on their fun at every chance that you can get. This entire situation is just sad to see because none of it really needed to happen in the first place. But that's what's happening with Helldivers right now. They're somehow losing even more people than before. The entire community is rioting and Super Earth is going to get invaded by robots unless the dungeon master guy Joel
Robots in disguise
does something to stop it. Honestly, I think it would be cool if Super Earth got taken over and then the entire story became about smaller Black Ops guerrilla warfare groups of Helldivers that were fighting back around the galaxy, but knowing Arrowhead, they would just nerf that idea like they do every other weapon and everything else too. Now, let's move on to RuneScape of all things, but in this also this story kind of connects to many other things that I'll be talking about as well. In case you somehow don't know what RuneScape is, or maybe I'm just an old man and I'm showing my age, it's a free-to-play MMO that has been going on forever. I played RuneScape all the way back in the day when I was in junior high. I have long since forgot my password for my character. I don't even know if my RuneScape character still exists. But my username on there was Reinhardt, R-A-Y-N-H-A-R-T. I have no idea if the character still exists though. If it does, let me know in the comments because I would love to see if they are still there. Anyways, back in the normal days when you made a character, you chose male or female. But now it turns out this has been changed. From Niche Gamer, old school RuneScape removes male and female from character creator, adds mandatory pronouns. As you can see with the picture that's on screen right now, gender no longer exists in RuneScape, a game that has existed for well over 20 years at this point. Instead, now you have body type A or B, and you also must choose your pronouns.
There are no more the characters are no longer humanoids.
Because these sorts of things are only happening to
what the freaking hell is body type 1 or body type 2? That is just stupid.
As more gets unearthed over time, that RuneScape has been pandering to ESG for a while now. Since back in 2022, as Grum
my only hope is that it never gets here. Because, you know,
they also updated the game back in 2022 to allow...
I'm in a third world country and come on, a lot of people are already worried about you know, finding or how they will eat the next day. And then this crap, and you add this crap. Come on. It'll just make life even harder.
Abuse this feature of gender being removed, where one user said via Twitter and tagging the RuneScape product manager, who goes by Mod Ash, by saying, "Hey Mod Ash, can you add the report option in-game for misgendering? With the latest update, I think this should also be implemented." To which another user replies, "Please do not add this, Mod Ash, this feature can easily be abused." Then the previous user replies back, "Are you against inclusivity?" To which they say, "Not at all, I'm all for inclusivity. I just think that would be very, very terribly abused to get people banned for false reasons." Something about how the news at midnight replied makes me think it's so cult-like. What are you, against inclusivity? Like they're waiting for you to confirm it before they go full demon mode on you or something. The product manager, Mod Ash, would reply to this by saying, "Thanks for the suggestion and for sharing your concern about people being treated that way." To which the inclusivity acolyte responds, "Cheers, Ash, we could maybe add the pronouns before people's RSNs in the chat." RSN, by the way, stands for Real Soon Now. I think anyways. I could be wrong. Whatever. Let's keep going. One user thinks the change in body types, genders, and all of that will attract more degenerate-like players to RuneScape, and that will potentially be putting children at risk who do play the game, since it is free to play and has no age requirement. They said, "No, this shit has been a problem for a while, and you're just shoving your head in the sand and acting like it's not the issue it is. Have fun with all the P-words and degenerates you pander to, while all the people who played RuneScape leave to avoid these freaks." To which the product manager of RuneScape would reply, "Okay, thanks for the warning about us potentially having fewer people like you in the community," with a smiley face. So the product manager doesn't argue back about whether this change will bring harm to children, but instead just doubles down on the gender change causing longtime players wanting to leave. That is
maybe the product manager is a PDF file.
The product they've paid to work with.
That is sus. Maybe Jagex or whatever, whoever runs or owns RuneScape, maybe they're made of PDF files.
And he completely ignores the actual question at hand. The entire situation.
If you have common sense, you should stop playing this game. The only reason they listen is the only way they listen is if it affects their bottom line.
Months, they have turned their social channels, their Discord servers, and so on into bona fide echo chambers that are all parroting one another. In my honest opinion, some of the most damaging members of game developer studios are not even the devs themselves, but it's almost always unanimously the community managers instead. They're in positions of power with little to no oversight.
They have no power.
And community managers are capable.
Their power is artificial.
Based on their own agendas. It actually reminds me of the Cape situation where they got ousted.
There are a lot of other games out there that you can play that doesn't promote pedophilia or any of this nonsense,
but then
run by folks with common sense and not mentally ill people
from their forums who question anything about SBI's involvement with Capes. Circling back to RuneScape, it should be mentioned that the game was bought and has new owners for a while now, which could very well be a major reason as to why this is happening in the first place.
There you go. That is what they're doing.
RuneScape was bought and then molded over time to fit a new ideal. And it's clear that based on the changes that they have made to the game in the past few years, that it's all being done deliberately. Of course, outside of more indie websites like Niche Gamer, no major publications have written any articles on this story, which makes you then ask yourself, why is that? The answer being is very simple. These journalistic publications are all birds of the same feather. They run the same stories and refuse to objectively look at what's going on and writing about it, because they know if they actually wrote articles based on what fans actually wanted to see, they would be attacked by other websites and journalists being called bigots or worse. The pronoun thing is running amok. I mean, as of the making of this video, Sony's Concord game comes out next week. And that game is filled to the brim with pronouns and all the usual gobbledygook that is required so your game is eligible for award season. Because it doesn't really matter as much whether your game is good or not, but as long as it champions the right pronouns and more. Even in other upcoming games like BioWare's Dragon Age Veilguard, every character is made to be pansexual canonically, meaning that every companion can be romanced regardless of what you play as, which has caused a whole other sort of stir amongst the fandom to a degree too. But let's be serious, what is the likelihood that a bunch of would-be warriors from different walks of life would assemble together like the Avengers to face a threat, and every single one of them also just happens to be pansexual? The likelihood is millions to one at best. Although this too technically is also how Baldur's Gate 3's cast is as well for the most part too. But in my opinion, I don't think confirming that your characters are pansexual is a good idea. If the characters can be romanced regardless to cater to players' freedom, I guess it's fine. But going out of your way to say, yeah, every hero in this game is pan, is a stretch that is very unlikely to happen. But all of this gender stuff doesn't really surprise me in the least bit because we have not seen the full extent of it yet in my opinion. Stuff like pronoun usage, sexuality, or body type nonsense has long been the norm in the westernized space. Even spilling into Asian-made media too to an extent, yet none of it ever feels genuine. Look at Dead Rising's remaster that is coming out this fall. Apparently they removed a part of the game where you could take photos of female characters for PP points to level Frank up. Capcom released a statement about this change via VG247 and said, "When developing Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, we tried our best to create a game that would please returning core fans and appeal to new players alike. As development progressed, we inevitably discovered that we couldn't include everything from the original game. In the case of the erotica point system, this was something we discussed at length and decided to remove. Not so much as a response to a changing cultural climate, but because we felt there was no need to have a rewards point system on this basis." Yeah, they're lying straight up, dude. Ain't no other way of putting it. You don't just remove content from your game for no reason. Why would developers want to remove a system they worked on that could add more replay value to their game? They only did this to appease activists. There's no other explanation. It's just like how The Witcher 1 remake is removing the card collection system where Geralt suits with a new woman and gets a card based on her, which then pushes players to find and sleep with every woman in the game to get every card for their collection. They only remove these sorts of systems from these games to appease the woke freaks who usually don't even buy their games anyways. They just want these changes to happen so they can use the games changing things to fit their ideals as gotchas when they argue online with people. At this point, half the time I hear remaster, it almost always means something will get removed that was in the original to make sure the game fits modern moronic ideals. And if you're remastering something and removing content, is that really even a remaster anymore? Or is it a version of the game with less content than the original being pushed for more money in the end? I think the more sensible option would be to keep the systems intact as they were, and then just allow players the choice to interact with those systems if they want to or not. Or
just don't buy them, dude. Just don't buy them.
Sleep with every woman in Witcher 1 for cards, you don't have to. If you don't want to take pics of ladies in Dead Rising, cool. You don't have to do that either. But to remove them entirely, it shows a lack of confidence and spine in my opinion. Whatever hype I had for this Dead Rising remaster, it's pretty much gone now. I don't see myself buying this game at all. And if I were Capcom, maybe gutting your games is probably not the best idea considering you're losing tons of money already. From GameWorldObserver.com, we have this article confirming that Capcom's financials have fallen from last year by a staggering amount. As stated here in the highlights, their revenue dropped 32.5% compared to last year, and their net income fell 45%, and now they are removing content and affecting...
Very good. If that keeps falling, eventually they will listen. Eventually they will learn. So just
stuff like Mortal Kombat. There was a post about it.
Just avoid buying anything from them.
Like Cyrax, who is now a black young woman of all things, and everybody is ugly and completely covered up. But that's no surprise. I mean, Mortal Kombat 1 was worked on by Sweet Baby Inc., so with that context in mind, everything I just showed you kind of makes perfect sense. It just seems like collectively across the board that every one of these franchises are being hampered and nerfed to appease activists over actual customers. Helldivers is facing a mass exodus unlike ever before, where they already had another mass exodus with the PS login nonsense. Like, how many more players can walk away before Arrowhead goes, oh crap, and course corrects? You got 5% of your player base left, guys, 6 months later. What are we doing here? As for the Dead Rising, RuneScape, Dragon Age, and more examples, I mean, this stuff is rampant, dude. How can you be reasonably doing these things to your games, knowing full well the disaster that will likely precede it? All that time working on these games, money spent, time, energy, and more, just to make something that gets ignored because you decided to appease people who have no money, no morals, and no plans of buying your products in the first place. I would say things are ass backwards, but I don't think that would be a good enough statement for this. These devs of so many studios, they really think that they can go woke and they won't go broke somehow. Sure, every other studio to varying degrees has gone broke from doing it, but not you, right? You're the company, you're the devs that'll prove that this dying trend of identity politics is going to work this time. How many more need to fail before they realize that it's not worth the damages? If Dragon Age Veilguard fails, it's curtains for BioWare, dude, straight up. They took 10 years to make a new Dragon Age. Imagine if it fails because it pushes DEI nonsense too much. Imagine spending 10 years of your life coming up with something and then you fail because you refuse to read the room. That's crazy, dude. Finally, remember that beyond all of this, that places like Nexus Mods are steadfast in making sure that they can ban you for uploading any mods that remove pronouns or anything else from games.
Then don't upload it on Nexus Mods. Upload it in an alternate site and then promote it in X.
Some kind of Yahtzee? What's funny is there's people responding to stuff like the RuneScape thing saying, well, if you want to play RuneScape...
Again, don't upload it in Nexus Mods. Upload it to a different website and then promote it on X. Get a, get a 1 month premium account so you'll have a lot of reach. And then just spam it. Spam the hell out of it. Don't buy bots because that doesn't work, and it's not a good thing to use bots. Wow, it seems that someone has a spanker. Spanker, if you don't know what that is, too bad. Okay, I don't want this channel recommended to me. Okay, I found the best guild, Ashes of Creation. Okay, I maybe the game is accessible. Now I believe there is some kind of alpha too. I don't know. Let's watch this.
I experienced this in Throne Liberty with a particular guild, and it was so dumb. We would have like 30 people in the guild in total, and then 10 people online. Guys, let's go fight the #1 guild on the server. You know they're gonna show up with like 70, 80 people, right? And we only have 10. You're not PvPing at that point. You're just committing suicide.
That is not suicide. That's like that is being brave.
Ashes of Creation 2 guild called Genesis And I really like what I saw in their recruitment post in the Ashes of Creation Discord, and I found a link to this video. Basically, it's pretty much explaining, from what I understand, it's gonna explain what the guild is about. So let's see if I want to join this guild for Ashes of Creation Alpha 2, because I'm trying to get into Alpha 2 and I'm gonna need a decent
You should join Thor's guild. You know, pirate software.
Okay, we got a little logo. I see him. Okay, hold on.
Okay, so this is basically just a reaction video to this Genesis Guild video.
To describe the guild, I'm going to break this down into the discussion surrounding our guild goals. Then I will talk about how we intend to achieve those goals by talking about our overall planning and organization, and our guild leadership and alliance structures that we have planned.
Nice. W presentation, by the way.
The goals of this guild are lofty. And to be fair, a lot of guilds have similar goals, but the reality is not many guilds will actually achieve these goals. To me, the biggest prize for guilds in Ashes is to own one of the 5 guild castles on a server. But owning a guild castle on a server that is not competitive versus owning a castle on a server that is competitive are a completely different story. We want to be on a highly competitive server and achieve this goal of castle ownership. Which means to achieve this goal, we will have to be one of the top guilds in the entire game, which is a lofty goal. And I want to be clear, lofty. We are not there yet. We are a newer guild, having formed in October of 2023.
Okay, so very new guild coming up. Okay, let's talk about it.
And we have a long ways to go to be considered one of the top guilds, but we have a plan to get there. In addition to owning a guild castle, we want to be a patron guild of a Metropolis node. Keep in mind there are only 3 patron guild slots in a Metropolis node. So again, this is a lofty goal. And a lot of guilds have this goal, so to achieve this we'll have to do a lot of things extremely well. Ashes is a PvX game, so we will need to excel in all areas of the game to achieve these goals. So castle ownership and patron status are the 2 primary goals of this guild. There are many tertiary goals that will come naturally as we strive for these goals. Those are server first boss kills, having some of the best artisans on the server, ranking high in the guild ladder, having several teams ranking high in the arena ladder, and various other leaderboards in the game.
Wait, the game has arena? Huh, I didn't know that.
And there are many more things that we will attempt to excel at. There is no area of the game we will not try to excel at. Again, lofty goals, but I am a competitive person by nature. I enjoy competition, and for me, competition within gaming takes the game to a new level. So that's why I embrace the spirit of competition.
I like that he's a very competitive individual. I like playing with people that are competitive for sure.
In order to achieve these lofty goals, we are going to have a lot of plans. The vast majority of successful guilds in any MMO have a lot of organization and planning.
Oh, look at that. Look, the knight was sliding around. My goodness.
For a game that is still 4 years away is insane. I mean, I know this is for Alpha 2, but bruh.
Tools in place that we will constantly iterate and expand upon continually during Alpha 2 testing and beyond. Also have experience with running or being an officer in several very successful PvP-oriented guilds in several past MMOs, and I have well over 20 years of real-life leadership experience to lean on from both the military and my job experiences.
Okay.
Leadership is not a new thing for me, and I am confident in my abilities to get this guild to achieve these very lofty goals. But again, it will take time. Rome was not built in a day. We intend to have a robust officer corps with specific roles for...
What do you mean Rome wasn't built in a day? I think I saw a game where you can, you know, build cities. You can definitely build Rome in a day.
Yo, look at this chart, bro. Man has everything laid out. This is crazy. I like it, though. This is... Alright.
Chart that we are currently working with. This has already evolved multiple times and will continue to evolve in the future.
I'm looking at that and it looks like work.
Ashes of Creation is an open world,
you know,
MMO. In these
imagine playing a game.
So in order to get the numbers we need, we are
only to work.
Approaches. One, we do have both a casual and a hardcore chapter, even if the player is not a top tier player.
You go home after work, log into a game, only to work again.
Ashes is critical to the success of any guild, with crafters making the best gear, and any contribution made advances us in that area. Casual players benefit from the protection of hardcore players. Casual players in a hybrid guild like this will likely advance much faster than they would in a true casual guild. Hardcore players benefit from the higher player numbers and the extra contributions from the casual members. We intend to start as one guild during Alpha 2, but we might eventually break the hardcore and casual chapters into separate guilds depending on how the guild perk system plays out. If we find it beneficial to break our guild into smaller guilds to take advantage of the guild perks, we will do so. As for the target recruiting goal, we are aiming for at least 300 players, which is the proposed guild member cap for Ashes of Creation. We currently have 80 Alpha 2 members, but we have around 40 people interested in buying Alpha 2 access when the A2 access sales come back online.
I think 80 is an amazing number considering this is Alpha 2 and the game is still 4 years away. I'm saying it's 4 years away because they have a lot of biomes that are not even built yet.
Nah, it's like 20 years away.
I think 80 for Alpha 2 is incredible. You know, considering that you have to buy into it, right? So I think this guild will have a crazy launch. Like full cap guild at launch, I'm pretty sure, if it already has 80 for the Alpha 2.
Before Alpha 2, we should easily have close to 120 members with A2 access, if not a lot more. Our growth is pretty steady and consistent, aided by me constantly promoting the guild on this YouTube channel. In addition, another way we are expanding our numbers is via alliances. We already have a lot of plans for alliances with a number of guilds that we're going to be trialing as potential long-term allies during Alpha 2. In addition, we're
already in the works for alliances. And Alpha 2 is not until October. My man's on top of his stuff. I like it.
Going to avoid unnecessary.
What is meaningful PvP?
But don't take that as we are not fans of PvP.
In the end, you'll just get people ganking or PKing.
Discriminate with who we PvP.
And thank God that this man.
And then eventually, people will quit
and choose our battles. We're not just gonna. Like, cause if you're
and then the PvPers will quit because they can't.
We would have like 30 people in the guild in total.
They have no more people to kill.
Like the #1 guild on the server.
And in the end, there's just
they're gonna show up with like
10 people playing.
You're not PvPing at that point. You're just committing suicide. Oh, but it's fun. What? So thank God this man is like, look, we're a smaller guild. We're growing, but we're gonna pick and choose our fights. But we're not gonna just attack whoever we see. That's foolish to make the entire server your enemy. Right? So thank God this man sounds like he has some common sense.
Those who do provoke.
Because there will always be assholes who'll make alt accounts just to ruin everything.
And losing.
Ruin the fun for everyone.
Quitter or someone who gets excessively toxic after a victory or a loss.
Yes.
And no, I'm not talking about minor things like the occasional teabagging or a bit of trash talk. From having played a lot of PvP MMOs, those are minor things compared to what can and will happen. We also do not have a lot of unnecessary rules in this guild. A lot of hardcore guilds require you to be in voice chat at all times when playing the game. There are situations where I will require you to be in voice chat, but not every second that you are in the game.
Thank God, because there are guilds that's like, hey, you need to be in voice chat 15 hours a day, bro. Okay, like, I like hardcore PvP and stuff like that, but I also have a life. Like, I work, and I do other things outside of the internet, like, relax, bro. Like, please relax. You're not getting paid to play the game. I promise you're not. So, like, just relax, okay? Like, holy, thank God. So this guy seems like he's hardcore. He's very organized, hardcore, but he also realizes people are not 12 years old and can play 18, 19 hours a day because all they have to do is homework. So this guy realizes that. So W-Mans.
A lot of hardcore guilds require you to play a certain amount of hours per week. We do want people who can put in that time for a hardcore chapter, and long periods of inactivity without letting us know could mean...
When I was 12 years old...
Yep. But we're going to give plenty of leeway on things like that.
I couldn't play for 12 hours because
be optimal. Instead, I may ask for
I'm at school for maybe like 8 hours.
But at the end of the day, my philosophy is for you to play what you're familiar with and what you're comfortable with, and most importantly, what you enjoy playing the most. Some people can easily switch specs and be really good at that spec very quickly, but a lot of people can't. So in a lot of cases, just playing what you're familiar with and enjoy the most is the best strategy. We do have some rules, of course, and those will be enforced, but we just don't have a lot of unnecessary rules that can take away from the fun of the game for a lot of people. We also intend to promote people within the hardcore chapter based on skill and have elite PvP and PvE groups and even smaller scale elite teams that fill certain roles in PvP and PvE, such as scouting, winning outnumbered PvP fights, speedrunning dungeons, defending or attacking caravans, taking specific objectives in sieges, and a whole lot more. We intend to have a primary person for all the processing and crafting professions within the artisan system. We have a robust plan including automation.
So back in the day of Void Century, I was like assigned as the guild lead of the guild, one of the big guilds in the server we were in before it was merged. And I was the guild leader, and I was also the guild tailor.
Tank will get geared out the fastest.
My goodness, everyone will look for me and give me the materials every time they need a higher level equipment or clothes.
Guild raids or run.
Of course, it was all free.
With us,
you don't charge. Although we have like the biggest merchant, and every time he asks for a new clothes or new equipment,
Yes, exactly.
he would pay me with the gold as well.
Where the streamer guild leader just gets fed gear every time he logs in.
I miss the days of when Void Century was still a very good game.
Designed to promote any specific
and we have like an arch nemesis, a rival guild,
GSH and Roar and others,
and we could never beat them. And the merchant, our merchant, we have like a few merchants, but the highest level merchant, which was the vice guild leader, was the one who's always in PvP. Imagine that he has a galleon, or maybe an equivalent to a galleon, because he was a merchant. His ship was really big, and he was always in PvP against that other guild. My goodness, and he would sink them.
When joining the guild, our recruiting officers are very quick to respond to new applicants and answer any questions that might come up. Thanks for watching. I'll see.
And then things happened. There were like
literally
changes that players didn't like. A lot of players quit. The server lost players. It was merged to another server, and then everyone in the guild stopped playing one at a time until I was the only one left. Well, not really, but it was better to disband the guild.
Twitch.tv/MMOSky, because if I get into the Alpha 2 and I get into this guild, I'm going to be streaming the Alpha 2 a lot. And I mean a lot.
And up to this day, I believe, the original Void Century, still the best. It's not only a pirate MMORPG, because you can play as a pirate if you want, but it's not just being a pirate. In fact, my character was more like a freelancer, or what was it called? I forgot what was my character, or my character was. Void Century back then was a lot of fun. One of my goals was getting all the decorative merchant stalls, which I did. I traveled all the way to the east And I was really bad in PvP, my goodness. That's why we kept losing. Okay, let me check. Let me refresh. Oh, there you go. An event has started. An event has started. Let me go here because there's an X3. Although it's running out of money. Maybe I should go here instead. And there you go. It's full. And the other place is also full. Anyway, I'm going to stay here for now. Well, again, it's not me. It's my avatar. I don't go anywhere. I'm still here, sitting in front of my PC, struggling to talk on my mic. Okay, so just refreshing the page and it's very slow. Whoa, look at that. It says here Rachel Segler got punished by woke Disney. Really? Let's go into watch it. I'm interested. Someone is coughing.
So there's no doubt about it that the entire Walt Disney Company, including CEO Bob Iger, and everything that they are doing with all of their films and their television programs are 100% deliberate with their ongoing agenda, their ongoing ideology, everything about diversity, equity, and inclusion as more important than proper storytelling, proper character development, and...
I'm starting to think that maybe Bob Iger is a PDF file. Yeah.
Bob Iger does plan to step down by 2026. That's why specifically he is indeed doubling down on everything.
The fact that he is supporting all this woke agenda, which is harmful to children.
Mike01. I thank you also.
I'm starting to think that this Bob Iger person is a PDF file.
have seen backlash that we have never seen before for a live-action project via the Walt Disney Company. That, of course, all came well after the D23 event. I don't know if you guys caught that, but basically when they aired that Snow White teaser trailer, and then shortly after that it debuted on social media, it has been getting ratioed across all forms, and I mean all forms of social media. It is not just limited to here, but it is everywhere. And this just goes to show you that this film is universally rejected. Now, there's been a lot of drama happening behind the scenes between...
No, it's not universally rejected. The modern audience or the woke mob will are looking forward to this movie.
Rachel Zegler.
That's why if they want to make this movie a success, they must make it more woke.
What she's doing against Gal. We have a lot more to talk about that as well in the coming days. But what's interesting about this moving onwards is that with the Walt Disney Company now dealing with more backlash related to the Snow White 25 trailer, and the drama between Gal and Rachel not helping Bob Iger one bit either, one significant development now has more to do with how the Walt Disney Company recently took action against Rachel Zegler after she made various social media posts that were considered controversial, and the ongoing drama between herself and Gal as well. A crucial update to this scenario now involves how multiple Disney executives and even higher-ups, including Bob Iger, recently made the ultimate decision and choice to punish Rachel Zegler in a sense in multiple ways. The biggest one of all is that Zegler was supposed to have two singing sessions dressed as Snow White on live television on ABC, one during Christmas time and another on New Year's Eve, to promote Snow White the movie. Both singing sessions have now been officially cancelled, since the Christmas singing session is now going to Gal Gadot, and the New Year's Eve singing session is, of course, no more for Rachel Zegler to promote Snow White, and is actually going to be handed down to a yet-to-be-announced major artist. Disney is reportedly in talks and leaning to Adele to sing an exclusive song to promote Snow White 25 over Rachel Zegler, and this is already creating massive outrage and backlash from Rachel Zegler and her team against the Disney heads, which includes her agent and manager. In addition to all of this, however, Zegler was also dropped from singing at the world premiere of Snow White 2025 that is set to take place in early March, of course, ahead of its late March release date on the 21st. Now, Zegler was supposed to sing side by side with Gal. However, after the recent drama that sparked between the two and what's been going on behind the scenes, that singing duo has been officially cancelled as well for the world premiere. This too was going to be live on ABC, which is owned by the Walt Disney Company. However, more related to the film itself, Bob Iger and the Disney executives also took action against Zegler in a way where they are now giving her the boot and removing her from a voice acting role for an upcoming animated film project that she is now no longer going to be involved in. This comes way after the firing and removal of Zegler, of course, of Rachel from other live-action films, such as the upcoming remake of Pirates of the Caribbean, when she was fired from the cast and removed from that project specifically months and months ago, while the Snow White drama hit its peak at the time, when her interviews resurfaced from 2022. Now, already Zegler is desperately battling the Disney heads to reverse their actions, and that is not working at all one bit, as Bob Iger and the Disney executives are standing their ground, trying to distance themselves away from Rachel Zegler at all costs as much as possible. Now guys, before I move on, let me just say one thing about this. Now, Zegler is definitely a part of what I like to call the insufferables. It's not just limited to actresses, but we also see a lot of actors, like Mark Hamill, for example, that is insufferable and connected to the Walt Disney Company. It seems a lot of these actors / actresses tend to be very insufferable in nature because they are very self-absorbed individuals. They believe that they're all high and mighty, and they tend to have a lot of problems on set, behind the scenes, or with some of their cast members or the director and writers of the actual project. And this is no different. Snow White 25 is not only a colossal failure due to the failed test screenings, but it's also a colossal failure in a sense due to what's been going on between the executives, right, the suits at Disney, and the performers, right, the actresses behind the scenes, part of Snow White, the live-action remake. Now, we already know that Bob Iger talked about this, that this movie is going in a different direction than the 1937 original classic film, and that's something that's driving away families from even considering to go ahead and see this movie. Now, look, we know at the same exact time...
Disney is going to do a bait and switch. They will show trailers featuring classic scenes from the classic animated movie, but the actual movie will be nothing like that.
They could have hired real ones and put them in the movie and given them actual roles and jobs. That's not what the Walt Disney Company is about, though. They don't really care, right? It's all about their message and their agenda when it fits them or suits them best. That's what it's really all about at the end of the day. It's true. So, again, moving on here, this is said to just be the beginning of the worst actions that Disney will take against Ziegler, as they have already warned her to stop and refrain from posting certain subjects on social media, in particular on X, aka Twitter. And I think that we all know what they are referring to, what they are having a problem with. I don't think I have to spell it out. So, again, there's a lot of problems going on here with Snow White 2025. And specifically the drama between Gal and Rachel, it is not helping the Walt Disney Company one bit. It most certainly is not. Bob Iger is not having a good 2024. Yes, you may have had some exceptions with, for example, Deadpool and Wolverine, which, by the way, we can all give a big clap to Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy for taking a stand against the Disney heads, to doing things their way. But another exception was Inside Out 2. Aside from all of that, you still have a lot of failures, and you have a lot more failures on the horizon for the remainder of this year, leading into early 2025. So overall, there's a lot of problems going for Bob Iger. I don't believe he's going to have the legacy that he wants going into 2026. They already have a full-on roster of who's going to take over Bob Iger, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, they are going to most certainly get somebody worse.
Yes, they will, they will get somebody like 10 times worse than Mr. Bob Iger. Someone more woke. Bob Iger is not woke enough. So, in their next adaptation, maybe they will adapt. Yeah, maybe Peter Pan. Did they do that already? I don't know. They'll have like they'll have like full on child pornography. Yeah, that will happen in Disney somewhere in the future. If the if the parents, the Christians, and those folks with common sense, if no one do or does anything, that will be the future of Disney. And then everyone will start pointing fingers, when in fact, they let it happen. The best walking shoe. It's an ad. Since it's Friday, let's have some fun. Comment with a grok. Okay, so this is stupid because not everyone has access to grok. Tolkien comes back and says it's pronounced Gandalf. Gandalf, then promptly dies again. Okay, so I think I think when it comes to talent contracts, the talent if the contract expired, even though they have the right to extend it, but the talent wants to leave, I would let the talent leave rather than have the talent have some kind of grudge or um, bad feelings towards the promotion. But if the talent is okay with it and happy, not forced but happy to extend, the amount of time he'll have to stay in the company, then it's fine. But if the talent really wants to leave, yeah, sure, you have the right to extend their stay. But would you really want to have a someone who's being who feels that they were forced to continue? Just let them go. Let them go. Let them go. Ah, see, look at that. Is this true? Oh my goodness. These people are just okay. I may sound like stupid or conspiracy theorists, but the woke, the liberals, the left, they're all about breaking taboos. And one of the few remaining taboos is sex with children. That is one of their goals. They want to break that. They're already winning with the child murder law. They're already almost winning that. And when I say child murder, it's abortion. Imagine this. Now they can kill children. Their next goal is sex with children. Come on, people, open your eyes. Stop letting them do this. Seriously. Maybe you don't have kids. No, maybe that's the reason. But come on, you don't have to have kids to know that what they're doing, what their goal is, wrong. Period. What is this? 24 years ago at Techno Parade, the legendary Techno Viking took the streets. I'm not familiar with this. I think something heard me. Lol. A short story. Okay. Boxer tests out indestructible TV screen. Okay, let's see this. Indestructible TV. It's not an ad, but it's obviously an ad. Whoa! Okay, what happened? It broke! It broke! See, it broke! The first punch was just a warm up. See? There you go. That is the modern. That is Snow White for the modern audience. It's all about sex. My goodness. There was news maybe a few months ago. A woman was arrested. Why? She was having sex with her dog in public. That is also a taboo. Bestiality is a taboo. Can't have sex with animals. Why? Because it could spread disease. You don't know what kind of disease you can get from having sex from an animal with an animal. They don't care. There's a reason why it's taboo. There's a reason why um having sex with children is taboo. There's a reason why uh having sex with the same sex is taboo. Well, it's no longer taboo these days, but it was taboo back then. There's a reason why. And it's all about not spreading disease. There's a reason why it's taboo to have like multiple partners, or having a poly relationship. Sure, we have modern technology, we have a lot of protection these days, but still it's not 100%. Imagine that was the reason why they were made taboo back thousands of years ago. Imagine thousands of years ago, they don't have the technology and the protection that we have now, and even now it's still not 100. There was a reason why it was taboo to eat red meat. Not red meat, but forgot what kind of meat. Anyway, there's a reason. There was a reason. I want to watch this, but I can't. I'll get a copyright claim if I watch this. Here's the key to growth: be different, be consistent. Nah, being likable and having a charisma, also and interesting and entertaining. If you're streaming and you're like me, nah, it will not. Even if I'm consistent and obviously I'm super different, but if people don't find you likable, it's really about likability. There are reason why, you know uh popular streamers are they are highly sociable people, and they're also very articulate. They know how to talk, and they're very confident. Qualities I don't have. The only reason why I'm streaming is because I find it relaxing, and it takes my mind off from you know the ringing in my ear. That's why. Because I feel like it will drive me insane. Carl Weathers will be receiving a star. a whole open world game concept in Unreal 5. What's your honest opinion on Bruno Sammartino? I don't know. I don't remember seeing any of his matches or watching him wrestle. Sure, there are clips in YouTube, but it's not the same thing as watching from way back then. Okay, here we have another story 22 hours ago. Let me check this out from this Paru. This Paru.
It's just been the honor of a lifetime. I think any young person, any little girl, you get to put on a Disney princess dress.
If I'm gonna stand there 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
It's just been the most amazing experience.
Weird.
From D23, we now have new footage of Snow White, where Rachel Ziegler seems to be turning dwarves into her own personal slaves.
Now you wash the dishes, tidy up the room, clean those cobwebs.
Gone are the days where Snow White does some cleaning for once in her life. Now in 2024, the age of I'm too posh to push, they're also too posh to clean as well.
And he'll use the broom.
You compare that to the original, and like that Star Wars girl showed, and Savvy said, listen to the delivery, the tone, the change in language.
Now you wash the dishes.
You tidy up the room is delivered entirely differently.
You tidy up the room.
The older one is like, you tidy up the room, whereas Ziegler is above them all. She's not here to help them, she's here to command and order. You tidy up the room. You go and do the fireplace. You use the broom.
And I'll use the broom.
Because that way she's in command. She's a leader.
She's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Bossing around the menfolk. Compared to the original, where it was more motherly.
What a cute little chair. Must be 7 little children.
Led to the house because she needed a place to stay. She thought orphan children lived there and felt bad they didn't have a mother.
You'd think their mother would. Maybe they have no mother. Then they're orphans.
So she thought she'd clean the house and surprise them.
We'll clean the house and surprise them. Then maybe they'll let me stay.
Where in the modern movie, what's she even for? What can she possibly provide? Let's face it, if Snow White isn't paying the dwarves in rent by cooking and cleaning, I'm going to assume she's staging a gangbang. But this Snow White movie, from its very inception, has been surrounded in drama. Then again, they did employ Rachel Ziegler. This seems to happen in her movies.
Do you speak the language? Does it matter?
Does it matter?
Do you eat the food? Does it matter?
You have a way with words.
No.
Word vomit.
Not only was there the return of the drama of who is the fairest of them all, or as somebody else said, for this to make sense, the mirror must have an astigmatism and be nearsighted. But it also faced controversy because it failed to meet fan expectations. And Rachel Ziegler decided that she was going to talk about divisive political issues in far-flung countries, immediately underneath her advertising for the movie. Issues which her co-star is on the other side of. That's got to be one awkward set, hasn't it? Frankly, I don't even know why Rachel cares, being Polish after all. Personally, I can't wait for her next opinion about a topic she knows nothing about. Well, except that
we need to stand on the right side of history.
Maybe that's why some people were analysing the interview footage, and how her and Gal tend to have very different expressions within them. She's just like me, for real, for reals. And the dwarves look just as bad moving about the screen as they did in the original picture. They are, to put it mildly, utter nightmares, wibbling around their woodland cabin like sentient bags of blancmange. This is all on top of the original controversy, such as Peter Dinklage deciding, no, you shouldn't have dwarves in that movie.
You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that fucking backward story of 7 dwarves living in a cave.
It's been quite a while since the previous Snow White drama. They let everything die down until Disney were forced to release another trailer. The gap didn't really help them though, did it, when it received massive backlash, hundreds of thousands of YouTube dislikes. Fans aren't happy at all with Disney's live-action version. Maybe it's because of her hair. I have absolutely no idea why they've given Snow White this hairstyle, especially when in the parks they have wigs that just give them the proper hair. Although when it comes to Prince Charming, maybe be more careful how you wave hello. And Disney needed that gap. They had to try and save things, because this is a very, very expensive production for them. It started where up to July 31st, 2022, Disney had spent $209.3 million. Although later, the Daily Mail reported that it was actually $330 million. Well, the film was supposed to have already released by now, but has actually been delayed till March next year, apparently due to the strike. Although really, it's gone through so many rounds of reshoots in that time. What we're going to get in 2025 probably isn't the same movie. I mean, I don't know if you noticed from the trailer the rather suspicious lack of characters that we've seen previously. Someone had kicked the local homeless out of Starbucks, and they were going off to invade the next local village. Now, after that kind of budget, Disney, no doubt, wants to avoid all drama. They're desperately spinning their wheels, realizing they've pissed everybody off. And please, sir, can I just get my money back? Unfortunately, even with reshoots, I'm not sure you can save this turkey. Disney's terrible-looking live-action remakes are the stuff of nightmares. Rather than honouring their predecessors, these remakes are simply wringing them dry for revenue, and let artistry and history be damned. Its problems began a year ago with Rachel Zegler's comments about the original being extremely dated.
The cartoon was made 85 years ago, therefore it's extremely dated.
Its ideas about women being in roles of power.
Dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
We'll clean the house and surprise them. Then maybe they'll let me stay.
And weird love stories involving a guy who literally stalks her.
Love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird.
They're just out of step with the modern world. Yes, because as the modern world embraces evil, what you want is things which are out of step with the modern world. This isn't complicated. First, you tell Disney fans that the films they loved as children were crap anyway, because that's always a great defense. It was always crap. Okay, even if it was, have you considered making something that isn't? Even if you want to claim that all the original source material that people like were crap, how are you still managing to make something worse than it? If the old stuff was crap, it should be easy to improve on, and you still can't manage that.
At the end of the day, this is a story of representation, and it matters.
All you're doing in that case is just helping my argument that you shouldn't be employed. I'm telling you, that argument is not going to save your job. And second, because the general way in which time works, this is showing the Telegraph's view of history that, you know, modern things are better, older things are worse, and we're just advancing through time towards the promised land. We never could have made a mistake at any point in history that just led us down a horrific path of evil. We couldn't have done that. No, the future's better. The future's bright. The future's orange.
The future's bright. The future's orange.
Sorry, flashback to childhood adverts there. Who says advertising dollars don't leave an impact on you? No, films made before the Second World War don't tend to be that big on early 21st century girl boss feminism.
What are they for? Look at the chubby little bastards just sitting around everywhere.
Back then, Hollywood hadn't yet embraced the most evil ideology of all time, responsible for more deaths than anything else in all of human history. But Disney, they sure will now. I've remade it, and boy, do I have some evil for you.
All of the people were angry. Like,
those people that we need to educate, love into awareness.
Love them in the right direction.
No, instead, the trailer opened up with the portrayal of the Seven Dwarfs themselves. Originally believed that it first featured live-action actors of mixed heights in these crucial roles. I have a feeling they're talking about them. But rather than weather the storm over representation this would have stoked, strangely, in this regard, the storm would have been, I thought you cared about representation. It turns out you don't. You just want to put creepy weirdos into roles, don't you? How can we make Snow White look like a load of circus freaks leading a revolution against the bedroom tax? Does such an approach dispel stereotypes about shorter actors? There's going to be a lot of this, by the way. Nobody wants to use the word dwarf for some reason. These aren't just short people, it's a medical condition. It's fine. You don't have to pretend that they're just the same as everybody else. The argument has been dodged, though, as it just all replace them with CGI people. As glimpsed in the trailer, they are, to put it mildly, utter nightmares, wibbling around their woodland cabin like sentient bags of blancmange. The 22-second extended version of the trailer offers a longer look at a terrifyingly vacant dopey. It does nothing to allay the nerves.
I cannot even believe those words just came out of your face towards my face.
There's still time for emergency tweaking, if only to avoid a cat-style debacle. But in a sense, it might not be worth the trouble. Why not just spend the money on something else? Deadpool and Wolverine and Inside Out 2 have put the beleaguered studio back on top. But could Snow White and Mufasa end the winning streak? No. That's going to be Agatha all along. I mean, this trailer was so bad, even the Mary Sue came out and had to say it backfired on them because it renewed CGI controversy. Snow White woes just keep piling up, like the strange decision to cast Gal Gadot as the evil queen. Not because it's very obvious to anyone with eyeballs who's fairer between the two of them, but because the actress has been embroiled in controversy over far-flung countries. Although this was written on the 12th of August, before Rachel Ziegler decided to do the same thing. Although no doubt Mary Sue would have approved.
We need to stand on the right side of history.
Now, other controversy involved vocal bigots who were enraged that Rachel Ziegler was cast because she broke all references of the source material. She received tons of backlash from moral pundits who began commenting, as they always do, when Hollywood destroys the law. They also talk about the dwarf controversy, after Peter Dinklage called it backwards. However, there was a hope that Disney would modernize the story to avoid offending the dwarf community. They did. They used CGI. You can't get more modern than that. Now, I would have said if you wanted to not offend them, you could have given them jobs, or just hired actors in general and then used camera trickery to make them look smaller. This would work the same way as the Hobbits, because one of the issues with being a dwarf in real life is that proportions can sometimes be off. And so depending what you're actually going for in a character as part of the source material, it is better to use camera trickery than anything else. But instead, the solution was to not hire actors like that at all, make them all CGI. Oh no, it's almost like our own evil has backfired on us. The dwarves are only briefly shown, but it doesn't look good. The CGI is terrible, and it gives them a very unnatural appearance. They're CGI dwarfs. Of course they look unnatural. They're CGI. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Now, personally, for me, if you want to call something a live-action remake, it has to actually be in live action. I don't want to see CGI characters in it at all. Actually, I had the same problem with The Little Mermaid. It turns out the majority of the movie wasn't even in live action. Other users described the dwarves' appearances as Uncanny Valley and the stuff of nightmares. This is truly embarrassing. Yes, but it's what you wanted. At no point do they analyze themselves and go, I wanted this. And yet, it's also crap. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it doesn't, no. Because analyzing whether you're wrong or not requires an abstraction of an idea, and they're incapable of doing that. That's just like one extra layer of complexity beyond them. No, I believe it, so it must be true. Many are blaming Dinklage's comments for the use of dwarves. However, Dinklage never suggested that the problem was with casting dwarves in the movie.
You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that backward story of seven dwarves.
I can't work out if you're lying or stupid. No, he didn't suggest that the problem was with casting dwarves. He actually suggested that the story was the problem and shouldn't be made at all. How are you going to hire dwarves in a movie that shouldn't be made? Explain that one to me. The problem was always with how Disney should handle the depiction of dwarves. Literally hard-working miners who help Snow White. What was the problem with their depiction? Exactly. There aren't many roles in Hollywood for individuals with dwarfism. Yes, that's why people have a problem with Dinklage doing this in the first place. Keep up. In fact, the studio likely had already made this decision before Dinklage spoke out. We'll get back to that. Oh, they just likely did it. Oh, I just pulled that out my arse and then started smearing it on a wall. I don't know, so I'm just going to say likely and then assume you don't know any better, because after all, you are reading the Mary Sue. It's not exactly the website for informed moral people. I've come here to see what the latest unhinged download is. But Screen Rant came out with, I think, the most optimistic title of all time. Disney's Snow White remake can break Rachel Ziegler's trend. It might actually give Rachel Ziegler a box office hit, because she's not had many of those. No, Rachel Ziegler's previous movies haven't been overly lucrative. I don't know why. Rachel Ziegler's career is a string of poor box office performers. And while this may not indicate the quality of production or her performance, it remains that she hasn't starred in a box office hit, although The Hunger Games does at least look as if it made a profit, even if it was the least successful installment in the franchise, by a considerable $300 million margin. Snow White could finally break this trend. I don't think there's enough masochists in the universe for it to break that trend. Given Snow White's popularity as a brand, although at the moment it looks like Disney think it's got a broken leg and planning to take it out back with a shotgun, certainly does for anyone looking for eye candy in this movie. They praised Gal Gadot's beauty and pointed out that she probably should have been the princess. Well, I mean, out of the two of them, I have no problem with her being the witch, as long as you had somebody that beat her as Snow White.
The fairest one of all.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest in this kingdom? The mirror must have an astigmatism and be nearsighted. Isn't Snow White supposed to be more beautiful? How jealous would the queen be if she was the beautiful one? Or what will the conflict of the story now be that it won't be for beauty? I don't know, with two women, it could be anything. Oh, you've got a Stanley Cup that I want. Give it here. Is Snow White going to get a poisoned apple because the queen thinks she gave her a funny look once? Despite Rachel Ziegler saying that she was so unbelievably proud of what she's done, version, presumably in an attempt to balance out all of her previous comments, which she hopes everyone's forgotten by now.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again.
I do kind of have to ask, what version of the film is it that you're most proud of? Because there seems to have been a few. The rumours have constantly been coming out that Snow White has been undergoing reshoots for basically over the last 2 years, after Rachel Ziegler's PR disaster. Originally filmed over 3 months in 2022, the release will be basically 3 years after they originally completed filming. Afterwards, the rumour goes that there was additional reshoots done in 2023, with the goal to being insert flashbacks of Snow White featuring actress Amelia Foucher as a younger version of Snow White, with more reshoots done afterwards. The more interesting part comes from another rumour from a source at that park place, which alleges that the reshoots were done for these reasons: to clean up the original version to exclude dwarfs from the final product, except one live actor. This was done to allow for CGI dwarfs to be inserted, and may have added an additional $30 million to the cost. Another set of reshoots was done because focus groups detested Snow White.
They spent $30 million for the dwarves.
Character, and alleges that
maybe they should have just casted real people.
The movie was incoherent and disjointed, so they attempted to align it more closely with the original movie, while still allowing Ziegler to have her modern evil message, albeit one that is softer and less militant. And I guess we'll be able to get confirmation of that last one when we actually see the movie, because Ziegler's comments about it 2 years ago were anything but soft.
Snow White has to learn a lot of lessons about coming into her own power and how to find her own agency. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. It's really wonderful.
So basically, if Snow White doesn't come in and just stop beating you around the head with this message, then you know that some changes have been done. Disney thinks they have a winner on their hands and they're going to drive it towards female audiences as hard as they can. Well, we all saw how that went for Madam Web, didn't we? Where Madam Web spent most of their ad spend on TikTok, aiming to get a female audience in for it. And yeah, that didn't work. In fact, it finally taught some people in Hollywood that I don't know if women are enough to carry the box office here. I mean, males make up 65 to 70% of the superhero audience. And in the case of Madam Web, the percentage of female viewers was still only 46%, despite virtually all of the marketing being aimed at them. You think you're gonna do better in Snow White, do you? It's a really stupid plan. Let's see if it pays off. And so, with all of these problems already just at the core of the movie, the last thing you want is your actors causing trouble for you on the internet. And yet, that's exactly what Rachel Ziegler decided to do. Unable to physically keep her mouth shut about anything. Just come out, talk about the movie, and shut your gob. No, Rachel Ziegler is basically like hiring a nuclear weapon, which has already been set to detonate.
This carpet is a person with feelings.
It doesn't matter if you want to be a business that wants to make money and nothing else. She will drag you into trouble. Even when marketing her own movie, she still couldn't keep her mouth shut underneath the advertising. Because what? She forgets that there may be various people in the audience, and maybe you want to take in money for your product from all of them. Especially as your co-star takes the opposite position. You could have used this opportunity to go, we don't care. No, we just want to make money, bros. That's all we're here for. Instead, Rachel Ziegler, as ever, a wonder to the fans. They're at the forefront of her thoughts, as always. Her wildly inappropriate statement causing further damage to the film's promotional campaign, in which the trailers are already being ratioed, and has even pissed off fans of her co-star in the movie. Now, even people that would support the movie because they like the other actress are attacking the other actress in the pissing movie. It's just bad promotion and bad business all around, because Disney refused to put a muzzle on their actors, or at least haven't yet realized that they should go around hiring less problematic ones. Then again, Disney employees have the same worldview, so maybe you've got a deeper problem there, Disney. No, this obviously distracted people from giving a crap about Snow White, and instead, people started talking about Rachel Ziegler and Gal Gadot falling out. Obviously, tempers were high, and you've chosen two different sides of the battle and advertised it to the public. So when people are going, she genuinely can't stand being next to her, it's like, well, not exactly a happy face, is it? They even got likened to clips from The Boys. I've just met Homelander. And while people were going, Gal Gadot's total obliviousness makes this even funnier, I actually don't think it's obliviousness. I think it's professionalism. This is just how adults in the room act. You know, when you're an actress, you should be able to act as if you're happy and interested. Be able to act as if you're not a complete bitch. Of course, none of this will stop any of them eating themselves. Oh my god, replacing dwarfs with CGI, that's not progressive. I mean, good. I mean, I don't want to side with Disney, but to me, you just wrote a headline that go, replacing the 7 dwarves with CGI isn't evil. Disney said they wanted to avoid reinforcing stereotypes. Like what? That dwarves are Dwarves? I'm not really sure what stereotype you're going for. We don't want to go for the stereotype that dwarves are short. I'm sorry? Because we didn't want to have stereotypes, we decided to just not employ them. Especially as they themselves were going, it boggles my mind that a network, instead of listening to a community, is listening to one person. That's just how much pull this one person has created in the society because of where he is on the level of popularity. Yes, and it is really personally beneficial if other people don't get to that level of popularity to compete with him on jobs. And over time, these opinions got even more bizarre. There's a huge problem with Disney's live-action Snow White trailer, again, about the dwarves. This trailer makes me kind of angry, and I'm like, what? My opinions on this matter have sharpened since the image was released, especially with new time bandits. Now he starts going, oh yeah, that's because dwarves lose out on jobs. Fair enough. But then he says, I'm still annoyed that Peter Jackson was not casting little people. You could say dwarf. It's fine. In Hobbit roles in Lord of the Rings. And he's like, yeah, but that's because the hobbits are little people. Dwarves are not just short people, it is a medical condition. And so you kind of have like out of proportions and stuff. But the hobbits are just normal people shrunk. Therefore, because they have to still be in proportion, it actually does make more sense to have a normal sized person who then you shrink down so that proportions stay the same. There's nothing wrong with this. It's perfectly logical. And of course, the very diverse and progressive Rings of Power commits the same erasure. It has a colourful coalition, but includes 0 little people. Huzzah for actually, it is. Huzzah for evil. Actually, it is progress. In the stack, one's higher than the other, and so if you crush everyone else beneath you, that is moral. By their own ideology. There's a reason why you actively shun anyone who believes this stuff. But my favourite bit is, as he goes on, he decides to start calling it the LP community. The little person community. Like he can say dwarves when it's referring to the animated dwarves. But anyone else has to be called LP. Rather not the entire LP actor, LP roles. The only major show in history to have LP in it was Disney's Willow reboot. Well, there you go then. Look how that turned out. But as was written in IndieWire, Christian Lopez mentions, if you're a member of the LP community or disability community in general, you've seen this story before. The media frenzy, followed by backpedaling, followed by the eventual erasure of the disability altogether. Yes. But then again, look what you just did. Rather than calling them dwarves, you started calling them LPs because you were afraid to actually talk about the disability altogether, which erases it. Maybe people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, eh? And so it's no wonder then when dwarves came out themselves and they weren't happy about it. Zach Roloff talked about how they updated, diversified Snow White, but went way backwards on the dwarf side. I hope Dinklage is happy. They aren't just taking away the dwarves and making Snow White, they're CGIing them. This isn't 1937. There are actually a lot of people with dwarfism walking around. Either focus on Snow White or own the dwarf representation. But the problem is, Disney did this to themselves. You heard how Rachel Ziegler spoke about Dwarf White at the start.
She's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
They did it because they wanted to embrace progress. And then people are, oh, I can't believe you've done something horrible. Of course they have. The entire ideology does something horrible. But everybody else, no, they want to use it for their own benefits. That's why they support it in the first place. Oh, I'm weak. I'm a victim. I can get something out of this. And then they wonder why it bites them. It's because the people involved were never motivated by trying to do the right thing in the first place. Instead, everybody got involved, all got on board the train for self-interest, for their own reasons, because they could get free stuff out of it, because they thought they could be lifted in positions which they haven't earned just because they ticked enough boxes. And then they're surprised when somebody else comes along who ticks more boxes. Or maybe that box, we can't allow that anymore. That makes you a bigot. Everybody's all on board until it backfires on them. The real issue is, nobody else can really defend you. Because if you've been arguing that the best person for the job should have got the job, and you go, okay, well, clearly they're the best fit for the job. But that isn't what people are cast on anymore. Everyone embraced these ideas because they thought they'd be better off. And it turns out, no, maybe you're the one people are stepping on to get a job, rather than you stepping on somebody else. Now, any movie which has gone through this many reshoots is going to be a disaster. Any movie based on the ideas that Rachel Ziegler was speaking about at first is going to be a disaster. And I don't think any amount of reshoots can change something that ingrained in a movie. But at the end of the day, I find the drama interesting to look at from the outside in, but I have no dog in those fights. I just see this as everybody eating their own. They all got together and invented a way of life that stepped